Chapter 680 Li Chang's unrestrainedness and Gu's family conversation. Is he really clean? Walk, Li Chang pulled his assistant away. The assistant didn't dare to say anything more. She also saw that Qin Jiang looked a little scared and just wanted to leave quickly. In the car, Qin Jiang withdrew his gaze and frowned slightly. With his experience of 2 lifetimes, how could he not see the problem? That person just now was very hostile towards me, but I'm also very afraid of myself. Before he could ask Zhang Qi to send someone to investigate, Zhu Zhang said, Brother Jiang, he is Li Chang. Qin Jiang, Li Chang from Baiwei Milk Tea. Zhu Zhang nodded. He saw Li Chang looking at someone with a strange look at the other person at the door of the villa and asked someone to check his identity. Li Chang, Elite Turtles, Gu Chuan's pursuer, Qin Jiang. No wonder, he had naturally heard of his opponent, whom he had never met before, although he had never taken this opponent seriously. Boom, the convoy left completely. 10 minutes later. The road between Songda University and Vocational University was clear again, and nothing seemed to have happened. However, the news about the Jiangxia car accident spread like wildfire, shocking countless people. Qin Jiang is so cruel. No one can survive if you offend him. Over the years, I don't know how many people he's let sink to the bottom of the river. Now, even the bottom isn't enough, they've started going ashore. By land, sea, and air, we've got it all. You must never offend the Black Dragon in the future. If you can, stay away from it, and don't get close to it. For a while, the deterrent power of Qin Jiang's name has become even greater. Even many people use Qin Jiang to scare children who cry again. Do you believe that Qin Jiang will come and grab you and throw you into the river, eating spicy noodles? I think you look like spicy noodles? Don't you know that Qin Jiang loves children who eat spicy noodles the most? Study hard, or you'll be thrown off the building by the great devil Qin Jiang. Anyway, all kinds of legends are becoming more and more bizarre and more scary, almost making Qin Jiang become a top devil, so powerful that he can make a child cry. Qin Jiang, who had always abided by the law and never done anything out of the ordinary since his rebirth, was speechless. No, I'm really not a social big shot now that we've been reborn, who would still want to hang out in society. Why don't you believe it? Gu Family Villa. Mr. Gu looked at Li Chang and said, Are you really planning to quit Baiwei Milk Tea? The time for the bet hasn't come yet. Li Chang, what good will it do to hold on for another 10 days or half a month? It won't have any decisive effect. I've already lost, so I'm willing to accept the outcome. Don't worry, Director Gu. I've already made sufficient arrangements for Baiwei Milk Tea. Although Yang Hui can't expand the market, she can still defend the city. There is enough time for Director Gu to continue looking for the next professional manager. Mr. Gu, how about we make another bet? Li Chang, forget it. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for your kindness. I've discovered that I'm not good at real estate. Finance is more suitable for me. I've decided to return to Financial Street first. Mr. Gu was slightly disappointed. He was very optimistic about Li Chang, who was definitely one of the top managers among the younger generation. Only with such a person joining the Gu group could their group continue to grow. Unfortunately, after much difficulty in recruiting one, Qin Jiang ruined him within a few months. Outrageous. Mr. Gu, forget it. I won't stop you if you want to leave. I'll have someone transfer 100 million to your card later. This 100 million is not the gambling fee, just consider it as the payment for the value of the stocks issued to you in advance. We can part ways amicably. There will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Li Chang waved his hand and said, You have to get up from where you fell. You can never grow without suffering. I appreciate Mr. Gu's kindness. We will cooperate again if there is a chance. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Finished. Li Chang left without caring what Director Gu said. Very cool, very courageous, just say no to 100 million. He is confident in himself and it will not be difficult for him to make another 100 million as long as he is given time. He cares more about his face. He didn't even look at Gu Chuan before leaving. He was willing to accept the loss. Not only did he lose the bet, but he also lost face. The moment he decided to come to see Mr. Gu, he had given up pursuing Gu Chuan. Loser, not qualified to ask for affection, he knows himself, failure in the workplace and success in love often only appear in TV dramas, but he lives in reality. Qin Jiang, this love rival is too fierce. He can't afford to offend. Count the birds. Count the birds. Looking at Li Chang leaving, Mr. Gu had a complicated look in his eyes. Ji Yuchuan, he is someone who can afford to lose. Mr. Gu, it's a pity that you didn't give me any chance, otherwise I could have kept it for a while. Gu Chuan rolled his eyes. Are you going to let me give him a chance? Mr. Gu, no plans. Since you have nothing to do, accompany me to the Qin family villa. Gu Chuan didn't refuse. Mr. Gu, are you so happy today? Gu Chuan, I plan to ask those celebrities what's going on. Mr. Gu, didn't you guess it? Gu Chuan, because I guessed it, I want to ask them if they are really so despicable. Is the business world really that dirty? Mr. Gu, is it dirty? Business tactics are not about whether they are dirty or not. As long as they are not illegal and can maximize profits, they are good tactics. Dirty. Don't use this word in the business world. You haven't experienced Hong Kong's early business world. Back then, things like dirtiness and even more outrageous things were normal. That's the nature of business. If you can't adapt, you're doomed to be defeated, just like Li Chang. Gu Chuan nodded without comment. Her life has been smooth. Over the years, she has made a lot of money in the financial market with her keen financial sense and decisive actions. She has also made a lot of money from investments. She never uses despicable means and prefers to do things in an honest way. To this. Mr. Gu warned, some people simply take advantage of the times and enjoy the dividends, without understanding the underlying logic of the market. Such people may make a lot of money when the economy is booming, but they will run into problems when the economy declines. At that time, only those who are aggressive, ruthless, and decisive at the helm can continue. Xiaochuan, remember this, the internet's dividend is only temporary. It can develop, but it's best supported by physical entities. Unless a pure internet becomes a giant, it's at risk of collapse at any time. Virtual things can be great, but they can also become less so at any time. They are too replaceable. The entity is eternal. Gu Chuan, old antique. Mr. Gu Chuan, let's not talk about the internet entity for now. Just tell me, can these despicable tactics really last long? Mr. Gu, I'm not afraid of being a scoundrel, as long as I don't break the law. Gu Chuan, are you really sure that Qin Zhan's background is clean? Aren't you afraid of pushing me into the abyss? Old Master Gu, this guy is a black on the outside but a white on the inside. He knows how to do things in moderation. I've asked people to inquire about many things, but they've all been rumors. Just like when Jiang Xia was so antagonistic to Qin during his resignation speech yesterday, didn't he just say a few words and then file a real name report? Everything was legal. If the rumors are true, then Jiang Xia shouldn't have been sunk into the river? Was it an accident? Right at this moment, bang. Gu Xiaodong came in from outside and looked at old man Gu and Gu Chuan and said, "Grandpa, old sister, I was so scared. You don't know that I just saw a car accident with my own eyes. People were thrown over 10 meters away. It was terrifying. I heard that it was a young entrepreneur. What's his name? Jiang. Yes. Jiang Xia." Chapter 681, the Gu family is surprised and the tigers gather. What? Wait, Jiang Xia had a car accident? Mr. Gu, Gu Chuan, sigma degree. Even Mr. Gu couldn't keep his composure at this moment. Just now, he'd confidently said that Qin Jiang was being sensible and was only reporting Jiang Xia. And now Jiang Xia had been in a car accident. Even if the specific situation is not clear, people will subconsciously associate it with certain aspects. Ji Chuan, is he dead? Gu Xiaodong, I don't know. He was taken away by an ambulance, but he was thrown more than 10 meters away and the ground was covered in blood. Even if he survived, he must have been in a terrible state. Gu Chuan, Grandpa, this is what you mean by abiding by the rules and never doing anything beyond the bottom line. Mr. Gu, he didn't answer but took out his cell phone. Hello? It's me. I want to ask about the car accident that happened at the entrance to Song University today. Yes. Please help me check it out. I need to know the first-hand details. Bang, hang up the phone. Old Master Gu remained silent, but he retracted his legs that were about to head towards the Qin family villa. Ji Chuan, not going again? Old Master Gu, of course I'll go, but I need to know what happened first. If it's related to Qin Jiang, as a family friend, I must talk to Old Master Qin. If it has nothing to do with him, then we can just eat, chat, and reminisce normally. Gu Chuan curled his lips. Guess I believe it or not, people like you only consider the pros and cons of everything you do. You are boring and uninteresting. Gu Chuan left immediately. One side. Ji Xiaodong came over and said, "Sister, I want to ask you something." Gu Chuan, what's the matter? Gu Xiaodong, Qin Jiang won't really become my brother-in-law, will he? I'm scared. This kind of people. You know how to fight to the death. A woman like that won't have a good ending. You know the endings of those people in Hong Kong. Some died, some were imprisoned. How many of them could have a smooth landing? Gu Chuan, shut up. Gu Xiaodong, Gu Chuan, what do you mean? If you have time to persuade me, you should persuade Grandpa to leave Songjiang and return to Hong Kong. Then you don't need to tell me that Qin Jiang and I will never have any contact. Gu Xiaodong, I dare not. How could he dare to persuade his own grandfather? He was afraid that if he did so, the old man would put him in solitary confinement, but he still whispered, "Anyway, I don't agree with you and Qin Jiang. If you two really get together, I will." Gu Chuan, what about you? Gu Xiaodong, I will fight him. Gu Chuan smiled. Ji family, the only thing that made her relatively satisfied with the large family group was that the third generation did not fight to the death for the inheritance, but instead cared for each other. It is relatively rare in Hong Kong. Tiger Power Group. A large number of Huey brothers were coming in and out. None of them had the vigor and vitality on their faces as when they first came to Songjiang. After being suppressed by the Black Dragon one after another, these people's momentum was greatly reduced. What's more, the leader of the Tiger Power, Wang Wei, is still imprisoned inside and singing tears behind bars. What kind of momentum can there be? It can be said that if it were not for the Lin family standing behind Hui would have fallen apart long ago. But even with the Lin family, there are still undercurrents within Hui, and everyone has their own thoughts. Top floor. In the conference hall of the office building, the senior executives gathered here to discuss development, and the two people sitting there were Lin Yu and Tianhu. Damn. I heard that Black Dragon Group's Baoan tea is also very popular, and franchise stores are opening up like crazy everywhere. There's also his previously popular Shui Bing Chang. It's said that the two milk tea brands are now valued at over several billion yuan. His net worth is rising too fast. Why is he so smooth? Do you think there's something wrong with him? It doesn't make sense. As soon as these words were spoken, the other senior executives nodded in unison. Obviously, they all thought that Qin Zhang's progress was too smooth and too fierce, which was completely illogical. Maybe there's something to it. A high-ranking official asked, do you think it's possible that Qin Zhang found someone with great luck to borrow Hui's luck? Otherwise, Hui wouldn't be getting worse while he's getting better. Should we find someone to break him? A senior executive echoed. I think it's okay, a senior executive suggested. I heard that there's a very powerful person in Jiangbei. How about, it's good to break it. Make a little paper figurine for Qin Jiang and stab him to death when the time comes. It would be best if we could transfer all his luck to us, and we will surely be able to restore our glory. For a while, these former top social bosses in the northern province don't specialize in killing people or making money. I actually started studying metaphysics. This scene. Lin Yu's mouth twitched, but she could do nothing about it. What can be done? Who made Qin Jiang bring such a strong deterrent to Hui that these high-ranking officials were deeply afraid of him? They couldn't defeat him head-on and could only resort to cunning tactics. Ahem. Tianhu said, don't be so pretentious. Just take care of yourselves. Brother Hu will be out soon. Don't let us down at this critical moment. Qin Jiang is very vindictive and will kill anyone who crosses him. Every one of you here is a thorn in his side, so we must be cautious and help each other during this period. We'll talk about everything after Brother Hu comes out. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the senior executives changed several times. Originally, they all had their own little thoughts during this period of time, and some people were even ready to leave Hui, but they did not act rashly due to Brother Hu's usual power, Tianhu's close watch, and the Lin family's support behind the scenes. But now, after hearing what Tianhu said, they realized they cannot leave easily. They still have enemies, and now they are protected by the Lin family and cannot defeat Qin Jiang even if they unite. Once they leave Hui, they will be directly destroyed by the Black Dragon. After all, they knew Qin Zhang's methods, and the example of Longfei Group was right in front of them. The whole group was wiped out. Can they really stay out of trouble? To some extent, their feud with the Black Dragon is even more serious than Longfei's feud with the Black Dragon. They suppressed all the anger in their hearts for a long time. A senior executive said, Tianhu, you don't need to talk about this. Just tell me when Brother Hu will be able to come out. Tianhu, 3 months. Lin Yu also nodded. We have already communicated with everyone, and he himself has no real crime. The senior executives nodded. We will definitely be cautious and make sure we can delay until Brother Hu comes out to take control. Hui has been in the martial arts world for so many years. How could he be afraid of Black Dragon? Wait for Brother Hu to come out and then we can have a fight. Humph. Who's afraid of Qin Jiang? Hearing this, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling that the group that was on the verge of falling apart had barely stabilized, she looked at Tianhu. This guy is a bit wise but appears foolish. Just a few seemingly casual words have completely turned the situation around. No wonder Wang Wei and even his own father valued him and let him take charge of the situation. Compare this to it. Seemed to be really good at it. Chapter 682, Wang Xian, Alliance. So excited that he was dumbfounded. The meeting is about to end. A sudden bang, the office door opened. Wang Xian walked in with a confident look on his face. Because he only had a machete and no gun last time, and someone else took the blame for him, he was released early. Wang Xian looked at the assembled executives and said, You're all here. That's great. All the senior executives frowned in unison. Obviously, he doesn't like Wang Xian at all. This guy is a perfect example of someone who is more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. Lin Yu frowned. Xiao Xin, what are you doing here? Hearing his mother's impatient tone, Wang Xian's eyes couldn't help but flicker violently. Although his mother didn't think much of him before, she was very concerned about his affairs and paved the way for him in terms of school and work. But recently, his mother's attitude reversed. She didn't rescue him when he was arrested, and let him stay in there for such a long time. After coming back, he just said a few words of comfort. Everything, they are all very different. He also had some guesses about the reason for all this. He looked at his mother's belly, which was already slightly bulging. Wasn't it true that Lin Yu was pregnant, and she's already a little pregnant? Even if Wang Xian was stupid, he could guess that his mother might be planning to practice the trumpet. In addition, his father's attitude towards him was ambiguous, which made him anxious. He couldn't give up such a huge family fortune. The prince's struggle, it's always been cruel. He pondered the matter, gathered ideas from all sides, and called together a group of younger brothers to help him find a solution. Finally, he came to the conclusion that he must show himself and let his parents see his good side. Wang Xian, Mom, uncles, I have an idea to fight the Black Dragon? A senior executive said, Xiao Xian, this isn't a game. If you have nothing else to do, please get out first. A senior official said, this is something we adults should consider. You are still young, so don't worry about it for now. A senior official said, is Qin Jiang so easy to deal with? You, Wang Xian, small. How am I small? I'm a few months older than Qin Jiang, okay? You guys fear Qin Jiang like a tiger, yet you treat me with such contempt? It really makes me mad. Lin Yu felt a little pity when looking at the aggrieved Wang Xian. After all, he was her own son. I couldn't help but ask, what solution did you come up with? Wang Xian, alliance. Alliance, the senior executives couldn't help but laugh collectively. Ha 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 ha. Alliance. Alliance with whom? Now the social power in northern province is basically dominated by Qin Zhang's family alone, and the remaining tiger power is barely supporting it. The Lin family occupies a remote corner in Guanghua district, and the rest are small gangs who were not on the stage. Those who came to the fore, such as Huaxing and Longfei, were either destroyed by the Black Dragon or by the public security. They don't even have an alliance. Lin Yu, Xiao Xian, you need allies to form an alliance. No one will form an alliance with us to fight against the Black Dragon now. Wang Xian, yes? Lin Yu, who? Wang Xian, Yu Software. It's that newly emerging young entrepreneur. Who says alliances can only be formed with social forces? Business forces are also fine. My father once said that society is no longer about violence and killing. It's about human relationships and money first. Yu Software has Songda's backing, and most importantly, they have a grudge against Qin Jiang, so they're the perfect fit for an alliance. We can team up with them and let them fight Black Dragon in the market. And having an internet group ally will also strengthen our communication capabilities in the future, allowing us to manipulate public opinion and so on. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. It's not that Wang Xian's idea is amazing, but that he can really come up with a feasible solution. This still the stupid second generation. Swish. Swish. Swish, all the executives looked at Lin Yu's belly. As expected, competition makes people smarter? Being too exclusive definitely isn't a good idea. Having more children brings more benefits. Lin Yuedu's eyes lit up slightly. Oops, my son has finally gotten it? I don't need to practice my trumpet anymore. No way. I should practice with an extra one just to be safe. She looked at Wang Xian with a much softer gaze. Son, you have finally grown up and stopped having wild ideas. Okay. Very good. Your father will definitely be very pleased when he comes out. Talk to them carefully about how to implement your idea and how to do it. Other senior executives also said, yes. Xiao Xian, tell me, talented people emerge in every generation. Xiao Xian has finally gotten the message. There will be someone to carry on the legacy of tiger power. How do we form an alliance? How do we maximize our profits? How do we deal with the Black Dragon? Wang Xian looked excited. First, this was the first time he received recognition from so many people. Ahem, he cleared his throat and looked confident. He had thought about the plan all night last night and he firmly believed that his plan was perfect, but just as he was about to tell his plan, boom. Boom, there was another hurried knock on the door, and one of Wang Xian's younger brothers came in half sideways. He whispered to Wang Xian, Brother Xian, come, see this? The faces of the senior executives turned slightly colder. This was a high-level meeting, and a little brother. Not even a core little brother, but Wang Xian's little brother dared to just push the door open and walk in. Who gave him the courage? Do you even understand the rules? How can they still have any face if the people below them are like this? Is it this little brother who was getting too proud, or is it Wang Xian who was getting too proud? They all looked at Wang Xian. How could he not see what the higher-ups meant? At the same time, he was a little angry inside. This little brother was just giving him advice, but he didn't know the rules at the critical moment. He could not help but angrily said, Xian, your Uncle Xian, who let you in? Do you think you can enter this place? Get out. Little brother, oh winky face, yesterday you were calling me sweetie, but he didn't leave. Instead, he said with a troubled look on his face, Brother Xian, something big has happened. Wang Xian, what's the big deal? Report to me later. You go out first. We are discussing major matters of the group and planning its future development. Younger brother, big news for the group. As a participant, he naturally knew what Wang Xian meant, and his expression became even more anxious. Brother Xian, don't tell me yet. Wang Xian, you, a senior executive asked impatiently, what happened that has you so flustered? What's going on? Is there anything else about the Huawei group that we're not allowed to know? Wang Xian also nodded right. Just tell us what happened. We are all family here, there is no need to hide anything. Younger brother, Wang Xian, speak. My younger brother, just now at the intersection in front of Songdaman, Yu Software founder Zhang Xiao was in a car accident and was directly thrown more than 10 meters. He has been taken away by ambulance. His current life or death is unknown. Wang Xian, degree, Lin Yu, other senior executives, winky face sigma degree. Chapter 683 Wang Xian is desperate, and the Zhang family wants revenge? What? Wang Xian took 2 steps forward and grabbed his younger brother by the collar. What did you say? Who? Who got hit by a car? Younger brother, Zhang Xia, it's Zhang Xia. Wang Xian, how could he be hit by a car? Little brother, it is said that when he was hit, Qin Zhang's convoy was right next to him. He didn't continue talking, but the meaning of his words was very clear. He was just short of saying that it was Qin Zhang who did it. Wang Xian's eyes widened. Qin Zhang. How dare he? How could he do this in broad daylight? Speaking of which, he himself couldn't continue. Why not? Hasn't Black Dragon done many similar things? Haven't many important figures died at Black Dragon's hands? Zhou Hua, Zhou Shang, Uncle Long. They are everywhere. Is Zhang Xia missing? Not bad. Although everything was beyond his expectations, he had to admit that it was so reasonable of this. Wang Xian staggered twice. At the same time, the senior executives reacted. It took all this time to find a cooperative ally, and when there was no cooperation, they killed him. Ally. You forget that we are from the underworld, and our allies can only be from the underworld. In the business world, he's a kid in his 20s, and he thinks he's worthy of being our ally, fighting Qin Zhang. That's just wishful thinking. Hearing these words, Wang Xian felt as if they were directly referring to him, his face flushing red. No. I'm not having any unrealistic thoughts. It's just that Zhang Xia is such a loser. We can think of other allies. A high-ranking official retorted, other allies? No one in the martial arts world dares to offend Qin Zhang. Those in business are naturally more afraid of trouble. Who would dare? Not afraid of death? Wang Xian, but Lin Yu's face was also full of disappointment. All right. Xiaoxian, stop making trouble and go out to play. He'd go out and play. Wang Xian felt extremely insulted, especially when he saw his mother unconsciously touching her belly. He felt that the position of crown prince was getting further and further away from him. Qin Zhang, it's Qin Zhang again. I clearly came up with a solution myself, but he strangled it in the cradle. Why can't I do anything to him? Why is he such a big shot at such a young age? And I can only be treated like a child? Like a piece of trash. The younger brother was so scared that he quickly pinched the middle of his head and kept calling out, Brother Xian, Brother Xian. The faces of those senior executives were even more contemptuous. Lin Yu waved her hand impatiently. Take it out, take it out. I didn't dare to say anything more and helped Wang Xian leave. This made Wang Xian, who was just pretending, completely furious and kicked his legs wildly. Time passes, news came from the hospital. Zhang Xia was out of danger. He was lucky that it was winter. He was wearing thick clothes, and the front sheet metal of the car that hit him was thin, so he didn't hit any vital parts of his body. After a day and a night of rescue, he was no longer in danger of life. Of course, he would have to stay in the hospital for at least a year and a half. Hospital. Zhang Xia regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. Pain. It hurt so much. He looked down at his body, which was plugged with various medical devices, and looked up at the hospital ceiling. Who I am? Where am I? Ahem. No amnesia. After all, this is the real world. The kind of TV dramas where people lose their memory all the time are very rare in the real world. At most, they will be confused for a short time and need to take a break. Soon, he recalled a flood of memories, the reconnaissance officer knocking on his door, his own leap from the building, his surrender, being hit by a car, and losing consciousness. Before he lost consciousness, he vaguely heard someone shouting, yes. Qin Zhang. It's Qin Zhang. It must be him. He was a little panicked and wanted to get up, but the intense exercise made his eyes go dark and he lay down again. Wow, several figures came over. Son, you're awake. You're finally awake. How can I live if you don't wake up? Quickly call a doctor to see my son, Xiao Jiang. Don't be afraid, we are all here. We are all here. It's okay. It's okay. Call a doctor, doctor. Doctor. The patient is awake. Call the nurse. The patient is fainting again. The ward was extremely busy for a while. A doctor was brought over moments later. After a quick examination, the doctor said, the patient is fine now. He's just a little weak after waking up. He needs to rest and not get too excited or emotional. Wait for the doctor to leave. Zhang Xia regained his composure and looked around. What he saw were many familiar faces, all of whom were relatives and friends of the Zhang family, including his mother, son, mom. Zhang Xia couldn't help crying in her mother's arms, like a child who had suffered extreme injustice. Mom, I'm in pain, I'm scared. Whoa, don't be afraid. Mom is here, Mom is here. Zhang Xia, Mom. It was Qin Zhang. He must have had someone hit me. I almost died, don't you know? I've already flown away, and I thought I'd never see you again, Mom. You have to seek justice for me. Whoa, hearing her son cry, the woman started crying too, her eyes widening. What? You said it wasn't a normal car accident? Damn it. Don't cry. Mom will definitely seek justice for you. Your dad has already gone out to find someone. Our Jiang family will never give up, others on both sides persuaded. Sister-in-law, don't cry. Jiang Xia has woken up, right? It's a good thing. Why are you crying? Yes. Jiang Xia has survived this great disaster and will surely have good fortune in the future. The doctor told him to rest and not get too excited. Just lie down. Your health is the most important thing right now. After a few minutes, Jiang Xia and his mother finally calmed down. Jiang Xia briefly recounted his grudge against Qin Jiang, but he made himself sound innocent. His mother held Jiang Xia's hand and continued to comfort him. We won't let this go. Your parents promised to avenge you. Whoever dared to do this to my son, Qin Jiang or Qin He, will pay the price. Her voice was firm and confident. It was obvious that she was not an ordinary person. Since she could marry the leader of the Jiang family, she was naturally a suitable marriage partner. After listening to his mother's words and feeling that all his relatives were around him, Jiang Xia finally calmed down and was no longer so panicked and scared, but he was still breathing heavily. It was not because he had poor psychological endurance, but because anyone who had experienced life and death would feel the same, or even worse than Jiang Xia. Seeing this, Jiang's mother felt even more distressed. Goddamn Qin Jiang, how could he do such a heartless thing? It's just business competition, right? He just killed me. The others also looked unhappy. It has always been the Jiang family who have been arrogant and domineering. When did it become their own family's turn to be so miserable? Revenge must be taken. Chapter 680. For the Jiang family is angry and Jiang's father is panicking. Leave quickly, revenge. Qin Jiang must pay the price. Who does Qin Jiang think he is? He really doesn't take the Jiang family seriously? He's lawless, they acted like crazy. After learning that Jiang Xia had been in a car accident, they followed Jiang's father and mother and rushed over. After seeing that Jiang Xia was in stable condition, Jiang's father left and said he understood the situation. Therefore, they did not know that there was anything wrong with Jiang Xia's car accident and just thought it was a normal car accident. But when they heard Jiang Xia say that his car accident was caused by human factors and someone deliberately wanted to kill him. How can this be accepted? What do you think of the Jiang family? They were so crazy because they only knew that the Black Dragon Group sold milk tea, and knew nothing else. Jiang Xia did not tell them the details of Black Dragon, and Jiang's father did not tell them about these situations at all. Jiang's mother, third brother, didn't you say you have connections in Songjiang? Your nephew is about to have your connections wiped out. Find someone to take him down. I don't care who he is or how powerful he is, but if he dares to touch my son. Jiang Laozhen nodded and said, Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will find someone right away and make sure Qin Jiang will be in trouble. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey. Baldy brother. It's me. Jiang Laozhen. Hey. Third master. Why are you calling me? I need your help with something. What are you talking about, third master? I'm here to help you. We're just following each other. Are you good at Songjiang? Take out the word ma. Didn't I tell you that there's nothing in Songjiang that a bald man can't handle? That's good. My nephew was hit by a car? I know the mastermind behind this. Please help me destroy him. You will definitely get some benefits after the success. It's a small matter, just tell me who it is. The guy selling milk tea is called Qin something Jiang, right? Qin Jiang, who? Broken voice. At the same time, Jiang Laozhen could hear constant clanging and banging sounds coming from the other end of the phone, as if someone on the other end suddenly stood up and bumped something into the scene. Jiang Laozhen, what's wrong with you? Baldy, who did you just say? Gasping, Jiang Laozhen, Qin Jiang. Baldy, is your nephew Jiang Xia, the one who developed the UU app? Jiang Laozhen, do you know, Baldy, quite famous? Jiang Laozhen, can it be done? Baldy, yes. But it's a big deal. You have to pay first, 1 million. Jiang Laozhen frowned, but seeing the expression on his face as his sister-in-law looked at him, he said simply, okay, I'll transfer it to you right away. Baldy, by the way, tell me your location, and I'll go and do it for you myself later. Jiang Laozhen, okay, I'm in the intensive care unit on the 6th floor of Songjiang Hospital. Bang, hang up the phone. Jiang Laozhen's face was full of pride. It's settled. Xiaoxia, just wait and see, I guarantee you will be satisfied. The others all smiled. Jiang's mother's expression also relaxed a lot. Only Jiang Xia looked at Jiang Laozhen with a puzzled look on his face. Uncle San, is this person you're looking for reliable? Jiang Laozhen, of course. I have a life and death friendship with your third uncle. We used to hang out together in our area. Later, he got into trouble and came to the north to make a living. He is very powerful and a ruthless person. He can do what he says. No? What's that look in your eyes? I don't believe it, Jiang Xia. Ahem. It was hard for him to believe that he was the only one among the people present who knew how powerful Qin Jiang was in the local area. Top social boss. There are countless legends about him, but he didn't know what to say. After all, he was very dissatisfied and angry with Qin Jiang. He could only naively believe that the person his third uncle found was more powerful and had more status in society. Let me be clear, this is not Jiang Xia's stupidity. To him, Qin Jiang is a gangster, but he has no idea how big his reputation is in the underworld. He doesn't even know how well he has been in the underworld. In his opinion, Qin Jiang is only in his early 20s, and there may be many underground forces in Northern Province that are no worse than Black Dragon. There are also many young people who want to get to the top by defeating the big guys, and similar things have appeared on TV before. Right at this moment, bang, the ward door was pushed open. Zhang's father walked in with a gloomy and tired face, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Big brother. Big brother. Several people greeted him with respect, saying that Father Jiang was the real leader of the Zhang family. Dad. Zhang Xia also struggled to get up. Seeing Zhang Xia's pale face and the various tubes and wires inserted into his body, Zhang's father took 2 steps forward with great concern. Lie down. Lie down. Zhang Xia couldn't stop crying. Dad. You have to make the decision for me. Qin Jiang is too cruel. Zhang's mother also said, that's right. That Qin Jian is a despicable, low-life bastard. He made our son like this. He must pay the price. I want to make him 10 times more miserable than our Xia, make him regret coming into this world, make him. Father Jiang, shut up. Zhang's mother, Lao Jiang? What are you yelling for? Father Jiang, I told you to shut up. What are you arguing about? What, revenge or not? Zhang's mother, what do you mean? Father Jiang, I won't tell you too much for now. Pack up immediately. I've arranged for someone to transfer you to another hospital outside of Songjiang. Let's go home and treat Xiao there. Zhang's mother, transferred to another hospital? To which hospital? Not to mention that my son's condition has just stabilized and he needs to rest properly. How can I leave when my son's revenge hasn't been avenged yet? Father Jiang, what revenge? Zhang's mother, that's what Qin Jiang did. Zhang's father said, the police have already determined the nature of this incident. Xiao ran a red light and was hit by a speeding car. Qin Jiang has nothing to do with it. Zhang's mother, old Jiang. Are you getting senile? You believe such outrageous things? Your son said he had just had a conflict with Qin Jiang, and he got into a car accident today. Besides, Qin Jiang is a gangster to begin with, so he is 100% the one who did all this. Even if he didn't do it, he will have to pay the price for daring to report our son by real name. Zhang's father's face turned grim. Don't you understand? I'm telling you, this car accident has already been classified. And the UU app my son founded has also been classified as pornographic. Qin Jiang didn't break the law. Everything is legal and compliant. This time, do you understand? Zhang's mother, what's wrong with not breaking the law? Qin Jiang thought he could get away with it without evidence. Old Jiang. You're still looking for evidence at this time? Fine. Anyway, I don't need you. I'll let the third son do it. After my son's revenge is avenged, I will take him back to the hospital myself. You don't need to do it, okay? Zhang Laosan said, brother. Don't worry, leave Xiao's matter to me. I have already sent someone to handle it. Zhang's father, what, has someone been asked to do it? Who to deal with? Qin Jiang. Holy crap. Bang, Zhang's father excitedly grabbed Zhang Laosan by the collar and said, what did you just say? Say it again. Chapter 685. The Zhang family panicked and ran away together. Zhang Laosan, degree. Zhang Laosan was so excited that his father was so tired that his neck felt a little tight. Brother, what are you doing? Zhang's mother, old Zhang, what are you doing? Father Jiang, third brother, what did you just say? What do you mean you've already asked someone to do it? Who? Zhang Laosan, go get Qin Jiang. He messed with my nephew, so I have to get him. Father Jiang, fuck Qin Jiang? Do you know who he is? You're going to fuck him? Who lets you make the decision? Zhang Laosan, no matter who he is, if he dares to touch anyone from our Zhang family, I will make him pay. Zhang's mother, old Zhang, what are you doing? You're out and about and you come back looking so awful. Your son is being bullied like this, and you're yelling at your third son for standing up for him? What do you mean? Zhang's father, you two don't understand. Wasn't what I just said clear enough? The higher-ups have already made the final decision. Even for something so obvious, they've issued a notice like this. Qin Jiang's background is so deep here that no one dared to see me even when I went to look for him myself. Zhang's mother, no matter how powerful his background is, he can't hit our son. Are you really going to let it go, Zhang Laosan, brother? Don't worry, I found someone in the underworld, and he said he can take care of Qin Jiang. Father Jiang, on the road, are you looking for someone from the underworld to deal with Qin Jiang? Which underworld person in Songjiang dares to challenge Qin Jiang? Something is wrong, something is absolutely wrong. Zhang's father's intuition told him that there must be a huge problem, which might even bring fatal danger. He gripped Zhang Laosan's neck tighter and tighter, making it hard for Zhang Laosan to breathe. Explain. What's going on? Explain it quickly. Jiang Laosan's face flushed. Brother, you may be angry, but give me some air. Father Jiang half let go of his hand but still stared at the opposite side, his eyes showing no sign of concealing his anxiety and panic. See this, Jiang Laosan also noticed something was wrong in his eyes. Jiang's father had always been as steady as a mountain. When had he ever been in such a panic? He then told Jiang's father about his search for the bald man. Father Jiang, Baldy? Who is Baldy? Jiang Laosan, he was a big scoundrel in our area. He got into trouble and came to the north. He's said to be very powerful here. He even came back to his hometown last year to show off. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met him. He's a very loyal person. If he says he can do something, he can do it. Father Jiang looked at the middle-aged man on the side. The other party was an old classmate of his in the north, and was also somewhat capable in Songjiang. Today, the other party accompanied him to many departments and advised him not to pursue the matter any further. The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Laosan. Bald guy. Baldy. The short guy with the big tattoos on his arms and the big golden cicada tattoo on his back. Jiang Laosan, do you know him? The middle-aged man said, I know this guy. He's a big thug from Road in the South District. He has 100 or 80 minions under him. He handles projects, contract work, and sand and gravel work. Jiang Laosan, brother. Look. I didn't lie to you, he's really powerful, with hundreds of little brothers under him. Father Jiang's expression became even uglier. The middle-aged man continued, he has hundreds of followers, but Qin Jiang has tens of thousands. Jiang Laosan, how much, how much? The middle-aged man said, tens of thousands. That's a conservative estimate. That bald guy you found is nothing compared to him. Forget about killing him. He's not even qualified to see Qin Jiang. Don't even mention Qin Jiang. Even the hall masters under him are not people Baldy can meet. Qin Jiang is the top social tycoon in Songjiang and even in Northern Province. He is a businessman only. Countless people have fallen into his hands in Songjiang, including some bigwigs. It is said that the bodies sunk under Songjiang are countless. Compared to him, Baldy. He is just a nobody, like Hao Yue and Inha. As soon as these words were spoken, whether it was Jiang Laosan or other members of the Jiang family, including Jiang's mother, they were all stunned, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Tens of thousands. Conservative estimate, are you kidding me? It's not shown like this on TV. When they heard Jiang Xia say that Qin Jiang was a gangster, they hadn't taken it seriously, thinking he was just some scoundrel with 30 or 40 men under his command. But what did they hear now? Qin Jiang had tens of thousands of followers, and he was also the top boss in Northern Province. Was he really just a young man in his early 20s? They don't want to believe it. But looking at the middle-aged man's tone that didn't seem fake, and then looking at Jiang Xia who lowered his head and remained silent, as well as Jiang's father who looked extremely unhappy, he knew that this was the fact. Jiang Laosan, that's not right. If he was really that awesome, why would Baldy agree to let me deal with him? The middle-aged man said, are you sure the bald guy wants to kill Qin Jiang and not you? I remember that the bald guy has publicly expressed his loyalty to Black Dragon more than once, but he has never succeeded in joining Black Dragon. No matter how dumb Jiang Laosan was, he could guess what was going on. Damn it. He wanted to use me as a token of his loyalty. No wonder he asked me where I was. Father Jiang was shocked. You told him our address. Jiang Laosan looked embarrassed. Jiang's father, who the hell let your mother make the decision on her own? Do you know this is not our hometown? This is Songjiang, this is Qin Jiang's territory. Now you want to find someone to mess with him. He wanted to slap Jiang Laosan twice. The middle-aged man held him back and said, it's no secret that you're in Songjiang. If they want to investigate, they can find the hospital, but originally, Qin Jiang might have let it go by getting someone to hit Jiang Xia to vent his anger, but your family wants revenge, and I'm sure Black Dragon won't give up. Black Dragon doesn't even need to take action. Those who try to curry favor with him, like Baldy, can keep you here. Songjiang is a troubled place. You can't stay there for long. You must leave immediately, otherwise, it's normal that Songjiang is so big. Ahem, there aren't many people. You know, Father Jiang looked at Jiang Laosan and said, I have arranged for a transfer car. Let's go now, can't delay. Jiang Laosan, good. He also realized that something was wrong and that his life might be in danger at any moment. Naturally, he did not dare to neglect his elder brother's words and hurried out to meet the car. The middle-aged man also followed him out. As a local, he could often do things more easily. Jiang Xia sobbed softly, Mom. I'm afraid. Qin Jiang is too cruel. We can't really die. People who have experienced death often cannot take life and death lightly. Instead, most of them are even more afraid of death. John's mother, don't be afraid. Mom is here. Mom is here. We are being bullied and yet we have to run away. Isn't this pure bullying? Is there any law? Although she complained like this, she did not stop packing up her things. At the same time, the rest of the Jiang family members were no longer able to calm down and hurriedly packed up. Chapter 686, Wang Xian makes a desperate attempt to form an alliance, and the Jiang family refuses to flatter Qin Jiang, just when everyone in the house was in a panic. Boom. Boom, there was a knock on the door. The next moment, a young man with a somewhat decadent and unruly look walked in. That's right. He was decadent and unruly, with a very strange aura. He looked like a mixed-up person, but also a little confused. It's Wang Xian. Yesterday, he told his plan at the headquarters meeting, and then was ruthlessly hit by the news from his younger brother, which made him become the laughingstock of the Huawei group. He had no dignity to begin with, and he lost power even more. The senior management were full of sneers when they saw him, and his mother was going to have a prince. He panicked, he is anxious, he wanted to change the situation but couldn't do anything about it, so he came here desperately to see if he could take this opportunity to win over the Jiang family to his side. Father Jiang looked at Wang Xian and frowned. Who are you? Wang Xian, it doesn't matter who I am. The purpose of my coming here is the key. Father Jiang frowned even more. What are you doing here? Wang Xian pointed at Jiang Xia lying on the sickbed and said, I'm here for him, or rather, for you guys. He said mysteriously that he was not very good at negotiating or winning people over, and could only recall what his father had told him: when dealing with people, don't leave things too far for others to guess. Many times, others will make up stories for you that are very impressive, and things will be easier to handle. That he decided to give it a try. Click. Father Zhang's heart skipped a beat. Came for my son, come for yourself? Could it be Qin Zhang's people? Although he was a little panicked inside, he pretended to be calm and asked, I don't quite understand what you mean. Wang Xian, to make a long story short, you know exactly what happened to your son in the car accident. Your son is in such a miserable state, so why don't you do anything about it? Father Zhang's heart trembled. What are you going to do? What can be done? Revenge on Qin Zhang. But what does this have to do with him? Why is he asking me this? Is he testing me? Yes. He was definitely testing me. Maybe he was sent by Qin Zhang to see if I had any revengeful intentions. No, it must never be revealed. He pretended to be a little confused and said, I don't understand what you're talking about. My son's accident has been classified as a normal car accident. Everything can be left to the law. What should I do? I just need to get my son treated. Wang Xian, smiley face. No, are you really stupid, or just pretending to be stupid? How could you not guess what happened to your son's car accident? It was clearly Qin Zhang who sent someone to hit him. What? You still believe the notice? Wang Xian, do you really believe this was a normal car accident? Father Zhang, what else? Wang Xian, of course it's not normal. Don't you know about the grudge between your son and Qin Zhang? Zhang's father, do they have a grudge? Isn't it just normal business competition? This is perfectly normal in the business world. What does this have to do with the car accident? Wang Xian, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Qin Zhang started out as a gangster, and your son got into a car accident right after provoking him? It can't be a coincidence. Father Zhang, it's just a coincidence. Wang Xian, no. I told you clearly that it was Qin Zhang who did it, so just tell me how your family plans to retaliate. Don't worry, tell me, I will help you. Father Zhang, can you help me? You're blowing the whistle for my grandma? I'm afraid you'll tell tales on me after I say that. It can be said that the more anxious Wang Xian was, the more Zhang's father believed that he was Qin Zhang's man. I dare not tell the truth, but he just said, I really don't understand what you were saying. My son's affairs have nothing to do with others. If you are fine, please leave first. My son still needs to rest. Wang Xian, no? Why don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you your son was almost killed by your in-laws. Don't you want to take revenge in some way? We are in the same group. As long as you are determined to take revenge, we can work together to take revenge. Alright, I won't hide it from you. I'm Wang Xian, the young master of the Huawei group. I can cooperate with you and help you get revenge. Now I'm just waiting for your words. Father Zhang was stunned. Where had he heard of Tiger Power and 8 Powers, King Xian and Dog Xian? He was even less clear about the feud between Tiger Power and Black Dragon, so he didn't believe a word the other party said. Why does the other party want to cooperate with you? What other party can help me get revenge? Fake, it's all fake. Now he was frightened by Zhang Laosan and the setback he encountered today, and just wanted to leave Songjiang as soon as possible. The most important thing is that I can feel a strong sense of gangsterism from the person in front of me. It goes without saying, he is from Black Dragon. Seeing the other party testing him again and again, he felt very dissatisfied and panicked. He thought that the Black Dragon was about to take measures against them, and he had to do something. Grit your teeth. He added, Qin Zhang is a leading business legend in Songjiang, a representative of young entrepreneurs, and a role model for my son. My son often tells me that he wants to learn from Mr. Qin. He's been his guiding light on his entrepreneurial journey. I don't understand why you keep saying this is related to Mr. Qin. What's your intention in slandering such an upright man like Mr. Qin? Please get out. We don't welcome Chairman Qin's enemies here. As he spoke, he did not forget to wink at the other two families. See this, other members of the Zhang family also spoke up. Get out. How dare someone like you insult Director Qin? He's someone we in the Zhang family admire immensely. Director Qin is a young and talented man. How could he do what you said? This is pure slander. Our Jiang family and President Qin will still be on good terms in the future. Stop sowing discord here. They all glared at Wang Xian. Bang! Jiang Xia clenched his fists tightly. He knew that Qin Jiang had played him half to death, and they all hated He Long to the core, but now he felt extremely humiliated when he heard his family members constantly complimenting Qin Jiang. Why, he is also a child of destiny. He is also, although he felt like he was about to explode, he dared not say a word and could only grit his teeth. It wasn't just him who felt aggrieved, the rest of the Jiang family was even more aggrieved. They had always been the ones bullying others back home, and when would it be their turn to be bullied to the point where they couldn't resist? But he could only endure the frustration and continue to compliment and praise Qin Jiang and nothing else, all for leaving alive, because the foreshadowing was so perfect. They all thought Wang Xian was someone sent by the Black Dragon to test him. If they dared to express their dissatisfaction with He Long or show their intention to retaliate against Qin Jiang, he will take ruthless action against them. Go out. People like you are not welcome here. We all respect Mr. Qin very much. We don't welcome people like you who have opinions about Mr. Qin. Several people rolled up their sleeves, looking like they were going to drive Wang Xian away if he didn't leave. Wang Xian, winky face, no, wow, what did he do, you guys? Chun Chun is seriously ill. Chapter 687, Refusal to Cooperate, Jiang Family Negotiations. Baldy starts chasing confused. Wang Xian was completely stunned. He looked at the Jiang family and felt his worldview collapse, didn't he? Qin Jiang had clearly caused your son to get into a car accident and nearly died. Result, not only do you not believe it, but you also praise others in every word. It's just that the fucking thing is wrong. Wang Xian, no, Father Jiang. It's nothing, leave now. If you continue to stir up trouble here, don't blame us for being rude to you. Get out. Get out now. He directly kicked Wang Xian out. Bang! Wang Xian looked at the closed ward door for a long time in silence, unwilling and unbelieving, speechless and helpless. Fuck, a bunch of idiots. Wang Xian cursed, why did I choose your family as an ally in the first place? I really overestimated you businessmen, you know nothing. Quite a while, Wang Xian left cursing. In the ward, seeing the ward door closed, the Queen Mother was about to say something. Father Jiang, shoo, silence. The room fell into an eerie silence. Father Jiang came to the door and waited for a long time. When he heard no footsteps, he opened the door and looked. The person has indeed left. Call. Father Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. He's really gone. It's so mysterious, Queen Mother, he really didn't come here to seek cooperation with us, but Qin Jiang sent someone to test us? The king's father nodded and said, nonsense. You haven't figured out who Qin Jiang is. He's very ruthless. Song Jiang is now under his sphere of influence. We are trapped like a turtle in a jar. We must not be careless or our family will be ruined if we make a single misstep. Even if someone can avenge us later, what can we do? You and I are both useless. In fact, there was one thing he didn't say. Even if Wang Xian really came to seek cooperation, he couldn't cooperate. Why would they cooperate with them to fight Qin Jiang? They were most likely using them as pawns. In this unfamiliar place, they weren't even dragons from the river, so how could they possibly defeat a local dragon? They had to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Xia also spoke up, yes. My dad is right. Qin Jiang is very ruthless and domineering. He won't tolerate any provocation from others, otherwise he will retaliate. He has killed many people in Songjiang. I have a grudge against him this time and I have survived a disaster. I must leave immediately. Jiang's mother, you know he's not easy to mess with, so why are you still going against him? Jiang Xia, I don't think I'm just an ordinary person. The leaders of Song University were all polite to me and secretly supported my fight with Qin Jiang. The leaders above me met with me in person, but who would have thought that as soon as Qin Jiang came forward to report me, they all fell silent and hid away faster than rabbits. I've been completely screwed. His face was full of resentment. At this moment, he subconsciously didn't particularly hate Qin Jiang, but hated those school leaders and those who praised him to death, saying that he was no worse than Qin Jiang and could surpass him. She openly and covertly encouraged him to fight Qin Jiang, but what happened? She didn't answer the phone at the crucial moment, and even defined his obvious car accident as a normal one. Damn it, I was really cheated by those people. Now, more importantly, escape for life and death. Zhang's mother, what on earth is Qin Jiang going to do? Kill them all? Where's the car? Fortunately, Zhang Laosan came in with a doctor. Brother, the transfer to another hospital has been arranged. We can leave now. Father Jiang, okay. Let's go now. Doctor, I don't think his current condition is suitable for transfer. You can observe him for a week. It would be best if you could transfer him after a week. Zhang Laosan, we request to be transferred to another hospital. Doctor, I'm stating a fact. A week from now is indeed the best time. Transferring to another hospital now is not good for the patient's health. Zhang Laosan, after a week, there will be no one left. Doctor, please trust the medical standards of our hospital. The patient is no longer in danger of death. As long as we don't make any unnecessary changes, nothing will happen to him. Zhang Laosan, you know nothing. I've already completed the transfer procedures. Why do I need you to be here talking? Zhang's father said, this is a decision made by our whole family. We have better medical care in our hometown, so there's no need to worry, doctor. He looked at the Zhang family's determined faces and said nothing, nor did he have any reason to stop them. He simply said to the medical staff, "Get the stretcher and lift the person onto the transport vehicle." Soon the Zhang family and their group left in a hurry, not daring to delay for a moment for fear of accidents. 10 minutes later, bang, the ward door was suddenly pushed open. A bald man rushed in with a few people, scaring several busy nurses. The young nurses looked at Rabbit and others, and the fierce aura made them a little panicked. The leader was Yuma. She asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Baldy, isn't this the ward for Jiang Xia, the founder of UU Software?" "Where is he?" "Yuma, he was transferred to another hospital?" "Bald man, transferred to another hospital? Nonsense. He just called me. How could he be suddenly transferred to this hospital?" "You lied to me." Several younger brothers next to him looked fierce and clenched their fists at the nurses. "Yuma, what are you going to do?" "I told you this is a hospital," I shouted. The bald man waved his hand to signal his subordinates to stand there. He was not so arrogant as to cause trouble in Sanjiang Hospital. "Baldy, you are the head nurse, right?" "Let me ask again?" "Zhang Xiaojun has been transferred to another hospital." "Yuma, yes." "Baldy, when did it turn?" "Yuma, just now." The bald man was about to say something when Yuma interrupted him. "Please leave. We still need to clean up the ward. If you have any questions, you can ask the hospital's leaders." "Little brother, oh my god, little girl, you are so..." "Baldy, shut up. Go." He waved his hand and led his people away. "Younger brother, Brother Bald? Why don't you keep asking? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as we capture Jiang Xiao's family, we can make meritorious contributions to the Black Dragon. Maybe that boss Qin Jiang will be so happy that he will recruit us." "Baldy, why are you asking? Asking more will only waste time. She doesn't look like she's lying. We can just go down and ask the security guard to find out if there's a transfer bus to the south. I remember that Jiang Xia is from the south. Besides, what do you think this place is? A hospital. A top-tier hospital. Do you think it's a restaurant? The doctors here have connections beyond your imagination." That head nurse just now looked so confident and spoke with such a confident attitude. How could she be easily provoked? Remember, don't offend people like this. There might be someone behind them. Listen to this. All the younger brothers flattered him. "Brother Bald is wise. Bald brother is awesome." Chapter 688, Yizei's Three Travels, Life and Death Pursuit. Start. The bald man looked at his younger brother and continued, "We must catch up with them. We must not let the Zhang family leave Sanjiang. Brothers, the opportunity to make a name for ourselves has come. The Zhang family dared to go against Brother Jiang. As long as we capture them, we will gain merit and be able to join the Black Dragon army. Then, I don't need to say how powerful we will be." As soon as these words were spoken, my blood is boiling and I am extremely excited. Who among the gang members in Songjiang doesn't want to join the Black Dragon? As long as you join the Black Dragon, you are the boss. Everyone in the martial arts world knows that Black Dragon has come out. Even his younger brother outside is 3 levels higher than him. Bald brother, isn't that awesome? He has over 100 brothers under his command, and is considered a top figure in the South District. Even the smallest Black Dragon bosses bow and scrape in deference to him. It's simply because of 2 words, Black Dragon. It's word of mouth. At this moment, they all fantasized about catching Jiang Xiao's gang to please the Qin Jiang boss, and then joining the Black Dragon as an exception, thus becoming completely famous in the world. Until then, what the hell are these big brothers? When you see them, you have to be polite and say whatever you want. Baldy is the most imaginative, even imagining climbing up the ranks of the Black Dragon, standing beside Qin Jiang, and becoming one of the big bosses in Northern Province. "Chase," the bald man yelled. "Chase." Wow, a large number of younger brothers rushed downstairs yelling. In the ward, Yuma and the other nurses vaguely heard the bald man and others outside saying that they had offended Qin Jiang and that Jiang Xia must be dealt with. They were all frightened and looked scared. Those guys just now seemed to be gangsters? They came to cause trouble for Jiang Xia, and what about Qin Jiang? Why does his name sound so familiar to me? Oh right. I remember there seems to be such a person. It is said that he is also a gangster. He is very powerful. He has tens of thousands of subordinates. He is our top boss in Songjiang. He seems to be in his early 20s, is this true? I remember there was a milk tea vendor named Qin Jiang. For a while, this kind of nurse talks about all kinds of gossip. Yuma fell into deep thought. He had heard some things about Qin Jiang from Yizei. Like, Yizei didn't get along well with the other party. Although Yizei never told Umo about his grudge with Qin Jiang, the tone he used when mentioning Qin Jiang was very unfriendly, and Umo could naturally hear it. Today, she saw with her own eyes that Qin Jiang sent someone to kill her. She witnessed the car accident yesterday and heard people nearby say that this incident might be related to Qin Jiang. Today, another group of people came and said that if anyone dared to offend Brother Jiang, they would kill Jiang Xia. Naturally, she would also blame everything on Qin Jiang. I can't help but, she felt that Qin Jiang was in danger, so she took out her phone and called Yi Zhe, and told him what she saw in the hospital. Yi Zhe, what? You said Qin Jiang sent someone to the hospital to kill people? What did he want to do? To silence them? Oh my god, has he really gone this far? He's never been so unscrupulous before. On the other end of the phone, Yi Zhe stood there in a daze, and couldn't help but recall the various struggles and grudges between him and Qin Jiang. It could be said that the grudge between him and Qin Jiang was much greater than the grudge between Jiang Xia and Qin Jiang. That's the struggle. Could it be? Qin Jiang is getting more and more crazy now. I am lucky. I met Qin Jiang at his most kind-hearted time. Yi Zhe couldn't help but think of the fate of Huasheng, Longfei, Hui and other forces, and compared himself, it seems. He is really lucky. Yuma, Yi Zhe, do you have any grudges with him? Yi Zhe, it's all just trivial stuff. Yuma, don't get involved with him anymore, and don't go against him. He's too ruthless and we can't afford to offend him. He'll fall sooner or later. Don't have anything to do with him before he falls. Yi Zhe, I understand. It's just that we had some business conflicts before. Now that we are no longer in competition, there is no connection between us. Yuma couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was afraid that one day Yi Zhe would be hunted down like Jiang Xia, which would be too scary. Bang, hang up the phone. Yi Zhe looked down at the suit and shouted, "Assistant!" Bang, the assistant pushed open the door and came in. Yi Zhe, where's that Nike family photo you put away? Bring it to me. Assistant, no, do you want to listen to what you're saying? What do you mean by let me put it away? You clearly told me to throw it away and now you ask him to bring it back, playing, but fortunately, the assistant had experienced a similar situation last time and had the experience and did not throw the clothes away. Soon, the assistant brought up a Nike family photo. Yi Zhe put it on and stood in front of the mirror, muttering, I can be considered a person who can put on and take off 3 times, and I have great perseverance. After, don't change unless necessary. Jiang family transport fleet, Jiang Xia, Jiang's father, Jiang's mother, were in the monitoring car, while Jiang Laosan and others were in the other 2 cars. Jiang Xia, Mom and Dad, have you left Songjiang yet? Father Jiang, it's almost there. The road we chose will soon take us out of Songjiang. Jiang Xia, I always feel a little panicked. Jiang's mother, son, don't be afraid. I'm here. If anyone dares to touch my son, I'll fight him to the death. Jiang Xia, Mom, Father Jiang felt a little nervous as he watched the night gradually darken outside. Although many things were just his guesses, he felt really uncomfortable knowing that danger could come at any time. 10 minutes later, the driver in front said, Mr. Jiang. We're just a few dozen kilometers away from Songjiang. Call. Father Jiang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang's mother and Jiang Xia also breathed a sigh of relief. Right at this moment, Jiang Laosan's voice suddenly came from the intercom behind him. Brother, it's not good. There's a convoy behind us and it's chasing us. What to? Father Jiang, oh winky face Jiang Mu, Jiang Xia, Mom, whoa. He really doesn't intend to let me go. I don't want to die. Jiang's mother, what should I do? What should I do? Father Jiang, stop arguing. What are you panicking about? He picked up the intercom and said, Third brother. Are you sure that convoy is chasing us? Jiang Laosan, there aren't many cars on this road to begin with, and that convoy was heading straight for us. Father Jiang, turn 2 intersections and look again. Boom, the Jiang family's transport convoy immediately turned around, but after turning 2 more, the convoy behind them not only did not disappear, but was getting closer and closer. Even Jiang's father could see it when he stuck his head out of the window. Someone in the convoy behind them leaned out with a baton in hand, pointed at their convoy and shouted a parking, stop. At the same time, Jiang Laosan's panicked and frightened voice came from the intercom. Brother, it's a bald man, click, it's over. Jiang's father, Jiang's mother, and Jiang Xiao were left with only their doubts shattered, and they felt that the sky in Songjiang had become completely dark. Chapter 689, Life and Death Pursuit, Service Area Danger. Jiang Laosan, catch up, what should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Walkie-talkie. Jiang Laosan's voice became more and more anxious. The car being pursued by Baldi and the others was getting closer, and even the sounds were becoming clearer and clearer. Jiang San, stop. Brother Baldi, stop. Why are you running? Stop, I have something to tell you. Did you call me? Now I'm chasing you and you don't stop. What's going on? Jiang Laosan turned around and shouted, Brother Bald. Go back quickly. I have nothing to worry about. Baldi, go back? Where should I go back to? You asked me to help you find someone. Jiang Laosan, I won't look for it anymore. Baldi, you said you don't want to look for me, then don't look for me. It's too late. Do you really think you can leave Songjiang in Bei province after offending Brother Jiang? Stop the car immediately and go back to Brother Jiang to honestly admit your mistake. Kneel down and sing conquer. Otherwise, the consequences will not be something you can bear. Jiang Laosan, benefit, Baldi. You have no moral principles. Third brother treated you well in the past. You always call him that, but now that something's wrong, you're planning to kill him. Baldi, don't mention this to me. If you offend other people, I'll give you 3 points of face, but if you offend Brother Jiang, you're looking for death. No one can save you. Bump into me, he yelled, and his little brother chased after him. Zhang Laosan also shouted at the driver, hurry up, if you can get rid of him, I will give you an extra 10,000 yuan, no. 100,000 yuan. I will give you 100,000 yuan right now. Boom, the driver stepped on the accelerator. Money makes the world go round. In addition, the transfer team's drivers are professional and have excellent skills. With the help of money, they can drive their cars very fast and overtake like crazy. Even if the Baldy team and others behind them are chasing them desperately, they always keep a safe distance. Grass. The bald man cursed, is the Zhang family's mother a rabbit? How can she run so fast? I should have brought the guys here and shot them all, and blown out all their tires. He regretted not bringing a gun on this trip. Of course, Sanjiang's crackdown on crime was very strict, maintaining a safe environment, which made small and medium-sized gangs act with caution. This was also why they were so eager to join the Black Dragons. They thought that if they joined the Black Dragons, they would have a backer and could act as recklessly as before. No. Even more so than before, without any taboos. Ahead to I in the ambulance, Zhang Xiao's face was pale and the corners of his mouth twitched from time to time. He had just been rescued and his body was still in a seriously damaged state. He could hardly bear the crazy and bumpy movement of the ambulance. He couldn't help grimacing in pain, but the pain in his body was not proportional to the fear in his heart. He held Zhang's mother's hand tightly. Zhang's mother, son, mom is here, mom is here. Father Zhang looked at the pursuing convoy and his son's painful expression and said, get on the highway. Leave the people behind me behind and I'll give you extra money, 1 million. 1 million per person. He knew that if he continued to bump along the dirt road, his son would die before he could shake off the people behind him, so he had no choice but to get on the highway. This was not the time to be stingy with money. Boom, two teams chasing and catching up on the highway. This also reflects the advantage of the transfer fleet. The transfer fleet has a special pass and can enter the highway without inspection or payment. The bald guy behind me couldn't wait any longer, as he had to wait in line to pay for several minutes. Therefore, the transfer convoy left the bald convoy behind, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief again. But half an hour later they received bad news again. Driver, the gas is running low. Father Jiang, what? Why didn't you add oil in advance? How can there not be enough oil? Driver, I was planning to fill up at the service area, but now, Father Jiang, how much longer can you hold on? The driver said, it's only 100 kilometers. We can pass 2 service areas in this area, but... His meaning was very clear. The pursuing vehicle was only a few minutes behind them. If they were delayed in refueling at the service area, they would probably be caught up. Driver, why don't we seek protection at the service area? They probably won't dare to cause trouble there. If all else fails, we can call the police. Father Jiang, no, he was shocked by what happened today. In his opinion, no place is safe, not even calling the police. The only safe place is returning to his hometown. Zhang's father looked at his watch. They'll delay me for at least 3 minutes at the service area toll gate. Even if they keep the same speed as us, we still have 3 minutes of safety time. We can refuel within these 3 minutes. As long as there are fewer cars at the service area ahead, we can immediately drive in and refuel. Driver, okay. 20 minutes later, the first service area, the driver turned the corner and prepared to refuel, while Zhang's father stared at the situation outside. Very few cars, there aren't many people, it's almost evening now, and there aren't many cars on the highway at this time. Sudden, Father Zhang's eyes fixed. I saw several shabby black cars parked nearby, with several men standing next to the cars. Some of them were drinking water and chatting, some were squatting to check the condition of the cars, and some were eating instant noodles. On the surface, they all looked normal, but who was Zhang's father? He had also experienced many hardships and had a very sharp vision. He could tell at a glance that these people were no ordinary people. Each of them was very capable. They seemed to be standing in random positions, but they were perfectly formed to observe each other and eliminate blind spots. Most importantly, he noticed a slight bulge in the waist of one of the young men. His eyes shrank sharply. Gun. Zhang's mother, what did you say? Zhang Xia, what gun? Dad, Father Jiang ignored the two people's questions and yelled as he watched the driver approach the gas station, don't stop. Let's go, quick. The driver shuddered and subconsciously turned the car, which was originally heading to the gas station, towards the highway intersection. Boom, the car got back on the highway. Later a sizzle. Zhang Laosan's confused voice came from the intercom. Brother, no gas? Why are you on the highway again? Father Jiang, don't ask so many questions. Hurry up and follow me. Although Zhang Laosan was asking, in fact, the two cars behind were following the ambulance from beginning to end. When they saw him get on the highway, the two cars behind him did not stop to follow the highway. Zhang's father breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the entire convoy on the highway, but he looked still in shock. Zhang's mother, old Zhang, what's going on? Zhang Laosan also asked the same question on the intercom of Father Jiang. Something was wrong at the gas station just now. There was a group of people inside with weapons in their hands. They were obviously waiting for someone's silence, so quiet. The three Jiang family teams seemed to have been paused and fell silent. Who could those people be waiting for, need I ask? Of course they are squatting, themselves. Chapter 690, Heavy Oppression, Jiang's father's method. Jiang Xia begs for mercy. No, what did they do? Isn't it just that Jiang Xia is competing with Qin Jiang in the business world, and at most he wants to step on Qin Jiang to get to the top? Is it that so? Hit a car again, sending people to hunt him down again, even, another robbery, what's up? We must kill them, we must not let them leave Songjiang. Jiang Laosan. Brother. I'm sorry. I was too reckless. I was too impulsive. He thought that it might be because he was seeking revenge on the bald man that Black Dragon Qin Jiang thought they were not going to give up, so he took such a cruel action. Father Jiang, as a family, we don't say sorry. We all want the best for each other. Now that something has happened, we have to find a solution. Jiang's mother, what should I do? Father Jiang, you're a fucking tape recorder. Jiang's mother, service area. Several capable young men were startled as they watched Jiang's father's convoy leave. One of them lowered his head and spoke into the microphone on his chest. Report, there are 2 suspicious vehicles, license plate number, requesting to intercept. Sizzle, a low voice came from the headset. Let him go. This license plate isn't our target. Our informant reports they're in a car belonging to. According to surveillance footage, they're about to arrive at your service area. Proceed as planned, arrest them immediately upon entering the service area. That's right, these people were none other than the Songjiang Public Security Bureau. They had been investigating various criminal evidences related to Baldy and had collected almost all of them and were ready to close the net in the next 2 days. However, they suddenly received news that Baldy and his men were driving on the highway out of Songjiang, making them all think that Baldy and his men were going to flee for fear of being punished. The higher-ups issued an arrest warrant, ordering local security to stake out the arrest at the service area. The reason for arresting them at the service area was to minimize the impact. If Baldy and others did not stop at the Songjiang service area, the security would forcibly intercept them on the highway. Grass, no more gas. What are you doing here? Don't you know how to refuel? Hurry, there's a service area just ahead. The bald man roared angrily, if you delay the capture of the Jiang family, I'll kill you when I get back. Quick. They faced the same situation as the Jiang family, not having a full tank of gas, which was very common in 2012. Low on gas. I never fill up my tank unless necessary, and I only fill it up in 100 to 100 increments. One reason is that it saves money each time, and the other is to prevent gas stations from playing tricks. Boom, Baldy and his team drove to the service area gas station. Bang. Baldy pushed open the door and shouted to the gas station employee, come on, quickly. The gas station employee stood there without picking up the gas pump. The bald man walked over angrily and said, I'm talking to you and you didn't listen. He didn't finish his words. The staff saw him approaching and rushed over. Crows are on a plane. Baldy, equals smiley face. Oh shit. He sensed something was amiss and, with years of experience in fighting, he instinctively stepped back. He couldn't help but glance around, only to discover that the other 2 oilers were also rushing towards him. Oh no. The wind is strong. The bald man felt something was wrong and was about to rush into the car, but it was too late. Many young people rushed from other directions and blocked the exit of all cars. A bang. A staff member rushed to the bald man and raised his hand to counterattack. The bald man hit Joshua Daigwei in return. It must be said that being a boss is not easy and he has some skills. Unfortunately, he is outnumbered and was pushed to the ground by the other 2 staff members who rushed up. The bald man struggled madly. Let me go. Who are you from? How dare you mess with me? Do you know who I work for? Do you really think Baldy Grandpa is afraid of you? Try to touch Grandpa, and if I blink, I'll take your last name. Bang, a gun pointed at the bald man's head. Who is this bald guy? Is that the guy who shits in the toilet with his face facing outwards? Feeling the cold touch on the back of his head, he immediately said, Grandpa, spare my life. Soon Baldy's gang was brought under control. The captain reported to his superiors, report, all the core members of this gang have been arrested. According to their initial confession, they had no intention of fleeing Songjiang. Wang Hu frowned, bring the person back first. Captain, yes. On the highway, the Jiang family convoy was still very quiet. Driver, Mr. Jiang, we can't get out of Songjiang without refueling, but refueling, it's too late. Jiang's mother, Jiang Xia, and even Jiang Laosan fell silent upon hearing this. How could they not know their current predicament? Even though they hadn't stopped at the gas station, it still delayed them for 2 or 3 minutes. Normally, that might not be a big deal, but at this moment, 2 or 3 minutes could mean life or death. Even if they didn't see Baldy and his men attacking the convoy from behind, they still felt they were probably close. The distance had been shortened to the limit, and now the car was running low on gas. If they stopped at the next gas station to refuel, they would most likely be blocked by Baldy and his men. Most importantly, even if they weren't blocked by Baldy and his men, would they still dare to go to the gas station? They were ambushed at the last gas station, and maybe a trap has been set up waiting for them at the next gas station. After a long while, Jiang Laosan said, Brother, why don't we just get off the highway ahead? Father Jiang thought for a moment and refused. We can't get off the highway. There might be an ambush at the highway exit as well, and Xiar's body simply can't withstand the bumps. Jiang Laosan, what should I do? I can only watch myself die on the road when the gas runs out. Father Jiang, you can't wait to die. Zhang Laosan, then, Father Jiang, let's go to the gas station ahead and fill up. Zhang Laosan, brother, if you don't tell me, Father Jiang, do as I say, Zhang Laosan, okay? Zhang's mother, old Jiang, do you have any ideas? Father Jiang looked at Zhang Xia and said, the fate of the Jiang family now depends on you. It depends on whether you can sacrifice your dignity, Zhang Xia, Dad. You're still shameless at this point. Just tell me what to do. Father Jiang, what? Zhang Xia stared at his father, who was in a state of turmoil, feeling unwilling, reluctant, and helpless, finally turned into a deep sigh. After a moment, he took out his phone, opened the trending search app, and logged into his account. After a moment of silence, he forced a smile on his face and opened the recording screen. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Xia from UU Software. Recently, a lot of attention has been paid to my car accident, and many people have also made irrelevant speculations and started talking nonsense. Today, I solemnly declare that my car accident was purely accidental. Brother Jiang. Yes. That's Qin Jiang, the chairman of the Black Dragon Group. He's an entrepreneurial leader whom I deeply admire and a guiding light on my path forward. There is no conflict between Brother Jiang and me, and no one has ever speculated that there was such a thing. Brother Jiang even personally sent someone to visit me in the hospital. If anyone spreads false information in the future, I will hold them accountable according to the law. Chapter 691, the Jiang family completely submits and openly surrenders. Finished. Zhang Xia looked at his father with a difficult expression. Father Jiang shook his head. No, the emotions are not rich enough, it needs to be fuller. Zhang Xia, although he was very reluctant, he had no choice but to do what his father said when things had come to this point. Then Zhang Xia repeated it with emotion. Father Jiang, no. That's not sincere enough. After that, Zhang Xia kept repeating it. Father Jiang kept saying, try again. You can be more sincere. You have to believe in your potential, start over. Show your entrepreneurial spirit and be more respectful when speaking to Qin Jiang. Let's do it again, start over. Zhang Xia was desperate. What do you mean I have great potential? What does it mean to have entrepreneurial spirit? I am speechless. But I can only keep doing it over and over again. That's right, this is the solution that Zhang's father came up with. Surrender, complete surrender. He directly told Qin Jiang that he admitted the incident, surrendered to Qin Jiang, and begged for mercy. He also published it on trending websites to achieve the fastest publicity. 10 minutes later, Zhang Xia finally said those words against his will with full of emotion and sincerity, then clicks in great humiliation. At the same time, Zhang's father pulled out his phone and said, hello. Old Chen. It's me. Old Jiang. Do me a favor. Please help me get this video to the top of the trending searches. The higher the better, the faster the better. Don't worry about funding. Okay, the account number is. I'll wait for your news. Bang. After hanging up the phone, Zhang's father said, wait for the news. Silence. The convoy fell silent. Time passes. With every minute and every second, Zhang's father and others felt more and more depressed. After all, of the future is unknown. Everything is unknown. They are still in danger of death at any moment. 20 minutes later, Zhang Xia, who was constantly scrolling through his phone, said, Dad, the video I just posted has been pushed to the top of the trending searches, ranking 13th. Zhang's father grabbed the phone and checked it. He saw that the video Zhang Xia had just posted was very popular, even more popular than his own son's. Most of the searches were about Bawang tea and top celebrities. There were even many comments under the hot searches. What's the meaning of this video? Is Zhang Xia explaining that he and Qin Jiang have no grudges? Someone is spreading rumors that they have a grudge? I know Qin Jiang? The founder of Bawang tea? But who is this Zhang Xia? Looks like he's the founder of a software company. Why do I feel this video is weird? It seems like every time Zhang Xia mentions Qin Jiang, he seems scared. Rather than explaining that he has no grudge against Qin Jiang, it seems more like he is apologizing to Qin Jiang. Surrender. Obviously, some people have a rough idea of what's going on, but of course most people can only see the surface at below. There are also specific topics for discussion. Does anyone know what kind of melon this is? I know. I'm from Songjiang, and this Zhang Xia is from our school. He offended Qin Jiang not long ago and fainted after being scolded by Qin Jiang. Then he got into a car accident yesterday, and everyone said it was Qin Jiang's fault. But now that Zhang Xia has come out to explain, it must be all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? I feel like it's not a misunderstanding. Everything seems even more real. What did the upstairs say? If it really wasn't Qin Jiang's doing, why would Zhang Xia come out to explain? This matter didn't do him any harm, so why is he so eager to explain now? Think about it carefully. What the hell? This can't be. This is too awesome. I give up. You guys are conspiracy theorists. You don't believe it even when people release the video. Believe it or not, I don't believe it anyway. There was a lot of discussion on the internet for a while. Zhang's father didn't pay much attention to this. He only cared about whether this matter was hot enough. Now let's see. That should be enough. Zhang Xia, Dad. Can Qin Jiang see it? Zhang's mother said, we can't hold out for much longer. If Qin Jiang doesn't see it or sees it a little later, it will be a huge threat to us. Father Jiang, that's right. To be absolutely sure, son. Call him. Jiang Xia? What, do I have to call him? Just surrender yourself. Isn't this too embarrassing? The most important thing is that I don't have his phone number. Jiang Xia, I don't have his phone number? Jiang's father, then fight Zhu Zhang or another high-ranking official under him. Jiang Xia, I don't have theirs either? Father Jiang, if you didn't ask, wouldn't you? Jiang Xia, he picked up the phone and started calling his assistant, who soon gave him the phone number of a senior executive at Black Dragon, Zhang Qi. Brush. Jiang Xia called Zhang Qi, who? Jiang Xia? Jiang what, with Jiang Xia from UU Software. What happened? I heard you were hit by a car. You're not dead yet. Zhang Qi's doubtful and disdainful voice came from the phone. He naturally had no good impression of Jiang Xia, who dared to provoke his own brother Jiang, and his tone was also sarcastic. Yes, these words were like a heavy hammer in the ears of the Jiang family. Look at him. He didn't even try to hide it, he was just short of saying he wanted him dead. Maybe in the eyes of the other party, he was already dead. Father Jiang winked at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia laughed dryly. You are joking. How could I die? I haven't offended anyone. Zhang Qi, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Jiang Xia, hold on. Did you see what's trending today? It's number 12. Zhang Qi, hot search. Jiang Xia, yes. It's a trending search. Zhang Qi, and then? He always felt that Jiang Xia had something else to say. Jiang Xia didn't dare to hide it and said directly, well, please ask Brother Jiang to take a look at this trending search. Please help. I'm anxious. It's urgent. Help. Zhang Qi, are you sick? Jiang Xia, yes. I'm sick. Is this all my fault? Mr. Zhang, Brother Zhang Zuzong, you must let Brother Jiang see the trending searches, Article 13. Swipe. Zhang Qi checked his phone and was stunned by the contents of Article 13. What was this? Was he giving in to his brother Jiang? Are you scared, Zhang Qi? I know I'm scared. Jiang Xia, I'm scared. Zhang Qi, are you convinced? Jiang Xia, I give in. Zhang Qi, he was a little confused. He always felt that Jiang Xia's tone was a little strange. Why did he suddenly give in like this? Was he hit by a car and became stupid? But he subconsciously said, okay. Bang, Zhang Qi hung up the phone. Beep, listening to the busy tone on the phone. Silence. The car fell into silence for a long time again. Depressed, continue to be depressed. 10 minutes later, the driver in front said, Mr. Jiang. We need to go to the second service area. If we don't refuel, we won't make it to the third service area. Father Jiang gritted his teeth and said, drive in. Chapter 692, completely safe, Wang Feng, so many coincidences. Is he convinced? The driver gritted his teeth and said, okay, boom. He stepped on the accelerator and drove into the service area. As soon as he entered, the driver was stunned. Mr. Jiang, there is someone else. Jiang's father, Jiang's mother, and Jiang Xia all stared outside. There were still many capable young people pretending to be calm and doing their own things. Normally, they would not care about this kind of situation, and no one would pay attention to it. However, with the lessons learned from the past, it was hard not to make associations when seeing this kind of situation. Jiang Xia's voice was trembling. Dad, Father Jiang, shut up. Jiang Xia, Father Jiang, keep driving, come on. Driver, let's do our best. He drove into the gas station, rolled down the window and said to the staff, 95. Fill up. The staff member did not answer directly, but lowered the window to look inside. Seeing this, everyone in the Jiang family became extremely nervous. They couldn't stop breathing. The tense atmosphere in the air made people feel very depressed. Even the driver's foot was on the accelerator, ready to run away at any time. Just when they could no longer bear it, buzz, there was a buzzing sound in the staff member's headset. As if someone was talking to him, the staff member nodded, okay. He turned around, opened the car's gas cap, picked up the gas pump and refueled. At the same time, several people behind him also refueled the remaining 2 cars of the Jiang family. Seeing this, everyone in the Jiang family relaxed a little, but they were still tense. They were still not out of danger. The gas station staff was obviously not right, and the bald man and others behind them could catch up at any time. 1 second, 10 seconds, after only 1 or 200 seconds of refueling, everyone in the Jiang family broke out in sweat and their hearts began to beat wildly. Bang, the sound of the gas gun tripping echoed in the quiet gas station. Swish. Swish. Swish, gulp, gulp. Everyone in the Jiang family was so frightened that they trembled, and only swallowed their saliva after realizing that the oil gun had tripped. Bang. The staff closed the fuel tank cap and said to the driver, 287. The driver took out 100 yuan bills and handed them to the staff member, saying, 3 cars, no need to change. The staff looked at the situation in the car again. Jiang's father, there's a patient in the car, so we can't bother. Please forgive us. We've already said, the staff frowned. Have you said that? Who should I tell? Should I report it to my superiors? Shake your head. He didn't think much about it. The headset had just told him that this car was not suspicious, and the target of this arrest had been arrested at the previous service area. Let's go, boom. The driver stepped on the accelerator. The three Jiang family cars set off onto the highway again, and continued on their way a few minutes after leaving the gas station. Call. The people in the car were gasping for breath, looking like they had survived a disaster. With cold sweat covering their backs, Jiang Xia, are we safe? Father Jiang nodded. It's safe. It's definitely safe. I just saw the staff member who was refueling us move his earpiece before letting us go. Apparently, Qin Jiang saw the video you sent and ordered us to let go of this matter. Otherwise, those people won't let you go. Father Jiang pointed behind him again, and we just refueled for 3 or 4 minutes. Logically, even if Baldy and his men refueled at the previous gas station, they would have likely caught up. But now there's still no sign of us. What does that mean? It means Baldy and his men didn't continue chasing us. With their crazy behavior just now, there's only one possibility for them not to continue chasing us. They were recalled. As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the 3 cars also relaxed. They are finally safe. Life and death, speed. Yes, they had no idea that this life and death race and the subsequent series of reactions were all made up by their own imaginations. The enemies at the gas station were imaginary enemies, and the bald man who was chasing them was captured at the gas station. It can't be said that everything has nothing to do with their videos, it can only be said that it has nothing to do with it. Public Security Department. Office, Wang Feng looked at the report by Meng handed over and said, well. Very good. Another crackdown on evil forces. Are you really on a roll lately? What's the matter? Are you interested in my position? By Meng, leader, you're joking. Wasn't all this accomplished under your wise leadership? Wang Feng, you're really getting better at flattering people. You've improved so much compared to the reckless you used to be. I can hardly believe it. By Meng, a soldier who has been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes, let alone me who has been in the team for such a long time. Wang Feng, by the way. Is the evidence regarding the Jiangxia car accident case conclusive? Can it withstand reasoning? By Meng, don't worry. We divided into 3 investigation teams to conduct a comprehensive investigation and interrogation. They ultimately concluded that this was an accident. The truck had just left with the goods, and it didn't stop from the time it left until it passed Song University. Jiang Xia's departure that day was completely accidental. He was chased by the inspection team and ran away. It was a case of running a red light. It's impossible that anyone planned all this in advance. No one could have predicted that Jiang Xia would come out at that time. It's even more impossible that a car that had been traveling non-stop the entire time could have just happened to hit him. The entire chain of evidence is very complete. No matter who it is, they can't deny this review. Wang Feng nodded. This incident caused a sensation in Songjiang, and all kinds of rumors were flying around. They are also under a lot of pressure in terms of public security, and are afraid that if something is not done well enough they will be held accountable. Fortunately, all the evidence is complete and impeccable. By then, there is no need to worry even if someone wants to reopen the investigation or cause trouble. Anyway, they acted legally, reasonably, and in compliance with regulations. Throughout the process, Wang Feng, this Qin Jiang? Really, always making these coincidences? Not to mention those passers-by who have no idea about it. Even I find it hard to believe after looking at all this evidence. TSK, Bai Mang also smiled speechlessly. Obviously he was helpless about the rumors about Qin Jiang. Wang Feng, after all, he is an outstanding young entrepreneur in Northern Province. Send him a notice to explain the situation. Also, try to contact Jiang Xia and discuss the case with him. Don't let him be influenced by those rumors. Bai Mang did not leave. Wang Feng, what are you doing here? Bai Mang, what you just said seems unnecessary. He took out his phone, opened the trending search app and handed it to Wang Feng. This is the trending search I just saw, take a look. Wang Feng clicked on the trending video and saw Jiang Xia's pale face appearing on the screen. He said to the screen, "Hello everyone, I am Jiang Xia. Regarding the rumors about me and Chairman Qin today, listening to Jiang Xia's sincere explanation and the respectful attitude he showed when mentioning Qin Jiang, Wang Feng, this, he looked at Bai Mang. Do you really think this explanation is useful? Why do I feel like the more I explain, the worse it gets? How can this be an explanation? It's like someone is being frightened into submission and begging for mercy." Chapter 693, Public Security Decision. Conversation at the Qin family villa. Bai Meng nodded and then shook his head. It's a bit like what you said, but I specifically checked and found no action from Qin Jiang. Is it just that Jiang Xia transferred to another hospital on his own? Wang Feng, is he okay? Bai Meng, no life-threatening danger. Wang Feng, okay, then you can put this on record and get busy with your New Year's preparations. You have to take the lead in your first year since you were promoted. I guess you won't be able to rest. Bai Meng, why should I rest? I'm just an old bachelor. Wang Feng, haha. There are countless girls in our hall who want to pursue you, just pick one. Bai Meng, busy with business. Wang Feng, you can't just focus on your career. If it delays your life, I'm afraid your dad will tear me apart. By Meng, Wang Feng, go ahead. I'll let you rest on New Year's Day and I'll take your shift for the day. By Meng, no need for leadership. I have plenty of strength. Wang Feng, I have all the means. Go ahead. We must ensure that the people of Songjiang have a good new year. This is our responsibility. By Meng, understood. A few minutes later, Bai Meng strode out of the office. Now, Wang Feng looked up at the darkening sky outside and muttered, Songjiang's society has finally been almost wiped out. Only Hu Wei, a half-baked man, and the Lin family remain. These two are hard to deal with. The nail plan. I don't know if it will work. The Lin family, this cancer still needs to be eradicated. As for tiger power, Wang Feng didn't take him seriously at all. In his opinion, Hu Wei would be killed by Black Dragon without much effort from the public security department, and the Lin family would be the one in real trouble. Black Dragon, Lin family. Wang Feng, these two families are already at odds, so we can consider another cooperation. TSK. This matter is too big and requires long-term planning. Let's just take a quiet New Year break. Everything, we'll talk about it next year. He knew that it was impossible to eradicate a power like the Lin family easily. The Lin family had a complex network of relationships and was even considered the top one in the nail plan established by the upper echelons of the North District. It takes a lot of advanced planning to destroy him. Shake your head. He went downstairs and went home without thinking much. Qin family villa, Qin Jiang, his parents, Old Man Qin, Zhu Zhang, Sizhou, Old Man Gu, Gu Chuan, and others were sitting there for a family dinner. Qin he had already started working, and his parents had returned home in gratitude. Qin Jiang had left his parents and Old Man Qin behind to celebrate the new year in Songjiang. At the dinner table. Mr. Qin and Mr. Gu chatted intermittently in the silence. Mother Qin, son, Qin Jiang, Mother Qin, I went out with your father today and heard a few people discussing a car accident. That, Qin Jiang, rumor. Nonsense. Of course he knew what Mother Qin was referring to. He simply rejected it. Mother Qin still had some doubts at first. What those people said was very convincing. Second, she has a certain understanding of her son. Maybe he can really do it. Before Qin Jiang could say anything. Mr. Gu continued. Are you talking about the car accident involving Jiang Xia, the founder of Yu Software? I've looked into it and it was just a normal car accident. Those people are just talking nonsense. Don't listen to these nonsense rumors. Mother Qin, really? When Qin's parents heard what Mr. Gu said, they believed it most of the time. In their eyes, the other party still had some weight. Mr. Gu nodded. Before he could say anything else, boom. Boom, after a gentle knock on the door, Zhang Qi pushed it open and walked in. He walked to Qin Jiang and whispered, Brother Jiang, look. He handed the Jiang Xia trending video on his phone to Qin Jiang. He just called me and asked me to show it. Qin Jiang was watching the video content above, and Xu Zhang on the side also tilted his head slightly to watch. He is the only one in the entire Black Dragon group who can see any secrets without asking. As for the other one, showing off my fans. Zhang Qi didn't turn up the volume on his phone, but the official video was subtitled, so the two of them could naturally see the content. 1 minute later. Brush, Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang looked at each other and saw a difference in each other's eyes. They whispered to each other. Zhu Zhang, what is he doing? Qin Jiang, scared? Xu Zhang, why would he be scared in the hospital? Worried that we'd kill him there? Yeah. I guess his family made a scene with the Songjiang authorities, but the conclusion was that it had nothing to do with us. It was too dark. A bit scary. Qin Jiang, more than that. These alone wouldn't scare them this much. There's only one possibility, a gang of thugs wanted to show off to us, and they ended up scaring them. Xu Zhang, it should be. The two of them analyzed the general situation and what happened with just a few simple conversations. Qin Jiang, send the video to Bai Meng and tell him about the Jiang family's situation. We need to rescue them. Zhang Qi, yes. Xu Zhang understood that Brother Jiang was filing a report with the Public Security Bureau to prevent Heilong from being implicated in the future. There's no way. Even if the lower-level forces want to appear to be taking the initiative, some things might be discovered later if you don't record them, making it difficult to explain clearly. Zhu Zhang, also, word has spread, Black Dragon will not accept any outside groups to join. All Black Dragon brothers and Black Dragon executives will be selected from the candidate management trainees. Zhang Qi, okay. The two of them came up with a strategy to deal with this matter. The Qin and Gu family members on both sides looked at Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang, obviously a little confused. Even someone as smart as Mr. Gu Chuan couldn't analyze the general situation from just a few simple sentences. In addition, Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang were talking in low voices just now, so what they heard was not just a few words. Qin Jiang then handed the phone to his mother and turned up the volume. Mom. This is the Jiang Xia you were talking about. Then Jiang Xia explained sincerely as the voice came from the phone, this matter has nothing to do with Mr. Qin. My admiration for Mr. Qin is as endless as a surging river. If anyone makes false statements, I will pursue legal action. After hearing these words, Jean's father and mother finally felt relieved and no longer had any doubts. Instead, Mr. Gu equals smiley face Gu Chuan underscore what did they hear? Was Jiang Xia explaining? No. Jiang Xia was begging for mercy, surrendering. What on earth had Qin Jiang done to Jiang Xia to scare her so much that he even recorded a video about it and it even became a trending topic? That's not right. The information obtained above is purely coincidental. If it's a coincidence, then Qin Jiang has nothing to do with it. Then why is Jiang Xia so scared? Even surrendering? What exactly happened? Could it be, is there something they don't know? Is it true that Jiang Xia's accident had nothing to do with Qin Jiang? Chapter 694, Mr. Gu leaves, New Year's benefits. The sky in the northern province is really dark. Mother Qin was completely relieved. Those people outside are really good at making up stories and saying anything. From now on, we can't just listen to what outsiders say. We should ask our own family first. Look, Mr. Gu knows the inside story. If you have any questions in the future, ask him first. Father Qin nodded. Mr. Gu, okay. What can he say? He was also confused. He felt helpless. Half an hour later. Mr. Gu and Gu Chuan left the Qin family villa. Gu Chuan, what's going on? How could Jiang Xia be so frightened? Mr. Gu didn't answer but just made a phone call. Quite a while after he hung up the phone, he said, Jiang Xia has been transferred to another hospital. Gu Chuan, transferred to another hospital? So urgent? Even if the severity of the car accident wasn't fatal, he should have rested well. He wouldn't have been transferred unless he encountered something else life-threatening. Even in this case, he chose to record a video. Mr. Gu said, it's clearly stated that it was an accident. Everything can withstand investigation. This means that the car accident really has nothing to do with Qin Jiang. This is a fact. Since the car accident has nothing to do with Qin Jiang, then there's no need for Qin Jiang to bother with him anymore. But he's still so frightened. There's only one possibility: some other faction is trying to curry favor with Jiang Xia and is looking to cause trouble for him, or even kill him. That's why we're in this situation, Gu Chuan, that should be. No wonder I just vaguely heard Qin Jiang say something about reporting to the Public Security Department. I guess he doesn't intend to get involved in this matter. Mr. Gu, he is a smart man. He is very cautious and will not bring trouble upon himself. Gu Chuan, he is also a person with great luck. Old Master Gu, without great luck, how can you succeed? I had it too, don't you? No, of course, Gu Chuan had experienced many turnarounds in the business world that relied on luck, and had made many successful bets. Moreover, it was a great fortune for her to be born into the Gu family. Gu Chuan, you've been in Songjiang for half a year? You don't plan to settle down here, do you? Old Master Gu, why are you trying to get close to him? I originally stayed here to see if I could take down Qin Jiang, but now it seems I completely underestimated him. He's shattered the milk tea brand I personally built, leaving it vulnerable. Gu Chuan, 100 flavors of milk tea. After all, it is the third largest milk tea brand, but it is completely vulnerable in Mr. Gu's mouth. All I can say is that the old man wants to achieve perfection in everything. Gu Chuan, I told you before that he's different from others. He's very resourceful. He often does things in a very unexpected way. He always comes up with things that seem simple but can actually change the market. You have to be very careful to compete with him. Mr. Gu, your opinion of him is getting higher and higher. It seems that my time here has not been in vain. Gu Chuan, Mr. Gu, book me a flight for tomorrow. I want to go back to Hong Kong. Gu Chuan, not staying anymore? Mr. Gu said, there's no point in taking you any further. We've already finished what we needed to talk about. I can't force you to make this important event in your life. Let everything take its course. The Gu family is not feudal. Grandpa is not feudal either. Grandpa doesn't insist on you marrying Qin Jiang. The Gu family's son-in-law can be a rare talent, or just an ordinary one. As long as he's not a laughingstock, that's all that matters. He patted Gu Chuan's shoulder with a meaningful look on his face, then left with his crutches. Gu Chuan's expression changed several times, and he uttered 3 words speechlessly: old antique. In the villa, Father Qin looked outside and said, it's Chinese New Year again. This is my first time in Songjiang. I'm still a little uncomfortable. Mother Qin, what's there to be uncomfortable with? You don't know how to enjoy your good life? It's so nice here. The automatic constant heating system is better than burning coal at home all day. I don't have to freeze to death to go to the bathroom, and I can take a shower every day. It's all good. Besides, the old man is here, so there's no need for the rest of the relatives to get together every day. If you want to go back, go back. Anyway, I am spending the new year at my son's house. How can I let him down when he is so filial? Jean's father. No, I just said a few words casually. Why did you react so strongly? Who doesn't know that the city is good? It's as if I don't know how to enjoy life. Who doesn't know how to enjoy life? If their son was incompetent, they might have had reservations, but their son was so impressive that no matter how they spent in the city, it wouldn't affect him at all. He was still wanting to go home. That was pure insanity. At best, he could wait until spring to go home and stay for a while. The two of them strode upstairs and left. Old Master Qin looked at Qin Jiang meaningfully and said, Xiao Jian, you must always keep your heart and be upright in everything you do. Grandpa is very happy to see the Qin family flourish. Grandpa is very content. Grandpa doesn't want the Qin family to fall apart one day. Qin Jiang, how could he not understand the meaning behind Grandpa's words? That's right. His parents had no experience at all and might not have noticed anything wrong with what he had just said, but his old and experienced grandpa clearly saw something, although his vision was limited and he couldn't directly deduce the general situation like Grandpa Gu and Gu Chuan, but I can also tell that something is wrong. Therefore, he was specifically warned not to go down the path. Qin Jiang, don't worry. Grandpa Qin looked at Qin Jiang and nodded in assurance. He just nodded. After all, he knows his grandson very well, and outsiders cannot influence what he wants to do. He just gave a few warnings. On the sofa, Zhu Zhang, Brother Jiang, the Chinese New Year is only 20 days away. What is the procedure for this year's celebration? Qin Jiang, as usual. All benefits will be increased by 10%, but will still be primarily in the form of cash and physical benefits. Especially physical welfare benefits should be increased, high-end and classy items should be available, as well as daily necessities. Let's make the scene grander. If employees have trouble getting home, the Black Dragon transport team can take them home free of charge. Overtime workers still receive triple pay, and subsequent vacation pay is doubled, and senior management receives generous benefits. Qin Jiang quickly listed the various welfare benefits, which were basically an increase of 20% to 30% on last year's welfare benefits. Don't underestimate these 20% to 30% of benefits. After all, the welfare benefits of the Black Dragon Group itself are already far higher than those of normal companies, which is envied by employees of large groups. If the news of increasing it by another 20% to 30% this year gets out, it will probably make countless workers envious, and will also make countless other employees jealous. Of course, such high welfare benefits naturally mean that the company has to give up some of its profits, but Zhu Zhang has no objection to this and agrees very much. What does it represent? This means that Brother Jiang really treats his subordinates as brothers. It represents Brother Jiang not forgetting his original aspiration in creating greater glory. Zhu Zhang, I will convey the order right away. The other side. Boom, boom, the Jiang family convoy finally drove out of the northern province, and only at this moment did they completely breathe a sigh of relief. Now, they all turned back to look at the dark night sky in the direction of the northern province, and couldn't help but sigh in agreement. The sky in this northern province is so dark. Chapter 695, Annual Meeting in Fengzhou. Psychological Changes. Wow, Brother Jiang is awesome. For a while. As Qin Jiang's welfare message spread, all the major departments of the Black Dragon Group cheered. Brother Jiang is awesome. Let me see who dares to pick up their chopsticks if I don't sit down when I get back today. I'll have to sit on the table when I go back this year, and I can brag openly about it. Joining Black Dragon was indeed the right choice for me. A large number of new employees joining Heilong are excited, and even the old employees are very happy. Although they received similar benefits last year and earned face by returning to their hometown, how can they not be happy if they can continue to make money this year? This thing is afraid of comparison. Compared with the pitiful benefits of other companies, Heilong's benefits are definitely outrageous, better than many units. Time passes, time flies. Before we knew it, it was the end of the year. Still following the same routine, Qin Jiang held a meeting at the Hentang Hotel, throwing money around and showing off. Qin Jiang raised his glass. 2012. Black Dragon Group will surely reach new heights. I encourage all my brothers to do the same. Go for it. For Brother Jiang, for Black Dragon. Go. For Brother Jiang, for Black Dragon. Go. The Black Dragon brothers raised their glasses and drank them all, then smashed all the glasses to the ground at snap. Snap. Snap, the sound of a large number of wine glasses breaking echoed throughout the top floor. This it was common for hotel staff to guard the door. After all, Heilong didn't order any wine glasses when he came that time. It has become a routine. They would only be surprised if there was really no sound inside. An hour later, Qin Jiang took Zhu Zhang and Sizhou downstairs. The vice president came over with a big smile on his face. Boss Qin, everything has been arranged. We will ensure that the brothers upstairs can drink to their heart's content. We have arranged a large number of drivers downstairs. As long as any brothers want to go home, we will send them there as soon as possible. Qin Jiang nodded. Yeah. Very good. Hard work. Vice President, look at what you always say, it's my honor to work for President Qin. He escorted Qin Jiang and the other two downstairs until they got into the car, and only straightened up after watching Qin Jiang's convoy leave. Tisk. He walked back with a smile on his face. He used to be just a small lobby manager at Hentang Hotel. His fate started to turn after he received Qin Jiang 2 years ago. Thanks to his careful care, Heilong arranged every large gathering at Hentang Hotel and he was in charge of the arrangements. This not only brings business routes to Hentang Hotel, but also brings a lot of invisible value. At least in the eyes of many people, Hentang Hotel has a close relationship with Heilong Xinjiang and dares not cross the line in the slightest. As Xinjiang's reputation grows, this situation becomes more and more formal, and even evolves to the point that Hentang Hotel is almost becoming the Yipis Hotel of Northern Province. No one dares to cause trouble there, and many people on the road will subconsciously come to Hentang Hotel to solve problems. They fight for their interests but dare not take action. Same, this situation also made him, the lobby manager, appreciated by his superiors, and he was promoted all the way to the vice president of the Hentang Hotel branch. Now, with his status, he is rarely allowed to show up except to receive Heilong. As long as he shows up, no matter which side they are from, they will give him some face. No other reason. It's because of Black Dragon. Does Xinjiang know? Of course I know. But Xinjiang ignored it. As long as no one was doing anything illegal under his name and the matter was resolved within a reasonable range, he wouldn't have to interfere, and he wouldn't be able to control it. Hey, Mr. Feng. The vice president was startled when he saw Feng Zhao coming. Down the stairs, you came down so soon? You haven't been drinking for a while. He knew the man in front of him. Feng Zhao, the one who has risen fastest among the newcomers of Heilong Group this year, has been appointed as the deputy manager of a second-level department under the security department. It may not seem like a very high position, but he works in the Heilong headquarters, and it is a key department. In charge of the Black Dragon's most powerful security department, it can be said that Feng Zhao is considered a big shot in society. He is someone who is flattered by those big gangsters. With just one word, he can mobilize hundreds of Black Dragon brothers to go out and do things. The most important thing, he has a strong upward momentum and is said to be favored by many senior executives. He has great potential for future growth. He has always been very interested in studying the Black Dragon Group and is naturally familiar with these celebrities. Feng Zhao, I'm slightly allergic to alcohol and don't drink much. Besides, I plan to go home tomorrow, so I won't drink for now. Vice President, okay. I'll arrange a car to take you. Feng Zhao, trouble, Vice President, no way. Soon, the Vice President personally sent Feng Zhao upstairs, and then returned to wait. He had decided not to leave until today's drinking party was completely over. There were many important figures from the Black Dragon Group upstairs, and he had to serve each of them well. This is his biggest trump card for the future of Hentang Hotel. Outside, Feng Zhao left the hotel in a car, his eyes a bit hazy, not drunken but rather a bit confused. He had originally joined the Black Dragon Group as an undercover agent assigned by the higher-ups to collect evidence of Black Dragon's crimes, but for so long he hadn't been effective. It couldn't be said that he wasn't very effective, it could only be said that he was completely useless. Criminal evidence, not a single thing was collected. The more he collected information, the more he felt that the Black Dragon Group was a legitimate company. Later, he felt that it was completely useless for him to stay in the Black Dragon Group, so he took the initiative to report to the higher-ups and apply for transfer, but the answer he received was, continue to lie dormant, keep collecting evidence. It puts him in an extreme contradiction. No investigation, there are requirements from above, and it is very likely that there is still suspicion that Black Dragon is unclean. Investigation. Heilong was very kind to him and his subordinates were very clean, which made him feel very conflicted. Ahead, driving brother, Mr. Feng has arrived, yeah. Feng Zhao nodded, thank you. He took out 100 yuan and gave it to the driver, then got out of the car and went upstairs. Closed the door, lock it. He casually opened the notebook under the table, which he no longer hid. After all, he had seen for such a long time that Heilong trusted his brothers very much and no one would investigate him at all. Open the notebook and start writing the case. 2012.1.19. I've been a member of Heilong for half a year. Today, brother Jiang, no. Xinjiang. He said a lot of inspiring words. I think he's sincere. He really treats us as brothers and is willing to share the money he earns with us, this kind of boss. No. Boss. He's a good boss. The above is based on my own feelings and next, this is my rationality. Xinjiang treats his subordinates so well that he must be training assassins, and he must have some ulterior motive. It is also said that Jiang Xia's escape is related to Heilong. I will continue to investigate. In a word, I have to trust the higher-ups. There's something wrong with Black Dragon. Continue to investigate. Feng Zhao, you can do it, Feng Zhao. You must not be tempted by money, you must not be corrupted by any interests. Never. Chapter 696. Feng Zhao returns to the village, ready to slap someone in the face. Come to the county, Fangjing town, Yangqing village. Feng family. Father Feng came home with a happy look on his face, carrying the noodles he had just bought. His son called him yesterday and said he would be home today. Father and Mother Feng started preparing early in the morning, and it was obvious that they attached great importance to their son. 2012. Many children in northeast China are only children. Feng Zhao is no exception. His parents doted on him since he was a child. In addition, Feng Zhao was also very popular. In 2005, he was one of the few people who was admitted to university. Although it was not a key university, Yangqing village was still very famous at that time. Pity, opposite intersection, a few villagers were chatting away out of boredom. Seeing Lao Feng carrying his things and walking back with a smile on his face, someone couldn't help but ask, Lao Feng. What are you so happy about? Did you win 5 million, Father Feng? No. Come back, son. Someone said, oh. No wonder. Even a stingy old man like you can buy beef. I just knew it, this guy has been out for another year. Does he have a girlfriend? Old Feng, they asked with a smile. Old Feng also answered with a smile. Suddenly someone asked, Old Feng, I really envy you. Your son is a good student, got into university, and even served in the army. He even arranged a job for him when he came back? Unlike my son, who just messes around all day and is now barely a small supervisor on a construction site, making 70,000 to 80,000 yuan a year. I envy you so much. By the way, what does your child do in college? What subject does he teach? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone else was stunned. Everyone knows that Lao Feng's son works as a security guard at a university. Although he is a security guard with a regular position, he is still a security guard. In 2012, the regular position in Northeast China did not have such a big impact, not to mention it was just a regular position at a university. So what the other party said was completely a slap in the face of Lao Feng, but they looked at the person who was speaking. Zhang Laosan, there is a person who has always been at odds with Feng's father and was suppressed by Feng's father in every way in the past. Now his son came back wearing a mink coat a few days ago, which made Zhang Laolu very happy. What can I say? Ever since his son came back, he has been walking around the village wearing his son's mink coat. Wherever there are crowds of people, he must be there. It goes without saying that saying these things now is deliberately showing off and slandering Feng Zhao. Feng's father, Dashi, couldn't help but tighten his grip on the vegetables, and seeing Zhang Laosan's smug expression, he wanted to punch him, but in the end, reason prevailed. Humph. He snorted coldly and went home without saying anything. Zhang Laosan pretended to be puzzled and asked, no? What happened to old Feng? Who offended him? Oh right. Do you know what Feng Zhao ended up teaching at university? What are you looking at? I really can't remember. I remember someone said he taught physical education. Everyone, who the hell teaches sports? Are you really that good? Finally your son has made it, right? No one answered him. Although the villagers liked to gossip, most of them were good people by nature. They rarely supported others unless there was any grudge between them, and they looked down on Zhang Laosan's endless showing off. Zhang Laosan didn't care. In his opinion, these people were just jealous and envious of him. A few minutes later, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Zhang Laosan felt bored and waved his hand nonchalantly. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go home to have dinner with my son. My son brought me Wulianya from the city. Wulianya, you know it? It's the kind of wine you always see on TV. Oh, I said that we are of no status and that rural people can't drink that stuff, but my son insisted on me buying it. What do you say? This. What should I do? TSK, he forced himself to act cool again before leaving. Everyone curled their lips and said, he's just showing off. His son is making some money out there, and he's almost going crazy. Those who know his son earn tens of thousands, while those who don't would think his son earns 1 million. The mink is almost sticking to his body. He can't even zip it up, but he's still trying to wear it. Although they complained, envy was evident in their eyes. In 2012, earning tens of thousands of yuan was a huge sum of money for rural residents. Many farmers worked hard for a year and could only earn 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. How many years' worth of money did they earn? To say they weren't envious would be a lie. The mink is small. But no matter how small it is still a mink. It is hard currency in rural Northeast China, and wearing it when walking outside will definitely make you look respectable. The most important thing is that Feng Laosan's son used to be a gangster and was a low-class person in the countryside who could look down on him. He was a thief, chasing lunatics and beating fools. In the eyes of these people, this kid was useless, but why did he keep getting away with it? Who can accept this? Hi, someone sighed and said, who can you talk to in this world? I've always thought the eldest son of the Feng family was a good person since he was young. He was sensible, smart, good at studying, and tall. He was admitted to university, but, look, someone else echoed, not great. I thought his son would be the most promising person in our village in recent years, but he ended up being a security guard. Someone responded, my son didn't even go to college, but he works as a security guard in a factory. I heard he makes over 3,000 yuan a month, and he's been working for 5 or 6 years longer than Mr. Feng. Apparently, they look down on Feng Zhao. A proud young man from the countryside who was a security guard to Feng family, Mother Feng looked at Father Feng with a gloomy face and said, what's wrong? Why do you look like this after going out? Father Feng, isn't it Zhang Laosan who was wearing a tattered mink coat that looks like a small earthenware jar? He doesn't even remember this meal and is showing off. He walks around the village 8 times a day. Sooner or later, he will catch a cold and get sick. He won't show off anymore. Feng's mother, why do you care about him? Don't care about him. Father Feng, don't think he's showing off now, he'll have to bow down to me sooner or later. Feng's mother, yes. Yes. Father Feng, he thinks my son is a security guard at a university in the city. That's a regular job. How can it be the same as a normal security guard? It's the same as a public security officer. Maybe he can wear a public security uniform in the future? I remember that they can all be transferred horizontally, Feng's mother, so he doesn't understand anything. Although the two men said it with ease, they felt uncomfortable and angry inside. It was difficult for anyone to accept that their son, a child of destiny, was working as a security guard. Feng's mother, alright, hurry up and cook. My son will be back soon. Oh, and don't tell him what to do when he comes back. Let him do whatever he wants. Father Feng, I know. Soon the old couple started busying themselves in the kitchen. Half an hour later, when the old couple was done with their work, they would go out to wait for their son and chat with their neighbors. We were chatting. Zhang Laosan returned from dinner with his son, and it was clear that he hadn't had enough of showing off. Seeing this, everyone was speechless to know Zhang Laosan is really showing off. Just as Feng's father and mother were about to turn back to the courtyard, a car horn suddenly sounded. At the intersection ahead, Didi. Chapter 697. Returning home in glory, shocking everyone, middle-level leaders, Didi, they saw a pure black car driving towards them, and Zhang Laosan and his son subconsciously made way. The others who were chatting also made way. At the same time, they couldn't help but look at the car. In 2012, cars were still not considered popular products in such an ordinary village, not to mention that the car in front of them didn't look cheap. The next moment, they saw the car stopped in front of old Feng's house. Feng's father and mother were stunned. Father Feng, are there any relatives coming to our house today? Feng's mother said, I don't think any of our relatives have ever driven such a nice car. It's so shiny. It looks expensive. Father Feng, then why stop at our house? Feng's mother, I think we should turn around. Just when everyone was confused, bang, the car door was opened. A young man dressed in a black suit, with a straight figure and very imposing appearance, got out of the car. He turned around and looked at Feng's father and mother. Dad. Mom. Oh shit, holy crap. Everyone looked at the young man in a daze. Feng Zhao. He's the eldest son of the Feng family. He actually drove back? And he's still so energetic? Is it a suit? It doesn't seem so. It's pure black, and it looks really handsome. The key is that it's not cheap at first glance. They all recognized the young man's identity. Feng Zhao's appearance hadn't changed much since he returned home each year, the only change being that he looked more energetic and more elegant than before. The standard black formal suits at Black Dragon are all specially customized for each person, and the cost of each set is over 1,000 yuan based on the individual's body shape. Each person gets 2 sets per year, which is also one of the benefits of Black Dragon. Son. Father Feng looked at Feng Zhao a little hesitant to recognize him. In the past, Feng Zhao always came back carrying packages and looked dusty. It was because he had to take several buses to get from Songjiang to his home. When had he made such a dazzling appearance like now? Feng's mother, oh, he's really my son, how is that possible? Zheng Laosan looked at Feng Zhao and then at the car parked there in disbelief. He especially saw that everyone's attention was attracted by Feng Zhao and no one was looking at his son at all. I was furious. But I didn't know what to do, so I resorted to the old trick and went up to him and asked, hey. Young Master Feng is back? He looks so energetic, dressed like a groom. I guess his clothes are new. Oh, and I heard you're a teacher at a university? What do you teach? Father Feng, he was about to say something on his son's behalf, but Feng Zhao looked at Zhang Laosan and said calmly, I no longer work at the university. Zhang Laosan, ah. He was very surprised by the answer he got and looked at Feng Zhao. Then you, Feng Zhao, I quit. Changed jobs? Zhang Laosan, what job? He had a vague feeling that something was wrong with Feng Zhao, working in the security department of a group. Zhang Laosan. Grass, scare me, I thought you were on the rise? Turns out you were just switching from university security to corporate security. Zhang Laosan, huh? Great. Young people should be enterprising and go out and try their luck. You might be a security guard today and a team leader tomorrow. You have the potential for advancement and your salary can be much higher. Feng Zhao, yes. Yes. Zhang Laosan? Before they could communicate anything. Boom, 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 the sound of cars rolling over the ground was heard, and a truck was coming from a distance. Wow, the car windows were rolled down. A young man poked his head out and asked, is this the Feng family? Hey, brother Feng. You're back, bang, the car door opened. 3 young men got off the truck and greeted Feng Zhao. Brother Feng. Brother Feng. Feng recognized the leader of the 3 people, who was from the transportation department, and also knew the purpose of their visit, which was to distribute benefits to the Black Dragon Group. This year, Black Dragon not only gave money to employees, but also gave them many items. The leading young man asked, Brother Feng, is that your home? Feng Zhao pointed to his own front door. The leading youth waved his hand and said, alright. Brothers. Unload the goods. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, the 2 Black Dragon youths opened the door of the truck and unloaded a large amount of daily necessities from inside: rice and flour, oil and salt, fruits and drinks, tea and nuts, etc. There were many and rich items, including some very valuable supplements. The Black Dragon youth looked at Feng Zhao and said, "Brother Feng, what kind of clothes do your parents wear?" He pulled a whole box out of the truck. "Minks." "Yes, a whole box, Father Feng, son, this." The Black Dragon youth looked at Feng's father and mother and realized what was happening. "You two must be uncle and aunt, right? So, you two try them on and see which one fits, one for each of you." At this moment, everyone was stunned looking at the entire box full of dozens of minks of various colors and sizes. Did know, when did minks become wholesalers? Is this true or false? Even Feng's mother wondered, are these all minks? Black Dragon youth, of course. These are all furs from Haining. They are genuine goods at a fair price. Each one is made of high-quality material and comes with complete processing. If you buy these in a shopping mall, they will definitely cost at least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan each. Feng's mother, winky face, she looked at Feng Zhao, Mom and Dad, you two should finish trying on the clothes first, and I will tell you the rest later. Feng's father and mother trusted Feng Zhao very much and obediently went forward to try on the size of the mink. They quickly tried one that fit them. Then the Black Dragon young man found the corresponding invoice and handed it to the two of them, and then directed someone to put the box of minks into the car. Now, the focus shifted from the car to Feng Zhao's parents, or to be more precise, to the two mink coats. Father Feng couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" "Feng Zhao, Dad, I forgot to tell you that I resigned from the university this year and am currently working in the security department of the Black Dragon Group. These things are employee benefits given by the group." "I don't believe it." Before Feng's father could say anything, Zhang Laosan jumped in and said, "Are you kidding me? What company has such good benefits that they can give out so much rice, flour, grain, oil, fruits, tea, and wine, and even give out minks? You're kidding. There's no way there's such a good company in the world." Feng Zhao didn't explain. The Black Dragon youth frowned and said, "Don't look at the world with your narrow-minded perspective. The Black Dragon Group's benefits are so good. The benefits you see above are available to all employees except the two minks. As for the two minks, they are benefits only available to mid-level employees and above in the Black Dragon Group." "Zhang Laosan, are you guys putting on an act here? Didn't he just say he was a security guard? How can a security guard from some group be considered mid-level?" "Black Dragon youth, who told you that Brother Feng is a security guard?" "The Black Dragon Security Department is responsible for the group's security and employee training. It's a large, comprehensive department with over 1,000 employees. Brother Feng is the manager of the security group's first department, managing hundreds of people and earning an annual salary starting at 150,000. Do you think he's mid-level?" Chapter 698 Feng Zhao's prestige and the glory brought by his status. What, large group company? There are thousands of management employees, managing hundreds of employees, annual salary starts from 150,000. They could understand these words, but when put together they found them unacceptable. When can a security guard do this? Wrong, not a security guard. It's a leader. Feng Zhao becomes a leader? Impossible? Zhang Laosan couldn't believe it. He was just a security guard at the university last year. How could he become the leader of the group company this year? He didn't want to believe it, but the welfare gifts unloaded from the truck in front of him could not be fake, especially the two minks, which looked very valuable. In addition, Feng Zhao drove back, so he had to believe it. Bang, the Black Dragon youth nodded to Feng Zhao and said, "Brother Feng, I have other things to give gifts to, so I'll leave first." Feng Zhao, okay. Trouble. Black Dragon youth, no trouble? Let's go. They just got in the car and left. Boom, boom. Everyone watched the truck leave in silence for a long time, obviously not reacting. After a while, someone asked doubtfully, "Feng, young Master Feng, are you really a leader out there? What level? The welfare benefits are so good. When you were in school, you only got some rice and flour. How could you move boxes like this?" That person just now said that you work for the Black Dragon Group. What does the Black Dragon Group do? Without waiting for Feng Zhao to answer, a middle-aged man looked shocked. Wait, Black Dragon Group. Why does it sound so familiar to me? Yeah. Now I remember, isn't this the group that's recently emerged as a major milk tea seller in Songjiang? Selling milk tea, boss, group, why does it sound even weirder? Seeing the other's confusion, the middle-aged man immediately explained, Black Dragon Group. You don't know? Xinjiang Group, one of Songjiang's top companies, is said to be valued at several billion yuan. Its main business is selling milk tea and doing construction. The company is very large, and it's said to have tens of thousands of employees. It's said that the company's benefits are amazing, with 6 insurances and 2 housing funds, 13th salary at the end of the year, 2 days off on holidays, and countless gifts. It's absolutely an awesome group. What? Everyone was even more surprised. Although similar words had just been said by the Black Dragon youth, these words were more impactful when spoken by a fellow villager. It's also more authentic. Then their eyes changed when they looked at Feng Zhao. In the past, they envied him because he was a favored child of heaven, but later when he became a security guard, they looked down on him. These were generally emotional attitudes and had nothing to do with their interests for the rural people, but now Feng Zhao is in trouble and has become a leader, so they would have a vested interest in Feng Zhao, and perhaps they would need him in the future, or even ask him to arrange jobs for their descendants. Instinctively, these people said to Feng Zhao, "Oh my god, billions. What a huge group this is. No wonder they can offer so many benefits. I haven't heard anyone say that not everyone has such good benefits. Only Mr. Feng can get them if he becomes a leader. I've always said that you're a promising young man, Feng. I've always seen you as a promising person. You're the best college graduate from our village in recent years. You're really promising." They were frantically trying to show their goodwill to Feng, while someone also said to Feng's father and mother, "You two have finally come to a happy ending after all the hardship. Please wait and enjoy the rest of your life. I really envy you for having such a good son. My family is not so lucky. We don't even have a proper job." Someone is trying to make friends with Feng's parents. Some even had an idea. Does Mr. Feng have a girlfriend? My niece just came back from outside. If you think she's suitable, you can meet her today. Someone interrupted him. Stop arguing. Your niece is only 150 kilograms tall and weighs 150 kilograms too. She's a complete wreck. You two were classmates when my second daughter came back. If you're free tomorrow, come to my uncle's house for dinner and catch up with my second daughter. The man retorted, "They say my girl is as ugly as a jar. Your girl is so good. She's been dating 8 guys in a year and you still have the nerve to introduce her to Mr. Feng." Feng Zhaoquan waved his hand and refused. "I haven't found a partner yet, thank you for your kindness." Those people still wouldn't stop talking nonsense, and Feng Zhao and Feng's parents were still the focus of the whole audience. Seeing this, Zhang Laosen felt as if he had been slapped in the face by praise, and his hope of turning things around was shattered on the spot. Snort, he snorted coldly and turned away. After all, staying any longer would only make him look bad. Who knew if those greedy people would start to use him as a target to slander him in order to curry favor with the Feng family? He wouldn't give them a chance. But his son Zhang Yu didn't leave. Instead, he ran straight towards Feng Zhao, smiled and extended his hand. "Brother Feng, long time no see." Feng Zhao looked at Zhang Yu with his eyes slightly narrowed. Their parents had always been at odds with each other, and he and the other person were of similar age, so naturally they didn't get along well when they were young, and they often fought. Feng Zhao basically won, and Zhang Yu has always been very resentful of him. Although they have not met formally for some years, he thinks that the other party is likely to be looking for trouble. So he just nodded symbolically, but Zhang Yu didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "What's the matter? Brother Feng, do you still take the fights we had as kids seriously? Why don't you shake hands with me, your childhood friend?" Then he looked at Feng's father and mother, uncle and aunt. "I want to apologize to your second father here. You all know my father's temper. He is a bit stubborn. He has been competing with you since childhood, but he doesn't have any bad intentions. You two should not take it personally. I will talk to him when I get back." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Yu. This kid, is he so good at talking? When Feng's father and mother heard what Zhang Yu said, how could they have any objections? Being simple people, they even thought that they might have been a little too harsh on Zhang Laosan. As Zhang Yu said, although his father was competing with the Feng family, he had never done anything bad to Father Feng. That's out of the question. You and your father have just been fighting and quarreling for most of your life, and no one has ever taken it seriously. How can there be any deep hatred? Feng's mother, not at all. We're just neighbors, there's no need to talk about that. I'll tell your father not to take it seriously and come over for dinner in a few days. Swish. Zhang Yu looked at Feng Zhao again. "Brother Feng, you finally came back and reminisced about the past with your parents. If you have time tomorrow night, let's go together. If not, just get busy first. As I said before, we've been best friends since we were little. If you need anything from now on, just let me know. I won't bother you anymore, I'm leaving now." He simply chatted with Feng Zhao for a few words in a very friendly manner, then turned and left to Feng Zhao. He looked at Zhang Yu's back and felt that his status had really changed a lot. He could even turn his enemies into close friends. He knows all this. It was because there were 4 big characters behind Feng Zhao. Black Dragon Group Chapter 699. Feng Zhao's changes in inner guilt. Brushed. Feng Zhao looked around. He was a little dazed looking at the flattering expressions of his neighbors and the satisfied smiles of his parents. These people, they all came for the Black Dragon Group. But once he left the Black Dragon Group, their attitudes would change, and some might even start to disparage him. Although he thought so in his heart, Feng Zhao was stunned when he saw the proud expressions on his parents' faces. This expression, the last time he saw it was when he was in college. At that time, he was the pride of his parents. Every time he went home, he could see that proud expression on his parents' faces, and he seemed very excited when talking to his neighbors. Pity, this expression disappeared after he changed his job and returned to work as a security guard. Although his parents still had smiles on their faces every time he came back, they always seemed very forced. Now that this expression appeared again, even Feng Zhao, who was so powerful, was deeply touched. More than 10 minutes later, Feng Zhao's father and mother brought him back to the courtyard amidst the neighbors' compliments. Feng Zhao's father kept moving various gifts from the Black Dragon Group into the house, while Feng's mother kept mumbling to the side about who these things should be given to. These 2 bags of rice are for your uncle, these 2 bags of flour are for your grandfather will give you a bottle of white wine each, and the fruits and vegetables are for. Soon she had given away most of the stuff. Feng Zhao didn't say anything. Except for the wine and minks, all other gifts given by the Black Dragon Group are normal daily necessities, they are not valuable. Was the mother giving all this away because she thought there was more than they could eat? Was she sharing it with them? No. She was using this opportunity to explain her leadership to them, to show them how accomplished and successful their son had become. To put it bluntly, 2 words, show off. Feng Zhao did not refuse and had no reason to refuse. He even felt guilty looking at his parents. Feng's father did not refuse and even thought that Feng's mother was right. The gift must be shared and the news must be shared as well. He could stand up straight again. This is human nature. Only after moving everything into the house did Feng's father look at Feng Zhao and ask, "Son, can you tell me about your Black Dragon Group? Why did you suddenly end up working there?" Feng's mother, "Yeah. When did you resign? Why didn't you tell us? Kid, you act like we can stop you. Your parents all respect you." Feng Zhao, how could he not see that his parents seemed to care about him, but were actually trying to get him to give him material to brag about? But what can he do? I can only pick out some things to say. For example, the industry that Heilong is currently operating, and how legendary is Qin Jiang in business. Qin Jiangbei is the chief young entrepreneur of the province. He is also a graduate of a vocational college, so he chose to resign and join Heilong when he saw that the benefits were good. Then, he was noticed by the senior management of the Black Dragon Group and promoted to a middle-level manager in the security department. Father Feng's mother, winky face. It was obvious that the 2 of them couldn't understand how a young man in his early 20s could grow the company to such a scale in just 2 years. It was outrageous. But they had just experienced the neighbors talking about it, and since their son said it himself, they had no choice but to believe it. Father Feng, son, from what you said, the senior management of your group thinks highly of you. Feng Zhao, yes. I really value it. Even Feng Zhao himself had to admit this. When he was a security guard, he did not have much contact with the Black Dragon Group, and it could even be said that they were a little at odds with each other. But after he accepted my assignment and joined Black Dragon, the top management valued him very much. Then he was given large-scale assignments to participate in and accumulate merit. In less than half a year, he was promoted and given a raise, which made him one of the hottest newcomers today. This is definitely someone who should be trained as a priority and given great attention. Father Feng, hearing you say that, your company is really good, and it's good for you too. Son, you must learn to repay the kindness you receive. If you value this much, you must do your job well and never do anything that would let the company down. Feng's mother also said, that's right. We must never do such messy things. If others are good to us, you must be good to them. We must work hard and make progress, and be loyal to our leaders. Feng Zhao, he'd been feeling a bit conflicted for the past couple of days, and now, after hearing what his parents said, he felt even more conflicted. Even his parents thought that the Black Dragon Group was treating him too well, and that he was doing something inhumane, wasn't he? Feng Zhao, okay? I understand. You guys go ahead and cook. I'll go back to the house and rest. Feng's mother, you should go back and rest. You must be exhausted from driving all the way. Feng Zhao carried the suitcase and pushed open the door of the cabin and closed it. The voices of my parents could be heard faintly from outside. I told you my son wouldn't be a security guard, but you see, he turns into a dragon when he encounters a storm. You are the only one who can show off. Our son can do anything. As long as he is safe, come on. You were so happy just now, and now you're saying this. I don't want to waste time talking to you. I'll call my relatives and tell them I'll be visiting in a couple of days. Then the parents' voices were heard separately. Third brother. You are at home. I will come to your house in a couple of days to bring you some noodles. Yes, there are noodles. That's different. The noodles we have are high-quality noodles purchased from a big group. Big group, the Black Dragon Group, you know it, right? Don't you know? This is where Xiao Zhao works. Let me tell you, this group is really awesome, Dad. I'll send you a bottle of Wulianye tomorrow. I didn't waste money. This is a benefit provided by your eldest grandson's company. I thought no one would drink it, so you can't drink it. Ah, your eldest grandson has changed his job now and is a small leader. He doesn't manage many people, just over 100, second aunt, third brother. Hearing these words, Feng Zhao couldn't help but smile bitterly. How upset had he made his parents before to cause them to explode like this today? Bang, he lay on the bed with a very conflicted look on his face. His parents' attitude today made him feel more deeply about the Black Dragon welfare, especially the words his parents told him to be grateful. For a moment, 2 little men seemed to appear above his head. Villain, Feng Zhao. Ask yourself. How has Heilong ever wronged you? The benefits, promotions, and trust are all top-notch, and even your parents benefited from it. Do you really want to betray Heilung, villain B? What are you thinking? You're not from the Black Dragon Group. You're an undercover agent, and you must abide by the first rule of undercover work: you cannot sympathize with your opponents, and you cannot develop any feelings towards them. Brotherhood, gratitude, everything must be abandoned. He couldn't sleep. Finally, he took out the law book he had read countless times and read it. Chapter 700 Bai Lu's Journey, The Past. Are you Bai Lu? No one knows Feng Zhao's dilemma. The other side, the entire Black Dragon Group was in a New Year atmosphere. Every Black Dragon brother received a gift from the transportation department. They also showed off in their respective families. It could be said that today's door-to-door delivery model was deliberately created by Qin Jiang just to let the brother show off. As the saying goes, how can his brother Qin Jiang not pretend to be cool? Soon, the 29th day of the lunar year, after Bai Lu finished his business, he returned to his luxurious residence. Given his current position in the Black Dragon Group, the residence he was equipped with was naturally a luxurious 3-bedroom, 1 living room residence. Downstairs, Bai Lu suddenly stopped and saw a figure standing in front of him. Bai Meng, Bai Lu, brother. Why are you here? Bai Meng, of course I'm waiting for you. Let's go home together for the new year. Bai Lu, I'm not going back. Bai Meng, after all these years, can't you understand your father? Can't you let it go? Dad also had his own difficulties back then. You are now in a higher position and you should understand that there are many things that cannot be controlled. Besides, Dad is just that kind of person and he always sticks to his own principles. Bai Lu, I understand. Bai Meng, but you don't look like you understand. Bai Lu, Bai Meng, you haven't been home since you went to college. Do you know that Mom and Dad miss you very much? Mom secretly drives to see you every now and then. Even if Dad doesn't say it, he's thinking about you in his heart. Bai Lu's expression changed slightly, but she still didn't say anything. Bai Meng, really not going back? Bai Lu, let's talk about it next year. Bai Meng, can we meet when we get back? Just give me some face. Bai Lu, it's embarrassing. Bai Meng, Bai Lu, don't try to persuade me. You should know my character. It's useless to persuade me. Bai Meng, hey. Bai Meng couldn't help but sigh. He knew that Bai Lu might understand a little bit about what happened back then, but she still couldn't let it go. She was just a teenager back then, and he wasn't one of those people who would encourage people to get pregnant. He couldn't force his sister any further, so he could only say, okay. I'm busy this year too. I'll probably only be home for an hour or two on the 30th. I'll try to make some time to come over so we can have dinner together and spend the new year with you. Bai Lu just nodded then. Bai Meng watched Bai Lu go upstairs with a troubled expression on his face. He took out his phone and called Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang. I need your help. Bai Meng, owe you a huge favor. Upstairs, Bai Lu watched Bai Meng leave with a flickering look in her eyes, and she couldn't help but look in a certain direction outside Songjiang. A memory that made her angry came back, and it was this memory that created an irreparable gap between her and her father. How many years? She forced herself to suppress this memory, but it would come up every time the family gathered on major holidays. Until today, she felt the suppressed fire rising up again. After thinking for a while, she picked up the car keys and went downstairs, not heading home or to the Qin family villa, but to a county town outside Songjiang, Hua County. It is a small county town under a city in the northern province, Poor County. The educational resources, environment, and development are all very average, but it is also quite lively during the Chinese New Year. On a busy night market street, many vendors still insist on operating to make more money, shouting, spicy skewers, eat some spicy skewers, special spicy skewers from northeast China, from the south to the north, from Jiamu City to Hugon, come and try Jiashi grilled cold noodles, big sale on couplets, all special prices today, buy $10 and get a free lucky doll. In front of one of the stalls was a very young, slightly plump girl with an ordinary appearance and a flower tattoo on her arm. She smiled and kept greeting people passing by. Grilled skewers, Northeastern specialty grilled skewers, sister, come in and have some food. If it's not tasty, it's free. Here you are, bro. Still the same old 3 things, 8 kidneys, 10 goat eggs, and 5 big green corn cobs, right? The smile on her face never disappeared. She was extremely enthusiastic towards the customers and grilled skewers very skillfully. A man next to her was grilling skewers skillfully and also helped the woman greet the customers. The two looked at each other from time to time. One pair, the husband sings and the wife follows. The wife follows the husband, the classic image of a loving couple working hard to achieve a comfortable life at a street stall. Opposite, Bai Lu looked at this scene with a flash of anger and hatred in her eyes, and her fists clenched slightly. This woman, once upon a time, she was her nightmare, someone she wished she could kill. Even though she was now the financial director of the Black Dragon Group and a powerful figure, she still recalled some of the past events from time to time and thought of this woman who made her hate her. For this reason, when she became the financial director of the Black Dragon Group, she sent people to investigate the woman's situation. However, after the investigation, she never made up her mind to come. But every holiday, she would think of her father's decision, and she would think of the woman's arrogant smile. Until today, she could no longer bear to come and see. She couldn't help it when she saw that the woman lived such a harmonious life. Why, as a victim, will I have to endure years of pain? The other party can follow the husband's lead, so what's her reason? Trample. Trample. Trample, Bai Lu appeared in the sight of the slightly plump woman wearing small leather boots. The slightly plump woman looked up when she heard footsteps. What came into her sight was a girl carrying a leather bag and wearing exquisite clothes. She looked completely different from the girls in the county town, and looked like an elite white-collar worker in the city. A certificate for a slightly plump woman. Are you planning on eating skewers? Her tone was a little uncertain. The aura of Bai Lu was something that could not be found in a small county town, at least she had never seen it before. Even if such a person appeared in the county town, it should have appeared in those big hotels. Why come to a roadside stall, totally out of place? Bai Lu just looked at her without saying anything. Slightly plump woman. Degree, what's that look? Ma'am, would you like some skewers? If you do, I'll set up a separate table for you outside. Look, just when the slightly plump woman was feeling a little uneasy, Bai Lu said, don't you know me? The slightly plump woman with tattoos, do I know you? Her brain raced, and she couldn't connect the Bai Lu in front of her with anyone she knew. All of her friends, whether they were former friends or those she'd made in recent years, were either hooligans or street vendors. Those people had absolutely no resemblance or comparison to the Bai Lu across from her. The slightly plump woman with tattoos said, well, I really didn't notice. Forgot. Did the other person forget about me? Did he not recognize me? How could she forget? How dare she forget? Bai Lu felt that the anger in her heart, which had faded away, suddenly rushed straight to the top of her head. She gritted her teeth and said, school, class 1, senior high school. I once told you that I would seek revenge on you sooner or later and make you regret your actions. But you forgot. What school? Revenge. Hearing Bai Lu's hint, the tattooed armed woman's eyes narrowed as if she remembered something and said, in disbelief, you are Bai Lu. Chapter 701, Smashing and Destroying. My name is Bai Lu. Why do I want to be the big sister? Bai Lu, you really haven't forgotten me. The woman with tattoos, long time no see. She looked a little embarrassed and smiled unnaturally. A yellow-haired boy who was grilling skewers on the side saw this and asked, wife, is this your former classmate? Business isn't busy right now. Why don't you sit down with your classmates and have some food? I'll grill some skewers for you. The girl with tattoos nodded, okay. He pointed to the empty table next to Bai Lu and said, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have something to eat. The skewers grilled at home may not be up to standard, Her awkward smile was completely different from what Bai Lu remembered her to be, even the opposite. The yellow-haired man who was grilling skewers also said, don't worry. Although we are setting up a street stall, the meat we use is all good meat, not duck meat. We have been selling it here for several years and have been a repeat customer. We guarantee the quality of the meat, there won't be any problems. She took out a lot of expensive skewers from the package. The most important thing for people doing this kind of business is to have good judgment. She could tell at a glance that Bai Lu's identity was not simple. She was different from those classmates who came to her wife to ask for money. Those people just wanted to take advantage of her, and the Bai Lu in front of her was probably very rich, or even very prestigious. So, for him, it's an object of flattery. Maybe the other person can help them and become the noble person who helps them rise in life. But when Bai Lu looked at the couple singing in unison, not only did she not smile, but her expression became even colder. Brush. She looked at the plump woman. Lu Dan, you don't think I can forget what happened in the past, do you? You don't think that we can just laugh it off and forget the grudges, do you? Look at me, look in my eyes, the slightly plump woman, Lu Dan, said, Bai Lu. What I did back then was wrong. I'm so sorry. We were young and ignorant back then, but now we're grown up. I'm here to apologize to you. Can you forgive me? Forgive, Bai Lu came to the center of the stall. She looked at the stall of the man grilling skewers and the table in front of Lu Dan, Bai Lu. I really didn't expect you to hold a grudge against me for so long. How about? If you really can't get your temper resolved, just beat me up. I promise I won't fight back. The man grilling skewers said, look, they're all fresh. I don't know what the rift is between you two, but that was all in the past. I'm here to apologize on behalf of my wife. Please be magnanimous and don't take it seriously. Bai Lu, I am so magnanimous. Wasn't it you who got beaten? You asked me to be magnanimous, but why didn't the thunder kill you? Bai Lu rushed forward and kicked him. Bang, he kicked the barbecue grill over, and all the skewers inside fell to the ground, crackling and clattering. At the same time, she kicked over the table that Lu Dan had just set up, and bottles and jars were scattered all over the floor, caused a burst of exclamations. What's going on? It seems like someone is here to fight, and it's a woman, and she's so pretty. Ruyo, this woman is really tough. She came up and kicked the oven. It's not that she kicks me, but what should I do if she kicks the skewers I just ordered? Many customers who were eating skewers were stunned. Soon they knew what to do, because Bai Lu was still not satisfied after kicking the barbecue grill. She picked up the beer bottles on the ground and smashed them at other tables. Bang. Bang! Bang! Snap! 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 A large number of wine bottles smashed onto the table, knocking over the various grilled skewers on it. This time of the guests who were eating were so scared that they stood up and dodged, all looking at Bai Lu in surprise. They were obviously shocked by Bai Lu's behavior of rushing up and kicking the barbecue stall crazily. Bai Lu's outfit was especially eye-catching, which didn't fit her current image of a vandal. Not only the guests who were eating the skewers, but even other guests and passers-by near the barbecue stall were attracted and stared at Bai Lu, who was vandalizing the barbecue stall. Surprise, confused, the yellow-haired man eating skewers. No? Stop. What are you doing? Lu Dan, Bai Lu, you can't smash. Bai Lu had no intention of stopping. Instead, she smashed more and more frantically and vigorously. Her eyes were faintly bloodshot, and a large number of memories could not stop emerging in her mind. My name is Bai Lu. Why do I want to be involved in society? I was born in an enviable family. Both my parents work in the system and hold high positions. At the same time, I also have an unfortunate family. My parents are busy with work, so I can only be taken care of by my grandparents. At first, this did not affect my relationship with my parents. I understand them. My parents love me very much. Every time my mother comes home, she brings me lots of gifts and delicious food. Even though my father is very strict, he still holds me high and told me, Lu, study hard. You were born in a good era, an era with infinite possibilities. I am very obedient, study hard since childhood, primary school, my grades are outstanding, middle school, my grades are still among the best, 2004. I did well in the high school entrance exam and was admitted to a key high school in Jia City. However, my grandparents hadn't retired yet and couldn't accompany me to Songjiang. My parents were also very busy. They didn't have the time either. In the end, they came up with a plan to have me stay at the school of Father Bai. I heard that many students live in the school. This will also allow Bai Lu to become independent early. Bai's mother said, my child is already very independent. He has been with my parents since he was young and we have basically not paid much attention to him. I am worried that he will not be able to adapt to boarding. I think we should find a way to accompany him to study. Father Bai, study with him. Do you have the time to study with him, or do I? Your parents aren't retired yet, so we can't ask them to quit their jobs to go and look after their child at this time. Bai's mother, but I'm a little worried. Is it safe for so many children to live together? Father Bai, she's in her teens. In 3 years, he'll go to college and he'll need accommodation then. Bai's mother, okay, the next day. My parents came to me to ask for my opinion on accommodation. It would be more accurate to say it was a notification rather than an opinion. From the time I was a child, no one in this family could change the decisions my father had made. Although I was not particularly willing at the time, I did not dare to say no. Later I learned that my parents were at a critical juncture in their careers and could not be distracted. Children born in families like ours rarely receive much love from their parents. I'm used to this, and I didn't have much resistance to joining the boarding school army. Instead, I was very excited about going to a new environment. At that time, I had no idea that this decision would change my life and make me go from a quiet and good student to aspiring to be a big sister in society. Life, totally different. Chapter 702. Bai Lu's past. Grudges arise. A certain middle school dormitory. I carried my luggage into an 8-person room. Although it was more crowded than I expected, I was still looking forward to it. I want to study hard here, I want to get into a good university here, and I want to make new friends here. You thought I was going to have a hard time? No, I followed the plan completely in the first year. I made some friends and integrated into the learning atmosphere. It's just that his learning ability was a little bit difficult in high school, and his grades were only above average. There's nothing I can do about it. This year, I have never seen my parents. They are so busy that they don't have any time for me. They don't care much about my life or study. Until the Chinese New Year, my parents took a day off to visit my grandma's house to pay New Year's greetings. It was also the first time I saw my parents that year. I was very happy and I hoped to get their care. Although my mother cared about me very much, she was a little absent-minded. But I didn't blame her because she bought me a lot of gifts and a lot of beautiful clothes. I liked them very much. My mother loves me very much, but my father was very strict with me. He criticized me even more after hearing that my academic performance was only above average. You can't just play all day just because you're staying at the accommodation. You have to study hard. Only by studying well can you change your destiny. You're studying for your future. The future belongs to the educated. Without it, you can't make a single step forward. Your father already suffers greatly from this. When I come back next year, I don't want to hear that you haven't made any progress in your studies. I don't give you that much living allowance every month just to eat, drink, and have fun, remember? No. I felt uncomfortable but could only nod. Dad, I understand. I will study hard. At that time, I didn't know that the reason why my father was so strict was because he encountered problems at work. He was asked to be the leader of a special task force, handling some major cases, and a case that shocked the whole country also occurred in my father's jurisdiction. My father worked all night for this case and was very unstable. Even during the Chinese New Year, my father would only take time to come back for a meal and leave. She is in a state of being affected. Is it outrageous? Not outrageous. Everyone says that they won't bring work emotions into their families, but how many people can really do that? It was precisely because of my father's perseverance and dedication that the major case that shocked the whole country was solved, and my father's career reached its peak. It also made my father even busier and he paid less attention to me. Let me feel some negativity. My classmates all have their parents' love and care. They go home every week during the holidays, but I am alone in the dormitory and can only go home during the winter and summer vacations. Although my grandparents and mother are very good to me, the lack of love is hard to make up for. At that time, I was naive and thought it was because I didn't study well, so I studied harder the next year. With my hard work, my grades improved, but soon something happened that affected my studies. In class, there was a transfer student, and the teacher thought I was a good student, so he arranged her to sit next to me. TSK. Sister, my name is Lu Dan. What's yours? My name is Bai Lu, white deer. The deer running on the mountain, no. It's Wang Lu's road. That's not important. From now on, just follow me, and I promise to make sure you have delicious food and spicy drinks. What are you messing around with? I didn't know what she meant by mixed, but Lu Dan soon explained it to me through her actions. She quickly gathered a group of people in school who didn't like studying and showed off her power in school. They didn't study either. They would hang out in the dormitory and outside the school after class, often arguing about fights in the open space behind the school. Lu Dan was very strong and a fierce fighter, so soon she became a nobody in school, and I don't know how she managed to become the vice president of the student union, in charge of checking the girls' dormitory. I later learned that it was because she had a relative who had some connections. One day, I am resting in the dormitory. Bang! The dormitory door was kicked open. Lu Dan, a slightly plump woman in black, strode in. Following behind her were several girls dressed in classmate costumes. As soon as they entered, they started yelling, "How do you keep this dormitory clean? Why is there trash in the trash can? Why aren't the kettles neatly arranged?" Deduction. 2 points. Open the cabinet door so we can check. Soon someone pulled a hairdryer out of the cupboard. This is too powerful to use. Confiscate it. Fine. Others continued to talk about it and find all kinds of problems, saying that their dormitory was completely non-compliant. I'm a little confused. The people in the same dormitory are even more confused. We didn't care about these things before. Even after these people had found almost all the faults, Lu Dan still stood in his black clothes with his hands behind his back, looking down at the people in the dormitory. Who is the dormitory leader? I am. The dormitory head stood up with a nervous look on his face. Someone said, "What are you looking at?" "Call me Sister Dan." "You don't even know Sister Dan, do you?" Someone said, "Haven't you heard that saying, Sister Dan is a ruthless person with wild ways?" Dan. Sister Dan. The dormitory head greeted me nervously, but Lu Dan glanced at the dormitory head and said, "You are no longer the dormitory head." Then she looked at me and said, "Bai Lu. From today on, you are the dormitory head. From today on, you also join the student union. Come down, follow me to check the dormitories." Her attraction to me was self-evident, but I didn't fully understand, or I only half understood, so I subconsciously said, "Well, I don't want to be the dorm leader. She's doing a good job, so let her be." "Lu Dan, you don't want to be the head? Fine, listen to me now, I'm protecting her. From now on, Bai Lu has the final say in this dormitory. Does anyone have any objections?" She glared at everyone, and none of my roommates dared to stand up and speak, including the dormitory head, who kept their heads down and remained silent. Everyone knows that Lu Dan is not to be messed with. Lu Dan, okay, that's it. She waved at me again. "Come down, follow me to check the dormitory." I waved my hand without hesitation. I don't like to participate in these things, you check it out. I will also participate in the student union. I need to study hard and can't do these distractions. Thank you. I thought it was a normal rejection, but in Lu Dan's eyes it was like a slap in her face. During her time at school, she was very powerful and had the final say in all the girls' dormitories. Who dares to refute her? No, what happened? She offered to recruit me as her younger sister, but I rejected her in public. Wasn't that a slap in her face? She was furious. She stared at me for a few seconds and then turned and walked away. The other people behind me also looked at me coldly. In their opinion, my refusal was not only a slap in the face of Lu Dan, but also a slap in the face of them, and they all hated me. I didn't care about it. Or maybe I didn't think that much at the time, and I didn't realize that my life would change from then on. Frowny face. The gears of fate began to reverse. Chapter 703, Bai Lu's past, being beaten. Conflict escalates the next day. School is out, many classmates went home. One day during the holiday, I didn't have time to go home, so I went out to buy some supplies as usual. Location of the turning point just outside the door. Suddenly, several people appeared in front of me, blocking my way. I recognized two of them. They were the ones who checked in with Lu Dan yesterday. I had a bad feeling and asked in confusion, "Are you okay?" Several girls looked indifferent. By Lou, right? You're pretty awesome, aren't you? Sister Dan asked you to join us, but we didn't? Who gave you the guts? Do you look down on Sister Dan, or do you look down on us? I think you are really tired of living. I'm asking you a question. You're mute. I felt awkward facing their questioning, not knowing what to say. I could only say, I just don't have time. I don't like dormitory inspections. I don't mean to look down on you, then why don't you join? What did I just say I can't do? I don't like dormitory inspections. I'm asking you if you want to join. Why waste your time talking to her? Beat her up so she'll know how powerful we are. Beat her up, swish. 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 A few little girls rushed towards me and started fighting. I had no fighting experience at that time. The body is also skinny. I was no match for a few experienced young girls in fighting and was knocked down in just a few moves. I subconsciously curled up and hugged my head. Seeing that they couldn't hit my head, those people kicked my back and shoulders a bang. 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 I felt pain with every kick. At the same time, he beat and shouted, "Can you tell the difference between the big and small kings? Do you know how powerful Sister Dan is? How powerful Sister Dan is. Sister Dan gave you face, but you treated it as a shoe insult. Fuck. Go back and think about it. Who in school dares to look down on us?" They spoke more and more forcefully. Pain. It hurts. When I was about to scream in pain, from a distance, an old lady called out, "What are you doing? Stop hitting. Whose children are you?" Seeing someone trying to stop them, these people panicked a little and turned around and ran away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say harsh words to me. "Next time, be more careful. When you see my Sister Dan, you must submit." Sister Dan's face, "You have to take it." After those people left, the old lady helped me up and said, "Little girl, are you okay?" I'm fine, thank you, Grandma." I thanked the old lady. "Old lady, why are you fighting again? Why did those girls hit you?" I shook my head, not because I didn't know but because I didn't want to say it. At this time, I had guessed that those people beat me because they thought I didn't give them face. I was very dissatisfied, but I also knew that I was outnumbered. Lou Dan, she is the school bully, especially after becoming the vice president of the student union. No one dares to mess with her, but I don't accept it? Why, are you going to attack me just because I don't join? Even if I'm outnumbered, I'll fight to the end. Surrender, it will never appear in my dictionary. I didn't go back to school but went to the store to buy what I needed and then went back pretending nothing had happened. Since you don't intend to surrender and want to resist, you must have a strategy, otherwise you will only be defeated even more miserably. That afternoon, I took advantage of the break from fetching water to sneak into the teacher's office and knocked on the door. Boom. Boom. Come in. When I went in, I found the teacher sitting there grading papers. He looked a little confused when he saw me. I was someone who seldom visited teachers. No, to be more precise, this was the first time I visited her alone. "Teacher, by Lou. What's up?" I didn't hide it. "Teacher, I was blocked by a few people when I went out to buy something just now. They beat me and threatened me to join them." What? The teacher was shocked. She asked me about my situation in detail again, and then said directly, "This is too rampant. Is this still a student? It's too lawless. By Lou. Don't worry. I promise to help you solve this problem." She picked up the phone and called the dorm manager. "This is teacher. Please ask Lou Dan to come to my office." I looked at the teacher with gratitude. After all, when I came here, I was still very nervous and worried that she would not care. The teacher waved me off and said, "Leave first. Don't let me see you writing the report." I bowed deeply to the teacher. "Thank you, teacher." I left with a smile on my face. I thought it was resolved, then I realized that I had taken everything for granted. Lou Dan was indeed severely criticized by the teacher that day, but Lou Dan refused to admit it. "Teacher, I don't know what you are talking about. What do you mean by me bullying others in the name of the student union? Who did I bully? You can't slander me with empty words. Besides, I was elected as the vice president by the school, not by you." Obviously, she was not only quibbling but also trying to explain to the teacher that she was not simple and that someone was protecting her. The teacher was not afraid. Not to mention that the person behind the other party was a director who was about to retire. She could not allow anyone to bully students even if he was the principal. This never appear under her nose. "Teacher, someone has seen your student union members beating up classmates outside the school." "Lou Dan, is there any evidence?" "Teacher, seeing it with your own eyes doesn't count as evidence." "Lou Dan, you're slandering. Who hit a classmate?" "I admit that I can be a bit tough sometimes, but that's not for the better management of the school." "Is that wrong?" She chose to confront the teacher without any fear. Bang, the teacher slammed the table and said, "What's your attitude? Do you believe I will ask your parents to come over?" "Lou Dan, I don't believe it." "Teacher, I just don't believe it." She picked up her phone and started to look through the contact list. "Lou Dan, don't waste your energy. My mom ran away with someone else when I was very young, my dad remarried and didn't care about me, and my grandmother is so old and confused that she locked me up in the house. Who else can you call? If you really want to find the parents, then go find my cousin." Her cousin was the deputy director. The reason she could come to the school was not only because of the welfare policy at that time, but also had something to do with her cousin. Therefore, it was natural for her to bring out her only supporter. Teacher, she was a little conflicted. It wasn't that she was afraid of the director, but she felt a little sympathy for Lu Dan's family background. Besides, the other party really had no family members with whom she could contact and communicate. She could only say, Lu Dan, I'll tell you again, I welcome you to our school, but I don't welcome anyone who bullies their classmates. If I hear a similar situation again, I won't want you no matter who's behind you, do you understand? Lu Dan nodded casually and turned away, her eyes flashing coldly as she murmured, By Lu. It must be her. I gave her face, but she refused and even dared to tell tales. Fine. Very fine. Just wait. Chapter 704 By Lu's past, being isolated and having nightmares, I spent the next few days as usual, and Lu Dan and her lackeys didn't bother me. At that time, I naively thought that the matter was over, but I didn't expect that just 1 week later, I was carrying my school bag back to the dormitory after class. Lu Dan stood up and shouted, Teacher, I lost something. The teacher was startled. What is that? Lu Dan, my dad bought me this watch. Teacher, when was it lost? I'll call the duty office later to see if anyone has found it. Lu Dan, no need. I know who stole it. Teacher, stolen? Who stole it? Lu Dan pointed at me and said, She stole it. I saw her sneaking up to my seat at the end of last class, but I didn't take it seriously. Now it seems she took the opportunity to take my watch. I quickly waved my hands. No. I didn't steal it. Why would I steal a watch? I have one. Lu Dan, just say no, then no? Teacher, what evidence do you have? Lu Dan, what evidence do you need? Just search her body and her bag, and you'll know if she stole it. Although the teacher frowned, he looked at me. After all, today's teachers do not have the same respect for students as in later generations. The concept of privacy is even more nonsense. At this time, it is normal to prove one's innocence in the eyes of the public. I did the same thing. I didn't resist at all. Instead, I searched my pockets in public. I emptied every pocket to prove that I didn't steal Lu Dan's watch. Look, I didn't, Lu Dan, and the school bag. Without any hesitation, I opened the zipper of my backpack and put it upside down on the table. Crash, books, notes, pencil cases and other things fell down one after another, and at the same time there was a watch, right? It's a watch. I instinctively glanced to my left hand. Where was my watch? What about the watch in my bag? Whose was it? Lu Dan saw the watch and yelled, Look, this is my watch. I told you she stole it, by Lu. I never thought you were my deskmate and my friend, but you're such a person. You stole my watch? You little thief, I didn't. I didn't steal it. I don't know why the watch was in my school bag. Lu Dan, what a quibble. My watches were all in your bag and you're saying you didn't steal them? Do you think we're blind? Ah, you thief, Lu Dan looked at the teacher and said, Report it to the police. People who steal things like this must be arrested. Several classmates also echoed, Teacher, how could our class allow someone to steal things? She must be arrested. I never thought that classmate who is so quiet and gentle, actually likes to steal things. No. I have to stay away from her from now on. You can only know a person's face but not his heart. These followers of Lu Dan started to slander me and put the blame of stealing on me. I suddenly looked at the people at the neighboring tables. Shaoli, Wang Su, you should have seen me just now. I was just sitting here organizing books and didn't move at all. You saw, when they were about to say something after my questioning, they saw Lu Dan looking at them. Are you sure you saw something? Don't just testify without seeing it, understand? Her cold gaze made all the students shut up, and they stammered and said they didn't see anything. Everyone knows that Lu Dan is not easy to mess with. Once you mess with her, you will get into countless troubles. Lu Dan, teacher, alright? Even though this watch appeared in by Lu's school bag, it doesn't mean she stole it. Maybe someone put it there casually. It's just a watch. There's no need to call the police. Maybe they were just joking. Lu Dan, a joke? A joke about stealing? You didn't see the scene and there was no witness. Teacher, Lu Dan. If you are still dissatisfied with this matter, come to my office after class. Class starts now. Lu Dan's method was not very clever. Some students could notice it, let alone the teacher, so she did not think that the watch was stolen by Lu. Lu Dan didn't dare to look at the teacher. He sat down and turned to look at me with a cold expression. Remember, this is just the beginning. It's not over yet. I was stunned. It would be really stupid if I didn't react at this point. Is Lu Dan framing me? That day, Lu Dan reported the incident of me stealing to the school again. Fortunately, a teacher helped me. She took the initiative to explain to the school leaders and made a personal guarantee that I did not steal anything. The leaders did not care about this matter, but Lu Dan was very angry. Seeing that the school leaders did not care, she asked people to spread the matter quickly. Soon, the whole school was talking about me stealing things. People would point and talk when I walked. Is this the thief? She's stealing at such a young age? What will happen when she grows up? She should be arrested. I don't know why the school doesn't care. I angrily retorted to them. I didn't steal anything. Pity, those people didn't believe me and instead thought I was overreacting and that I was sick, and they all avoided me. All of a sudden, I am isolated. The teacher came to me again and said, "By Lou, I know you didn't steal anything. Don't worry about the rumors in the future. They won't last long. Most people will forget about it. Just focus on your studies. The teacher will change your desk mate tomorrow. You will sit in the row in front of the teacher. Study with peace of mind, it will pass." I, once again, really believed it, but could it really last? No. Just 3 or 4 days. Ludan saw that I was back to studying every day. She struck again. One morning, when I had just changed my clothes and washed up and was about to go out for morning class, a basin of dirty water was poured on me. Crash, I was splashed in the face. The girl opposite me smiled as she saw me getting soaked. I'm sorry. The path was too slippery and I couldn't grab it. Are you okay? I was extremely angry. How could you have missed it? You clearly did it on purpose? Just because I said I didn't catch it, I didn't catch it? Did you do it on purpose? Why did you splash me? Was it Lu Dan who ordered you to do it? Let me ask you. I asked angrily, but the girl opposite calmly said, "I said my feet slipped, don't you understand me? It's just a little water spilled, what are you looking at?" Ha, after saying that, she turned and ran. Grass, I'm going to catch up. Ding-a-ling, the warning bell for class rang outside, and I gritted my teeth and went back to the dormitory to change clothes and go to class. I'm late. At the same time, my nightmare also began. Chapter 705 by Lou's Past. Big Sister is really useful. The next day, it was the same place again, but this time it was a girl, and I was splashed with water again. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, the road was too slippery. You. I stepped forward and grabbed the man's arm. Tell me. Are you Lu Dan's lackey? What Lu Dan? I don't know what you are talking about. It was just an accident. Let me go. I didn't let go. You don't want to tell me, right? If you don't want to tell me, then go find the school leaders. The girl was a little scared and said, "Who are you looking for?" I didn't mean to look for anyone. I pulled her and walked downstairs to the dormitory. Many people came over on both sides to watch the fun. Why is this person called like this? Look at that girl who just splashed water on herself. TSK, maybe she has a grudge. Wait, his name seems to be by Lu, the one who offended Lu Dan. No wonder, all of a sudden many people have begun to react. After all, recently, the news about me stealing things has been circulating, and many people know that I have a grudge against Lu Dan. At this moment, Lu Dan suddenly came over with a few people. What are you doing? The girl who splashed water on me heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Lu Dan, Sister Dan. Lu Dan, Sister Dan. I've told you so many times, when you're working, you should refer to your job title. Yes. President Dan. Lu Dan looked at me and said, "Why are you holding him? Class is almost time. Are you going to fight with your classmates instead of going to class? Can't you see that I'm all wet?" Lu Dan, I can't see. Sister Dan. President Dan. I accidentally spilled water on him just now and apologized to him, but he refused to give in and even grabbed me and tried to hit me. Lu Dan, alright. Now that we've apologized, let's just leave it at that. I didn't let go, you can disperse it if you want. He obviously splashed it on purpose. Lu Dan, intentional? Do you have evidence? I subconsciously looked at the other people in the corridor. Lu Dan also looked at them with a cold tone. Who saw what happened just now? Did she throw the water on purpose? Think about it before you speak. As soon as these words were spoken, how could those people dare to say anything? They all shook their heads, some saying they didn't see it, and some even said that the girl just slipped her hand. For a moment, in their eyes, I became the person who was persistent and kept harping on trivial matters. Lu Dan, look, let go. Those people came up and pulled me away roughly, and one of them pushed me hard. I almost fell to the ground. Then Lu Dan still looked at me coldly, then turned around and left in a cool manner, putting on her coat. Several lackeys on both sides also followed her and left, looking like they were surrounding a big boss. I was late again that day. I went to look for the teacher, but she wasn't there. I found someone who claimed to be the deputy director and explained the situation to her, but the response was, "Do you have any evidence? Can you prove that someone splashed you intentionally? You should not provoke others. Will others splash you?" After hearing these words, I was stunned and looked at the other person in disbelief. I left the office in a daze for a long time. At that time, I didn't know that this person was the one who brought Lu Dan to the school. I'm back to the dormitory. I suddenly realized that my quilt was wet. Several roommates looked at me and said, "Bye Lu." It was like this when we came back. I remember I locked the door when I left. Bye Lu. Was it those people who did it? Why don't you admit your mistake to Lu Dan? She's so powerful. Many people in the whole school are afraid of her, and even the seniors don't dare to mess with her. Why don't you tell the teacher? I didn't say anything when I heard these words. I just picked up the quilt and hung it on the head of the bed, then lay on the iron bed and fell into deep thought. Admit your mistake. Is it useful? Useless. It's absolutely useless. Lu Dan clearly holds a grudge against me. If I admit my mistake today, she will only become more rampant. Report the teacher? No use. Today's situation proves that this method is not feasible. Besides, I have no substantial evidence. There are no surveillance cameras in the girls' dormitory. This night, I'm totally sleep deprived. At the same time, I also made a decision. I will never surrender. The next day, I finished washing up and went out as usual. There was still a girl holding a basin of water coming in front of me, but this time I took the initiative. I took the first 2 steps and grabbed the basin of water and poured it over her. Crash. The girl couldn't stop screaming. I ignored him and turned to go downstairs. Many students passing by looked at me with surprise. As well as a touch of awe. After the second class, I suddenly raised my hand and said to the teacher, "Teacher, I lost my money." "Teacher, money? How much?" "Me, 500. "Teacher, 500? When did you lose it?" "Me, I just found it. I know who stole it. It was Lou Dan." Lou Dan glanced at me, first in surprise, then in anger. "By Lou? Who did you say stole your money?" "Me, that's you. If you don't believe me, just empty the contents of your school bag. Every piece of my money has my name on it, so it's easy to recognize." "Lou Dan, I'll fuck your mother." "Teacher, if you didn't steal it, pour it out and show it to her." Brush. Lou Dan angrily dumped out the contents of his school bag. Crash. The 500 yuan that I had just stuffed in while others were going to the bathroom after the first class fell out. Main, every one of those bills has my name on it. Lou Dan looked at me after seeing the money going smoothly. "You little bastard, you framed me." I looked back at him coldly. "You stole my money and you accused me of framing you. Do you have any evidence?" Lou Dan looked around. "Did any one of you see it?" Several people immediately said, "I saw it. She just sneaked up to your bag. I thought she was going to do something, but now it seems she just stuffed the money in your bag on purpose. I just saw him stuffing something into your bag with my own eyes. I didn't expect he was trying to frame you." "By Lou, how could you frame a cadre?" 5 or 6 people stood up to accuse me, describing in great detail how I had deliberately framed them. However, I knew very well that these people had seen nothing. However, their sheer numbers persuaded many people to believe what they said. At this moment, I suddenly realized that sometimes, the same method can have very different effects when used by different people. I was framed, and all my classmates who saw it pretended not to see anything. But when it came to Lou Dan's turn, she didn't even have to say a word and people were already defending her. Is this the reputation of a big sister? If I am also a big sister, will the situation be different? Will these people not dare to agree? The title of Big Sister really works. Chapter 706, by Lou's past, failed resistance. Beaten, the teacher said, "Lou Dan, give her 500 yuan and come with me to the office." In the office, the teacher looked at us and said, "I don't care what grudges you two had before, it ends here. School is a place for learning, not for you to fight each other. Lou Dan, your family sent you to school so that you can study hard. By Lou. Don't dwell on nonsense all day long. Your grades have been declining recently." All of a sudden, the teacher gave each of us 50 lashes, and then she looked at me with a little disappointment. Finally, he waved to Lou Dan and said, "You can go now." "By Lou, please stay. I have something to say." After Lou Dan left, the teacher looked at me and said, "By Lou, I think you're a good student. Don't think of those crooked ways. You should focus on your studies. Study hard. Don't think of revenge over everything. Will that help? Is it useful? Was I lost? Was I unsure if this was any use? But I really couldn't study." Lou Dan's actions had already had a serious impact on me. I didn't try to argue with the teacher. I already knew, there's no such thing as empathy. In the teacher's eyes, all I had to do was ignore Lou Dan, but she didn't know that at this point it wasn't a question of whether I should pay attention to the problem, but whether I could get rid of it. I nodded and left without saying anything. Lou Dan, who hadn't left, looked at me as I came out and said, "You little bastard, you're so arrogant. You dare to mess with me. You can do it. If I don't make you submit, I'm not Lou." She sneered and left. I know in my heart that the other party will retaliate, so I will try not to leave the school in the future, but I didn't expect they dared to. That night I was washing up. Crash. A group of people rushed out of the bathroom, led by Lou Dan. The others shouted at the people who were washing up, "Everyone get out." Wow, those who were washing, whether they had not finished washing or not, all picked up their basins and left quickly. I'm the only one stuck in there. Lou Dan looked at me and said, "Are you awesome during the day? Let me see how awesome you really are." Fuck her. Wow, 7 or 8 girls rushed towards me. I tried to resist but found I couldn't hold on and could only curl up in the corner with my head in my hands. They beat me madly. It hurts. It hurts a lot. I vaguely saw many people outside looking into the bathroom through the glass. I even saw my roommates and I shouted, "Speak to the teacher, speak to the dorm manager, go." Those people heard my shouts and beat me even harder. A fuck. A bitch is yelling. Believe it or not, I will sew your mouth shut, slap him in the face. I'll let her scream again, calling for help. Wishful thinking. Let's see who dares to go out and complain. Let's see who. Lou Dan looked coldly at the people outside. They were so scared that they all lowered their heads subconsciously, even those who shared the same dormitory with me and treated me like sisters. Quite a while, those people seemed to stop only when they were tired. Tread. Lu Dan squatted down and looked at me. That's pretty awesome. How awesome are you? Stand up straight. I didn't say anything, Lu Dan. Let me ask you if you accept it. I still didn't say anything. Lu Dan, what the hell? Stop being so stubborn. You still want to get beaten? Sudden, someone outside shouted, the dormitory manager is here. Lu Dan finally stopped after hearing this, but he still took out a few $100 from my pocket and said, don't you have money? Don't you love to lose money? Okay. Pay me this much money every week from now on? Otherwise, I will beat you once a week. After that, she took the money and left. I slowly stood up and looked in the mirror. There were no scars on my face because of the area I had just protected. Do you want to sue the teacher? I thought about it and rejected the idea outright. After all, the reason they beat me in the washroom was because there was no surveillance here, and there were no particularly obvious scars on my body, at most bruises. As long as they denied it, what could they do? Moreover, the teacher's attitude today and the director's words that day made me lose confidence in them. I stumbled back to the dormitory. My roommates all lowered their heads and didn't look at me. I looked at them with questioning eyes. Why? These people usually treat me like sisters, but why didn't they help me right at the door? Even if they were afraid that Lu Dan would report me to the teacher, no, they have none of them. Instead, they all chose to ignore. I lay in bed silently without saying a word. That night, I still slept well and kept thinking about the future. It seems there is no future. I thought about the solution for more than 10 days but couldn't come up with one. During these 10 days, I was blocked in the bathroom by Lu Dan and his gang twice. This time, although I didn't say anything, I took the initiative to hand over the few $100 in my pocket. Therefore, those people just pushed and cursed me and left. Finally, I couldn't figure out a solution. After class, I went to the school public telephone booth, inserted the card and called my father. There was a burst of noise coming from the other end of the phone. Who? Hello? Dad. It's me. I heard a familiar voice, and an inexplicable feeling of grievance surged in my heart. I cried out Dad with a sobbing voice, but the father on the other side seemed not to hear me clearly and asked back, By Lu? What did you say? What's wrong? How are your grades lately? I think the midterm exam is in a few days, right? Yes. Sizzle, there was another noisy voice on the other end, and my father said, okay, tell your mom if you have anything to say. I'm busy here, so I'll hang up first. Remember to study hard. Your grades can't drop any further, okay? After saying that, he hung up the phone. Beep. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, I felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Didn't my father hear the hint of tears in my voice? Did he really not care about me? Why, swipe. I called my mother again, but the number kept showing no one was connected. Right at this moment, Lu Dan's voice came from behind. Who are you calling? Are you suing me? I turned and left without answering. Lu Dan, by Lu. You can do it. You look like you're still not convinced. Just wait for me. I felt a chill in my heart. I didn't even go to the bathroom that night, and I subconsciously locked the dormitory door before going to bed, and always pay attention to what's happening outside the door. Of course. I had no idea that while I was half asleep, a blanket would fall from the upper bunk and hit me. Then there were all kinds of crackling beatings, and at the same time, I heard my roommate's voice, I'm sorry. We have no choice. If we don't beat you, Sister Dan will beat us, by Lu. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending Sister Dan. Just admit your mistake to her right away. Chapter 707 by Lu's past, Lu Dan's plan. Bang. Bang. Bang, they kept hitting me on the quilt, but it didn't hurt because it was covered by the quilt and they didn't hit me hard, but my body didn't hurt, my heart hurt more. I knew that from this moment on, my friendship with my roommate was completely broken, only hatred and enemies remain. All this is because of Lu Dan. She is the big sister, everyone is afraid of her, and everyone has to agree with her. They think that if I don't agree with her, I will be isolated and beaten. Big sister, why can't I be the big sister? If I could be like her, no one would dare to bully me, and I would be able to take revenge instead of being like this now, powerless. A long time after the fight, those guys went back to their beds. I pulled back the covers and looked outside. Really, Lu Dan's face was reflected in the glass, still wearing the same dress, as if she was the boss standing there. Whoever she wanted to be unlucky would be unlucky. For a time while I hated her, I actually envied her a little. The next day, I went to class with dark circles under my eyes, and most people pointed and talked about me when they saw me along the way. When I entered the classroom, my classmates pointed at me and most of them subconsciously stayed away from me. The most unlucky teacher had to take a half-month leave due to family matters, and the classes were taught by a substitute teacher during this half-month. The substitute teacher didn't know my situation even better. When he saw me being late, he got dark circles under his eyes and criticized me. I am even more confused. Ideas kept popping up in my mind. No. I can't go on like this. I can't let myself be bullied. I have to get revenge, but my heart told me, I can't retaliate. They are too numerous and powerful, and I can't defeat them on my own. That's all. I spent several days like a zombie. Lu Dan didn't bother me these days because she started looking for new prey. It turned out that her family was not rich and was even a little poor. Taking a few $100s a week from me made her quality of life soar. She ate well and had fun. Every time she went out on vacation, she bought a lot of clothes and cosmetics, which also made her spend less and less. Therefore, she was not satisfied with my few $100s, but started to expand the group of people she charged, and many people began to suffer. It makes me feel relieved, although I was still extorted for money every now and then. At least I wasn't beaten, and their attention was diverted away from me. I naively thought everything would get better and better, but the facts proved I was too naive. Off campus, Lu Dan was smoking with some young girls and some hooligans from outside the school. One of the hooligans put his hand on Lu Dan's shoulder and boasted, "Xiao Dan, follow me. No one in the whole Jia city will dare to bully you. If you get into trouble in the future, just sign up, Lu Dan, let's talk about the accident later. When will you buy me the watch I told you about yesterday?" Surface, the yellow-haired thug frowned slightly. "Didn't I buy it for you?" "Lu Dan, that's fucking fake. Are you kidding me? Am I that easy to fool?" The yellow-haired thug, "No. The key is that it's really too expensive, more than 1,000. I'm short of money recently, Lu Dan, I don't care, I want you to buy it for me. If you don't buy it, then I'll just hang out with Brother Wang." Brother Wang, the mortal enemy of the yellow-haired gangster. The yellow-haired thug looked angry. "You dare? Lu Dan, do you think I dare? Why would I care about this? I'll be with whoever buys me a watch." The yellow-haired thug, "Okay. I'll buy it for you. But there's one condition, you have to find me a girl, good-looking and clean." "You can't," Lu Dan frowned. "What? You still want to? This won't do. This won't make things worse. Huang Mao, what's the big deal? After the deal is done, I'll not only buy you a watch, but also give you 2,000 yuan. Lu Dan's eyes lit up. Watch. $2,000 left. This was extremely attractive to her. She hesitated for only a moment before nodding. "No problem, Huang Mao. Okay, bring the person here at this time tomorrow, and I promise I can get it done for you." Lu Dan, "Okay." She left with a few little girls. The little girl asked, "Sister Dan, where can we get the girl they want? It's not easy to find one. If we keep going like this, won't things get out of hand?" "Lu Dan, what's the fuss? We're just trying to get the person out. We don't care about anything else. Even if something really happens, it's their own business. What does it have to do with us?" Little girl, "Ah. Then who should we get?" "Lu Dan, there have been a few girls who have been disobedient recently." "Whom? I think those girls aren't that good either." "By Lu." "Right. She's the most reliable, it meets their requirements, but they're also against us, so it's a good opportunity to give her a warning." "Little girl, Sister Dan is wise." Then, several people started discussing how to get me out. A few days later, take a vacation. After I finished packing, I started to prepare to leave school and go home. On the way, I suddenly saw Lu Dan appear, and I subconsciously tried to avoid him. "Lu Dan, stop. What's wrong with you? What are you doing? Why do you have to hide from me?" "I'm not hiding from you, Lu Dan. Alright, we've fought enough lately, and we can say that fighting is the beginning of friendship. So, from today on, we're even, and we can make peace, okay?" "Reconcile?" I looked at Lu Dan in surprise. Can I really reconcile with him? I looked at him and didn't see anything else. I shook my head. Lu Dan frowned. "What? You don't give me face, no." Lu Dan, what do you mean by I? How about we have a good meal together and forget about what happened before?" She pulled me out of the school. I was a bit confused and didn't struggle, so I followed him out subconsciously. I muttered to myself, what's going on? Is this group really not going to target me anymore? Are they going to make peace? But why? What's the reason? Is she being kind? That shouldn't be the case. Someone like her shouldn't be kind. She was extremely confused and subconsciously followed Lu Dan, walking out of the school and out of the crowded places. Soon I realized I was going further and further away, so I stopped and looked at Lu Dan and asked, "Where are you taking me?" "Lu Dan, let's go eat." "Let's go." I felt something was wrong and shook my head. "No. I won't eat. If you want to make peace, just do it here. You don't have to eat, just shake hands and make peace." "Lu Dan, no, I have to eat. I don't want to eat." "Lu Dan, even if you don't want to eat, I won't go. Let me go." "Lu Dan, let go." "Bye, Lu. Don't be so shameless, come with me immediately. If you keep on nagging me, I'll fuck you." Chapter 708 by Lu's Past. Must do it. Seeing this, I struggled more and more fiercely, my subconscious telling me that there was definitely something wrong with Lu Dan. "Fuck, you little brat, you're quite energetic." Lu Dan couldn't quite catch me and said angrily, "Where's the person?" Wow, a few young girls came out from the alley next to me. They were Lu Dan's lackeys. They rushed towards me, some of them grabbed my arms and some of them grabbed my legs. Suddenly it was difficult for me to continue struggling. Brush. Lu Dan released her thick, fat hands and looked down at me. "Damn, why are you struggling for no reason? Look how tired I am, my hands are sore." "You're pretty damn energetic, you." What are you going to do, Lu Dan? Asterisk M. What are you doing? She waved her hand without saying a word. Wow. A few young girls held me and followed her to the alley ahead. The alley was very dark and deep, and there seemed to be a black object inside. It was not until we were dozens of meters away that I vaguely saw a van parked in the alley. There were a few figures smoking next to the car. Lu Dan also saw those figures and waved in that direction from a distance. Those figures seemed to look over but did not leave the shadow of the alley. At this moment my instincts went wild with warnings. Something wrong, something is absolutely wrong. This wasn't the school? Were we outside? What were Lu Dan and the others planning to do? What about that van up ahead? It seemed like they were waiting for me, too. I looked at Lu Dan again and demanded, "Let me go." "What are you doing?" Lu Dan looked at me and said, "Let go of you, little bitch. Can't you stand up to me? Today I'm going to punish you and let you know the consequences of offending me, Lu Dan." "What's that look in your eyes?" "Don't worry. I won't kill you. On the contrary, I'll make you feel good. Maybe you'll be grateful to me." Buzz, my brain buzzed. I am not an ignorant, naive person. I immediately heard a possibility from Lu Dan's words. Wouldn't they? Could it be? How dare they? But both Lu Dan's eyes and the van that was getting closer and closer in front of her made her realize that everything was probably as I guessed. Thinking of this, I knew that I must not sit still and wait for death, so I hit the little girl on the left who was holding me with a headbutt. The little girl grimaced in pain and let go of my hand. The other two little girls were also stunned by the noise. I took this opportunity to break free from the restraints and turned around to run back, but I didn't expect that the little girl was following me. Bang! I bumped into her and fell to the ground. I quickly got up and tried to continue running, but the delay gave Lu Dan and the others time to react. Lu Dan ran up in 2 steps and grabbed my clothes, and the other little girls also rushed up and surrounded me again. I clenched my fists into an attacking posture. "Don't come over here. Believe it or not, I will fight you to the death." My angry eyes and hysterical expression obviously scared the little girls. Lu Dan was the first to react. "Fuck. You're here to pee, damn it. Come on, let me see how you play." "Fuck her for me." Several little girls also reacted. "Fuck. How dare you bite me, you're really taking risks. You're just showing off to this guy. Hold her down, see if I don't break her teeth today." They rushed towards me, and this time I didn't choose to hold my head and not resist. Even though I knew I couldn't beat them, giving up resistance might mean a nightmare waiting for me today. Bang! Snap! Trample! I swung my fists wildly at these little girls, and I would bite anyone who dared to grab me. My frantic resistance and the fact that I really dared to kill them intimidated the little girls. Lu Dan looked angry. "A bunch of rubbish." She rushed over, grabbed my arm and pulled it hard, and I fell down. Brush. He threw me to the ground in a headlock. I have to admit that Lu Dan is very good at fighting. In addition, her physique is much stronger than that of normal girls. I am no match for her. I fell to the ground and could only subconsciously hold my head again. Crackling, those little girls started punching and kicking me again, but this time they only hit me a few times. "Lu Dan, stop. Stop hitting her. Her face and body are still useful tonight." She lowered her head and looked at me. "Bye, Lu. Listen to me carefully, be good and go accompany someone. After this, I promise not to bother you again. If you try to struggle again, I will get you into the bathhouse." I looked up and glared at him. "Lu Dan, how dare you? Do you know what you are doing?" "Lu Dan, I'm making money. Do you know what my family does? My father is a security officer. What you did is illegal, Lu Dan." "Ha ha. Public security. You're such a boaster. Why don't you just say your father is a high-ranking official?" Bang. She hit me hard on the head, her expression suddenly cold. "I don't care who your father is. This is your Dan's sister's territory. No one in this land is as good as your Dan's sister. You do whatever I tell you to do, otherwise." She had someone pick me up and continued walking forward. I struggled madly. "Lu Dan. I didn't lie to you, my dad is, Lu Dan. Even if your father is the Jade Emperor, he can't do anything about it. You have to go." Right at this moment, an old voice came from not far away. "What are you doing?" Then the old lady from last time came over with a cane, and she shouted, "You can't fight. We are all classmates, let her go. We are all born and raised by our parents. How can you bully your classmates? Let her go." Seeing the old lady and her gang members panicking, Lu Dan was furious. She felt like everything was going wrong today and everyone was against her. "Don't worry about this damn old lady. Let's go, I can't leave." The old lady stopped Lu Dan on the way and tried to grab her. "Little girl, you can't bully others. You should study hard at your age, learn from your uncle, you old woman." Lu Dan pushed the old lady hard. No matter how much strength she put in, a normal person couldn't bear it, let alone an old lady who needed crutches. Snap. The old lady was pushed to the ground with a crisp sound of bones breaking, and she couldn't stop groaning in pain. "Lu Dan, damn old woman, bad luck, walk." She wanted someone to take me to the alley again. A few little girls looked at Lu Dan with admiration on their faces and pulled me forward. Now, looking at the old woman moaning in pain on the ground, my eyes couldn't help but turn red. At this moment, my fear disappeared, and only anger remained. Only one word remained to dry. There is one more chapter to end the memories. Please support me with gifts. Chapter 709, The Evildoers Don't Get Their Comeuppance? Why? I don't accept it. Dry, swish. I looked at the little girl who was pulling me next to me, and my eyes were red as I looked at her, and I felt my hair stand on end. What are you going to do? Before she could finish her words, she bit my arm hard and held it tightly. Even though the flesh on her arm was thick, a lot of blood still flowed out when I bit it hard. The little girl screamed in pain and let go of my hand on the spot. It hurts. Let go. Let go. She pushed me like crazy. The other little girls on both sides were so frightened that they let go of their hands. Lu Dan was the first to react. Fuck. Let go of me. Tear. I bit down hard and pulled. I pulled 2 bloody threads out of the little gangster girl's arm, and blood flowed out of my mouth, combined with my red eyes showing pain. Lu Dan, who was about to come over to mess with me, was stunned. She was a little panicked and shouted, "What are you looking at? Catch her and fuck her. I'll give you 100 yuan each." The few little girls were still standing there in a daze. They were just students. They were usually arrogant and bullied the honest people, but now they were scared to death when they saw me so fierce. Only Lu Dan continued to stare at me, but I'm not afraid. He rushed towards her with a big jump. Crows take a plane. Lu Dan and I wrestled with each other. In terms of physique and fighting ability, I was far inferior to Lu Dan, but at this moment I was furious and just wanted to kill Lu Dan. This momentum also made Lu Dan a little flustered, and we fought equally, rolling on the ground. She kicked me to death and I bit her to death. The other little girls were completely terrified and just stood there in a daze. Lu Dan, Mada, look at your whistle, come up and fuck her. Little gangster. They thought about it before coming over to help, but they were all hesitant because they were afraid of being bitten by me. In the alley, several yellow-haired people looked at the situation. Is this girl so wild? Lu Dan is not good at his job. He asked him to bring a girl over and they started fighting halfway. Let's go up and help. Otherwise, all the goods will be sold out. If we don't deliver them today, we'll be in big trouble. They were about to come out to help, but the next moment they all stopped, because we were fighting so fiercely. We attracted the attention of many people nearby, especially an old lady lying next to us. Stop fighting. That old lady is lying on the ground. Why does she look dead? These girls are too cruel. They are killing people. Report them to the police quickly. Report them quickly, stop fighting. A few enthusiastic people came up and started to separate them. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Dan glared at them and turned and ran away. The other little girls also ran away. Someone looked at me and said, "Little girl, are you okay? Your mouth is full of blood." I rushed to the old lady without saying a word. "Grandma, are you okay?" The old lady groaned twice in great pain, and I had a very bad feeling for a moment. My hunch was right. Although the old lady was rescued, she was completely exhausted and had multiple fractures all over her body, making it difficult for her to stand up. The doctor said that the old lady was too old, and after the fall today, she probably wouldn't live for many years. Why, it's all thanks to me. If it weren't for my grandma, I wouldn't. It's all my fault for not being good enough. I want to fight Lu Dan as soon as possible. If I were the big sister, would Lu Dan dare not provoke me? This incident caused a big stir that day. Both my parents came to the hospital to see me. My mother held me in her arms and kept checking me. Lu, are you okay? A look of worry also appeared on my father's face. I shook my head to indicate that I was fine, and at the same time said to my father with hope, "Dad. She hurt Grandma. Grandma is like this to save me. She is not even conscious. You have to help Grandma get revenge. You have to help her get revenge, Father. I will take care of this matter." He looked at his mother and said, "Take by Lu and stay in the hotel for a few days." My mother and I stayed in the hotel for a while. One day my father told me, "I have completed the transfer procedures for me. I just need to go to the school to hand it over." I in the car. I asked my father, "Dad, has Lu Dan been arrested? Has she been punished?" My father nodded vaguely. I silently said in my heart, "Grandma, your revenge has been taken." "Grandma, I will come back to see you often." "I will," but just arrived at the school gate, I was stunned. My eyes fixed on the front. There really was a plump woman in a black coat strolling with a few gangster girls. Lu Dan. That's her. I'd recognize her even if she turned to dust. I looked at my father. "Dad, that's Lu Dan." The father did not speak. The mother said, "Xiaolu, I will tell you something later, afterwards." I got the explanation. Lu Dan was young, so even if she made mistakes or broke the law, she could only correct her mistakes and receive education or be expelled from school according to the law at the time. Even because her family was so poor, there was almost no compensation for the old lady afterwards. I'm stupid. I looked at my father and mother. "Father, everything is going according to the law." "Mother, except Lu Dan, everyone else has been punished. The deputy director has been expelled, and several local criminal organizations have been dismantled. Your father and I also gave the old lady 50,000 yuan, and will cover her medical expenses. This is the best solution." Best solution? Is it really okay? Does it matter whether those people were punished or not? Is it important that the culprit is still at large? Why, a kind person like the old lady is going to suffer a disaster. How can a bad guy like Lu Dan still get away with it? She wants me, the victim, to pay compensation for her. I am angry. I looked at my father. Why? Didn't you say you wanted to avenge Grandma? Is this how you're going to avenge her? Father, everything is done according to the law, the law? Will the law let the culprit go unpunished? Won't she continue to be indulged like this? Mother, people like her will eventually get their comeuppance. I don't want God to punish me, I want you to punish me. Your daughter has suffered such a thing, and you are going to let the bad guys get away with it? Mother, Xiaolu, you have to understand your father. I don't understand, I don't care, Dad, I know you can do it. You can avenge me and Grandma, Father, I can't. You can. You are in charge of public security, can't you punish the evildoers? Father, don't worry about these things. Just study hard in your new school. I will have someone watch you at school, so that nothing like this will happen again. You know you have to shake off the snot in your mouth. The child is dead and the grandmother is gone. What's the point of you saying all this? What I want is revenge. I want Lu Dan to regret. I want, bang. Chapter 710, Memories End, Smashing Stalls, by Lu Fucks Lu Dan. I covered my face and looked at my father in disbelief. Father, shut up. The Bai family never does anything illegal. Everything must be done according to the law, well, I said okay twice and pushed the door to get out of the car. Xiaolu, when my mother saw me get off the car, she complained to my father, Xiaolu is still young and doesn't understand these things. She has suffered enough already. She can't bring her emotions at work home. Father, do you blame me? I have done my best in this matter. Can you really sentence Lu Dan? The law does not allow it, and my moral principles do not allow it either. This matter has become a big deal. If it continues, people will be dissatisfied. It's enough to just let her drop out of school. After all, she's still a child. Okay, go and take a look. Although my father was a bit harsh in his words, he was still worried about me and asked my mother to catch up with me as soon as possible, persuade me. At that time, my father did not realize that what he thought was not a big deal had already affected my life. Since then, I became rebellious and learned how to get involved in society. When my father found out, he criticized me severely, but the more he criticized me, the more rebellious I became. The gap between father and daughter became more and more serious as time went by, and I even stopped going home after going to college. Even though I've come to understand my father's decision over time, some things remain in my mind forever. The old lady lay in front of me with a painful expression on her face. Lu Dan looked down at me from above, wearing his coat, and as if nothing happened just now, it has become my nightmare. Occasionally I would dream about waking up from a nightmare. I became isolated and didn't like making friends. I subconsciously imitated Lu Dan's appearance to mix in society and was determined to become a big sister. My name is Bai Lu. I want to get involved in society. I want to be the big sister. I want revenge. I want to give Lu Dan a taste of her own medicine. I want to make her kneel before me in fear. I want to let her experience the feeling of being bullied by a big sister, and I didn't even realize that I was trying to use the identity of a big sister to package myself, to prevent myself from being bullied, to suppress my nightmares. But can I really do it? When I almost thought I couldn't do it, I met someone. His name is Qin Jiang. I saw the shadow of Lu Dan in him. No. Lu Dan can't compare to her. He has hundreds of little brothers under him, so he is so powerful. At that time, I decided to follow him. In less than a year, I finally took the position of big sister that I had always dreamed of, but even more confused. Do you really want revenge? Revenge, how to report it? Beat her up. Or let her stay with her grandmother. She died the following year. I cried for a long time when I returned home. Originally, I was determined to send Lu Dan to accompany my grandmother, but the 2 years in Heilong have changed me a lot. Not only can I better understand my father's decision, but I also have a deep understanding of Heilong's criminal law. I wonder if I should forget this memory, but I found that I couldn't forget it, especially every time my brother came to me and mentioned Dad. I couldn't stop thinking about it, recalling the past scenes, thinking back to the old lady's painful expression. Recalling the letter my grandmother left me before she died. Lu, you and I are a match made in heaven. I heard from your mother that you are still brooding over what happened back then. Now that things have passed, you should look forward. Your future has unlimited possibilities. Grandma didn't have many years left to live anyway, so it didn't matter if she died early or late. It would just be like going to see the boss earlier. Remember, don't you owe Grandma anything? Your family has helped me so much over the past year. To be honest, it's Grandma who owes you. You, don't quarrel with your parents, and don't be blinded by hatred. I don't want you to mention hatred when you visit my grave in the future. I hope that by then you will have been admitted to a good university, found a good job, and are living a happy life in the sunshine. End of memories. In front of the stall, Lu Dan's eyes widened as he watched Bai Lu smashing things. No? You, what are you doing? Bai Lu smashed a wine bottle in front of her. What are you doing? Fuck you, Lu Dan, it's been so many years, why are you still holding a grudge over that little thing? Is it that serious? No big deal, is it that so? Bai Lu stared with red eyes. Do you still remember the old lady you pushed to the ground and she couldn't stand up anymore? She died the next year. Do you think it was that serious, Lu Dan? I just gave her a light push and she blamed it on her poor health. Besides, I was punished and expelled from school. I was criticized and educated for half a month, and I was taught classes every day. What did I say? I've already paid the price. Ha, Bai Lu laughed in anger. Price? You call that a price? You really are still the same Lu Dan. In your eyes, you never care about other people's feelings. Bang, Bai Lu kicked over the wine table again, the smile on Lu Dan's face disappeared, and his expression turned cold. Bai Lu. Who are you with? Did I treat you well? Do you know that you are affecting my business? It affects my ability to make money. Lu Dan rushed towards Bai Lu and started to hit her, wanting to give her a hug and a throw like he used to do. But Bai Lu was no longer a novice in fighting. He had received training in Heilong for more than 2 years. Although he was not as good as Sijio in sparring, he was familiar with various fighting techniques. He was not afraid of Lu Dan in a one-on-one fight. Bai Lu did not retreat but instead launched a sideways kick. Bang, Lu Dan's body retreated faster than he rushed forward and hit the table on the spot, crackling. Everything on the table fell to the ground. Lu Dan. Oh my god. Lu Dan jumped up and looked at him. You little bitch, fuck. I'm going to fucking kill you. She didn't believe it and rushed towards Bai Lu again. This time, she was kicked to the ground again. When they met, feeling the tightness and pain in her chest, Lu Dan was both angry and surprised. She simply couldn't reconcile the Bai Lu in front of her who was capable of fighting with the Bai Lu who used to let her do whatever she wanted. She looked at Huang Mao. You're a fucking dead man. I got kicked like this, and you didn't even know how to get on with it. Huang Mao finally reacted. You dare to hit my wife? I will beat you to death. Then he picked up a stool and hit Bai Lu. At the same time, Lu Dan on the ground also quickly got up and rushed forward. Although Bai Lu was good enough, both Lu Dan and Huang Mao were fighters for years, and soon Bai Lu felt overwhelmed. Huang Mao, seeing that he couldn't defeat Bai Lu directly, pulled out a machete from under the barbecue stall. You? I'll kill you. He took the machete and was about to chop Bai Lu down. Bai Lu was being entangled by Lu Dan and couldn't dodge in time. Right at this moment, sudden. Chapter 7:11, Guchuan comes to help. Two swords join forces, fight and run. A figure came from afar like the wind, and kicked the yellow-haired man directly on the shoulder. Bang! The yellow-haired man staggered 2 steps and dropped the machete to the ground without even being able to hold on. Huang Mao looked back and saw a slim woman wearing high heels and a windbreaker, with blue eyes and hair standing there. Huang Mao, another one? Bai Lu was startled. Guchuan. The person who came was Guchuan. She felt bored spending the new year alone in the villa, so she went to ask Bai Lu for dinner. She happened to see Bai Lu driving away, so she followed her and witnessed the whole process of Bai Lu smashing things. Later, seeing Bai Lu about to suffer, I came to help. Bai Lu, why are you here? Guchuan, let's solve the problem first. Bai Lu, okay. The two of them didn't waste any time and took the initiative to attack. Guchuan was also well trained in fighting and was very capable. With her joining the battle, the situation quickly changed and it basically became a one-sided fight. Soon Huang Mao and Lu Dan were beaten to the point where they couldn't get up from the ground. They kept shouting, I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. I feel guilty for all these years. Bai Lu. Sister Bai. Please spare me, don't hit me. I'm just a kebab vendor now, exposed to the wind and sun. How miserable. Why are you two women so cruel? Stop kicking my kidneys, it hurts, my kidneys. Seeing this, many diners and passers-by outside also joined in and said, you two little girls, don't go too far. Look at what you've done to the man. It's not easy for them to set up stalls. What hatred do you have against me? This is too much, stop it. Stop it now. Stop the fighting. These two people are so pitiful. Despite the constant attempts of those around her to persuade her, Bai Lu not only didn't stop, but kicked even harder. Lu Dan hadn't shown mercy to her men back then, and now Lu Dan was still feigning pity. What was there to be pitted about her? What right did she have to be pitted? A long time. Fuck, a Huang got beaten, help, 2 little girls dared to cause trouble in our territory. Several more stall owners rushed over from afar, with tools in their hands. These days, people who set up stalls of the same kind have more or less formed an alliance of interests, fighting, a completely common thing. However, since the Chinese New Year was approaching, many stalls opened their stalls late, so it took a long time for the embarrassed stall owners to react after Huang Mao and Lu Dan were beaten. See them rushing towards me. Ji Chuan, Bai Lu, stop fighting, there are so many of them, just kidding. Bai Lu didn't hesitate. She had already lost most of her anger after fighting for so long, so seeing the other side's 4 or 5 helpers naturally didn't want to stay any longer. Wow, Bai Lu and Guchuan turned and ran. The stall owners at the scene thought about it and didn't chase after him. They could only say to Huang Mao that the stall owners shared the same interests. It was okay to help someone who was causing trouble in the town, but there was no need to take it so seriously and help chase them. They stepped forward to help Lu Dan and Huang Mao up. Are you two okay? What happened? Who are those 2 girls? Where did they come from and become so fierce? Huang Mao, how would I know? She just flipped the table and started fighting. Lu Dan. What grudge does she have against you? He looked at Lu Dan with doubts. Lu Dan covered his face and gritted his teeth. I used to be a little bitch in school. I used to be so annoying when I was in school. I beat him up so badly. I didn't expect that he would become more capable after not seeing him for a few years. Old Huang, we can't just let this go. She could hardly suppress her inner anger. Ever since she was expelled from school, she had no choice but to live in society. It was then that she realized that the outside world was completely different from school. In school, she was Sister Dan and everyone was afraid of her, but no one outside took her seriously. When she wanted to establish her own territory, she was beaten half to death by male thugs, and the few young girls under her command also dispersed. Later, she continued to be the boss with an old thug, but the old thug was also put in jail soon, so she changed her target again. Within a few years, basically, the old thug she followed either went to jail or dumped her and replaced her with new ones. In the end, she also stayed in jail for half a year. If you continue to do this, you will end up in an even worse situation and won't even have enough to eat. After all, she wasn't good looking, and no one paid any attention to her except the older, more normal looking hooligans. As she got older, her appearance became even more futile. She'd been walking around all day, often skipping meals 9 times out of 3. It was then that she realized she'd starve to death if she continued to live like this. Then, she hooked up with a guy named Huang Mao, and the two of them decided to set up a roadside barbecue stall. Thanks to her hard work and Huang Mao's connections, their business boomed, and they started making some money. During this time, Lu Dan gradually withdrew from society, becoming more like a normal person. She decided to save for 2 years to put down the money for a down payment, buy a house and a car, and marry Huang Mao and start a family. Who would have thought that Bai Lu would suddenly appear and beat him up? How could Lu Dan accept this? Old Huang, it definitely doesn't count. I've been in the underworld for several years, and I was beaten up by 2 little girls. Didn't you see that high heel kicking my waist so coolly? My waist. It's broken. Lu Dan rolled his eyes. That's not important. It was just a matter of 1 or 2 minutes. How bad could it be? Huang Mao, Lu Dan, hurry up and call someone. Damn. I have to get back at you for what happened today. I have to. Lu Dan is still being bullied by her, by Lu. I want her to kneel before me and sing conquer. I want her to know that her sister Dan will always be her sister Dan. Code person, Huang Mao, yes, looking for someone. Huang Mao quickly called the contact person. Hey, Brother Zhang, I got beaten up. You have to send me some help, okay? Brother Zhang, as long as you get me some help, I can eat as much barbecue as I want for the next half month. Okay, hey, Brother Lu. Lu Dan was also indignant and took out his phone. Brother Wang, I got beaten up by 2 women, you have to help me. Is she pretty? She's pretty. Brother Yang, Lu Dan. You forgot, a year ago in hotel, yes, I was beaten up, see, bang. Huang Mao finished the call and nodded to Lu Dan. I think there are more than 20 people here. Lu Dan, I also found someone. Huang Mao, who did you just call? I heard Brother Wang, Brother Yang, who are they? Lu Dan, who? You, Lian Xiao, you have so many problems. I'm telling you, if you don't get your revenge today, don't even think about getting into my bed. Huang Mao. Chapter 712, Bar Chat, Revenge and Pursuit. Stop. Gu Chuan waved his hand and stopped, leaning on his knees with both hands and panting. Don't run. They probably can't catch up. She was wearing sky-high heels, and it was amazing that she could maintain such a high speed for such a long time. But if you keep running, your legs will be ruined. Bai Lu also stopped and nodded. I probably can't catch up. Gu Chuan looked at her. What's wrong with you? You ran all the way here to hit someone. It seems like you have some grudge against her in the past. We want to inquire about your privacy. If you want to talk about it, just say it. If you don't want to talk about it, let's talk about something else. I think some things have been vented, and if you talk about it again, you will feel more at ease. Bai Lu smiled. She pointed ahead and said, let's go. There's a bar over there. Let's go in and have a drink and chat. If you want to listen, I'll tell you, but it's New Year's Eve next year. Are you sure you want to listen to my story here instead of going home to celebrate the New Year with your family? Gu Chuan, I haven't celebrated the New Year at home for many years. My parents and my grandfather are all busy. And I'm not the only descendant, so I can still be there for the New Year. This year, it's best for us to celebrate the New Year together. Walk. She grabbed Bai Lu's arm and walked towards the bar. Bai Lu did not refuse to follow. As they had just fought side by side, their relationship underwent rapid changes. From ordinary acquaintances, evolved directly into friends. The 3 ions of life, fought together, friendship. They made rapid progress only after experiencing secret things that normal friends would not experience. This is also the reason why Gu Chuan asked Bai Lu about her secret. Only when friends know each other's secrets more, the relationship will become closer, which will also bring her and Bai Lu closer. This is Gu Chuan's goal. In the bar, crash, Gu Chuan naturally poured Bai Lu a glass of wine and asked, tell me about the young lady's past. Bai Lu took a sip of wine and said directly, as for me, I have a grudge against her. To be honest, it happened 7 or 8 years ago, at school. Bai Lu talked about her past. Bang, Gu Chuan slammed the table angrily. What? If I had known I couldn't leave, I would have had to fuck her. This woman is such a jerk. She screwed you over so badly, and you've been under so much pressure for so many years, and now she's still thriving. She deserves to die. I really should have. Bai Lu waved her hands. It's okay. I just finished fighting. I feel much better now. Gu Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. How could she not hear from Bai Lu's words that she felt much better, rather than that her thoughts were completely clear? Obviously, there was still something that Bai Lu couldn't let go of. Gu Chuan, I guess they still have to set up a stall there. Why don't we go again tomorrow? If 1 time doesn't work, try twice. If 2 times doesn't work, try 10 times. I'll beat you until you're completely satisfied. Bai Lu, no need. Don't talk about me, why are you here? Gu Chuan, well. I was originally planning to go out to dinner with you, but I saw you driving away so I followed you. I didn't mean to pry into your privacy, I was just curious about why you were not at home and were out during the Chinese New Year. Bai Lu, I don't blame you. If it weren't for you just now, I probably wouldn't have been able to beat them both. Gu Chuan, you're very strong. The best fighting girl I've ever seen. Not as bad as that fat girl who couldn't even stand up and screamed. Have you practiced for this? Bai Lu nodded, yes. Black Dragon has its own martial arts department, which specializes in training people to practice fighting. All personnel will undergo preliminary training. Senior executives will receive strict training, and at least employees will also participate in intensive training for half a month every year. Gu Chuan, Sigma, surprised face, oh shit, specializing in combat? And training camp? What are you guys up to? And you're still saying you're not just a gang member. Bai Lu saw her thoughts and shook her head. It's not for fighting, but to keep fit and to be able to protect myself when facing illegal crimes. Gu Chuan, guess whether I believe it or not. / Gu Chuan looked completely unconvinced, and Bai Lu didn't know how to explain it. What can I say? She didn't completely believe it in her heart. Even she, a senior executive who knew that the Black Dragon Group had never gone astray since its establishment, would sometimes have doubts, let alone outsiders of Bai Lu. I see you've practiced your skills before? Gu Chuan nodded. I've been a tomboy since I was little, so I'd fight with those little boys. In order to win, I found a master to teach me. When I was little, I even gave myself a nickname, Shangnan. Bai Lu, Shangnan? Gu Chuan, yes. Bai Lu, that's not really a nickname. It's a very common name in Northeast China. Common. Gu Chuan was stunned. There are girls in Northeast China who like to call themselves Shangnan? Bai Lu, it's not that they like to call themselves that, but their name is Shangnan. Gu Chuan, really? I remember looking at information from mainland China, and there are many girls named Zhaodi, Pundi, etc. Is there really a Shangnan? Bai Lu, that's not in the Northeast. Girls in the Northeast are also very valued. Basically, except for the only children in Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Shanghai, girls in the Northeast are probably the happiest. When I was a child, there were girls named Shangnan and Yanan in almost every class. Gu Chuan, so you don't think your father is biased? Bai Lu looked at her in surprise. Why do you think my father is biased? Gu Chuan, you said your father pays little attention to you, even though he is busy with work. Could it be, your brother is treated the same way? She looked surprised. Bai Lu shook her head. Gu Chuan was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Bai Lu continued, my brother is worse than me. I've been with my grandparents since I was a child, but my brother has only been raised by my grandfather since he was a child. Living in the countryside, he doesn't care about anything. Calculating the time, my brother can see his father once every 2 years or so, and even less often than that. His monthly living expenses are about half of mine. And the result seems to be that he gets criticized the most. My brother's poor academic performance. He really gets beaten. Gu Chuan, this moment Gu Chuan was stunned. It wasn't that she wasn't smart enough, but rather that there was a generational gap and different customs in different regions. After a long pause, Gu Chuan couldn't help but say, your brother is quite miserable. A drink. Bai Lu and Gu Chuan talked about their past and had a great time. Diagonally opposite. A bartender, mixing drinks, felt his phone vibrate and pulled it out to find it was a group. Jianghu bounty of 500, 2 girls, one wearing black, good-looking, big leather boots, tall, the other wearing a windbreaker, blue eyes, swish. The bartender looked at Bai Lu and Gu Chuan and took a photo of them. Bang. Chapter 713 Bar Chat. Gu Chuan speechless. Whoosh. The bartender naturally sent the photo to the group. Buzz. Soon. A message came from inside. Huang Mao. Fuck. Where are these 2 people? Where is she? I'll fucking kill her if I find her. Bartender, clear it. Huang Mao. Okay. Watch it carefully. Wait, bartender, no problem, don't forget my kickback. Huang Mao, I can't forget. Bang. Putting down his phone, the bartender couldn't help but hum softly. Palace Jade Liquor, 180 per cup. How's this drink? Listen to me. He earn another 500. So cool, 500. It was not a small number in 2012, at least equivalent to his weekly salary for just sending a message. It's like picking up money for free. Sigh, he whistled at the waitress and felt that he could have another good time tonight. Next to the bar, Bai Lu and Gu Chuan continued chatting, and the topic of their conversation couldn't help but turn to Hei Long. Gu Chuan, the history of Black Dragon's development is truly legendary. 2 years. I can't believe how you managed it, Bai Lu. It's not about how we did it. It's about how brother Jiang did it, Gu Chuan, Qin Jiang. It's all thanks to him alone. Bai Lu, about the same. Gu Chuan, I think Xu Zhang is also very smart, and Sijia is also a good fighter. Bai Lu, brother Zhang is very smart, even a little too smart, but you don't think that he can build a company from scratch to this point in just 2 years just by being smart. Gu Chuan, that's true, but can Qin Jiang really take it all? Bai Lu, of course. Brother Jiang is the soul of the Black Dragon Group. If the Black Dragon Group rises to a total of 10 points, brother Jiang alone accounts for 9 and 8 points. Brother Zhang and brother Sijio each account for 1 point. The rest of us owe 2 points. Bai Lu's tone was unconsciously excited when she mentioned Qin Jiang. Her eyes lit up and she started to talk uncontrollably. She couldn't help but tell Gu Chuan about Qin Jiang's legendary strategies: demolish the land, night market planning, the rise of milk tea, etc. Bai Lu became more and more excited as she spoke, while Gu Chuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Who was she? Gu Chuan, with her intelligence, how could she not see the absolute position Qin Jiang occupied in Black Dragon? The reason why she asked that just now was naturally to see how Bai Lu would react to Qin Jiang. Now, looking at the look in Bai Lu's eyes when she mentioned Qin Jiang, she couldn't help but feel a desire to fight. Unconscious, she took the initiative to tell Bai Lu about her past. To be honest, I wasn't favored in my hometown. In Hong Kong, boys are still more valued. So since I was a child, my mother has been preparing for a younger brother after giving birth to me. Although I have lived a life of luxury that others only dream of, I have had very little real family love and care. I don't accept. Why are boys valued? Why do parents and grandparents think that only sons and grandsons can inherit the family business, but not granddaughters? I swear I will show them that women are not necessarily inferior to men. I studied very hard since I was young. I was admitted to a top university very early on with excellent grades. I started my own business during college, and by the time I graduated, I had already earned my first pot of gold, 50 million. Later, I joined a fund company as a manager. Within 2 years, I brought the fund to the top 3 in the industry. Later, I became independent and founded my own foundation. I currently have 2 funds with assets of tens of billions of yuan. She kept recounting her past steps, as if she was trying to compete with someone. Bai Lu gave a thumbs up. You are amazing. You are the most amazing girl I have ever met. Gu Chuan, is gender important? Bai Lu, it's not important. Gu Chuan, so I am the most powerful person. Bai Lu, no. I admit that you are very good, but compared to brother Jiang, you are not as good. Gu Chuan, why can't I do it? Bai Lu, I didn't mean to belittle you, please don't mind it. Gu Chuan, not to the extent of, although she was very unconvinced in her heart, she had to admit that Qin Jiang had surpassed her in terms of business achievements. In terms of age, Qin Jiang is a few years younger than her. Qin Jiang, he is a man, this gives you an absolute advantage. Bai Lu, you're doing so well out there, why did you come to Songjiang? Gu Chuan, it's not that I want to come to Songjiang, but I want to come to the mainland. In the 21st century, the development of Hong Kong has entered a stable stage. The market is a bit saturated and the competition is extremely fierce. Compared to the Hong Kong market, the real estate market is a completely untapped market. The economy here is just taking off, and there are business opportunities everywhere. If I want to achieve greater success, I have no choice but to come to the mainland and seize this opportunity to take off. Even, I can use this to surpass my family, the Gu family. When the time comes, I will return home in glory. I want the name Gu Chuan to be above the Gu family, and I will no longer be just a little girl of the Gu family. I want everyone to know, I am Gu Chuan. I don't need the Gu family. I can still stand at the top. Said. She couldn't help but exude a sense of dominance and formidable aura. This moment, Bai Lu only felt that she vaguely saw the shadow of brother Jiang on her, and then he shook his head and disappeared again. A long time. Ji Chuan took a sip of wine and said, as for coming to Songjiang, it's just because my grandfather used to live here, and it just so happens that I'm going to apply for a graduate degree here. Bai Lu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, they chatted about other topics. Both of them were a little tipsy. Bai Lu, why are your eyes blue? Your mother, Gu Chuan, my mother is also Chinese. As for my eyes, they might be inherited from my ancestors. Bai Lu, what do you think of brother Jiang? Gu Chuan, very impressive. Bai Lu, yeah. He's awesome at everything. He satisfies all my fantasies about being a big shot. Gu Chuan, what about me? Bai Lu, you are still okay. Gu Chuan, after being hammered several times in a row, Gu Chuan didn't know what to talk about next, and she didn't plan to continue the conversation. She and Bai Lu had experienced enough today, and the rest needed time to slowly digest. Gu Chuan, we've almost finished drinking. Let's go, Bai Lu, let's go, I have a happy day today, let's go back and have a good sleep. She staggered slightly as she walked outside. Ji Chuan felt a little distressed looking at her back. She could see that Bai Lu was still not relieved too. How can I let go of that experience by just fighting? Chapter 714, intercepted halfway. Lu Dan, all will be destroyed. Wait. The bartender shouted hurriedly when he saw Gu Chuan and Bai Lu were about to leave. Bai Lu stood and looked at him. The money is already on the table, no more, no less. Bartender, it's not about the money. We just launched a new drink in our bar, Ice and Snow Kingdom. You two have been spending quite a bit today, and since Chinese New Year is coming soon, I can treat you to a free sample. Bai Lu, no need, she waved her hand and was about to leave. The bartender tried to stop them again. It's really a new product. You can try it. It's very delicious. By the way, give us some suggestions. It won't delay you two for too long. He naturally couldn't just watch them leave. If those people really came to his place and couldn't find them, then let alone the 500 yuan bonus, he would probably be in trouble too. Money is not that easy to earn. I couldn't help but persuade him again, really. I will personally mix a drink for you two. If it doesn't taste good, you can hit me. He showed a smile that he thought was very beautiful. Usually, girls would agree to his smile. Bai Lu's expression turned cold, and she uttered two words coldly, "Get out of the way." She was no rookie, having been tempered by the Black Dragon for several years. She could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with the bartender. Of course, she couldn't be sure what the problem was. After all, a lot of things could happen in a bar like a mixed place. The bartender felt a chill in his heart and subconsciously wanted to move away, but the motivation of 500 yuan kept him from moving. Bai Lu, I told you to get out of the way. The bartender still didn't move, still talking about just having a drink. Brush, click. Gu Chuan went up and stepped hard on the bartender's instep. You must understand, she was wearing high heels. In addition, she had exercised before, so a normal person would not be able to withstand this kind of inertia. The bartender screamed and jumped on one leg to avoid it. There was no other way. It hurt so much. Gu Chuan, let's go. There's something wrong with this guy. We shouldn't stay here for long. Bai Lu also noticed it and nodded, yeah. The two ran out of the bar, and at the same time couldn't help but look back to observe the situation inside the bar. No one chased out. The only sounds were the bartender's cries of pain as he held his foot, and the laughter of many customers in the bar. Bartender, your skills in picking up girls are not good enough. You let them step on you. Don't you even look at who she is? How can she be dressed like an ordinary person? We just came to this bar to have a drink and chat, and you think you can hook up with her? It is important for people to know themselves, but you don't. Gu Chuan and Bai Lu stopped only after running a long way outside. Bai Lu, I really ran a lot today. Gu Chuan, you were so charming. The bartender can't take his eyes off you. Bai Lu, my charm. No, even if I were more charming, he, a bartender, wouldn't dare to do that. Gu Chuan also reacted, that's not right. After all of the two had just gone to a bar. The bartenders in the bar were not so bold as to dare to stop them unless there was external interference. Moreover, when the two ran out, no one chased them out of the bar. So it means that the external force does not come from the bar. The two had just arrived in Jia City today, so there shouldn't be any outside interference, unless, the two looked at each other and said in unison, Lu Dan. Gu Chuan, let's go. Gu Chuan pulled Bai Lu towards the car. Her car was parked not far from where she had originally set up her stall, and Bai Lu's car was also parked there. The two of them had just walked a few meters to choose a location. Suddenly, a large group of people emerged in front of them. They were wearing colorful clothes and had their hair dyed in various colors. Many of them were holding batons and sticks in their hands. Among the people in front, there was a slightly plump woman and a yellow-haired man. They were Lu Dan and her boyfriend. Fuck, Huang Mao also saw Bai Lu and Gu Chuan pointing at the two people and said, it's them. After searching everywhere for them, they finally found it without any effort. I didn't expect them to be here. Lu Dan, what the hell is this bullshit? I paid 500 yuan for a wrong location. Surround them. Wow, many hooligans rushed forward and surrounded Gu Chuan and Bai Lu. Lu Dan looked at Gu Chuan and Bai Lu angrily and said, you two little bastards, how dare you hit me? Do you really think your sister Dan is easy to bully? Do you really think your sister Dan won't hit people after she becomes a good woman? Your sister Dan has been sleeping in Jia City for so many years, accompanying so many people, what for? If you two can leave Jia City today, Sister Dan will have slept in vain for all these years. Grass. She turned to look at the thugs behind her. Brother Lu, Brother Yang, those two women, they just beat me and Huang Mao. They went too far, they even smashed my stall. You must help me get revenge today. At this moment, several gangsters looked at Gu Chuan and Bai Lu in shock. Who could have seen that these two skinny women could beat up a woman with a physique like Lu Dan and a boy like Huang Mao? Isn't it unreasonable? A certain thug said in disbelief. Are you sure these two guys beat you and Huang Mao? Lu Dan, just those two. I'd recognize them even if they were turned into ash, especially Bai Lu, the one in black. She used to be my classmate. She was so scared of me when she saw me at school, I'd beat her up like a monster. Today, I'm so pissed off. She was obviously so angry that she was a little incoherent. Point one side, Huang Mao explained, you must not underestimate these old women. They have practiced fighting and they are really good at it, especially the one wearing a windbreaker. Damn, those two high heels look like two mantis blades when they take them off. I almost got killed by them. Several leading thugs looked at Bai Lu and Gu Chuan again. Just now, because it was dark and the street lights were not bright, they could not see the two people's faces clearly. Now they were closer and could see them clearly. Several thugs couldn't help but widen their eyes and many of them licked their lips. The best. Two top-notch products. A gangster, my mom, she is so beautiful and has such a good temperament, this is too amazing. A gangster, mad, how do I get this back? I'm going to be so happy. A few thugs were tempted by her beauty. Lu Dan looked at Bai Lu and said, you little bastard. I almost forgot about you, but you showed yourself to me. Alright then. Back then you caused me to miss school, and now you've ruined my business, and you've even dared to turn against me and beat me up. Fine. Very fine. Let's settle all our old and new grudges today. She looked at Gu Chuan again, and you, originally you had nothing to do with this, but now you brought it upon yourself. Today, you too, no one can escape, all of them will be destroyed. Asking for a gift. Chapter 7:15, Smart People in the Madness of Gangster Set. This time, Lu Dan's face was hysterical. Bai Lu. Kneel down. Kneel down. Call me Sister Dan. And you, kneel together. Bai Lu's face was icy cold. Kneel down, you bastard. Are you really asking for a child? Why do you want me to kneel down to you? Gu Chuan ignored Lu Dan and looked around at the number of thugs, trying to figure out where to run more easily. Meanwhile, he had his hand in his pocket and was secretly texting his assistant, Lu Dan. Grass, how outrageous. Even at this point, Bai Lu and Gu Chuan still didn't take her seriously. She felt like she was being slapped in the face. Lu Dan, alright. You won't cry until you see the coffin, right? I'll strip both of your clothes off, beat you half to death, take pictures of you and send them out. I want to see how arrogant you two will still be by then, whether you can still be as arrogant as you are now. She looked at the gang leaders behind her again. You see. These two women don't give any face at all. Let your people take action. I promise to give you a lot of money, Huang Mao, yes. I'll go get the money in a moment. He and Lu Dan weren't just angry with the two girls, they wanted revenge, and more importantly, they wanted to save face. These days, even street vendors have their own set of rules. If he and Lu Dan didn't retaliate after being beaten by two women on the street today, someone would definitely come to his stall tomorrow to cause trouble, and the day after tomorrow, the stall would be occupied by someone else. This is also the world of martial arts. This is also the reason why the two would rather spend money to find someone to deal with. Gu Chuan and Bai Lu, the gang leaders, didn't hesitate. Money. They want it, people. They want it too. Only one thug leader had a serious expression. Didn't he recognize Gu Chuan and Bai Lu? He just felt that their attire was unusual, and that they were not people a thug like him could touch. He couldn't help but say, it's just two women. I don't think it's a big deal. Just apologize to each other and forget it. Lu Dan, forget it? It's not brotherly. I paid you to come here and you're just going to let it go like this? Brotherly, what do you mean by spending money? Do I really want your little money? Lu Dan, brotherly, what do you mean? The other gang leaders also looked at brotherly. Brotherly, what do you mean? I never have any ideas about women. He looked at the other gang leaders and said, Big boss, don't think I don't know what you guys are up to. But you should think about what good things you can do and what you can't do. Sometimes you have to be more cautious. That's all. Goodbye. He led his men away directly. Seeing this, the remaining thugs looked at each other and whispered, these two women just met each other and have backgrounds. Of course he doesn't know him. If he had a background, wouldn't he have spoken up to protect him? But judging by the way these two girls are dressed, they don't seem to be ordinary people. What are you afraid of? At worst, we can just send the person to Brother Young first, and then he can give it to us when he gets tired of playing with him. By then, even if something really happens, there's Brother Young here, so who can do anything? Listen to this, the thugs all breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to Brother Young, a local big boss. As long as they can get people in and pass, they can get Brother Young's attention. Even if they fail, they can still play with the rest. Main, this trip was not in vain. Lu Dan looked at Brotherly as he left. No? Who is he? I served him for nothing back then. A gang leader, who cares? It's better if she leaves. Give me her share of the money. I promise to make things right for you, Lu Dan, okay? Huang Mao, then what are you waiting for? Fuck her. He was about to rush out first, and at the same time, several gang leaders behind him waved their hands, and those gangsters rubbed their hands and rushed towards Bai Lu and Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan whispered to Bai Lu, let's rush to the far left. There's an alley there. I remember when we came here, there was a commercial street across the alley. Once we get to the commercial street, there will definitely be a lot of people, so it will be easier. Bai Lu, okay. Without hesitation, she clenched her fist, her middle index finger sticking out, in what was effectively a tiger fist. This was a technique she'd learned at the Black Dragon Martial Arts Hall, a skill that would quickly dispatch enemies. The Black Dragon Martial Arts Hall is a division of the Black Dragon Security Department that specializes in training Black Dragon personnel in combat skills. It's also a secondary subdivision of the Black Dragon Group. They teach a wide variety of subjects, but they're not really considered martial arts. They focus more on personal combat training, adaptability, and a collection of practical moves. One side. Ji Yuchuan shook her windbreaker. She was different from Bai Lu. Bai Lu learned a quick fighting style, while she learned the spring leg and cassock magic from a master in Hong Kong since she was a child. This was also the reason why she liked to wear windbreakers. Of course, in this era, it is hard to say who wins and who loses between martial arts and new style fighting. It all depends on the individual. The thugs couldn't help but laugh wildly when they saw Bai Lu and Gu Chuan ready to fight. Look at you, these two women really want to fight us? Who gave them the courage? Resist, good. The more you two resist, the more excited we get. Ha ha. Do you want to give me a return, my pretty fist? Looks pretty heroic, ha ha. Their faces were full of contempt. They had never actually seen the battle scene between Bai Lu and Gu Chuan. Of course, even if they had seen it, they would not care. There were dozens of them, there are only two girls opposite, not to mention that even if you can really fight if you don't know martial arts, even if a man is reborn, can he still beat dozens of people at once? Impossible, human power is limited. Distance. Brotherly took his younger brothers away, and all of them looked confused and unwilling. Finally, one of the younger brothers couldn't help but said, Brotherly, are we really leaving just like this? Brotherly, why are you staying here if you don't leave? Younger brother, appearance fee, 100 per person. And those two girls were so hot. Brotherly, look at what those two girls are wearing, you can't touch them. Younger brother, I'm saying, let's send him to Brother Yong. Doesn't Brother Yong like beautiful women? These two will definitely satisfy Brother Yong. Then we can get in touch with Brother Yong. Any benefits Brother Yong gives us will be enough for us to rise to prominence. The other brothers nodded as well. It was obvious that they thought the same thing. Who doesn't want to make money? Brotherly, stupid. You didn't even notice that those two girls were different not only in their attire, but also in their aura. Girls like them are definitely not ordinary people. I'm afraid they must have some background. Little brother, really, Brotherly. I think she's a pretty good dresser. Brotherly, you guys don't know anything. I was still talking about something. Those thugs were about to rush up. Ji Yuchuan and Bai Lu were preparing to rush out. Sudden, the roar of cars came. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 7:16, Black Dragons Gather. Shouting Sister Lu, boom, boom, boom. The roar of cars reached everyone's ears, and before they could react, swish. Swish. Swish, countless car headlights shone in their direction, illuminating the somewhat dim open space like daylight, causing the thugs to subconsciously squint their eyes. Fuck, my eyes, who turned on the headlights? Do you have any sense of public morality? Fuck, turn off the lights quickly, believe it or not, I'll smash your car, damn it. These thugs raised their hands to cover their eyes to make a slit, cursing under their breath and looking in the direction of the light, but soon they found something wrong, because the light was not coming from one direction, but from all directions and positions. Where do so many lights come from? Boom, a large number of black Mercedes-Benz C cars poured out from various intersections. 10 units, dozens of units. The dense traffic made it impossible for these thugs to count them all. The convoy stopped, because the lights of the convoy overlapped with the street lights, and the lights of the convoy were lowered and the gangsters had adapted a little. They could vaguely see the shape of the convoy run. C, all black Mercedes-Benz C. The intersection was completely filled with cars as far as the eye could see, and there was no end in sight when looking inside the intersection. There were dozens of cars that they could see with the naked eye, and there were probably more that they couldn't see. What's going on? For a moment, these little hooligans who had never seen the world were all confused and panicked. Not to mention them, even the big hooligans were panicked. Some were even more panicked than the little hooligans. They've seen the world, they knew that every Mercedes-Benz C was worth a fortune, and that those who could drive one were well-known figures in their area. But what did they see now? Dozens of them appeared together. What does it represent? This means it's a convoy. This means there's a bigger figure within it. But why would such a figure be here? And why does it look like they probably surrounded them? Lu Dan and Huang Mao were even more confused as they looked at the convoy. Lu Dan, where is the convoy coming from? Yellow hair, are we blocking the road? Should we get out of the way first? Several big thugs. Where can I move? There's no place to move. Brotherly and the others also noticed the movement. Younger brother, what's going on over there? So many cars? Something's wrong, absolutely wrong. Brotherly, fuck. Could it be? Brotherly jumped onto the alley wall without hesitation, stepping on it a few times and looking down from above. The other brothers followed suit and jumped onto the alley wall, constantly looking in this direction. Eligo took out her iPhone and started to zoom in. In the bar, the bartender rushed out as soon as he regained consciousness. He wanted to see where the two girls could run to, so that he wouldn't have anything to say if Huang Mao and others came looking for him. As soon as he came out, he saw that Gu Chuan and Bai Lu had been stopped by Huang Mao and others. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't let these two get away. Good. Very good. Weren't you so awesome just now? You even dared to step on me. Let's see what you can do this time. Nothing good will come of falling into the hands of these people. He refused to gloat over someone else's misfortune and even pulled up a stool to sit there and watch. But before he could see the two girls getting into trouble, he also saw the convoy coming out. Bartender, Sigma, surprised face, don't talk about them. Ji Yuchuan and Bai Lu both looked surprised. Ji Yuchuan, did you bring people here? Bai Lu, I don't have any. Under the spotlight, bang. Bang. Bang, a lot of car doors opened. Wow, wow. One by one, strong young men dressed in black suits, with straight figures, sharp eyes, got out of the car. One person, 10 people, hundreds of people, soon the number of people reached hundreds, and that was just what was visible, and there were places that could not be seen. The two people in front are Zhengqi, Lu Nan, trample. Trample. Trample, Zhengqi and Lu Nan walked towards the gangsters step by step, followed by hundreds of Black Dragon members. This feeling of oppression cannot be described in words. The Black Dragon personnel have experienced countless battles and have defeated teams from the top social groups in the northern province. The temperament that Qin Jiang has cultivated is something that few people in the northern province can face, let alone the ruffians in small places who make a living by fighting. The two are incomparable. These thugs felt an indescribable aura coming towards them, and their hearts even stopped beating. Gulp, gulp. Several big gangsters kept swallowing their saliva. Who are these people? So scary, scarier than Brother Yong's gang. We're both in the same social world, so why do I feel like trash in front of him? Those two leaders must be top figures. What are they doing here? Could it be that one of you has offended them? Nonsense. We can't possibly offend such a powerful figure. We can't even reach him. Although they said this, their brains were working frantically, wondering if they had offended such a big shot. They wanted to run away directly, but they were blocked by the Black Dragon personnel on all sides and had no way to retreat. Huang Mao and Lu Dan were a little frightened by the scene and hid behind several big gangsters. A few big bastards. No, what's the point of hiding behind us? Who wouldn't be scared? But, after all, you have to make a living by doing this. It's not embarrassing, but you can't embarrass yourself in front of your younger brothers. Swish. 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 Several big gangsters looked at each other, then the most famous thug stood up and said to Zhengqi and Lu Nan with a smile, "Hello, brothers. My name is Lu Jiu. I am Brother Yong's subordinate. I wonder what brings you here. If you need anything, just tell me directly." But Zhengqi and Lu Nan didn't even look at him and continued walking forward. See this, Lu Jiu didn't feel embarrassed at all, but instead breathed a sigh of relief. He murmured, "Looks like he was just passing by. I was so scared. I thought he was coming for me." Immediately he turned around and shook his head frantically at his thugs to signal them not to block the road. Of course, there was no need for him to remind them, as they had seen this scene and had already made way. Seeing Zhengqi and Lu Nan walking past them, those big gangsters and their subordinates all felt a little relieved. I just feel, these people are not here for me. But the next moment, Zhengqi and Lu Nan brought their men to Bai Lu and Guchuan. Zhengqi and Lu Nan bowed their heads to Bai Lu's sister Lu. In the next moment, whether following the two or surrounded by hundreds of Black Dragon personnel on all sides, they all bowed their heads in the direction of Bai Lu and shouted in unison as Sister Lu. Sister Lu. Chapter 717, Sister Lu intimidates everyone and brings up Brother Yong. Sister Lu. Sister Lu. Waves of sound echoed throughout the area. Due to the loud resonance, the sensor lights in many nearby residential buildings were turned on, and many people secretly poked their heads out to check the situation. At the same time, Lu Dan, wow, asterisk yellow hair, several gangster heads, sigma degree, no, what do they see? Those people who got out of the luxury cars in front of them were obviously powerful people, especially the two leading the group, who made these thugs feel that they were even more powerful than Brother Young. Now they all want to take control of that woman. Sister Lu, it must be fake, right? Are you dreaming? That's bullshit, right? This moment, they suspected that they were hallucinating and that someone was really pinching them secretly, or even, snap. What the hell? Why did you hit me? Does it hurt? What do you think? Then this is all true. Nonsense. How can this be fake? Real, it's all true, it's over, it's completely over. The thugs felt a chill run down their spines. Bai Lu. This woman they were just about to teach a lesson? She was actually a big shot. Wasn't that ridiculous? Escape, they wanted to escape? But when they looked around, they saw that all the roads were blocked and there was no way out. The gangsters were so desperate that they were shaking all over, feeling that disaster was imminent and they were about to be finished. Even the big gangsters were like this, and those small gangsters who were ready to fight Bai Lu were even more scared and speechless. Bang. 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 Many of the punks were so frightened that they couldn't stand and collapsed to the ground. What? Impossible. Lu Dan looked at Bai Lu in disbelief. He looked at Bai Lu, who was surrounded by countless men in black. This is not right. How could he be a big shot? How could he be a big shot? She'd beaten him up before going to school, and nothing had happened. At the time, she didn't realize that she'd escaped the disaster because of her age, while all the other participants who were older would be doomed. However, Bai's father had suppressed the news, so many people in society didn't know. So, in Lu Dan's eyes, Bai Lu was just a family with some money. Sister Lu, is the other party the big sister? Huang Ma was so scared that he grabbed Lu Dan's arm. Didn't you say she had no background? What's going on? Lu Dan, how would I know? Distance. Brother Li and others stood on a high place and watched the situation, although they could only see the general scene because it was dark. Little brother, what the hell? Someone seems to be shouting Sister Lu collectively, and it seems they are shouting at those two women. The younger brother said, you must be seeing things. How could there be two women in the dark? Brother Li, you read that right. Have you forgotten that the person Lu Dan wants to deal with is called Bai Lu? Younger brother, Bai Lu. Sister Lu? This can't be referring to a real person, right? Oh my god. All of the younger brother's eyes widened at once. Even if you haven't been there yourself, you can still feel the pressure brought by the men in black. But after knowing that these people are all Bai Lu's men, you can tell with your ass that those hooligans are finished, and an unimaginable disaster is waiting for them. Then I couldn't help but look at Brotherly. Really, a big brother is big brother. If it weren't for the eldest brother, the others would be trembling in fear inside the encirclement. Someone said calmly, "Thank goodness Brotherly is here so we're safe. Those guys are really going to be ruined. What do you think is waiting for them? A beating?" A beating? Brotherly didn't say anything and told him directly that this matter could not be solved by a beating. In front of the bar, the bartender was so scared that he stood up from his stool and stared at the scene in disbelief. How could that be? The two women are big shots. Now, under the watchful eyes of the public, Bai Lu looked at Zhang Qi, Lu Nan, and others in front of her, and listened to the voice of Sister Lu constantly calling out in her ears. She unconsciously recalled her past dreams. At this moment, the dream came true. Most importantly, the scene that came into reality appeared in front of the enemy he once hated the most. Bai Lu couldn't help but straighten her back. He raised his hand slightly. Brush. The Black Dragon personnel stopped shouting and obeyed the orders. This scene made Bai Lu's momentum swell, and also made Bai Lu release many suppressed emotions in her heart. She suddenly smiled. Ha ha ha. Bai Lu's laughter was not loud, but to the ears of those big gangsters and Lu Dan and others, it sounded like earth-shaking noise. They opened their mouths to say something but couldn't utter a word until Bai Lu stopped laughing and looked at Lu Dan. Click. Lu Dan's heart skipped a beat when Bai Lu looked at him. He forced himself to look up at Bai Lu and smile. Bai Lu, no. Sister Lu, I said this is a misunderstanding. Can you believe it? Misunderstand? Bai Lu looked at Lu Dan with disdain. Lu Dan. I told you. I will stand in front of you and scare you? Make you afraid. Make you regret what you have done. Lu Dan, Sister Lu, Zhang Qi, your mom? Just listen to what Sister Lu is saying. How can you interrupt her? Lu Dan, Zhang Qi, you are so awesome. How dare you mess with Sister Lu? Who gave you the guts, and you even found a few idiots? He looked at the thugs and said, you guys are awesome too. You dare to take any job. You are amazing. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm afraid you won't be able to tell the difference between the big boss and the small boss. As soon as these words were spoken, many Black Dragon personnel on both sides clenched their fists and had cold eyes. They were not cooperating with Zhang Qi but were really ready to take action. After all, in their eyes, these local trash dared to challenge their own Sister Lu, and they were courting death. See this, several big gangsters were completely panicked. Point one is, if a fight really breaks out between the hundreds of young men in black suits on the opposite side, they will be beaten to death. Second, they still don't know who this Sister Lu in front of them is. A big thug. Brothers, that's right, Sister Lu, listen to me. We really don't know what's going on. It's all because of this Lu Dan. She called us here and told us to get someone, but we don't know who. If we knew it was Sister Lu, we wouldn't dare. Well, we're all gangsters. My big brother, Brother Yong, please give me some face. It's our fault today. The big brothers have to figure out a way out, and we'll just follow. He could see that the people in front of him were really ready to attack, and if he didn't mention it, it would be too late. The other big bastards also echoed, right. It really has nothing to do with us. It's all Lu Dan's fault. Brothers, you can do whatever you want to Lu Dan. We won't interfere. We are all Brother Yong's men. Just now, a flood hit the Dragon King Temple. If you want to blame someone, blame Lu Dan. Chapter 7:18, Bai Lu, Brother Yong? Is he famous here? Let him come. For a time they put all the blame on Lu Dan, equal smiley face no? We were here together, why are you putting all the blame on me? She looked at the big guys for help. Brother Yang, brother son. You can't, a few big bastards. Who are you calling brother? Shut up. If you keep saying believe it or not, I'll give you a slap in the face. I have nothing to do with you, don't try to be friendly with me, it's useless. How could they have any relationship with Lu Dan? They just wanted to use Brother Yong's skin to get away as soon as possible. Lu Dan's life or death was not in their eyes. As for whether these people would give Brother Yong face, they had no idea. Brother Yong. In this GAGA authority, they were afraid that even these people would expose their own fake skin. But is it useful to use the tiger's skin? See you. Bai Lu tilted her head and said disdainfully, Brother Yong, who is this person? Is he famous in Jia City? The tone was full of contempt and indifference. Zhang Qi, it should be Lu Yong. A local tyrant, he has some power in this area. Bai Lu, let him come over here. Zhang Qi, yes. Swipe. Zhang Qi pulled out his phone and started making calls. He was Qin Zhang's driver, so naturally, his phone contained the contact information of many social leaders. Lu Yong, he really knows him. When the Black Dragon Group was at its peak, Lu Yong and many bigwigs in the area went to Songjiang to meet Qin Zhang. But of course Qin Zhang didn't see them. But these people also took the initiative to leave their phone numbers and said they will be available at any time in the future. In a club, Lu Yong was feeling very happy and sighing about the Beauty of life buzz, his phone suddenly rang. Lu Yong, damn it. Who the hell is calling me at this time? It's such a bummer. He picked up the phone and was about to hang up when he casually glanced at the caller ID, Black Dragon, boss, wow. All of a sudden, I jumped out of the bed with great energy, and two women's voices came from the bed. Brother Yong, come on, why are you answering the phone at this time? Brother Yong, come on, act up, we have plenty of time anyway, shut up. Lu Yong cursed, shut up. If you make any noise, I'll kill you too. Then he answered the phone solemnly. Hello, Zhang Qi's voice came from the other side. A Black Dragon, Zhang Qi. Lu Yong smiled apologetically and said, boss, I know. Nonsense. They hadn't seen Qin Jiang specifically leave his phone number with Zhang Qi even if he was only a mid-level executive in Black Dragon. Don't forget that he was Qin Jiang's driver. This kind of person might not have much power, but he was very special. At the same time, his mind was frantically thinking about why Zhang Qi had called him. Could it be Qin Jiang wants to expand his territory and recruit himself? So, do you agree? Or, do you agree, reject? He didn't dare at all. If a person of his level dared to refuse Black Dragon, he would be seeking death. Or, is there anything you need to do yourself? Of course I will do that. It would be a great blessing if he could be entrusted with something. He could use this opportunity to connect with the Black Dragon. From now on, he would have the Black Dragon's protection, and he could, just as he was fantasizing. Zhang Qi's cold voice came from the other side. You are quite awesome, Lu Yong, Sigma degree. What's wrong with me, brother Zhang? Zhang Qi, what's wrong? Your people surrounded Sister Lu? And they even gave out your number? What? You dare not take Sister Lu and Black Dragon seriously now, you're going to fight the Black Dragon. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. Who? Sister Lu? Is it the Sister Lu from Kaitang? Zhang Qi, how many Sister Lus does Black Dragon have? Lu Yong felt his head buzzing and he couldn't stand steadily. How could he not know Bai Lu? He had also visited the people on the mountain and had some knowledge of the top leaders of Black Dragon. He was very familiar with the doggerel, which included all the top leaders of Black Dragon, Bai Lu. In Heilongjiang, besides Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Xizhou, she is definitely the most powerful person. She is also in charge of the finance department and is an absolute power holder. He was considered one of the top bosses in Songjiang. He had also heard some legends about Bai Lu, his impressive background and his relationship with Qin Jiang. He is simply an unattainable person, but what did he hear? The person he couldn't even curry favor with was actually surrounded by his own people. What kind of death joke is this? Playing, this must be a lie. How could a big shot like Bai Lu come to Songjiang? And when a big shot comes out, he's bound to be followed by a large number of followers. How could his own men dare to offend him when they're so stupid? And even surrounded him, but the person who called me couldn't be wrong, that is to say everything is true, so, he didn't even dare to imagine what awaited him. While he had some ability in this small area, he didn't know who he was facing. A furious Black Dragon? He couldn't stop it. If you offend Qin Jiang, his Xinjiang will be destroyed. Calm. Lu Yong forced himself to calm down and tried to make his tone sound gentle. Brother Zhang, is there a misunderstanding here? You know me, my admiration for Brother Zhang is like the endless torrent of the river. How dare I offend Brother Zhang, dare to offend Sister Lu, Zhang Qi, but your people are right here with me. Lu Yong, Zhang Qi, Sister Lu is very angry. Lu Yong, Brother Zhang, please show me a way. Zhang Qi, Sister Lu said she'll give you 10 minutes, come here immediately. Otherwise, the address is, Lu Yong, okay, I'll go right away, beep, there was a busy tone on the other end of the phone. Wonama, Lu Yong was extremely angry. Who on earth dared to put on such a sly look at me? Damn. Fuck, two girls on the side saw Lu Yong so angry and came over. Each of them said charmingly, Brother Yong. Don't be angry. Let me help you calm down, Brother Yong. Why bother getting so angry? Let us calm you down. In the past, no matter how angry Brother Yong was, as long as the two of them said this, it would work. But this time, they were greeted by Lu Yong's big dick. Fuck, grass, snap. Snap. Fuck you, get out. Lu Yong ignored the two women and rushed out in his pajamas without even having time to put on his clothes. Someone, get a car ready, quickly. Where the hell are they? Where are they? In front of the open space. Bang. Zhang Qi hung up the phone and nodded to Bai Lu. People will be here soon. Bai Lu nodded calmly. Opposite. A few big bastards. Degree. Ask for a free gift to encourage Xiabadian. Chapter 719 Qin Jiang watches. Brother Yong arrives. Gulp. What? Zhang Qi's voice was quite loud when he was on the phone just now, and they were not far away from Zhang Qi therefore, everyone heard Zhang Qi's words very clearly. What on earth had they heard? The man they had gone to such great lengths to mention, Brother Yong. The big boss of Jia City. It seemed like Bai Lu had never even heard of him. That's nothing, maybe he's not from the local area, but why is Lu Yong famous? Why did they call this Brother Yong over? How dare she? How could she? When the most important thing is, did that person really seem to call Brother Yong, and from the sound of his words, he told Brother Yong to get out right away? That's outrageous. Swish. 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 Several big hooligans looked at each other. Did I hear it wrong just now? It must be fake? He really called Brother Yong. Just show off. What level of person is Brother Yong? How can you let them order you around? Yes. Absolutely false, they didn't believe it and just thought Bai Lu was showing off. Of course, even if they didn't believe it, they were still unsure in their hearts that after all both Bai Lu and Zhang Qi are too confident. It made them feel a little panicked for no reason. He was especially panicked when he saw the densely packed Black Dragon personnel standing on both sides, who were giving him endless pressure. At this moment, they only felt that they were like mermaids on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered at will. For a while, the scene was very depressing. No one speaks. Brush, a Black Dragon member fetched a chair from somewhere and brought it directly to Bai Lu's sister Lu. Sit down. Bai Lu did not sit down modestly. On the left, Zhang Qi and Lu Nan, right, Gu Chuan. In front of her were hundreds of Black Dragon personnel standing still with stern expressions, which made Bai Lu look extremely domineering. Opposite, the big gangsters were helpless, the small gangsters were trembling in fear, and Lu Dan and Huang Mao were very panicked. I just feel, every minute feels like a year. 200 meters away from here. Two figures stood in front of the windowsill of the tea house. On the left was a young man in black suit with a calm and domineering expression. On the right was a 2-meter-tall, burly man with a ferocious face. Behind the two men, many young men in black suits stood quietly, and next to them was a trembling old man. This scene harmonious and weird. The young and strong man is Qin Jiang and Sijou. It turned out that Bai Mang called Qin Jiang and told him about Bai Lu's situation and what happened that year, hoping that Qin Jiang could come forward to ease the situation. At least, Qin Jiang would naturally not refuse this if it could prevent Bai Lu from holding a grudge against her father. Whether for Bai Meng's sake or Bai Lu herself, he had to resolve this matter, but some things cannot be done directly, and Qin Jiang cannot do anything that would force Bai Lu to go home. Fortunately, Bai Lu took the initiative to leave her residence. After receiving the news, Qin Jiang guessed where Bai Lu was going. Therefore, he directly ordered all the people who stayed behind at the Black Dragon headquarters to go out in full force and follow him to Jia City. All the way, Qin Jiang asked people to follow Bai Lu closely. Even Qin Jiang was already there when Bai Lu was lifting the stall, but he did not show up at that time. He thought that some things should be left for Bai Lu to vent on her own. It can be said that even if Gu Chuan had not suddenly appeared at that time, nothing would have happened to Bai Lu. That time, Sijou had already aimed the slingshot in his hand at Lu Dan and Huang Mao, and so did the other members of the Black Dragon slingshot team. That if Gu Chuan had not suddenly appeared, the slingshot team would have fired hundreds of bullets at once. Lu Dan and Huang Mao would have been in a worse situation. And then, Qin Jiang still did not show up but just followed closely, because he still had no idea how to resolve Bai Lu's inner emotions until Lu Dan showed up with these thugs. Qin Jiang thought of the best solution: give them a taste of their own medicine, let Bai Lu fulfill her once unfulfilled wish in front of her enemies, become the top big sister, eliminate the resentment in your heart in one fell swoop. Sijou, brother Jiang, aren't we going to show up? Qin Jiang, she's the star today. If you or I show up, we'll steal the spotlight. Today, let her have her moment as the big sister, so she doesn't harbor any resentment. Sijou nodded, not quite understanding. Later, the old man asked anxiously, would you like some tea? Qin Jiang, yes. Bring me a cup of good tea. Don't worry, I'll triple the price if I let you open the door temporarily. Old man, it's okay. It's okay. The old man quickly waved his hands, looking terrified. He had already closed the shop, but suddenly in the middle of the night these people knocked on the door and asked for tea. He wanted to refuse, but Sijou's eyes were too scary. He was afraid that something might happen if he refused. He had no choice but to let these people in. He didn't want to think about anything else now, just wanted these people to finish their work and leave quickly, but he hoped nothing would happen. Soon the old man came up with tea. Qin Jiang and Sijou sat at a table by the window. Qin Jiang sipped tea and gazed into the distance. Sijou, was eating a chicken drumstick. They just had someone buy it at a nearby KFC. The other party, Brotherly and others, were shocked and confused when they saw the situation inside. Younger brother, no? What happened? Why did it suddenly stop? No movement or screaming. Younger brother, that sister Lu seems to have sat down. What's going on? Does she want a 3-court trial? Brotherly, I don't know. Younger brother, if this continues, the police will probably come. Brotherly, public security? Let's not even talk about whether anyone has reported it. Let's not even talk about how many people are on duty during the Chinese New Year. This is the suburbs. Most people living in the nearby buildings have gone back to their hometowns for the New Year. It's sparsely populated and there's basically no public security patrol. There aren't enough people, and even if they do come, it will take at least half an hour. The younger brother was about to nod. Suddenly he pointed into the distance and said, "Look, there's a small convoy coming over there, 4 or 5 cars." Brush, everyone looked over. I saw 4 or 5 cars heading towards the open space, obviously heading for that location. Soon the cars stopped outside the open space, and 7 or 8 figures got out of it. Then I saw these figures pause outside the Black Dragon encirclement for a while as if they were negotiating, and then they were allowed to rush into the open space. Younger brother A, who are these people? Why are they here in the middle of the night? Are they the helpers Lu Jiao and the others have called in? Younger brother B, helpers? With just these few and a half people, what can they do? Maybe they can be peacemakers. Little brother C, peacemaker? Who is he? The big watermelon from East Street? Or the big flower from South Street? Several younger brothers mentioned some people who had some status in Jaw City and who could be found by Lu Jiao, but the next moment, Brotherly looked at the enlarged photo on his phone, at the man in pajamas leading the charge, and said in disbelief, Young. Young. Brother Yong? Chapter 720, Brother Yong. Hello, Sister Lu. Everyone, it's over. Who? Several younger brothers stared at Brotherly with wide eyes. Brother Yong, which Brother Yong, could it be? Brotherly asked, which other Brother Yong is there? Is there another Brother Yong in the entire Jia City? Younger brother A, what is Brother Yong doing here? Do people like Lu Jiao have such powerful backgrounds? Even Brother Yong can be asked to settle things. Younger brother B, they actually have such a background. Damn, we will be useless in the future. Little brother C, the world is dangerous, and people's hearts are even more dangerous. These people are hiding so well. For a moment, I was worried about my future. They are at the same level as Lu Jiao and others, and now they have Brother Young support.so. They will definitely have a hard time in the future. Only Brotherly stared at Brother Young, who was running. He was thinking more. Backing, something wrong. Even if Lu Jiao and his men could really curry favor with Brother Young, they were definitely not worthy of Brother Young rushing over in the middle of the night to settle the matter. Besides, even if someone of Brother Young's status wanted to settle the matter, he could just make a phone call or send 2 people over. He would never come in person. Unless, he looked at Bai Lu, who was sitting on a chair in the distance. This person, I'm afraid, he's going to be able to reach the sky. On the open space, the silence was unbearable for several of the thugs. They exchanged glances. I can't just sit there and wait. I'm so nervous. What are you talking about? I can't even open my mouth. It's better to wait. Maybe the police will come soon and we'll be free. Lu Dan and Huang Mao were still in a daze, especially Lu Dan. She knew Bai Lu herself, and was even more shocked by her big sister style. She still couldn't recover from it. A long time. Just when Lu Dan realized that the atmosphere was a bit depressing, she tugged at Lu Jiao's arm. Lu Jiao glared at her fiercely and took 2 steps to the side. He was also a little overwhelmed by the atmosphere and forced to smile at Bai Lu. That. Lu? Sister Lu, what happened to you today? Zhang Qi said with a cold expression. Wait, Lu Jiao, waiting? Who are you waiting for? Are you really waiting for Brother Yong? Are you kidding? What kind of person is Brother Yong, to be here so late at night? Then the next moment, wow, the black dragons made way for a path, and 7 or 8 figures emerged. The leader, wearing pajamas and a panicked expression, had disheveled hair and appeared to have rushed in a hurry. It was none other than Brother Yong. He originally lived not far from here, a villa? It must be in the suburbs. Therefore, after receiving the call, I didn't even have time to put on my clothes, or rather, I deliberately didn't wear any clothes and rushed over. It only took about 10 minutes in total. Now, several big thugs saw the people rushing in, and their eyes widened when they saw Brother Yong in pajamas. Brother Yong? Brother Yong? Really, Brother Yong? When several big gangsters saw Lu Yong appear, they were first in disbelief, and then in fear, indescribable fear. No one is a fool. Brother Yong hurried over in his pajamas at this hour. Considering the phone call just now, what did it mean? I was already shuddering. This woman they offended, Bai Lu, might have a powerful background. Even Brother Yong had to give her face. Lu Jiao first said to Lu Yong, Brother Yong, why are you here? We really didn't mean to. The others also said respectfully to Lu Yong, Brother Yong, we were wrong. Brother Yong, it's a bit cold. I have some clothes for you to wear. There was even a big thug who was ready to take off his clothes and give them to Brother Yong to show his importance, but Brother Yong didn't even look at them. As soon as he came in, he turned his gaze to the 4 people in the middle. Relax, he knew the person who just called him, Lunan, although I don't know him. The person standing next to Zhang Qi must be a well-known figure in the Black Dragon. Ji Yuchuan, the same is true. Without saying too much, just looking at his temperament, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Finally, there is a woman sitting on a chair surrounded by people. It goes without saying that she is Bai Lu. Heilung's chief financial officer, a person with a huge background. Legend has it that she might be the woman behind Brother Jiang. 3 identities. He couldn't afford to offend any of them, so he greeted Bai Lu respectfully without any hesitation. Hello, Sister Lu. Sister Lu, okay. As soon as these words were spoken, some big gangsters were dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. Brother Yong also calls that woman Sister Lu? And, hello. These 3 seemingly simple words are actually quite complex. This means Brother Yong is saying hello to that person. Say hello. Only subordinates can say hello to their superiors. In other words, this woman's status is higher than Brother Yong's? In fact, much higher. What will be the consequences if they offend such a woman now? Is there any way out? Also, think of this spang. Bang. Bang. Several of the big guys were a little unsteady on their feet, and Lu Jiao was so scared that he collapsed on the ground. As for the small hooligans, they were actually better. It wasn't that they were not afraid, but they just didn't understand what was going on. Don't they know Lu Yong? It can be said that ignorance is bliss. Now Bai Lu looked at Lu Yong and said jokingly, Brother Yong? You're quite famous. Lu Yong was startled and waved his hands repeatedly. Sister Lu, I'm timid, please don't joke with me. Just call me by my name, or call me Xiao Yong. Don't, Sister Lu. I really don't know what's going on. If you had known that you were coming to Jia City, I would have driven a convoy 10 miles out of town to greet you. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of a river. You are my idol, my goal, my guiding light. He flatters people as if they were free. There is no way to survive instinct. What Zhang Qi said on the phone just now was really scary. Bai Lu looked at Lu Yong and asked lightly, did you let your men surround me and admire me so much? Such a light question scared the local big boss half to death. Don't look at how awesome he is locally, but there were several beings of the same level as him. Normally, they might not be a big deal, but if word got out that he had offended the Black Dragon, there was a good chance that one of them would form an alliance tonight and, under the guise of helping the Black Dragon, destroy him. So don't even mention that Black Dragon has already mobilized hundreds of people. Even if it's just Bai Lu himself, he has to surrender and resolve the matter satisfactorily, otherwise, there is no chance of survival. There is no way, the gap is too big. Think of this, Lu Yong said to Bai Lu, Sister Lu. First of all, let me be clear, I know nothing about what happened today. Otherwise, I'll be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Secondly, I promise to give Sister Lu a satisfactory explanation today. In short, whoever dares to go against Sister Lu, I'll fucking kill them. A few big bastards, winky face. Finished, it's totally over, totally screwed. Chapter 721, Brother Yong, who are you? Let's fight like crazy. Bai Lu didn't say anything, Zhang Qi didn't say anything either. A large number of Black Dragon personnel just looked at Lu Yong quietly, making this powerful boss in Jia City feel creepy. I was angry inside. Damn it, is it possible for disaster to strike while I'm at home? How could my little brother be so blind? Can't he see that Bai Lu is such a big shot? This temperament, this appearance, no matter how you look at it, she's not simple. If I can't satisfy this gentleman today, I probably won't have any future. Fuck. I want to see who dares to offend that little bastard. I'm fucking, swish. Lu Yong turned to look at the little brothers who had caused him trouble. Who the hell are you? Lu Yong's eyes widened and his face was confused. He didn't even know the gangsters in front of him, my own little brother? Is there any of these numbers? No. Not to mention the big hooligans, he didn't even recognize the small hooligans next to him. This is very abnormal. To be clear, he takes the route of elite soldiers and strong generals. To put it bluntly, he doesn't want to spend money to support too many subordinates. Therefore, even if he doesn't know all of his subordinates, he can at least recognize most of them. However, all the people in front of him were strangers to him. Occasionally, he seemed to see two of them but could not remember who they were. So, what does it represent? Does that mean these people aren't his subordinates? His gaze towards them grew even colder. Lu Jiao and other big hooligans looked at Lu Yong with a shudder in their eyes. Lu Jiao said nervously, Brother Yong. Xia Jiao. I went to your celebration party at the Chang'an West Road Hotel. We had dinner there. You even said I was a gangster, Brother Yong. I'm Wu Lao Ba. You and I are really related. Your brother-in-law's brother-in-law is the sworn brother of my third aunt's nephew. We are truly relatives, Brother Yong. Under Brother Yong's murderous gaze, they frantically introduced themselves in the hope of alleviating his anger, but this situation made Lu Yong even angrier. He felt like the rage in his chest was about to burst out. After all, you were living happily at home, but a phone call forced you out of bed and you came here, frightened and scolded, and even faced with a possible disaster, only to find out that the people who caused the trouble had nothing to do with you. I just want someone to kill me, fuck. Lu Yong cursed, fuck, who are you guys? Who the hell knows you? I'm your mother's relative, fuck you. He cursed and started to fight as soon as he got there. Bang. 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 He kicked and beat the gangsters madly. How could they dare to resist? I can only beg for mercy. Madly, Brother Yong. We were wrong. We shouldn't have hit your sign. Brother Yong, stop it. I'm also a victim. It's all Lu Dan's fault. It's all his fault, Brother Yong. Don't hurt your hands. But facing their pleas for mercy, Brother Yong didn't care. He just wanted to vent his inner anger and didn't feel satisfied even with beatings. Where's my knife? Give me a knife. Dare to offend Sister Lu, dare to fucking destroy my signboard, I will chop them all off. The gangsters were scared half to death. Fortunately, Lu Yong came in a hurry this time and did not dare to bring weapons when meeting Bai Lu. The Black Dragon personnel could not provide him with weapons and did not bring weapons either, so they had to give up. Brother Yong, Lu Jiao couldn't bear the beating and stood up. Lu Yong, what the hell? You dare to stand up, Lu Jiao, no. Brother Yong, this is all Lu Dan's fault. She and Sister Lu had a conflict, and she was the one who asked us for that. We are also victims. He pointed at Lu Dan, who was huddled in the corner with Huang Mao pretending to be a hidden person. She is the culprit. She is the one who deserves to die, Sister Lu. You know, the other idiots also nodded. Yes, it's her. It's really her. We are all innocent. We should know that Sister Lu wouldn't dare to do that even if she had 18 guts. It's all Lu Dan's fault. Sister Lu, please be magnanimous and spare us. They argued frantically that even though they didn't know who Bai Lu was, they were afraid that Lu Yong would hit them, so they all stood up and rushed towards Lu Dan, taking the initiative. Fuck, 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 you slut. You dare to mess with Sister Lu, fuck, I'll beat you to death, damn it, if I don't beat you to death, you won't be able to tell the difference between the big and small kings, and you won't know who not to mess with, fuck. I'm blind to beat you. Fuck. Don't you even look at your own behavior. Sister Lu is the bright moon in the sky, and you are the mud bead on the ground. You don't even have the qualifications to look up to her, yet you dare to provoke me. I must beat you to death today, Lu Dan screamed in pain from being beaten. I really don't know who Sister Lu is, I was wrong, forgive me, Huang Mao, save me. She asked for help from Huang Mao, but was shocked to find that Huang Mao, who had been by her side just now, was gone. Look up, yeah. He was joining the group that was besieging and beating him, and he was even the one who fought the most vigorously. Fuck, who helped you, fuck, let you offend Sister Lu, fuck, you deserve to die, fuck, Lu Dan, Huang Mao, you will die a miserable death. She looked towards Bai Lu and begged frantically for mercy. Sister Bai Lu. Sister Lu. I just wanted to scare you. Before Bai Lu could say anything, Lu Yong was the first to speak. He looked at Bai Lu and said, Sister Lu. You can see that I really didn't know anything. These guys are using my name to do this. They are not my people at all. I am innocent, I assure you. Although Lu Jiao and Lu Dan share the same surname as me, my family has no connection to them even if you count back 18 generations. Really, without waiting for Lu Dan to reply, he frantically yelled at the men he had brought with him. You fucking idiots, are you guys using my name to offend Sister Lu? Just stand there and fight them to death. Don't think of surviving today. If they offend Sister Lu, they will all be thrown into the river. All the young brothers rushed forward and attacked the big thug, Lu Dan, and others and started to fight mercilessly. Then the screams from Lu Dan spread to more than a dozen people one after another. Among them, Lu Dan is the worst. Yang's younger brother beat up the big gangster, including Lu Dan and Huang Mao. The big thugs dared not resist and could only vent their anger by beating Lu Dan and Huang Mao. The two groups of yellow-haired people dared not resist and could only fight Lu Dan alone to try to open the boundary. Chapter 722, Lu Dan begs for mercy. Bai Lu is happy. Xinjiang tests. What can I say, whether human or ghost, everyone is showing off. Only Lu Dan was beaten up. It hurts so much, it hurts so much. Lu Dan rolled on the ground in pain. She wanted to escape, but there was no way to escape. She could only beg for mercy. Stop fighting. Brother Lu, Brother Yang, we used to have a close friendship. How could you do this? Brother Yong, spare my life. I'm just a small fry, don't bother with me. Yellow hair. I fuck your ancestors for 8 generations. You even hit my mother. Are you not a human being? Pity. Who cares about her begging for mercy? Who cares about her life or death? In this situation, not to mention Huang Mao, even Brother Lu, Brother Yang, and even Brother Yong's younger brothers felt that they could not protect themselves. We can only use Lu Dan as a sacrifice. After a moment, Lu Dan realized that these people were also helpless and the only one who could save him was Bai Lu. She looked at Bai Lu and begged frantically, Sister Lu, we were classmates. I wasn't a human being before. I was possessed by a ghost. Just treat me like a fart, Sister Lu. Please say something quickly. If this continues, I'll be beaten to death. I have an 80-year-old mother above me and children crying for food below me. I can't die. Whoa. Lu Dan started crying, not knowing whether it was because she was too hurt and scared after being beaten or she was just pretending to be pitiful. When other people heard this, it was fine, but Huang Mao was angry, crying for food? What the fuck? Was I cheated on? He couldn't help but beat her even harder, cursing as he did so. Damn it. Lu Dan, you are such a ruthless person. Zheng Qi, Lu Nan and other Black Dragon members ignored this with icy expressions. Dare to provoke Sister Lu. Besiege Sister Lu. This is your own fault, who cares? Gu Chuan felt relieved at first, but then he couldn't help but look at the many Black Dragon personnel standing on both sides, Bai Lu on the chair, and the chaotic scene in front of him and the screaming Lu Dan, forming a picture. This scene makes Bai Lu look majestic and domineering, as if she is a gangster who was out to suppress the whole crowd. Gu Chuan, with this kind of momentum, Bai Lu looks even more charming. I said she has an aura that other women don't have. It turns out it's this. When she first met Bai Lu, she was attracted by her aura and felt it was very special, but for such a long time she had no idea what the inexplicable aura was. It was not until she saw this aura today that she understood aura, the aura of a gangster. This kind of aura is very charming when it comes to men, and it is even more special when it comes to women. In addition, Bai Lu is in charge of finance and her own family background brings about a fusion of auras. A chemical reaction occurs instantly. Anyway, it makes people feel very extraordinary and has a fatal attraction to men, and to women, too. A long time. Ji Yuchuan finally recovered from his shock and looked around speechlessly. That's it, and you told me it's a legitimate company? Is it really that legitimate? He's been beaten to a pulp, and judging by the situation, it's likely something serious is going to happen. She looked at Bai Lu, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Distance. Brother Li and the others were shocked to see Brother Yang bow and nod to Bai Lu after he entered. Then they saw the chaotic fight inside and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Who on earth is this woman? Even Brother Yong seems to be in awe of her. It's more than just 3 points of respect. I think it's all just nodding and fawning. This is not right. Oh my god, they're fighting in here. The whips are flying everywhere, I can't even see who is who. Don't talk about the younger brother, even though Brother Lee could see that Bai Lu's status was higher than Brother Yong's, he didn't expect it to be so high. Brother Young actually acted like a junior in front of that woman. How big a figure is Bai Lu? Upstairs, Xin Jiang and Sijou looked at the scene below calmly. Wang Tao whispered to one side, Brother Jiang, do you want me to go down and take control of the situation? Wang Tao did not go home for the new year this year, but brought his parents to Songjiang for the new year. Therefore, he came with Qin Jiang after hearing the news. Qin Jiang shook the tea in his hand, no need. Bai Lu knows her limits and won't lose them. Qin Jiang didn't say that this time he was not only helping Bai Lu resolve the resentment in her heart, but also wanted Bai Lu to turn over a new leaf, at least know how to do things in moderation, and stick to the bottom line and act according to the Black Dragon rules even with the blessing of various revenge pleasures. So, she is the qualified senior executive of Black Dragon, so Qin Jiang is confident in leaving the finances completely in her hands. Wang Tao nodded, yes. The tea house owner looked at the scene outside through the window. As an old and experienced man, he knew from what he saw in the conversations with Qin Jiang and others that the man in front of him was the real boss of those people outside, a pure social gangster. How awesome must he be? He has so many followers under his command, and he even seems to have called in a local boss to settle things. The most important thing is why he was implicated, and why is he so unlucky? The boss frowned. After they finish their tea, they won't think I know too much and will kill me. Is it too late for me to play dumb now? What bad things did I do these past 2 days to deserve this misfortune? Is this retribution for stealing cards while playing cards yesterday? Oh heaven and earth! I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my brother's lifespan in exchange for a peaceful day like this. Please show your power. She quickly withdrew her gaze from outside, not daring to look or listen any longer. Naturally, no one paid attention to the boss's situation. Xin Jiang and the others all looked towards the scene outside, wondering what Bai Lu would do. Would she seek revenge directly? Or, now, Bai Lu looked at the chaotic scene and Lu Dan's miserable appearance, and she couldn't help but feel extremely happy. Right, that's the feeling. Is this the revenge I once clung to? The fantasy I once had. A Lu Dan, the former big sister, the woman who once gave me nightmares, she was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. She had become the big sister that she feared. But she was powerless. Bai Lu looked around at the Black Dragon members and couldn't help muttering, no? This scene is even more awesome than I imagined. How can I describe it in words? Bai Lu felt that all the depression in her heart disappeared, leaving only an endless sense of comfort, but it didn't last forever, and Bai Lu slowly raised her hand. Brush, Brother Yong waved his hands hurriedly, stop. Stop. Wow, everyone, who were already furious, stopped like robots when they heard Brother Yong's words. Brush, Brother Yong looked at Bai Lu, waiting for the words to come, and everyone else also looked at Bai Lu to make their fateful decision. Bai Lu said calmly, why are you fighting in front of me? Did I let you fight? If you want to fight, go outside. As soon as these words were spoken, Brother Yong was stunned and a little confused. Lu Dan was ecstatic and felt that he was saved. Others are also looking forward to it. However, the next moment, just see. Chapter 723, is it over? No. It's not over at all. Just see. Bai Lu stood up from her chair and looked at Lu Yong calmly. You beat him up. It has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? Lu Yong, Zhang Qi, what? This woman came to trouble Sister Lu today. We employees happened to be having dinner nearby and came to stop them, but we only stopped them from committing further crimes. As for whether you came to beat these people out of bravery or internal conflicts, we don't know and don't understand. You understand? Lu Yong was stunned again, then nodded, I understand. Zhang Qi, I understand. Bai Lu stretched and said, it's just a farce, forget it. Let's go home. She waved her hand. Wow, a large number of Black Dragon personnel left like a tide. That scene, how can I describe how domineering it is? Soundtrack at this time. I've seen the 108 generals, water splashing on the reeds. Call, Brother Yang, Brother Lu, and others were shocked when they saw this situation, but at the same time they all breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that they had survived a disaster. Lu Dan saw Bai Lu's eyes filled with resentment as she left, but he also knew that she was someone he couldn't afford to provoke, so he couldn't help but shout towards Bai Lu, thank you, Sister Lu. I will never forget Sister Lu's kindness in sparing my life. I will erect a monument to Sister Lu to commemorate her immortality in the future. Sister Lu, Brother Yong was a little confused when he saw Heilung preparing to leave. He didn't understand why Bai Lu would just let it go like that, making such a big commotion just to watch a fight. Then Lu Dan dared to bring people to surround her and let her go so easily. It's not like the legendary Black Dragon. Although his brain was completely confused, he was relieved to have gotten through this hurdle. He hurriedly offered his courtesy, take care, Sister Lu. Next time you come to Jia City, call me, Xiaoyong. I promise to be there whenever you call, Sister Lu. He was saying auspicious words. Suddenly, Bai Lu looked at him before getting in the car. Remember, this is a society ruled by law. You can't do anything illegal or criminal, and you can't let anyone die. This is a warning. That's it. Bang! Bai Lu got in the car and closed the door. One side. Ji Yuchuan got in the same car with her. Zhang Qi drives the car. Boom. the convoy collectively turned around and retreated from the entrances of the alleys in an orderly and fast manner. In just a few minutes, the Black Dragon convoy completely disappeared from the area. Only the headlights of a few cars driven by Brother Yang were left, dimly lighting up the surrounding area. At bang, Huang Mao slumped on the ground, gone. Really gone. Whoa whoa. I survived. It wasn't just Huang Mao who was like this. Although the others didn't sit on the ground, they all swung their legs wide and couldn't stop mumbling, "May God bless you, may our ancestors appear, this big devil woman is finally gone, I survived. I survived." Only Brother Yang stood there blankly staring at the departing Black Dragon convoy, recalling what Bai Lu said before she left. A society ruled by law, no one must die? No one must die. I'm afraid there's something hidden in my words. When she left, she specifically spoke to me in a stern tone. She told me that no one should die? What did she mean? She was telling me that this matter wasn't over yet, and that she could handle the rest. As for why no one should die, she was telling me that apparently, he did not intend to let Lu Dan go easily out after all of this person had offended her before, and it looked like there might be some old grudge between them. Right, that's it. That must be the case. Brother Yang kept imagining things, and the more he imagined them, the more he believed they were his own. By Lu's warning before leaving, the real reason was that she was afraid that Brother Yang would kill someone in his attempt to quell his anger, which might leave Black Dragon with hidden dangers. Brother Yang, a younger brother saw Brother Yang standing there in a daze and couldn't help but remind him. Ah. Brother Yang came back to his senses and looked at his brothers. Fuck. What are you yelling about? You scared the hell out of me. Little brother, Lu Jiao, Brother Yang, and others couldn't help but look at Brother Yang. Bai Lu was gone, and Brother Yang was the most powerful one left. Lu Jiao, thank you Brother Yang for standing up for us today, otherwise we would have died here. Brother Yang and others also said, thank you, Brother Yang. Brother Yang's great kindness will never be forgotten. From now on, I'll hit wherever Brother Yang points. They were not stupid and knew that they had been tricked by the other party by using their own banner. They were afraid of retaliation, so they immediately flattered Brother Yang. However, Brother Yang did not care about the flattery at this time. He looked at Lu Jiao and the others with a cold look. How dare you guys? You're pulling my leg in public? Okay, it seems you don't take me seriously, and you guys are pulling my leg, but you have to drag Sister Lu into it? Fuck, now I'm stuck eating melons. Do you think you can just say a few words and get away with it? As soon as these words were spoken, bang. Bang. Bang, Lu Jiao and the others were so frightened that they collapsed on the ground. Brother Yang, we were so wrong. Brother Yang, you must be magnanimous and forgive the mistakes of others. Give us a chance. Brother Yang, we really don't know Sister Lu. Who? She is. Brother Yang, who is she? You guys don't even know who she is, yet you dare to surround her? How awesome. She's Bai Lu. Does Black Dragon know? She's the financial director of the Black Dragon Group? She's one of the top 10 in the entire Black Dragon Group. She has a powerful background, a powerful family background, and connections. You can easily mess with someone like her. How awesome. What Black Dragon Group? The Black Dragon Group that sank into the Songjiang River, they were all gangsters, and they were from the northern province. How could they not know about Black Dragon? The Legend of the Gangsters, a group that stood at the top of the Beishang Road in just 2 years, a social group that was said to have tens of thousands of followers, and a ruthless group that was said to have destroyed most of the social forces in Songjiang. It can be said that the deeds of the Black Dragon Group and Xinjiang and other big bosses are the gossips of these gangsters after dinner. But they actually offended the financial director of Black Dragon Group, a top 10 boss. What does the top 10 mean? No idea. Even if the top 100 were in Jia City, they would be the bosses. If they offended them, they would have no way to survive. Thinking of this, Lu Jiao, Yang Gu and others felt a chill run down their bodies, a chill running from the soles of their feet straight up to their heads. All sorts of Black Dragon legends filled their minds. What's with tying stones and sinking into the river? What a 360 degrees aerial trapeze? What a Dayun car? Finished, it's completely over. One side, Lu Dan's eyes widened. She? Black Dragon. Financial director. Top 10? How is that possible? Isn't she just a little girl I beat half to death? It's only been a few years. How can she be so awesome? What should I do if she's so awesome? Can she really let me go? Zhenjiang, Fei Ren, Dayun. Chapter 724. Everyone is in despair, but Lu Dan is still beaten now. Lu Jiao, well, before Sister Lu left, she said it was a farce. Forget it, right? I remember there was a saying. The other thugs nodded frantically for inner comfort. Ke Yong looked at them indifferently. Forget it? Ha ha. Sister Lu just doesn't want to see blood during the new year, and she still wants to forget it. This sentence scared Lu Jiao and the others a lot. Just as Brother Yang was about to say something, the younger brother came over and whispered, Brother Yang, the security people are coming soon. Brother Yang thought for a moment, nodded, looked at Lu Dan and the others, and said, remember, this matter is not over. Then Brother Yang quickly took everyone to the car and left first. Too many things happened today and he needed to digest them carefully. He still didn't fully understand the cause and effect of the whole thing. He couldn't act impulsively. He had to think clearly about the cause and effect first, and study carefully how to make amends. Although Bai Lu didn't seem to want to ask him, he must not gamble on the thoughts of the people above him. But it's good that I won the bet. If you lose the bet, it's all over. He got in the car and said to his younger brother, investigate today's events from top to bottom, inside and out. Don't miss a single detail. Keep these people under surveillance. No one can leave Jia City. Everything will proceed after my order, younger brother, yes. Lu Jiu and other gangsters didn't feel relieved when they saw Brother Yang leave. Instead, they felt even more desperate. After all, Brother Yang had said before he left that this matter was not over yet, so what awaits them? Unimaginable? Unforeseen? In the end, swish. Swish. Swish, they looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Apparently there's no way. I'm even too lazy to blame Lu Dan, the culprit. I really don't have the energy. Lu Jiu looked towards the corner. There were dozens of thugs squatting there pretending to be invisible. When they saw the Black Dragon personnel, they were scared to death and gathered together without saying a word. When Brother Yang arrived, they all lowered their heads, pretending to be invisible and knowing nothing. In addition, at that time, the focus of the whole audience was on Bai Lu, the Black Dragon personnel, Lu Dan, Lu Jiu and others, and no one paid much attention to these low-level thugs. Therefore, they were not affected at all, but they were scared inside. Lu Jiu, let's go back first. Brother Yang and others also called on their younger brother to leave, intending to slowly think of a solution after returning, but the little brothers just stood there without moving. Lu Jiu, are your ears not working well? Or are you scared? I said let's go back. The little brother still didn't move. There was no expression of shock on his face. Instead, he looked at Lu Jiu with a distant look. At this moment, Lu Jiu had a bad feeling. Lu Jiu, what do you mean, little brother, what do you mean? I won't be hanging around with you anymore. I'm not your little brother anymore. Younger brother B, that's right. Not only am I not your younger brother, but I'm your enemy. We'll never see each other again. Little brother C, don't say brothers don't care about friendship. If anything happens to you in the future, I promise to take good care of your sister-in-law. The road ahead is long. Goodbye. They've made it clear they've cut ties with Lu Jiu. Are they all fools? Forget Brother Yang's attitude today. Even though Bai Lu might call it a farce, can she really let it go? Offending such a powerful figure doesn't hurt even if they say nothing. And since Brother Yang has declared this isn't over, their big brother Lu Jiu is doomed to suffer. Under such circumstances, which underling would still stick with them, go die with him, madness, don't talk about brotherhood at this time. For the vast majority of low-level hooligans, the only way to get by is betray the boss, treachery, eating from the inside out, take care of your sister-in-law. It can be said that when my elder brother is around, I call him sister-in-law. When he is not around, I call him treasure. Rebellion is over. Lu Jiu, benefit, damn it, this is outrageous. Is this still the brother who once fought him to the death? Something really happened. Just like this, Lu Jiu, you betrayed me. Do you plan to continue to fight in the future? Younger brother, please stop honking. If you don't leave now, you'll miss the number 2 bus. Lu Jiu, several other big gangsters were facing the same situation. Their subordinates all drew a clear line between themselves, and the better ones said they would part ways amicably, while the worse ones started cursing and looked unhappy. It was a scene of a large-scale breakup. Of course, it's not my fault that my brothers are disloyal. Those who truly value loyalty and brotherhood, who can rally their men to live and die with them, won't just be gang leaders who engage in brawls. To put it nicely, they're just gangsters. To put it bluntly, they're just hooligans. They can bully small bosses in their local area with their aggressiveness, but when they meet a tough opponent, they'll just give up and be defeated. I'm blind. Lu Jiubin wanted to say something, but seeing his younger brother's increasingly hostile look, he could only leave. The other gang leaders had no choice but to leave, and before leaving, they couldn't stop mumbling and cursing. You are all ungrateful wolves. I've been so kind to you. I even treated you to barbecue yesterday, and you just, what the hell is going on here? How did it become like this? Everything was fine this morning. I was still the boss. Now I'm left alone. Why am I so unlucky? If I had known, they were filled with regret. If they had known the outcome would be like this, they wouldn't have come even if Lu Dan had offered them 1,000 yuan, let alone 10,000 yuan. Who could have imagined that a job like that, just helping people stand up for the platform, would bring disaster to them today? It may even be life-threatening. How can they accept this? Now, the gangsters all looked at their boss leaving with complicated and somewhat confused expressions. They were not sure whether the severance of relations could completely draw a clear line between the two, nor were they sure what they should do next. In the end, we had to leave separately, but before leaving, their eyes couldn't help but lock onto Lu Dan and Huang Mao, and then they went up and hit each of them twice, one to vent their inner dissatisfaction, and the other to show the others that they had also drawn a clear line between themselves and Lu Dan and Huang Mao. Wait until these thugs leave. Lu Dan, Huang Mao, /T, their faces were swollen like pufferfish, and they were groaning in pain. It was a horrible sight. Lu Dan, Huang Mao, what are we going to do? Bai Lu won't let us go, and neither will Brother Yong, and, fuck. Huang Mao went up and hit Lu Dan. And your mother? What if it's not us? What if it's you? Lu Dan. I'm officially notifying you that you're divorced. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. You can do whatever you want to me. Huang Mao turned around and left without any regrets. Lu Dan. Chapter 725 The Best Day. The tea house owners fear Huang Mao. Huang Mao. You can't leave. Lu Dan was completely panicked when she saw Huang Mao leaving. Although she didn't have any feelings for Huang Mao, she was scared at this point. She would be even more panicked if there was no one around to accompany her. The yellow-haired man didn't even turn around and didn't bother to pay attention. Lu Dan, you can't leave. How can I live without you? No. 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 Her voice was so miserable that countless residents nearby trembled with fear. The next day, then the news spread that there was a ghost in the neighborhood. A long time, Lu Dan stumbled away, completely drained of energy and spirit, no longer possessing any of her fierce energy. Everything that had happened today had been a devastating blow to her. This would be the darkest day of her life. No, that's just what she thinks. Little did she know that from tomorrow onwards this would be the brightest day of her life. Distance. Brotherly and his younger brothers witnessed the whole situation and were all stunned and amazed. Today, only then did they realize what it meant that there are always people better than you. Brother Yon, a big boss who has been dominating Jia City for many years, would actually bow and scrape to others, and a woman could actually be a top boss. They still couldn't forget the scene of the big fight just now. Bai Lu sitting there majestically was too impactful and awesome, plus the scene of several gang leaders being betrayed by their subordinates and Lu Dan being beaten again was all very shocking. At the same time, I can't help but observe a moment of silence for Brother Lu, Brother Yang, and others. It was obvious that just a moment ago these guys were the powerful gang leaders, showing off their power and acting like big brothers. As a result, less than an hour later, these people became clowns. And all their subordinates ran away. Even the future of those subordinates who escaped was uncertain. The world is unpredictable, and everything changes. Then I felt relieved. Fortunately, they had just escaped from that kind of trouble. If they had left a few minutes later, they would have faced the same situation and the same disaster. Brush. They all looked at Brotherly. Brotherly, from now on you are my biological elder brother, my adopted parent, and my lifelong idol. Why would someone say Brotherly could be our big brother? That's such a sharp judgment. Brotherly, have you figured out Bai Lu's identity a long time ago? Who is she? Listening to the brother's heartfelt praise, Brotherly enjoyed it but also felt a lingering fear. He had just been cautious, thinking that 1,800 yuan was not worth offending someone who seemed to have some status. But at the beginning, he really didn't know Bai Lu's identity, but now he had some guesses of black clothes, black car, black umbrella. His expression was cold and his aura was overwhelming. They can easily mobilize hundreds of brothers, and they can scare Brother Yon like that. It seems that the northern province is only home to the legendary Black Dragon Group that has been making waves in the past 2 years. Yes. It's the Black Dragon Group. No other forces have such deterrent power. Tiger power is not enough. As for the Lin family, even someone of Brotherly's rank didn't know about the Lin family's existence, but he could only guess that Bai Lu was a big shot in the Black Dragon Group and didn't know her specific identity. After all, when they chatted about the bigwigs Heilong mentioned after dinner, they usually talked about the Iron Triangle, Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Sijou, supplemented by Zhao Shanha and Feng Lin, who were good fighters. Bai Lu. Although she was a big shot in charge of finances, she was not well known. Then, Brotherly slowly uttered 2 words under the gaze of his fellow disciples. Or Black Dragon. What? A black dragon? Swish. 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 The younger brother's eyes widened in disbelief, and then they couldn't help but recall the scene just now. Then, I believe it almost exactly, right? Apart from Black Dragon, who else in Northern Province has such deterrent power? Little brother. Who was that woman? Black Dragon? Does Black Dragon have a daughter? Is she my sister-in-law? Bang! Brotherly gave her a big slap on the neck. You just ask questions. What nonsense? Go back first. In the bar, the bartender looked at the crowd that had dispersed and gulped. No? Who is that woman? How can they be so awesome? This is too scary. Fortunately, they didn't think of me. I dodged a bullet, thank God. Thank you, Sun Wukong. He had a look of having survived a disaster on his face. Can he really escape this disaster? In the tea house, bang, Qin Jiang put down his teacup and smiled, obviously quite satisfied with Bai Lu's handling of the matter. Good. He slowly stood up and stretched his body. After watching a good show, it's time to leave. Sijou, go home. Celebrate the new year. Qin Jiang, yes. Chinese New Year. Surrounded by the Black Dragon crew, Qin Jiang and Sijou walked out of the tea house. The owner of the tea house in the corner breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Qin Jiang and the others leave. Great. These plague gods are finally leaving. I, an old man, finally have a way out. Sudden he heard Qin Jiang say in front of him, a Tao. Clean up your tail, Wang Tao, yes. Tea house owner, winky face, what does it mean to clean the tail? Tail, what tail? Who is the tail? Me. The tea house owner's heart suddenly sank when he heard Wang Tao's footsteps getting closer and closer. Every step the other party took seemed to be stepping on his heart. making him feel like a mountain was pressing down on him and making him breathless. Tread. Suddenly, the tea house owner felt Wang Tao's legs right in front of him. He closed his eyes tightly and waved his hands frantically. Don't kill me. I didn't see anything. Really? My eyesight is not good. I can't even see people clearly. Don't worry, I know all the rules of the underworld. I won't cause you any trouble. I don't have anything above that anymore. I'm just an old man with only a few years to live. Just give me a way out, master, ancestor. The tea house owner was so frightened that his legs were shaking like sieves. When he felt the wind in his ears, he shouted even louder, "No, it's so spicy, bang, ill, trample. Trample. Trample." The sound of footsteps came from his ears again, getting smaller and smaller and farther away. After a long time, the tea house owner recovered a little and looked around. There was no sign of Wang Tao, and the other people from Black Dragon had already left. Swish. He raised his hand and took a look. There were 10 red banknotes inside. He was stunned to this. What's going on here? Money. What are you going to give me money for? Tea money? Or hush money? He stared at the money in a daze, but he also knew that he probably wouldn't be wasting his money today. After a few minutes, he finally recovered and stood up, clutching the money tightly, and walked out step by step. On the ground, there was a yellow puddle of water where he had just squatted. Chapter 726. Qin Jiang. No one is allowed to bully my people. Brother Yang is shocked outside the door. Wang Tao couldn't help but shook his head. You're sick. He was even more speechless about his understanding of the tea house owner's psychology. It was obvious that Heilong was a very serious person. What Brother Jiang just said about cleaning up the mess certainly had nothing to do with the tea house. He was asking him to clean up the mess of Bai Lu, archive all the videos that should be recorded and all the evidence that should be left behind, and not leave any future troubles. Anyway, this matter cannot involve Bai Lu. Of course, they weren't involved in the first place. Bai Lu hadn't hit anyone. The previous fight with Lu Dan was at most a mutual brawl, and if the people didn't report it, the officials wouldn't investigate, so there wouldn't be any problem with taking it too far. So as long as Lu Dan and his men didn't cause any deaths or injuries, Bai Lu wouldn't be implicated. The Black Dragon convoy stopped in front, and Bai Lu and Gu Chuan, who were chatting in the car, were startled by Lu. What's going on? Zhang Qi, Sister Lu. Brother Zhang's car is right in front. Brother Zhang wants you to get in his car. Bai Lu, Brother Jiang is here too? Zhang Qi, Brother Zhang came with us, but he asked Lu Nan and I to come forward. Bai Lu, Gu Chuan. Bai Lu got out of the car directly. Zhang Qi also got out, and Gu Chuan followed but was stopped by Zhang Qi. Ms. Gu, please stay. Brother Zhang only let Sister Lu go. Gu Chuan frowned. Zhang Qi, thank you for your help today, Miss Gu. We will arrange for Black Dragon personnel to protect your safety and escort you back to Songjiang. After saying that, he left without waiting for Gu Chuan to say anything else. Bai Lu waved to Gu Chuan and said, "Thank you for your help. We'll meet again when we get back to Songjiang." Gu Chuan, I really forgot about Chuan after having Brother Jiang. She didn't dwell on it too much. She wasn't the type to take advantage of a favor and didn't know her limits. Besides, with her intelligence, how could she not guess that the Black Dragon personnel's appearance at such a critical moment proved that they had been following Bai Lu for a long time, which meant that Bai Lu would not be in danger whether she showed up or not. Then you should know the rules. She watched Bai Lu leave and murmured, "It seems that Qin Jiang really values Bai Lu." That's right. Who can dislike and value someone like Bai Lu? Be individual and have your own personality. You must have the ability. If you need background, you need background. Several Black Dragon personnel came to Gu Chuan and said, "Miss Gu, we will escort you home." Gu Chuan, just take me to the location. Where is my car? Heilong staff, your car and Sister Lu's car have already returned to Songjiang. You can just come back with us. Gu Chuan, you drove away my car, and I have the car keys in my hand, and you. She looked at the Black Dragon personnel with a strange look, thinking that these people were using despicable means again. Special lock-picking technique. The Black Dragon staff reacted and shook their heads. Miss Gu, you misunderstood. We didn't unlock your car. That's illegal. Black Dragon has its own rules. Gu Chuan, then you, Black Dragon personnel, tow truck. Gu Chuan, front. Bai Lu got into Qin Jiang's car. She originally wanted to sit in the front passenger seat. According to Heilong's current rules, no one except Zhu Zheng and Sijou could sit on the same level as Qin Jiang, but Qin Jiang waved his hand. Bang, Zheng Qi opened the back seat door. Bai Lu, this, Qin Jiang, come up. Today you are the biggest. Bai Lu thought about getting in the car, looked at Qin Jiang's hesitant expression and said, Brother Jiang. Qin Jiang, the resentment in your heart can be released. Bai Lu's eyes widened slightly. Brother Jiang, you know, Qin Jiang, it was just a guess before, but Bai Meng told me your specific situation today. Bai Lu, this big mouth tells everything. Qin Jiang, I am a foreigner. Bai Lu, no. That's not what I meant. I meant he shouldn't have told you, no. It's Qin Jiang, alright, Bai Lu. Remember this. From the day you joined the Black Dragon group, you belong to me, Qin Jiang. Qin Zhang, will never allow anyone to bully me, even in the past. Bai Lu was deeply moved after hearing this. She wasn't stupid, so how could she not guess that Brother Jiang personally bringing so many people here meant he valued her? And yet, Brother Jiang didn't show up? Why? He was obviously afraid of stealing her limelight. He intends to make himself the protagonist today. Let yourself fulfill your dreams, let her let go of the resentment in her heart. How could Bai Lu not be moved by this? She had never received such attention and care since she was a child, and this completely disturbed her already touched heart. Qin Zhang, don't worry about the tail end, I have someone take care of it for you. Bai Lu's eyes filled with tears. Brother Jiang, after a long time, Bai Lu calmed down and completely opened her heart to talk to Qin Zhang about the past. Some things are completely different when said through other people and when said in person. From the beginning to the end, Qin Zhang is in a good listening state. Soon, they talked about Guchuan, her appearance to help, and her future revenge. She said that sooner or later she would make people remember her name Guchuan, and let people know that she could reach the top without the Gu family. Qin Zhang, she can't do it. Bai Lu, she looks capable. Qin Zhang, that's impossible. Some things are not about ability or inability. Guchuan is very capable, but her family background restricts her from doing what she says. Even if her achievements surpass those of the Gu family in the future, people will still say that she relies on the Gu family when they talk about her. Family background is something she cannot get rid of unless, Bai Lu, unless what? Qin Zhang, unless the Gu family goes bankrupt, Guchuan will never bring the Gu family to a new height. Bai Lu, all the way, the Black Dragon convoy is unimpeded. Card pool, the other team brakes suddenly. Wow, Brother Yong fell forward and almost crashed into the front seat. Fuck. Damn. How do you drive? The driver pointed ahead without saying anything. Grass. Brother Yong was furious. What could possibly scare you like this? Looking around Jia City, who else could be there besides Sister Lu? He stuck his head out and looked in the direction his younger brother pointed, and saw a dense convoy of Mercedes-Benz C cars in front of him. Black Dragon team, no. Didn't the Black Dragon convoy leave early? Because Qin Zhang and Bai Lu were delayed for a while before reuniting, the two convoys met at this time. Fuck, why did we meet again? Brother Yong couldn't help but complain. Younger brother, look, Brother Yong, I saw it. Is that Sister Halon Lu's convoy? Stop. Younger brother, no, brother? Look at that car. Brother Yong looked in the direction his younger brother pointed, and this time he also saw the dazzling custom-made luxury Mercedes-Benz S in the center of the convoy, along with its iconic license plate number north of 68888 chapter 727. Lu Yong, I must do this to the end and destroy it all. North of 68888. This license plate number is absolutely well known on the streets of Northern Province and is known to everyone. Oh my god. Lu Yong couldn't help but open his mouth wide. This is the private car of Qin Zhang, the leader of the Black Dragon army. Absolutely. No one else dares to ride in a car like this except him. Is he here too? Younger brother, what are you doing here? Lu Yong, nonsense. Of course it's because of Sister Lu. It's over. This is a really big deal. Younger brother, why is it different now? Lu Yong, even a big shot like Qin Zhang came in person, which proves that Sister Lu's matter is definitely not a small matter. At least she has registered with Brother Jiang. It seems that, whether Sister Lu really intends to give up on this matter or is hinting at me, I must be prepared, and can't take it lightly. This moment Lu Yong made up his mind. Originally, he was still thinking about whether this matter could be reduced to a small matter, or a small matter to nothing, so that it could pass quietly, avoiding any big fuss and causing any trouble, and only getting Lu Dan involved. But now he decided that the matter had to be big. He wanted to deal with everyone involved, otherwise he might have to bear the consequences. Think of this, Lu Yong no longer hesitated. Everyone who participated in the siege of Sister Lu today, no matter if they are big hooligans or small hooligans, will be severely punished. They will not be allowed to have any good days in Jia City. Do you understand, younger brother? Understood. Lu Yong, and investigate whether there are other people indirectly involved. If so, we'll deal with them as well. Anyway, these bastards dared to make me uncomfortable, so they won't be able to feel comfortable either. Younger brother, understood. The next day, Lu Jiao walked and smoked a cigarette, thinking about what to do next. All the guys under his command had run away. These days, you can't get by without people under your command. No one will give you face when you go out in the future. Fuck. Lu Jiao cursed, these bastards. They really think they're finished if they leave their father. What a bunch of cowards. At worst, I can just recruit some people. Good people are hard to find these days, but there are always thugs. But this isn't the most urgent matter. We need to find a peacemaker to talk to Brother Yong about how to get through this difficult time. A few minutes later, he came to a repair shop and said, "Is Brother Quan here?" Several repairmen shouted inside, "Brother Quan. Someone's looking for you." Brother Quan, soon. A middle-aged man came out, shaking his head and holding a bag. He looked at Lu Jiao and said, "Hey. Isn't that Brother Jiao? That gust of wind brought you here. You have a bruised nose and swollen eyes, what's wrong? Who cooked you?" Lu Jiao, Brother Quan. Why call me Brother Jiao? Just call me Ajio. Don't make fun of me. I'm here to ask you for a favor. Brother Quan, what's up? Lugio, it's like this. I accidentally offended someone yesterday, and then implicated Brother Yong. I'm thinking of asking Brother Quan to intercede and act as a peacemaker. Brother Quan, this matter is too big to handle. He turned and was about to leave. Brush, Lugio grabbed his arm and said, Brother Quan. You have to help me, my brother. I'm really at my wit's end. You're an old hand, so you must have some respect with Brother Yong. Help me, I'm willing to pay. He stuffed 10,000 yuan into the other person's hand and said solemnly, I'll reward you handsomely after you're done. Brush, Brother Quan's eyes lit up when he saw the 10,000 yuan in his hand, but he glanced at the iPhone in Lugio's hand and tilted his head. Joe. Nice phone. Bang, Lugio threw the phone into the other person's hand. It's not my phone, it's Brother Quan's. Brother Quan, huh? Okay. Then Brother Quan will help you talk about it. Of course, I have to be frank, but I can't guarantee that it will work. Lugio, I trust Brother Quan's face. Brother Quan tilted his head and smiled again. He was indeed an old man with face. Brother Yong. He couldn't afford to offend him and couldn't communicate with him, but he knew a few of Brother Yong's men. If the matter was not serious, he could help to resolve it.as for the big deal. That can't be. If it was really a serious matter, Lugio wouldn't be able to find him. He's probably already in the hospital, not just beaten up. Maybe he can make some money from it. Certainly, he didn't say anything final. As was his usual style, he always left a way out to avoid getting himself into trouble. Just as Brother Quan was beginning to figure out who to contact and how much money he could make from this, sudden 7 or 8 people rushed into the repair shop. The leader yelled, Where's Lujurin? I just saw him go in. Lugio, come out. Lugio, winky face, come. He looked at Brother Quan, come, Brother Quan? Coming? Who's coming? Soon he saw a lot of thugs coming over, and from Lugio's expression he immediately guessed that these people were Brother Yong's men. He come with bad intentions. According to his personality, he definitely wouldn't care, but the 10,000 yuan he just got plus an Apple phone was enough to make him want to do something. Then he couldn't help but step forward and shake his head to the thugs and clasped his fists. Brothers, you are Brother Yong's men, right? I'm Wang Quan, the owner of this repair shop. I'm nicknamed Iron Fist Tai Bao in the underworld. It's like this. I, your little brother, may have offended Brother Yong. I'm asking for mercy. Brothers, can you please give me some face and make some peace? Tomorrow I'll talk to Brother Lame, Brother Yong's underling. He thought that he had said everything perfectly and that as long as the people in front of him could agree on a deal, the matter would be settled. He also took the initiative to mention that he knew the brothers under Brother Yong, intending to ask for some favor, but he miscalculated. The leader of the thugs on the opposite side looked at Wang Quan, who was shaking his head and saying, Fuck. You are a piece of shit, but you still need face. Brother Lugio, right? It's perfect, let's do it together. Bang, he went up and kicked Wang Quan. Ouch, Wang Quan was kicked to the ground at that time. Although he had the title of Iron Fist Guardian, it was all just boasted in his early years. In addition, he had not fought in a war for many years and was middle-aged, so he had no fighting ability. The other thugs rushed over and started beating Wang Quan and Lugio, making them scream a fuck. I'll make you have dog eyes. Fuck, you dare to do anything, you deserve to be kicked to death. After a long time, the leading thug felt that beating the two men was not enough and looked at the repair shop and said, Damn, smash them all. Crackle, ding dang, bang. The thugs started smashing the repair shop. Wang Quan's eyes were red with anger. You can't smash it. You can't smash it. My repair shop. My hard work. Chapter 728, Miserable Lugio, Monthly Beating. Even miserable Lu Dan now, Wang Quan looked at the repair shop that he relied on for survival, and how could he accept that his rail foundation was being destroyed by the frame? He tried desperately to stop them. Please. Brother Quan surrendered. Please give me some face. Don't destroy it. It's a pity that those hooligans don't care about these things. The order from above was to do it. Do Lugio. Make him miserable, and make everyone related to him miserable too. Anyway, Lugio can't be comfortable. After a while, these people finally got enough of the fight and looked at Lugio rolling on the ground and said, Remember, it's not over yet. Lugio, degree? What? Not finished yet. What do you guys want for? Lugio pleaded, Brothers, please tell Brother Yong. I really didn't mean to do that. I really didn't want to offend Black Dragon. I didn't know Sister Lu's identity. Please let Brother Yong give me a way out. A few thugs who get lost, survival? You are so brave. What survival do you need? You, wait and enjoy. These thugs left immediately. Only Lugio and Wang Quan were left there, crying without tears. A few minutes later, the two men stood up. Wang Quan looked at the messy repair shop with a look of despair. The bottom of my coffin, Lugio said, Brother Quan. Wang Quan stared at him with red eyes. You, Lugio was startled but still said, Brother Quan, look at my story. Wang Quan, what the hell? Do you think I'm deaf? Black Dragon? You must have offended Black Dragon. No wonder Brother Yong sent someone to mess with you. And you asked me to help you settle this matter. Who do you think I am? If I had this ability, why would I need your little tricks? Damn it, I really didn't realize you were so brave. Who did you offend, Black Dragon? No matter who you offend, you're fucking useless. Wang Quan believed that even a small figure in the Black Dragon was not someone that a rubbish like Lu Jiu could offend. If you offend, you will die, whoever saves him will die. Besides, Wang Quan doesn't think he has any face, and he means nothing when it comes to the Black Dragon, but even if Wang Quan was beaten to death, he wouldn't dare to think that Lu Jiu had offended by Lu, which was far beyond his understanding. Lu Jiu sighed in despair. He knew at this moment that Wang Quan couldn't solve the problem. He looked at the money and phone in Wang Quan's hand. Brother Quan, this, look. Wang Quan looked at Lu Jiu and almost laughed out loud. You want money? Fine. I'll fucking give it to you. Wang Quan punched Lu Jiu directly. Bang, for you, fuck. I'll give it to you. Wang Quan used his once powerful iron fist to beat Lu Jiu again, and Lu Jiu felt that his punches were like raindrops and he could not avoid them at all. Half an hour later, Lu Jiu was thrown at the door of the repair shop like a dead dog. Wang Quan cursed, damn, these are gone. If you don't compensate me for the losses, I'll kill your whole family. Fuck. Damn it. Wang Quan didn't feel satisfied after cursing, so he kicked her a few more times. Lu Jiu was so scared that he ran away immediately. 10 minutes later, Lu Jiu came to a Chinese medicine clinic. Doctor, a fight? Do you want me to call the police? Lu Jiu, report your ass. Give me some medicine. All the injuries on my body are from falling. If you keep yelling, I will complain to you. Doctor, Lu Jiu, do you want to watch it? If not, I will complain. Doctor, your injuries are just superficial. Just reduce the inflammation and swelling. It will be fine in a month. Lu Jiu, prescribe me some good medicine. That day, after Lu Jiu returned, he pondered over what to do, but he was clueless after a whole night. He was just a small gang leader who usually came into contact with all the middle and lower level gangsters. He could ask for help for small matters, but who would dare to help with such a big matter? Especially after hearing that Wang Quan helped Lu Jiu and caused the repair shop to be smashed, he was even more afraid of Lu Jiu. Fuck. Lu Jiu, don't let him in, lock him outside. Lu Jiu. I can't control your affairs. Go away. If you dare to continue hanging around in front of my door, don't blame me for being rude, get lost. Your story has spread all over Jia City, and you've offended Black Dragon. If you're crippled, don't drag us down with you. I was rejected again and again. The next evening, he ran into Yang's men again and was beaten up again. Chinese medicine clinic, doctor, you fell again. May I ask, how did you fall into this state? Lu Jiu, why are you talking so much nonsense? Treat me quickly, apply the medicine, it hurts, be gentle. Doctor, you've encountered trouble. I'll help you report it to the police. Lu Jiu, no need. Treat it quickly. He didn't dare to report the incident to the police. Not to mention that the rule of life in society is to avoid going through the authorities. Even if he really dared to report it, at most the thugs who beat him up would be allowed to stay in jail for a few days, but he would have no way to survive afterwards. This is also why he didn't dare to go to a big hospital and went to a traditional Chinese medicine clinic instead. There was no other way, he couldn't afford to offend. Day 3. Lu Jiu came to the Chinese medicine clinic again. Doctor, are you on a monthly subscription? I used up all the medicine I gave you yesterday. It's useless if you keep giving me medicine like this. Lu Jiu, that proves your medicine is useless. I told you to give me good medicine. If it doesn't work, I will smash your Chinese medicine clinic. Doctor, day 4. Doctor, are you a masochist? Lu Jiu, what's it to you? I'm happy with it. Doctor, are you really happy? Lu Jiu, I'm happy, so what? Doctor, nothing, as long as you're happy. Day 5. Doctor, good medicine, it works. Lu Jiu, yes. Day 6, day 7, day 10. Doctor, good medicine. I understand. Lu Jiu, no, just do it simply, he has no money. It's safe to say that during this period, Lu Jiu was either being beaten or on his way to being beaten. Although each time, the injuries weren't serious, the frequency was unbearable, sometimes even more than once a day. It turned out that news of Lu Jiu's offense against Black Dragon had spread in Jia City, and many people in society, whether trying to curry favor with Brother Yang or Black Dragon in Songjiang, were beating him up. Now Lu Jiu felt that every part of his body was in pain, from the inside out. Wang Quan asked him for money every day, and Lu Jiu was so poor that he couldn't even afford the medical expenses. These are not the most important things. The most important thing, Lu Jiu saw no hope at all. He thought about leaving, but there were people watching at the train station, and taking a taxi would likely get stopped midway. He simply couldn't leave Jia City yet. He's really at his wit's end. This moment he seemed to be trapped in an infinite flow. Every day when he opened his eyes, he would be beaten up and his injuries would accumulate. Despair, collapse, regret, waiting emotions enveloped him. The only motivation that kept him alive was that he was not the only one. Several big gang leaders who participated that day all enjoyed the same treatment, and those small gangsters also suffered. As well as, there is someone worse off than them, Lu Dan. Chapter 729. The unlucky bartender went straight in the other side. While Lu Jiu and others were suffering inhuman torture, the bartender in the bar thought he had escaped. Tsk tisk. The bartender gave a girl a look he thought was very charming. Beautiful lady. I have just developed a stronger drink. Would you like to try it? Girl, what kind of wine? How much is it? Bartender, talking about money is so vulgar. Your looks have already paid for you, girl. Ha, you are really good at talking. Crash, crash. The bartender kept shaking the glass in his hand and making a lot of fancy moves. Bang. He poured the red liquor into a glass and pushed it in front of the girl. Blood red rose. Try it. Girl, you didn't drug me, did you? Bartender, what do you think? The girl smiled and picked up the wine glass to taste it. Seeing this, the bartender knew that today was a sure thing. Of course, it's edible. Then he secretly took out a small pill from his pocket and put it into the drink very naturally. A gulp. He drank it all in one gulp. A few minutes later, he noticed the drug was taking effect and said to the girl, "Our shop is about to close. Where are you going next?" Bartender, "I know a good place." Girl, "Where?" Bartender, "There's a place with performances, it's quiet, there's no one else. Go there once and I guarantee you'll never forget it." Girl, "You're not talking about your house, are you? Is the performance a cat doing backflips?" Bartender, "So you ought to go." Girl, "Go, why not go?" The two of them went out talking and laughing. And then, the bartender was stopped by a few thugs at the door. He had a bad feeling when he saw them. "You, leading thug, you are the bartender." The bartender didn't answer. A girl on the side said, "Yes. He is." The leading thug picked up his phone and pointed at a WeChat profile picture. "This is your WeChat." Click. The bartender was even more panicked because he just noticed that the other party had found his profile picture in the gangster task group. The girl nodded again. "Yes. This is his profile picture. Do you know him?" The leading thug, "Don't know him? But we got to know each other quickly." Girl, bartender, "No." He turned around and tried to run. "Unfortunately, it's too late." Brush. The leader of the gang went up and kicked him. Bang. The bartender was pinned to the ground on the spot. "Hey, what's going on? You got the wrong person. I haven't offended anyone." The leading thug, "Fuck, you're really good at pretending. You thought we couldn't find you? You really dare to sell anyone's information? After doing such a big thing, you dare to come out and play with women? Okay. You're really good. But to be honest with you, from now on, you're useless." Bartender, degree, bang. 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 A few thugs beat up the bartender. Girl, you, bang. A thug went up and slapped him in the face. "Scream your mother." "Shut up, girl, you dare to hit me." The gangster was stunned. You are?" Looking up and down at the girl, she was dressed normally, but after what happened with Bailu, she would never dare to look down on any girl. "Girl, my uncle is the general manager of restaurant." Snap. Snap. The thug went up and slapped him twice. "Damn it. You scared the hell out of me. A lousy manager pretending to be your mother. I didn't know you were some big shot in the Black Dragon." Girl, "Wow, who is Black Dragon?" How could a gangster explain to her that he would just beat her? Snap. 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 Bang. 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 Woo woo woo. Cry cry cry. "Stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. Stop hitting me. Although I don't know what I did wrong." 20 minutes later, these hooligans left after being tired and cursing. "Remember, this isn't over yet. I dare to make any money. This is the price." The bartender and the girls there were all groaning. A long time, the two of them stood up with their teeth bared. "Girl, who did you offend?" "Black Dragon, White Dragon." "Report it to the police." Bartender, "I can't report it. They are Brother Yon's people." "Brother Yon, do you know?" The girl's face turned pale. Obviously she knew Brother Yon, a person that even her uncle didn't dare to offend. No wonder those thugs didn't care about the person she recommended just now. "Girl, what a fucking bad luck." Bartender, "Well, let's go." Girl, "Where are you going?" Bartender, "My home." Girl, "Are you fucking sick? I was beaten like this, and you let me go to your house? I need to go to the hospital." Bartender, "Well, you can go to my house first, and then go to the hospital. My house is right next to the hospital. Let's go." He then forcibly dragged the girl towards his home. No way, he didn't want to do it, but the medicine he had taken and the beating he had just received caused the blood in his body to flow too quickly. Now, I really can't bear it." Half an hour later, Bartender, "Do you believe in love at first sight? This is my first time finding true love too. As for me, I'm a big believer in love, and my family is pushing me hard to find someone suitable to marry. I'm not afraid of embarrassing myself today. As for me, I'm a little bit weak in some areas, so to save face in front of girls, I need some medication. You guys can understand, right? We're all men. Under the control of drugs, I do what I like with the woman I fell in love with at first sight. Tell me, is this a crime?" Jian, "Oh, you're quite good at making things up. Love at first sight. Love at first sight, and you dragged me home by force?" Bartender, "I'm not forcing him. If he really doesn't agree, how could I pull him? My house is on the 7th floor. Security, well, I see, you can't pull her. You can beat her. Look at the girl's face, it's swollen like a fathead fish. And you can still do that to the girl who resisted so hard." Bartender, "Our injuries, it's okay, we didn't fight each other." Public security, "Who hit me then?" Bartender, "I fell down myself." Public security, "Make it up, keep making it up." bartender, I'm not making this up. She even asked me for money afterwards. I gave her money, but she thought it wasn't enough, so she gave it to you guys. That's not really strong, is it? Public security, don't try to argue here. The facts of your crime are clear. There is surveillance video showing you dragging a girl upstairs. Bartender, how could such a good encounter turn out like this? I really regret it. Why did I earn that 500 yuan? It might end up costing me. The song Tears Behind Bars. Chapter 730 Lu Dan Who Gets Beaten Every Day, by Lu, You Win, I, Surrender, Barbecue Stall. Lu Dan and Huang Mao, whose faces were covered with scars, were grilling skewers while a few thugs were smashing and destroying the stall. Bang. Bang. Bang, a large number of tables, chairs, and benches were broken and plates and bowls were flying everywhere, but Huang Mao and Lu Dan turned a blind eye to it. Or maybe, stunned. I'm used to it. What can I say? Since that day on, Lu Dan has been targeted by Brother Yong. Brother Yong adheres to Sister Lu's advice that no one must die and must be tortured to the end, so he sends people to smash Lu Dan and Huang Mao's stall every day. He also asked Lu Dan and Huang Mao to continue setting up their stalls the next day, and would beat them if they dared not to. Lu Dan and Huang Mao had no choice but to force themselves to open their stalls every day when there were no customers. Then they would be beaten and smashed. Then they would go back to buy various items from the stalls, and then the situation would repeat itself the next day. Resist, tried. But what was greeted was only more brutal beating and smashing. Negotiation, tried it too. Not only did he fail to escape, but Huang Mao's teeth were knocked out and Lu Dan's leg was slightly lame from being kicked. Many people nearby were used to this, watching and discussing it with great interest. It's quite interesting. I keep smashing it every day. This guy. It's like a monster that respawns every day. Who did these two people offend? They are so miserable. They tortured Brother Yong so much, it's said that the big boss that even Brother Yong is afraid of is the two women who caused trouble a few days ago. Nonsense. Is there anyone who can scare Brother Yong? And she's a woman. I don't believe it. They all expressed their own opinions and criticized Lu Dan and Huang Mao. No one sympathized with them and no one had any pity. Everyone knew that Lu Dan and Huang Mao were not good people. In this day and age, if you encounter such a thing, you can only admit that you are unlucky. There were a few people in the crowd who were sitting on stools watching, looking out of place with the people around them, because they were all injured, with dull and resentful eyes. They were Lu Jiu, Yang Gu, and others. They were also beaten to despair every day. The only way to relieve themselves was to visit Lu Dan, who was even more miserable, at night to calm their hearts. Now, seeing Lu Dan's miserable scene, I couldn't help but cheer excitedly. So, awesome, smash. Then there are still 2 boxes of wine left to smash. Give them a few more big ones. They were extremely excited, as if they were watching an underground boxing match, and were especially crazy when it came to the wounds on their bodies. A long time, the gangster stopped fighting only when he was tired. At this moment, Lu Dan looked at the gangsters who were about to leave and begged, I really know I was wrong. Please give me a way out. We have almost spent all our savings in the past 2 days. Can you please not put it up tomorrow? The yellow-haired guy also had a sad face. Yeah. Oh, it was very difficult to bake the skewers in Lian Na. I said, it's even more difficult. He was talking in a garbled manner, the saliva keeps spurting out, with a face that was swollen like a puffer fish. He looked pitiful and miserable to the extreme. Yes, the next moment, he saw a ray of light with his eyes almost narrowed into slits. No. A slap, bang, brush, a slap made the yellow-haired man spin around on the spot. Plop, he collapsed on the ground again, seeing stars. Snap. Snap. Snap, the leading thug slapped him left and right. I won't come tomorrow, you ordered me. I told you I'd come tomorrow, so you have to come tomorrow too. If you don't come, you know the consequences. I'm talking to you, can't you fucking hear me? Talk, fuck. Huang Mao was beaten so hard that his brain felt like it had shut down. Speak. How could he speak now? He felt the remaining teeth in his mouth shaking, and he couldn't open his eyes at all. I could only nod frantically point one side. Lu Dan was so frightened that he clutched his trouser legs tightly. When he saw the leader of the gang looking at him, he was so scared that he almost cried. Well, if you hit him, you can't hit me. Grass. The leading thug casually slapped him. Damn it, it's just a casual thing. Bang, bang, Lu Dan was beaten and fell back 4 or 5 steps to the ground, blending into the barbecue on the ground. She felt dizzy, sweet in her mouth, her eyes were straight, and she couldn't speak. Snort. The leading thug snorted coldly a walk. He left with his little brother in a grand manner. Many onlookers pointed fingers at Lu Dan and Huang Mao and said, if you ask me, they're both pretty miserable. What's so miserable? They're not good people? From what I know, the woman he offended has an old grudge. Lu Dan bullied her in the past, which is why he got this kind of revenge. She's even more miserable. How did she get the stall? She snatched it from someone else. She even had the clothes of the previous stall owner's wife stripped off in the street. And that time. Anyway, this woman is very cruel. You can't say she's miserable, that's right. This is called evil will be punished. Quite a while Lu Dan and Huang Mao supported each other and barely got up, but neither of them went to pick up the things on the ground. Point 1 is, I really don't have the strength. Second, those broken things are not valuable either. Third, they both want to avoid the next beating. Wow. They walked quickly along the path, where the crowd made way for the two of them. However, Huang Mao and Lu Dan suddenly stopped walking quickly, as they were blocked by 7 or 8 people in front of them, exactly Lu Jiu, Brother Yang, etc. Lu Jiu, what do you want to do? Have you become more powerful? Do you want to avoid us? Brother Yang, run. Can you run away, Lu Dan? Well, we have a friendship in bed, you guys, Huang Mao, brothers, we are all connected. We are all like this now, let's stop fighting. They were still greeted with a severe beating. 20 minutes later, Lu Jiu and others left after the fight. Huang Mao and Lu Dan struggled to stand up and staggered back home for more than half an hour. Lu Dangang is lying on the bed. Brush, the yellow-haired man, who had already wilted and looked half dead, seemed to have been given a stimulant. Grass, snap. Snap, he went up and slapped Lu Dan twice. Damn, it's all your fault. If your father hadn't been beaten like this. If your father hadn't been able to get to where he is today. Grass. 10 o'clock, Lu Dan lay in bed like a dead dog, recalling her life over the past few days and feeling hopeless. At this moment, she remembered that the person she had bullied every day was just like her. Despair, have no choice, can't see any way out, afraid of tomorrow. Who says there is no empathy in the world? Now Lu Dan felt that she could completely understand the feelings of those people. At the same time, she closed her eyes and couldn't help recalling the majestic scene of Bai Lu a few days ago. Bai Lu, you win, I give in. Chapter 731, Lu Dan's betrayal, surrendering one after another, all over the next day, early morning, as soon as Huang Mao woke up, he felt weak all over and unable to move. He looked down and found that he was tied up, swish. He looked up at the head of the bed and saw Lu Dan looking at him coldly with a resolute expression. Lu Dan. What are you going to do? Lu Dan looked at Huang Mao with a cold expression. They bullied me, you bully me too. Well, don't both live. She lifted a stool from the ground. Yellow hair, Sigma, surprised face, winky face. You, what are you doing? Lu Dan. We are in the same boat, what are you going to do to me? Lu Dan, I'll send you on your way, swish. Boom, snap, ah. Huang Mao screamed, it hurts. It hurts so much. Lu Dan. You are fucking crazy, I'm your boyfriend, and you even hit me. Have you forgotten the vows we made to each other? Lu Dan, a vow of eternal love? You also said you wouldn't hit me? Fuck, snap, ah, Huang Mao, you can't blame me. I've been implicated by you as well. It's normal to have some complaints. If I really didn't like you, I would have run away long ago. Ran away early, Lu Dan sneered. She believed that he couldn't run away. If he could run, Huang Mao would definitely be the first one to run. She continued to smash it again. Boom, 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 Lu Dan, stop it. I told you something bad would happen soon. How could it be so serious? Lu Dan. If you have the ability, go and seek revenge on those people. Go to Sister Lu, if you just don't dare, go to Brother Yang, or at least Lu Jiu and the others. Why are you looking for me, woo? It hurts. I feel like I'm going to die. Lu Dan. Dan. Please. Spare my life, mercy. At first, the yellow-haired man could still make inhuman screams, but later he could only groan and beg for mercy. After a long time, he completely closed his mouth and his life or death was unknown. Bang, crash, Lu Dan threw the broken stool to the ground, breathing heavily. She glanced at the yellow-haired man, still filled with resentment, and even felt a sense of revenge. This was the root of human nature. When there was nothing they could do, they would take revenge on the easiest to bully, even if that person was not the culprit for their misery, but who asked you to take revenge. A few minutes later, she regained her energy and went out without buying anything from the stalls, nor did she seek revenge on others. Instead, we came to a restaurant, said to the boss, order this, and this. Anyway, bring all the best ones. Soon the waiter brought out various dishes. Lu Dan ate like a starving ghost, her eyes red, a bit cruel, but also resigned to her fate. During this time, she also knew Bai Lu's true identity. Hey Lung, financial director, top social boss. It's completely different from myself. Having left school for many years, she is even more aware of the disparity between status and position. Revenge is no longer possible. She can only think about how to survive. Is it difficult to survive? It's very difficult, and sometimes living is more painful than dying. You vomit while eating. Lu Dan couldn't help but vomit all over the floor, causing the nearby guests to frown. Some people will retch and lose their appetite when they are anxious. The waiter came over to clean up. Ma'am, are you okay? Lu Dan got up and left without answering. Waiter, madam, you haven't paid yet. Madam, boss, someone is eating and dashing. Fuck, who dares to eat and dine for free? The boss ran out from the kitchen. The waiter pointed at Lu Dan, who was leaving. The boss rushed out and chased him. Stop. You eat without paying. What do you think of this place? I told you to stop. Don't think I won't hit you just because you are a girl. Eating for free is illegal. If you don't stop, I will report you. The boss stopped talking halfway and saw Lu Dan had arrived at the door of the public security station opposite and walked in without hesitation. Boss, fuck, did you run into a tough guy today? You took the initiative to find the police? Humph. Even if you are tough, you still have to pay for my meal. The boss rushed into the police station and saw Lu Dan standing there looking at the security guard. He wanted to go up and ask the other party why he didn't pay and let the security guard judge the matter. It just listen, Lu Dan blurted out, I'm here to turn myself in. I killed someone. Boss, wow, asterisk security guard? Oh shit. Hold your head, squat down. The security guard was the first to react and quickly restrain Lu Dan to prevent her from getting hurt. At the same time, he quickly called for help. Hurry, help. There's a murderer on the first floor. For a while, there is chaos inside the police station. A security guard looked at the boss standing at the door in a daze and asked, Who are you? What are you doing here? Boss, I just want to ask for directions. Security, busy, go out and ask, boss, okay? He turned and ran away. Nonsense. He was still asking for meal money at this time. If he got involved with a murderer, he might be in trouble too. He didn't want to do it for a few bucks. That day, Lu Dan confessed to her crime of killing Huang Mao. This was her plan to escape. Since she was absolutely unsafe outside, she could only be safe inside. She figured she could kill someone, turn herself in, and get out after 3 or 5 years. After all, she'd only been reprimanded for manslaughter the last time, and since she was only in her early 20s and hadn't reached adulthood yet, it wouldn't be that serious. This is the disadvantage of not understanding the law. However, the police later discovered that Huang Mao was not dead. He was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, but he was left with hemiplegia. In the end, Lu Dan was sentenced to 10 years in prison for intentional serious injury. A few days later, Lu Jiu and several others followed suit, turning themselves in and confessing the crimes they had tried every possible way to avoid. They were all punished by law. Some even reported Lu Yong with a desperate mentality to die in the same year. Under the already tight security deployment, Lu Yong's criminal gang was also arrested. Various rumors are circulating in Jia City. What happened to Lu Yong because he offended Black Dragon? Because his subordinates offended the big shot of Black Dragon, Lu Yong will most likely be shot this time. What big shot from Black Dragon came to Jia City to play? But he didn't like Lu Yong and, anyway, it was normal at the beginning, but it became more and more outrageous later, causing unrest in Jia City. Of course, all this is afterward, and no matter Qin Jiang, Sijio, or Bai Lu, the person who caused this incident, they would not pay attention to these trivial matters the moment they left Jia City. Chapter 732 2012, Qin Family's New Year's Eve Dinner. By Family's Disappointment 2012, New Year's Eve, Songjiang Black Dragon Villa, Grandpa Qin, Qin's parents, Qin Jiang, Sijio, and Bai Lu sat neatly at the dining table to eat. Father Qin, today is the day when the Qin family is most together. Let's all eat together. Qin Jiang, don't look at me. Eat. Eat. This New Year's Eve dinner was very peaceful, especially when Bai Lu felt satisfied in her heart when she saw Qin's mother, who kept adding more dishes to her family's meal, and Qin's father and grandfather, who cared about her. This moment, she felt at home again. How many years? Her New Year's Eve dinner was not just a simple meal with her brother Bai Mang, but a lively one. Most importantly, she could feel that Grandpa Qin and his parents really cared about her. No harshness, no questions asked, no accountability. He never asked about her work, only about her daily life. When he knew that she lived alone, he cared about her even more and told her that it was not safe to live alone. Mother Qin, Xiaolu? It's too unsafe for you to live alone. This villa is big and has many empty rooms. Why don't you move in here? Ahem, Qin Jiang couldn't help coughing twice and looked at Qin's mother. Mother Qin fought back without showing any weakness. Qin Jiang, Bai Lu, thank you, Auntie. I'm used to living alone, so it's not convenient to move in. Mother Qin, if there's any inconvenience, it's your family. Bai Lu, I will come here often in the future. Qin Jiang, come. Cheers. Happy New Year to my family, Sijio, happy. Ha ha ha. Simple and honest, Bai Lu also smiled sincerely. Family, in Brother Zhang's eyes, I am considered a family member. Bai Lu, cheers. Mother Qin wanted to say something more, but Father Qin pulled her sleeve and she could only mutter helplessly, I don't care if Xiaolu is a good person or suitable for me. An hour later, the rooftop of the villa, Qin Jiang, Sijio, and Bai Lu looked up at the sky. Sijio shouted, Put. There are Black Dragon personnel in front lighting various fireworks. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, a large number of fireworks with strange patterns bloomed in the villa area, showing brilliant colors in the sky. Bang. Bang. Bang, other people in the villa area were also setting off fireworks. Not only the villa area, but the entire Songjiang people seemed to have received an order, and fireworks were set off at this moment. Countless fireworks bloomed in the city. For a while, the entire city night sky is lit up, and with the many stars in the sky, it is a beautiful sight. Qin Jiang, what a nostalgic view. In a few years we won't be able to see it anymore? Sijio, you can see it. Brother Jiang. As long as you like me, I will show it to you every year. Qin Jiang smiled and said nothing. 2012. Fireworks weren't banned in cities, so no one cared about the sight. At most, they'd look up for a moment, say it was pretty, and then forget about it. But in a few years, with the strict enforcement of the city's ban on fireworks, the once common sight of fireworks has become a rare sight, limited to specific areas during major events and festivals. The sight of a citywide fireworks display will become a thing of the past. Swish. Swish. Swish, countless people looked at the fireworks in the sky and put their hands together to make their New Year wishes. Qin Jiang closed his eyes and said silently, "May this year, my brother, be free from illness, disaster, and misfortune. May I, Qin Jiang, have no regrets. Sizhou, may Jiang Ji's wishes come true this year. May Jiang Gu be safe and sound this year. May Jiang Gu. Bai Lu, may He Longjiang become bigger and stronger this year and achieve greater success. May brother Jiang have smooth sailing." Diagonally opposite, Ji Yuchuan stood on the roof of the villa and began to make a wish. "I hope Qin Jiang will have a big fall this year, preferably not fatal, just the kind that will destroy his image." That's right, she felt a little sympathy for Qin Jiang, but as a competitor she also wanted to see him in trouble. Half an hour later, Bai Lu looked at Qin Jiang and said, "Brother Jiang, I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Qin Jiang, go ahead. Just follow your own wishes. Bai Lu, yeah. She turned and left resolutely. Sizhou, "Brother Jiang, do you want me to follow you?" Qin Jiang, "No need. No one in Songjiang dares to touch her now." Qin Jiang was not bragging now. Black Dragon would say that the person he was most difficult to mess with wasn't Qin Jiang, but Bai Lu. After all, the other party's identity was no longer a secret, known to everyone in both the black and white circles. Who dares to mess with her and commit suicide? Therefore, Qin Jiang was very confident about Bai Lu's safety in Songjiang. But soon, Qin Jiang looked at the starry sky and said, "Just send a few people to follow from a distance." 4-9, haha. Okay. Bai family, Bai Weigua, Bai Mu, and Bai Meng had just finished their New Year's Eve dinner, and the family was watching the gorgeous fireworks outside. Silence. Very silent. Bai Weigua is usually a very serious person, so the atmosphere at home during meals is usually not lively. Plus, Bai Lu hadn't been home since she went to college, so there wasn't much going on. Bai Meng would have been better off taking the initiative to adjust the atmosphere, but without Bai Lu, it was hard for anyone to laugh at the New Year's Eve dinner, and even the dinner was eaten in a hurry. At this moment, Bai Weigua looked at the gorgeous fireworks and said, "I heard there was some commotion in Jia City yesterday." Bai Meng, it wasn't a big commotion, no casualties. And no crime was committed. Bai Weigua looked at Bai Meng again. Bai Meng nodded again. Qin Jiang also went there yesterday, so there won't be any traces left. Although he had concealed the fact that Bai Lu had beaten someone in Jiashir, that kind of thing could be big or small, and Lu Dan wasn't really seriously injured at the time. Even if this matter was made a big deal, it was just a fight and was not worth mentioning. No one would make a fuss about it, totally useless. Besides, Qin Jiang is a cautious person and will definitely take defensive measures, so he doesn't need to worry. Bai Weigua nodded. After a moment, Bai Weigua looked at Bai Meng again. Bai Meng said, "As far as I know, Bai Lu is at Qin Jiang's villa today, spending the New Year with Qin Jiang's family." Bai's mother, what? Have they both progressed to meeting their parents? Bai Meng, what's the matter with progress or no progress? It's just a normal New Year's Eve meal. Mother Bai rolled her eyes, looking as if she didn't understand, and muttered, "Although Qin Jiang isn't the most ideal son-in-law, he's quick and decent. At this rate, maybe next year I'll have a grandchild, 2 and 3 years. Then I'll apply for early retirement to take care of my grandchildren." Bai Meng, Sigma, surprised face. Bai Weigua couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Yes, right at this moment, snap, there was a sound of a key opening the door outside the room. The three of them looked at each other in shock. This couldn't be right. All three of them were here? Who had the key to open the door? Thief, bullshit. Who the hell is crazy enough to come to the main building of the security family building to steal things, especially during the Chinese New Year? So, who still has the key? Could it be? Bang, the door opened. Just see. Chapter 733. Bai Lu returns home. Family relationships change. Just see. Bai Lu, dressed in black, strode into the door with big strides, holding 3 cups of milk tea in her hands and looking around the room. His father Bai Weigua. Skip, her brother Bai Meng. Skip it, her mother, Bai Mu. Bai Lu's eyes were a little turbulent. After all, she had no complaints against her mother. Her mother wanted to fight for her that time but was stopped by her father. Her mother also put her work focus aside and often went to school to see her and counsel her. Bai Lu didn't say anything. The 3 people in the room also didn't say anything, but they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Bai Lu, you actually went home, and it's New Year's Eve. Could it be that they are dazzled? Bai Meng, sister. Bai's mother, Xiao Lu. Father Bai couldn't help blinking. To be clearer, Bai Lu hadn't been home since a few years ago, and now she was here? And she didn't knock but unlocked the door herself and came in. This meant a lot. Now, Bai Lu looked at them and said, "What? Don't you recognize me? Or don't you welcome me?" Bai Meng, what are you talking about? Who wouldn't welcome you in your home? We are so happy. Bai Lu, have you eaten the New Year's Eve dinner? I'm hungry. Bai's mother, Bai Meng, Father Bai said leisurely, "No. I ate late this year." Bai Meng? Haven't you eaten? What was that we were showing off just now? Did we just feed that plate of dumplings and 8 dishes to the dog? But soon they all nodded in unison, yeah. We ate late today. Mom said something was missing, and it seems it was you. Xiaolu, my son, quickly, come sit down. We will have the New Year's Eve dinner soon. The New Year's Eve dinner. Bai's mother was a little choked up when she spoke. Bai Lu didn't hesitate and went straight to Bai's mother. She put the milk tea on the table and gave Bai's mother a hug. Mom! Happy New Year! Mother Bai was stunned for a moment, then quickly hugged Bai Lu and patted her, choking with sobs. Happy, happy moment. Bai Lu nodded to Bai Meng again. Brother, Happy New Year! Bai Meng, happy. Happy. Bang. Father Bai sat on the sofa, drinking tea quietly and watching the skit on TV, but his fists were slightly clenched, revealing his restlessness at the moment. A hint of expectation flashed in the depths of his eyes, but unfortunately there was still no sound after waiting for a long time. He turned his head and glanced at Bai Lu and her mother inadvertently, and saw that they had started chatting about family matters. His lips twitched unconsciously. Swish. He looked at Bai Meng angrily and said, "What are you still standing there for? Aren't you going to make New Year's Eve dinner?" Bai Meng, equal smiley face. I make New Year's Eve dinner? Are you sure? I dare to make it. Do you dare to eat it? But seeing the look in Bai's father's eyes, he guessed what was going on and could only turn around and go to the kitchen, pulling out his phone. Hello, is this the hotel? Send me a banquet. Yeah. It has to be something good, with braised pork, crispy rice meat, snow-soft bean paste, candied sweet potatoes. He ordered all kinds of dishes that Bai Lu usually liked to eat. Opposite, the manager's voice came. I'm sorry, sir, we are too busy today and really don't have time. Can you look at some other places? Then he hung up the phone. Nonsense. These dishes don't have much profit margin to begin with, and they're incredibly difficult to make. If we really take this order, the kitchen staff will be scrambling like crazy, and it won't be worth it. Bai Meng called again. Don't hang up yet, I'll give you more. 3 times. No, 5 times. Please expedite it, the sooner the better. Tell the delivery guy to tip 200 yuan and send it to me as fast as he can. Manager, 5 times. No problem. I'll ask the kitchen to make it to order, and I'll personally deliver it to you later. Beep, hang up the phone. Bai Meng couldn't help but sigh. Is this the life of the rich? They can do whatever they want. TSK. No wonder so many people envy Qin Jiang. It feels great to be able to solve everything just by adding money. But that's not my path. My path is to take one step at a time, to accomplish practical things, and to make sure that future generations will remember me. 40 minutes later, the Bai family's second New Year's Eve dinner begins. The meal was not a happy one. Bai Lu did not say a word to Bai Weiguo from beginning to end. She only chatted with Bai's mother occasionally. Although Bai Meng tried his best to make jokes in an attempt to ease the relationship between Bai Lu and her father, it did not have any effect and the atmosphere was often awkward. Finally, after finishing her meal, Bai Lu said she had something to do and left immediately. She stayed at home for about an hour in total. After she left, Bai's mother cried. I cried and then laughed. Not only Bai's mother and Bai Meng laughed, even the most serious Bai Weiguo had a smile on his face. Everyone knew that Bai Lu's return today meant that the ice in their relationship had been broken, and that the Bai family would not be separated in the future, even if Bai Lu didn't talk to Bai's father today. Moment. Bai's mother smiled and went back to the house to call her relatives. Bai Meng also looked at his father and said, Dad, I'm leaving too. I have to be on duty tonight, and I've already asked someone to cover for me for 2 hours. I probably won't be back tonight, Father Bai. Well, go ahead. Bai Meng hesitated for a moment and said, well, next time, if my sister comes back, you should also take the initiative to talk to her. Father Bai, what did I say? You said I was wrong? You also think I was wrong. Bai Meng, you're right, it's just, Father Bai, no, it's right. Remember, your rights are granted by the state, so you must act according to state procedures. Only in this way can you be worthy of the country's trust. Otherwise, you will eventually become a disaster. Rights must be controlled. Bai Meng, I understand. It's just, Father Bai, I know what you're going to say. You can move around a bit within the boundaries, but you can't cross them. There's something that, once you cross the line, there's no turning back. Bai Meng, yes. I understand. As he said that, he picked up the 2 cups of milk tea on the table and was about to leave. Father Bai, what are you doing? Bai Meng, don't you have high blood sugar? Drinking this is not good for your health. Father Bai, what do you care? Put it down. Bang, Bai Meng put down his milk tea and left, curling his lips inwardly. You say one thing and mean another. You say you won't admit your mistakes, but in fact, you have already admitted them in your heart. You just don't know how to make amends. Otherwise, you would pay so much attention to Qin Jiang. He. A few minutes later, a Father Bai murmured as he drank his milk tea. Who researched this? It's really delicious. Qin Jiang, I owe her. I have to pay it back. Nothing can happen to her in the rest of her life. If anyone dares to make Xiaolu sad, I will make him. Chapter 734, Jui Hall? Black Dragon's annual report summary. Over $1 billion in profits. Time passes. Before I knew it, the new year was over. At the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, all Black Dragon members are back. 2012. About to set sail, Black Dragon Group 18th floor, Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Sijou sat in the upper part, forming an iron triangle. Behind them was a painting of a black dragon emerging from a Zhuanzhang. Below, Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, Bai Lu, Zhao Shanhe, and others sat on either side, their horses and swords in a dignified formation. There was no table in between. Each person's chair had a place for a teacup, a stark contrast to the current scene, where a table sat in the middle, flanked by high-ranking officials. Originally, Heilong also had that kind of table, but Zhao Shanha and other old brothers felt uncomfortable sitting there. They thought that sitting like that was a bit like being on the same level as Brother Jiang, and it was hard to tell who was the main one and who was the secondary. It was also very uncomfortable to sit there, so they finally changed it to this. To this, Qin Jiang chose the default. The general direction is fine. The small details don't matter. Besides, this is called retro style, the new trend of the times. Swish. 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 Several Black Dragon management trainees placed various teas on the small table and quickly left the room. Bang. The conference room doors are closed. 4 core members of the Black Dragon security department stood on both sides of the door, preventing anyone from approaching. The Black Dragon management trainees who had left to serve tea watched the door close, then looked at the 4 imposing security personnel standing at the door, staring at each other and whispering, "Good boy. Did you feel it just now? That aura. He is indeed Brother Jiang. You're so awesome that you even dared to look at Brother Jiang." I didn't even dare to look at him. I was scared to death just by looking at Brother Shanha. This kind of power. It's so awesome. I feel like it's like the gathering hall at Wohu Mountain. It's just so domineering. For a while, they all expressed their feelings. As new management trainees joining Black Dragon, it was the first time they had seen such a scene. How can I not be surprised? How can I not be shocked? What big deal are you guys trying to do? What else could it be? We must have a meeting to discuss the New Year's plan. Who to annex or something? Yeah. That must be the case. Gather, council hall. And Qin Jiang tapped his fingers slowly on the seat. Boom, boom. 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 10 o'clock sharp, Zhu Zhang said loudly. The first meeting of the Black Dragon Group in 2012. Begin. Bang. Wang Tao stood up first and said, "Let me start with the opening remarks. Over the past year, both Bawang Tea and Shuai Ice City, under the management department, have significantly expanded their store network. Currently, there are 600 directly operated Bawang Tea stores and 1,200 franchise stores. Monthly sales, 110 million. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Shanha and the others all glanced sideways. To be clear, Bawang Tea had previously maintained a stable presence in the 3 northern provinces, and it became extremely popular near the end of the year. If they remembered correctly, 2 months ago, Bawang Tea's monthly marketing revenue was only around 40 million. It tripled in just 2 months. Even if there are reasons behind the popularity of Bawang Tea and the continuous success of its franchise stores, it is still surprising. Last year, the annual turnover of Bawang Tea in Zuibingqing is 10 billion. Now the Bawang Tea brand alone has surpassed it, and there is a lot of room for growth in the future. Of course, they also know that sales are sales, and profits are profits. Franchising can dramatically increase sales, but it is difficult to increase profits by the same proportion. The difference in profit between direct operation and franchising is at least 1/3, and can even be more than half. Sure enough, Wang Tao said, according to statistics, Bawang Tea's current average monthly net profit is 40 million. If you add in the franchise fee and the initial training income, the monthly net income can reach 5 million. An average of 45 million per month, an average of 500 to 600 million yuan per year. Wang Tao didn't give everyone time to be surprised before continuing. Shui Bingcheng has 1,500 directly operated stores and 4,500 franchise stores. Average monthly sales, 180 million. According to statistics, Shui Bingcheng's average monthly net profit is 50 million. If you add in franchise fees and pre-training income, the monthly net income can reach another 10 million. Average monthly profit, 60 million, average annual profit, 700 million. In other words, Bawang Tea Shuai Ice City's average annual net profit has reached 1.2 to 1.3 billion, 1 year. Just 1 year. The management department has made a substantial leap from an annual revenue of less than 1 billion to an annual net profit of 1.2 to 1.3 billion. This is basically something that ordinary groups cannot imagine. How many listed companies have an annual profit of only 3 to 500 million? Now, the 2 major milk tea brands under the management department of Heilong Group alone have a net profit of more than 1 billion. Who can believe it? Wang Tao, the Black Dragon Night Market, under the management department, had revenue of 120 million yuan and a net profit of 35 million yuan last year. Its various chicken pot, spicy hot pot, ice cream, and soda brands are still in the development stage, with a total annual revenue of around 20 million yuan. Zhao Shanha and others chose to ignore these things because they were so inferior to the milk tea in front. Above her, Zhu Zhang was also very satisfied. Sijia was resting with his eyes closed. Qin Jiang thinks it's okay, not Qin Jiangquang. He stands on the shoulders of giants and has a global vision. With the support of thousands of brothers, how can he not succeed? Qin Jiang, management, keep it up. Don't let your guard down even though the current sales figures are inflated. Don't assume high sales and high customer traffic are the norm. Bawang Tea needs to be cautious in selecting locations and not blindly open new stores. In key cities, large, directly operated stores should be established in key locations as landmarks. Food quality and hygiene issues at Shui Bingcheng stores must be addressed. No corners can be cut to save money. The production room must not be hidden and must be exposed. Any problems will be dealt with severely and without leniency. Qin Jiang raised several key points. He would not be blindly arrogant. Heroes are everywhere in the world, and those who truly believe that everything will be fine just by seizing the initiative will surely pay a heavy price. Wang Tao's heart trembled and he nodded seriously. Don't worry, brother Jiang. I won't be arrogant. Qin Jiang, I trust you. Wang Tao was even more moved. After he sat back, swish. Sun Yuan stood up and said, Brother Jiang. The entertainment department's website has been renamed Black Dragon Network. It currently has sections for news, entertainment, music, video, and more. Under Zhang Ji's guidance, the video department launched a live streaming project. Currently, 1,936 anchors have signed contracts, primarily entertainment anchors. By having them shoot all kinds of funny videos, they've attracted a huge number of users. Currently, the site has over 20 million registered users, with 5 million daily active users. It's currently in the top 10 comprehensive websites on the internet. And it's in the top 3 short video websites on the internet. When Sun Yuan said this, he raised his head slightly. It is absolutely amazing to be able to achieve such a level of registered users and monthly active users on a Weibo site in such a short period of time, but after only looking up for a moment, he couldn't help but look down again. It's just that, the total revenue of the entire website last year was minus 25 million. The revenue was used to incentivize the anchors. I will try to reduce this part of the expenditure next year. The next moment, then Qin Jiang said, only 25 million? You're so stingy. If outsiders know about this, they'll think I, Black Dragon, can't spend the money? 100 million. I'll give you 100 million next year and you must spend it all. Sun Yuan? Chapter 735, The Voice of China, Running Brothers, and the Importance of Logistics Reputation. What, Sun Yuan? 100 million, must spend it all. No, is it such a reversal? Qin Jiang continued, starting next year, the Black Dragon website will cancel advertising. Aside from its own milk tea brand and promotional activities, it will not be allowed to accept any other advertising. Sun Yuan was even more stunned. In 2012, there were many websites similar to Halong, but few of them focused on short videos. After accumulating a certain number of customers, those websites all turned to looking for profit-making directions. Advertise, is nature the main source of profit? And now, Brother Jiang not only plans to give him 100 million yuan to spend, but also wants him to stop accepting advertisements. The Black Dragon website will completely become a money-spending den. Sun Yuan, Brother Jiang, is 100 million too much? Qin Jiang, not much. In fact, a little too little. 100 million is the limit I give you, not the upper limit. Remember, the most important thing for Halong website next year is to grab the customer base. The more registered users, the better. For every 10 million registered users, I'll give you an additional 100 million yuan credit limit. There's no upper limit. The more, the better. Qin Jiang is very clear that whoever gets the users will rule the world in the future. Although it is not that difficult to accumulate users now, as long as the short video landscape is established, the cost of each registered user will be tens or even hundreds of dollars, and spending money may not necessarily have an effect. Now is the best time to grab land. Only some small and medium-sized websites are making short videos. Other large websites don't take these short videos seriously. They only have their eyes on large websites with long videos. I don't know, the rise of short videos will be so rapid in a few years that it will definitely be one of the most powerful unicorns in the next decade. Seeing that Brother Jiang wasn't joking, Sun Yuan nodded, understood. I promise to increase the number of registered users on the Black Dragon website to 10 million. No. I promise to have 40 million users by the end of the year. He issued a military order, then he continued. Starlight Entertainment, a subsidiary of the entertainment department, produced 2 films and 5 TV series last year, with a total net profit of 80 million. 80 million, although it cannot be compared with milk tea, it is still a big number for an entertainment company. Moreover, a regional second-tier entertainment company like Starlight Entertainment is very powerful. Before Starlight Entertainment was taken over by Black Dragon Group, it basically maintained a balance between income and expenditure. Now it has become a large entertainment company in the northern province, and many people come to recommend themselves every day. Sun Yuan. In addition, Starlight Entertainment has launched 2 large-scale variety show projects, with an initial investment of 40 million yuan, using their own artists. One is an outdoor sports variety show, and the other is a singer selection variety show. Qin Jiang, small-minded. Invest an additional 100 million yuan to make it a bigger event. Singing variety shows should have at least 2 well-known mentors, and the other 2 should be veteran, talented, and out-of-date singers from the company. Also, singing variety shows should use an open audition system to determine the rankings. Personal connections must not be tolerated. We must ensure that truly talented singers are selected. Remember, Black Dragon is rich. He's not short of money. Sun Yuan was stunned that he wondered if his brother Jiang was getting too lucrative from the milk tea business. Variety show in 2012, a cost of hundreds of millions? That's a huge investment. Even the big entertainment companies would have to think twice. It is difficult to find sponsors who can spend a lot of money, and even fewer TV stations can spend money to buy variety shows. No sponsor found, TV stations don't buy it. So, they don't have to make a net loss. Qin Jiang saw Sun Yuan's worry and said, "Don't worry about making money, and don't think about sponsors. We'll have as much publicity and fanfare as possible in the early stages." What about China's #1 singing competition? The birthplace of future singing kings? Good singers among the people? And so on. The outdoor scenes should be as grand and exciting as possible. There can be scripts, but not too many. We'll rely more on natural elements. Besides, contact the Northern Province TV station. I'll contact them and let them broadcast 6 episodes of all programs for free. I'll pay for the remaining 6 episodes based on the ratings. The same goes for the title sponsor. There will be no title sponsor for the first 6 episodes. Remember, Sun Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "I understand. Brother Jiang, can you come up with a name for these 2 variety shows?" Qin Jiang said calmly, "Also known as China's Voice and Running Brothers." The Voice of China, Running Brothers. Sun Yuan's eyes lit up. Although he didn't understand the specific meaning of the name, he felt it was powerful. Brother Jiang is awesome. However, he had no idea that everything was even more amazing than he expected. "Sun Yuan, I promise I won't let Brother Jiang down." After Sun Yuan sat down, one side phone Lin stood up and reported the results. "Brother Jiang, the transportation department has already occupied a quarter of the large-scale logistics market in the 3 northern provinces and has expanded its business southward. We currently have logistics and transportation service contracts with 13 large groups, and have established transportation warehouses in 5 provinces. We own 300 vehicles and lease 500. In the first half of the year, we achieved total revenue of 220 million yuan and a net profit of 8 million yuan. 8 million in net profit sounds pitifully small. Don't forget that the Ministry of Transport already has 300 vehicles of its own and 5 logistics warehouses. All of these were big expenses. Phone Lin's plan was to buy or rent cars whenever he had money in his account. It was just for temporary use. Working in logistics without his own car was just nonsense. Qin Jiang, Heilong doesn't need to rent cars anymore. First, allocate 200 million yuan to the Ministry of Transportation to purchase vehicles and build logistics warehouses. We must ensure that the entire logistics department gains more market share as quickly as possible. If necessary, we can sacrifice some interests to sign long-term contracts with large groups. The contracts can be longer, but remember that the penalty for breach of contract will be higher. If he remembered correctly, it wouldn't be long before online shopping would become a trend and become popular. By then, all the major express delivery companies would spring up like mushrooms after a rain, and large-scale logistics would also follow suit. In this field, Heilong had few competitors, and as long as it promoted its brand, it would surely reap great rewards in the future. Phone Lin, yes. Qin Jiang, also, logistics and transportation services must keep up. We need to establish a logistics customer service department. We need a 24-hour hotline to ensure that any problems that arise during the logistics and transportation process are resolved promptly. Damaged items must immediately initiate the claims process. The process must be simple and fast. Customer complaints must be properly addressed, and customer reviews must be a key assessment factor. These are the keys to brand promotion, but few in the express delivery industry paid attention to them in 2012. All they care about is business volume and cost effectiveness, but high quality is the most important track. In the end, all that matters is reputation. Qin Jiang, remember, large-scale logistics. As long as we can build a good reputation among our customer base, we can force businesses to use Heilong, and even use Heilong transportation as a selling point. Chapter 736, Situation of Each Department, June 6. The North opens later generations. The express delivery industry is in chaos. The express delivery companies are extremely competitive, and coupled with the serious homogeneity, they can only engage in price wars. The entry of foreign express delivery brands has caused prices in the express delivery industry to plummet, and they can only rely on profits to win orders. Many leading express delivery companies have suffered losses every year, but there are 2 brands that have always stood firm, namely, Mofeng and Modong. What do you rely on? Word of mouth, customer recognition. Although the price is high, the quality can be recognized by customers, and customers force businesses to choose these logistics. Same thing, and, in the future, short videos on the Heilong website will also need to develop. After a few years, when short video shopping appears, Heilong logistics will be able to complement each other and will not be subject to external constraints. Phone Lin thought for a moment. I understand. He didn't quite understand what effect these plans would have, but he was blindly confident in Brother Jiang. Since Brother Jiang had such plans, it proved that there must be a reason. Phone Lin also sat down. Bang, Zhao Shan has stood up. Brother Jiang. Last year, our security department trained 3,865 management trainees. We currently have 850 security personnel, all of whom are undergoing rigorous training. In fact, according to the current scale of Heilong, it does not need so many security personnel. Only Halong Night Market, Halong headquarters, and several business headquarters need security personnel. 300 are enough, plus the shuttle driver team. However, Qin Jiang insisted that there must be no less than 800 people. Zhao Shanha and others thought that Brother Jiang wanted to show off. After all, traveling with a large group of people is a powerful thing. With hundreds of mobile security personnel ready to respond to emergencies, they might need to use more people to expand their territory in the future. So, they had no objections and were extremely supportive. In the minds of Wang Tao and Feng Lin, even though Black Dragon was a legitimate company, they were still involved in the underworld, just in a different way. This is hard to review. Qin Jiang, continue training. Hire the most rigorous instructors, and make sure the personnel are well qualified. They must attend the necessary education classes. Train them in security, firefighting, and management knowledge. They will be divided into different levels, and those who are capable will be promoted directly. There's no need to worry about positions being unavailable. He'd ordered the security personnel training, not to fight for territory, but to prepare for Black Dragon's next foray into real estate. Before 2016, the northern province real estate industry had its last golden age, and Qin Jiang naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Once the northern border's never-sleeping city was fully consolidated and Black Dragon Group had accumulated sufficient cash flow, it would capitalize on this opportunity to enter the real estate market. At that time, security personnel would be essential. Of course, real estate is not the final destination. Qin Jiang will not make the last pot of gold. By then the members of the security department will find a better way out. Property, it's the property. This was the future development direction he had given to the security department, the terminal security group and the property management group. As long as these two could develop, the security department would have a bright future and could become an important part of the Black Dragon's 6 departments. Even in Qin Jiang's vision, is the prospect of Halong property management moving in a residential complex a selling point? It is a target for homeowners to choose. Therefore, we need to plan ahead and lay a solid foundation now to prepare for the rapid occupation of territory in the future. Zhao Shanha, I promise to complete Brother Jiang's instructions. Qin Jiang, sit down. Bai Lu stood up and said, Brother Jiang, let me report to you the summary of the finance department last year. Black Dragon Group's total revenue last year was 1.3 billion yuan, and its net profit attributable to the parent company was 500 million yuan. The group currently has a total of 680 million yuan in its account, and it also owes the mortgage bank 1 billion yuan. The remaining repayment date is 2 years. She did not summarize the situation of each department separately, but spoke of the Black Dragon account situation very concisely. It was obvious that her mentality had changed after experiencing the Jia City incident. Net profit attributable to parent company is 500 million. Is it a lot? A lot, net profit. This is a headache for many large groups. Many groups appear to be very impressive, with annual turnover of tens of billions or even hundreds of billions, but the net profit is pitifully small, with 100 million or 200 million being common, and even tens of millions being common. Losses are common, so if we really calculate based on net profit, the Black Dragon Group can really be on the table in the northern province. As for the 1 billion owed to the bank, that was used to build the northern border city that never sleeps, so there is no need to rush to pay it back. In other words, they had 600 to 700 million yuan in their accounts, and this cash flow was terrifying in 2012. Moreover, this is not the first year of Halong's explosive growth. Currently, Halong's 2 most profitable brands, Bawang Tea and Shui Bingchang, have just started to gain momentum and have not yet reached their best period. Next year, this is the year when the Black Dragon truly explodes. Qin Jiang, directly allocate funds to the projects I just mentioned, a one-time payment. Bai Lu, okay. Qin Jiang. Taxes must be handled properly. No tax issues should arise. I mean any. Do you understand? Bai Lu didn't know why her brother Jiang was so sensitive about taxes, but she didn't argue and nodded, yes. Bang, after she sat down, swish. Swish. Swish, everyone turned their gaze towards Shen-Tianxi. Of the 6 departments under the Black Dragon Group, only the engineering department, which Shen-Tianxi was in charge of, had not yet reported its progress. Furthermore, the engineering department was handling the Black Dragon Group's most important and largest project. Northern city that never sleeps. Shen-Tianxi also stood up naturally and said, Brother Jiang. The engineering department took on renovation projects for Bawang Tea and Shuai Ice City last year, with a total revenue of 230 million. A net profit of 70 million, and now has its own construction team of 2,125 people. He first reported on the construction achievements of the engineering department, which was also a very important achievement of the engineering department this year. Very good, excellent. It is outrageous that an engineering department that has just been established for less than a year has expanded its staff to more than 2,000 and its revenue has exceeded 200 million. Of course, this is due to the expansion of milk tea. Basically, all milk tea franchises in various places are built by the Black Dragon team. Qin Jiang just nodded calmly, then Shen-Tianxi got to the point without further delay. The main structure of the northern border Never Sleeps City was completed yesterday. It includes 2 main roads, 6 auxiliary roads, and buildings on both sides that follow the ancient Ming Dynasty style. It can currently accommodate 10,000 people at a time. It has passed all inspections. I guarantee with my own head, there will be no quality issues with the northern border Never Sleep City. Is it fast? Extremely fast. The main structure of such a huge city was almost completed in just a few months. This is the speed of China. In other countries, the project would take years. Of course, such a fast speed and guaranteed quality are completely due to the blessing of money. Working overtime without pay is a disease, and working overtime with sufficient pay is called blessings. Qin Jiang was also very satisfied, but this was still far from enough. If the Never Sleeping City was to be built, it had to be made bigger. He directly ordered, continue to build the Never Sleeping City in the Northern Territory. Build a large number of ghost houses on the auxiliary roads as soon as possible, and build the residences of some important princes and ministers. Also, the parking lot outside the city that never sleeps needs to be made bigger and more reasonably designed. I'll give you 3 months to complete it. 3 months later, June 6 th Frowny Face Northern Border Kaesong, Chapter 737 Black Dragon's new headquarters. Everyone excited as soon as these words were spoken. The eyes of Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, Zhao Shanha and others lit up slightly. The city that never sleeps in the north, not to mention that those people outside were very curious. How could the Black Dragon executives not be curious? Even though they knew some of the facilities in the city that never sleeps and what was going to be done, knowing is different from not seeing it. Now they can finally witness it with their own eyes that the Black Dragon major project has been implemented. Zhao Shanha, I can't wait to see how grand the city that never sleeps will be when it opens. Fenglin, of course, there will be loud drums and gongs, firecrackers, and huge crowds of people. Sun Yuan, time passes quickly. Shin Tianxi stood at attention and said firmly, I promise to complete the mission. I won't let Brother Jiang down. He has completed such a difficult task, so what difficulty should it be for him to fix some minor details? Qin Jiang, not only will we build the surrounding area, but we'll also start the Black Dragon headquarters construction plan, build the Black Dragon headquarters in the northern part of the city that never sleeps. It'll still be built in the Ming Dynasty style, not the Imperial Palace style. Just make it grand and majestic. Have the engineers draw up the blueprints, and you'll select the candidates. Zhu Zhang will review them. Finalize the plan within 2 months, and Black Dragon will relocate next year. Qin Jiang had long planned to relocate the Black Dragon headquarters. After all, how could a large corporation not have its own headquarters? Renting a building, no matter how large, won't foster a sense of belonging among employees. Only a fully owned site can foster a sense of belonging and identity. Furthermore, if the office building isn't your own, there's always the possibility of relocation, and large corporations often find relocation unfriendly to their employees. Many employees have already rented apartments in the old office location, and even started families there. Move, it will cause complaints. Move, you will lose some people's hearts. The most important thing is that building a building can be used as a company asset. When needed in the future, it can be rented out or even sold to generate cash flow for the company. This is why large groups in later generations have to build their own office buildings. Cover. It brings many benefits. No cover, it will never be able to fully grow into a top group. Of course, all this is based on the fact that the group's economy is good. If you don't have the ability to force it, it will only backfire. Really, when they heard about the headquarters relocation plan, the eyes of Zhao Shanha, Wang Tao, and other elderly people lit up involuntarily. They are going to have their own headquarters, no more living under someone else's roof, feeling humiliated and aggrieved. Wu Yu, this principal has never asked you for rent? I always greet you with a smile. You're talking to me about living under someone else's roof? Feeling humiliated and aggrieved? Ah. Look straight at me, winky face. For a while, every senior executive has different ideas in his heart. Zhao Shanha, this time the security department has finally made their headquarters impregnable and thoroughly consolidated. During construction, I want to see that they use the finest cement and steel bars, preferably the kind that can't be destroyed by rockets. Then, I'll see what forces can break into the Black Dragon headquarters. By Lu, I never thought that in just 2 years, Black Dragon has grown to the point where it needs its own headquarters building. Zhu Zhang, Brother Jiang is finally going to establish his own independent territory. Great. That's great, Shin Tianxi, Black Dragon headquarters? Brother Jiang actually asked me to build the headquarters. I must not let Brother Jiang down. Wang Tao, the Black Dragon, is finally entering the sea, with a headquarters building. I wonder who dares to act presumptuously. Fenglin, home. Black Dragon is finally going to have a home. Sun Yuan, once this is completed, it will definitely be a promotional selling point. It will elevate the reputation of the Black Dragon Group to a higher level. I need to prepare for this promotion anyway. At this moment, the Black Dragon executives were secretly planning to see the construction of the Black Dragon headquarters firsthand. They were even planning how their own departments would be arranged within the headquarters, how to build it, and giving the engineers their own suggestions. This, to them, it was more important than the northern city that never sleeps. It was their headquarters. It was their Black Dragon headquarters, their own territory, a place that no one could take away and they didn't have to move. It sounds Cool, Qin Jiang looked at everyone's reactions and guessed what they were thinking. He ignored them and said again, the focus of our work in the second half of the year will still be the city that never sleeps. All departments will assist the engineering department in ensuring the construction of the city that never sleeps. Finance department, Bai Lu, here. Qin Jiang, we will implement expedited review of the amounts approved by the engineering department and ensure actual expenses are paid without delay. Establish a new reward system to increase workers' income and improve their welfare benefits. Bai Lu, yes. Qin Jiang, security department, Zhao Shanhe, here. Qin Jiang, I'm responsible for the security of the city that never sleeps. Especially the core buildings, no one is allowed to approach. Qin Jiang, Ministry of Transportation, Fenglin, here. Qin Jiang, responsible for the transportation of important items in the city that never sleeps. Fenglin, yes. Qin Jiang, Propaganda and Entertainment Department. Sun Yuan, here. Qin Jiang, directly promote the city that never sleeps on the Heilongjiang website. Sun Yuan, Brother Jiang, which direction should we promote? Qin Jiang, don't worry about the direction. I'll give you a goal, to make the northern city that never sleeps famous. As for the specific method of doing so, I don't care. Sun Yuan, understood. Qin Jiang, the other two major variety show sponsors must reserve an important position. Sun Yuan, yes. Qin Jiang, just now, Zhu Zheng coordinated all matters and everything must be completed before June. Zhu Zheng, understood. Qin Jiang set the development route and plan goals for each department in the new year. Although it is not very detailed, the general directions are all there, and they just need to follow them. To this, although Wang Tao, Zhao Shanhe, and other senior executives were not seeing this for the first time, they were still shocked. This was their brother Jiang, who had extraordinary vision. It could be said that after listening to Brother Zhang's arrangements, they all felt that the new year would be promising. At the same time, we are all looking forward to seeing how far Black Dragon will develop according to Brother Zhang's plan when we get together around this time next year. Annual income of 3 billion, net income of 1 billion. Still, time goes by so slowly. After everyone had digested it, bang, Qin Jiang patted his chair and stood up, saying loudly, the 6th day of the 6th lunar month. The Northern Territory opens. My brothers and I will witness the resurgence of glory together. Let's raise our glasses and drink. Bang, Zhu Zhang and Sijio immediately stood up and said, make it bigger and stronger, and create greater glory. Both sides wow. Wang Tao, Fenglin, Zhao Shanhe and others also stood up and shouted loudly, grow bigger and stronger, and create greater glory. Grow bigger and stronger, and create greater glory. Chapter 738, Black Dragon is excited and re-elected as the chief young entrepreneur of the 3 northern provinces. Outside, many Black Dragon staff members heard the shouting inside the room, and even the management trainees waiting outside the stairs to clean up could vaguely hear it. The atmosphere inside is so high. It's like they're shouting about becoming bigger, glorious, you don't even know this. Black Dragon's slogan, grow bigger and stronger, create greater glory. What do you think Brother Jiang and the others are researching in there? Are they trying to expand their territory? I guess so. Ahem, a member of the Black Dragon Guard coughed twice. Wow, the management trainees immediately fell silent, standing in awe. Black Dragon. Black Dragon has its own rules. Even though they graduated from a vocational college. Just because they were Brother John's direct subordinates didn't mean they could do whatever they wanted. If their evaluations during their management trainee years weren't high, their assignment to a specific department would be significantly different. The future is completely different. There are so many direct descendants of vocational colleges joining the Black Dragon Group, and not every student can make it. There are only so many people at the top, so the competition is still very fierce. It is only because Black Dragon is currently in a stage of rapid development that it is not so obvious. Now is their greatest opportunity. As long as they can seize the opportunity of Black Dragon's rise, they can easily achieve a class leap. Once Black Dragon Group's business stabilizes, the competition will become extremely fierce, and climbing up again will be difficult. 10 minutes later, Wang Tao, Zhao Shanhe, Fenglin and other senior executives left the meeting hall with excitement on their faces. The management trainees stepped aside and looked at Wang Tao and others with great respect. A few years ago, these big guys were just ordinary students like them. As long as they worked harder, even if they could not reach the level of Wang Tao and Zhao Shanhe in the future, it's totally enough. That day, the 6 departments of the Black Dragon Army held a meeting at the same time to convey Brother Zhang's instructions to their respective middle-level managers. For a while, there were also bursts of excited cheers from the 6 departments. Then, just keep passing it on. Soon, the entire Black Dragon staff threw themselves into their work with great enthusiasm. It was simply because they trusted Brother Jiang and because Black Dragon was not just empty promises but actually provided benefits. Just when things were going on inside the Black Dragon Group, at the Young Entrepreneurs Selection Office of the 3 northern provinces, several judges are intensely discussing the top 10 entrepreneurs. IT has now entered the final stage. This Wang Su is quite impressive. He founded a company and has expanded a lot of business this year, attracting 100 million yuan in financing. The company's current valuation is very high, so it stands to reason that he can rise to the top. He's not even close. If you ask me, it's Yi Zhe. He had a chance to make the list last year, but the milk tea brand he created was gone. This year, he regrouped and launched not only a video website but also an ice and snow entertainment venue. That entertainment venue is very popular. He has to be on the list this year. As soon as these words were spoken, many judges echoed, yes. The Ice and Snow Entertainment Park now has tens of thousands of visitors every day, with daily turnover reaching hundreds of thousands. Although there are time restrictions, it still generates at least 100 to 200 million in revenue each year, and the profits are staggering. Also, this entertainment venue brings a lot of traffic to Northern Province and has become the second most popular check-in spot for tourists after the Black Dragon Night Market. The leaders of Northern Province have all praised it, and Yi Zhe, as the founder, really deserves to be on that list. His video website received a lot of funding, at least tens of millions. So, not only does he have to be on the list, but he also has to be at the front of the list. For a while, many people spoke up for Yi Zhe at first. His achievements this year are obvious to all, and the company's business has developed rapidly and has outstanding features. A second, his family background also played a big role at this moment, and many people were giving him face. The combination of the two will inevitably result in many births. Hearing this, the one who pushed Wang Su could only nod and say, okay. I agree with him taking up the spot. Then he looked at the 10 photos on the table, and the most conspicuous one at the top was a familiar face. The man in black formal suit, holding a wineglass, with a cold and domineering expression, is the chairman of the Black Dragon Group, Qin Jiang. It can be said that Qin Jiang was the undisputed first in this selection. No one objected and no one had any comments. From the beginning of the selection, Qin Jiang's photo was placed at the top. Their selection process was entirely an evaluation of the remaining 9 people. Black Dragon, they are all a little hard to evaluate. Jiang Xia became extremely popular this year and was able to barely fight against the Black Dragon in the early stages. Later, not to mention that Jiangxia Company's reputation has seriously declined and I have fled Song Jiang. Let's say that Heilong Group's 2 major milk tea brands have exploded again at the end of the year and expanded stores at an extremely rapid rate. Now even if Jiangxia can reach the peak, it will not be enough to beat Heilong Swish. He continued to look down at Wei Kai. This person has background, Yang Feng. This person is really capable, Jiangxia. Wait, he said bluntly, what the hell is Jiangxia? His company is already half dead, and someone who started with a dating app can still make the list of young entrepreneurs, someone retorted. Although his company has a bad reputation, its current scale is still among the top 5 among this year's young entrepreneurs. Ranked him 7th now, it's a significant decline. He retorted, that's not the case. We're selecting young entrepreneurs from the 3 northern provinces. How can someone with a bad reputation be included? How can someone like that be promoted as a role model? As soon as these words were spoken, some people curled their lips, some agreed, and some were disdainful. He's example, reputation. No matter how bad Jiangxia is, there are still people worse than Qin Jiang. Why don't you just focus on Qin Jiang and instead talk about Jiangxia? Isn't it just bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Qin Jiang is a local resident. He is powerful in the northern province. If the other party dares to say that, it will definitely have a bad impact. Jiang Xia said that the company he founded was just a technology company with no real strength, and that the other party's hometown was not in Songjiang and he had no influence here at all. Now, people have already run away. What can we do about him? The man continued to fan the flames. I'm not targeting him. It's just that his software has such a negative impact. The local leaders have called me out, and we have to follow their advice. You have a point, and there are a lot of quotas for Northern Province. It is normal to withdraw one now if there is a legitimate reason, to give young entrepreneurs from the other 2 provinces a chance. A long time after a heated debate, Jiangxia completely failed the exam. Wang Su successfully ranked 10th among young entrepreneurs in the 3 northern provinces. Even if he is at the last place, it is still an honor, the chief judge said. Everyone. The selection process is now complete. Please submit this list. Our judges will appear in all the major news reports tomorrow. Every one of our selected candidates will become the focus of the northern 3 provinces. Everyone nodded, chatting and laughing, but all eyes were fixed on the name at the top of the selection list. They knew that this was the only person who would truly be the focus of the northern 3 provinces tomorrow, Qin Jiang. Chapter 739, Milk Tea Value List, Yi Zhe's Calmness. The other side. 4 and I and the new star brand milk tea selection organization I in full swing. Many people are busy. Tonight is the final submission deadline, and they are arguing over the brand value rankings, but no final ranking has been determined yet. I think second place should go to Baiwei Milk Tea. Their spokesperson is an A-list celebrity, and they have 2,000 stores in China, all of which are directly operated. This is a huge plus for their brand value. They also have major investors behind them, making them more resilient to risks, so they won't go bankrupt at the slightest risk. I disagree with your opinion. I think Bawang Tea is more suitable for the second place. It also takes the high-end route and is very well known in China. It has many celebrities endorsing it and is extremely popular. It also has its own series of milk teas, which are fundamentally different from other milk teas in the same category. For a while, it turned from an argument between 2 people into an argument between 2 groups. 100 flavors of milk tea, Overlord tea. The battle for the second spot on the milk tea brand value list has begun. Or rather, it has been going on for a long time. The most debated topic among the judges during this period was which of these two milk teas would come in second. The winner could not be determined for a long time. Moment. A middle-aged man in a leather jacket walked in, looked at them and said, "Is the result not yet decided? Tomorrow is the official delivery date. You must make a decision within half an hour." All of a sudden, the office fell into a more heated debate. 10 minutes later, the peak man said, "I can see that the two brands have similar values. It's hard to tell who wins. Why don't you guys roll the dice? An odd number is Baiwei milk tea, and an even number is Bawang tea. Let's see who has better luck." Luck is also part of strength. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone expressed their agreement. Finally, 224. Even number, Bawang tea wins. Have to say our Bawang tea does have a destiny. Bang. Pick man, look, it's settled. Bawang tea is second, Baiwei milk tea is third. Are there any disputes about the other milk teas? No. Pickman, okay. Give me the results and I'll report to the leader. After a while, Pickman took the report and left the office, and the report in his hand was the China milk tea brand value ranking. First place to IT was Ice City on a snowy night. Although the unit price is not high, it has the largest number of stores in China, the largest turnover in China, and the largest popularity in China. These three firsts have established its position as the leader in the milk tea industry. Cheap and expensive, it has never been the focus of measuring a brand. Cola, it's cheap. The price hasn't increased in decades, yet its brand value remains unmatched, thanks to its massive user base and popularity. Apparently, the judges believe that Shui Bingchang is the Coca-Cola of beverages. Its brand value is immense. What Baiwei milk tea? What is Bawang tea? All of you step aside. The next day. Ye Group.ye Zay hummed a little tune and sang, "Our boss's surname is. He's very happy today." Chatter and chatter. The sunlight shone on his face, making him look very bright. Especially the Nikes on his body, which shone golden in this sunlight. Boom. Boom, Yizhe, come in. The assistant walked in from outside and said to Yizhe excitedly, "Boss Yi, great news. The new batch of young entrepreneurs from the 3 northern provinces have been selected." Swish. Yi Zidu sat upright and looked at his assistant. "I am on the list." The assistant nodded vigorously. "Boss Yi, you're ranked 9th. It's already been listed in the newspaper. According to the newspaper, there will be news reports throughout the province and even the country tonight." He handed the newspaper to Yi Ze. Ye Zhe took the newspaper and looked directly from bottom to top. Sure enough, the 9th place was his name. 9th place among young entrepreneurs in Northern Province. Yi Zhe, chairman of the Yi Group, founder of Tianyu Video website, founder and planner of Ice and Snow Entertainment Center. Okay. Holding the newspaper, Yi Zhe felt that his life had reached its peak. This was a selection by 3 provinces. Even if only young entrepreneurs were selected, being in the top 10 would definitely be an honor. After more than 2 years of hard work, Yizhe finally had a medal of achievement that he could show off. And not inferior to others, he continued to look up and saw familiar faces everywhere. The 3 northern provinces were closely connected, so the young entrepreneurs naturally knew each other's existence, until he saw the number 1. The chief young entrepreneur of the 3 northern provinces, Qin Jian, chairman of Heilong Group, founder of Shui Bingchang, Bawang Tea, and Heilong Night Market, and the group's market capitalization, Qin Jiang. Seeing this name, Yizhe was surprisingly not angry. He just felt that life was a bit dramatic, even a little satisfied. This means I can be on par with Qin Jiang. Well, that's worth celebrating. Yizhe, pass the order. All employee bonuses will be increased by 20% this month. The staff at the Ice and Snow Entertainment Center will each receive a bonus of 500 yuan as a company benefit. Assistant, okay. Yizhe, go. Assistant, Yizhe, there's something else. Assistant, no big deal. It's from Blue Mountain Capital's brand value list. Yizhe, so, assistant, this year, a new Huaxia milk tea brand value list has been added. Yizhe, then, assistant, Shui Bingchang and Bawang tea ranked 1st and 2nd respectively, firmly occupying the top 2 spots in the milk tea industry. Yizhe smiled. Blue Mountain Capital, a famous foreign evaluation company, produces some brand value lists every year. Due to its strict selection system and very fair selection rules, its evaluation reports are currently highly valued all over the world. Many groups even pay money for acquisitions based on this brand value list. Now that Bawang tea and Shui Bingchang can be selected as the 1st and 2nd, they must have a bright future. But so what? What does it have to do with him? He has long been out of the milk tea industry. He is into technology. Assistant, Mr. Yi. The assistant saw that Yizhe was a little dazed and couldn't help but remind him about why Yizhe. So what? Assistant, Yizhe, I say, what's the matter? What does it have to do with us? We are dealing with video, technology, understand? Assistant, I understand. Yizhe, you know shit. I'm still figuring it out. What are the current data of the video department? Assistant, the data volume increased significantly during the winter break. Many of the anchors we recruited have gained a lot of popularity through their voiceover and passionate shouting. Some of them have reached over 1 million followers at their peak, and user activity is very high. In addition, game bloggers are also very attractive to users and are very popular. Voice shouting, game discussion. Currently, the two core products of Tanyu Entertainment video brand rely on this to attract users. Chapter 740, Yi Zhe wants to meet his father-in-law? Zhang family gathering. Afraid of the Black Dragon, Yi Zhe nodded that he originally selected these two tracks from many anchors on the platform. Although the other tracks are also good, they are much worse than these two. Shout, it gained some popularity in 2012, already having a bit of a name on some platforms. Of course, it couldn't compare to a full-fledged song, but it had a strong market appeal, attracting many young people from third and fourth-tier cities and rural areas, who were the largest customer base. Yi Zhe immediately saw its potential. Next up was gaming streamers, needless to say. What do young people like these days? Games are undoubtedly number one, accounting for more than half of the young population. As a result, gaming streamers emerged as a result, and some major gaming streamers receive massive click-through rates every time they share their experiences. Naturally, Yi Zhe would not give up on him. Why Yi Zhe? It seems that shouting is still very trendy and very attractive. The game is also good. How is the preparation for the live video broadcast I asked you to prepare going? Assistant, preparations are almost complete. It will take at most 3 months, at least 2 months to launch. Yi Zhe, okay. Then we'll focus on shouting, gaming, and some dancing streamers. Promote me. Attract users. Real person interaction. I don't believe the user base won't skyrocket. Tell those streamers that whoever is popular will get paid, real money, and I won't delay. Assistant, understood. Yi Zhe, then why not go and do it? Assistant, yes. After the assistant left, Yi Zhe was still in a state of excitement. Top 10 young entrepreneurs. I can say that I am trying to prove myself, so that I won't be criticized by my family, but this isn't my finish line. I'm only 8th this time, so I have to climb higher next time, otherwise I'll lose my chance when I graduate next year. Set a goal for yourself. Top 3. Buzz, the phone in his pocket rang and the caller ID displayed. UMO, Yi Zhe answered. Hello, wife, Yuma, what are you doing? Have you read the newspaper? You were selected as one of the top 10 young entrepreneurs. Yi Zhe, I saw it. Of course I saw it, Yuma, you won't abandon me when you become too powerful. Yi Zhe, am I that person? Yuma, who knows? The two flirted for a while, and Yi Zhe liked Umo very much, and their relationship was very stable, putting aside the fact that he is not rich and therefore thinks highly of himself, and begins to look down on people like his girlfriend. Yuma's family is not bad either. Both her parents work in the system in the neighboring city. And the older generation also has some connections. There is no shortage of suitors around such a girl, and Yi Zhe thinks he will be very satisfied if he can get her. Yuma, my family called me yesterday and I told them about your. Yi Zhe's voice was tense. What are they doing? Yuma, my parents didn't say anything, they just said they'd like you to come over when you have time. Yi Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Yuma, are you scared? Yi Zhe, what am I afraid of? Nothing to be afraid of. Just tell me when I will visit my father-in-law. Yuma, let's wait until the holidays. You don't have to prepare anything. My parents don't care about that. It's just you, Yi Zhe. I what? Yuma, your outfit is a bit, well, my parents like something more formal. Yi Zhe, he looked down at his Nike family bucket and said with a curled lip, don't worry, I will dress more formally when the time comes and will not disappoint your parents. Yuma, that's fine. South Zhang family villa. A large party was being held. 7 or 8 middle-aged men were sitting at a long table chatting intimately, while young people in their 20s and 30s were also sitting together to communicate and exchange ideas. It was the usual annual New Year's Eve party. Every year at this time, the core members of the Zhang family and their allied families would gather here to discuss plans for the new year. Lao Jiang. Why did you come back in such a hurry last time you went to Songjiang? Are you really okay? Yeah. You looked really bad during that time. Don't feel stressed, Mal. Especially the network ones are always unstable, so it's okay if there are some problems. They tried to enlighten Lao Jiang. In their opinion, Lao Jiang had been unhappy since his last visit because of his son's car accident and the negative news about his son's company. Old Jiang waved his hands. Don't comfort me, such a small thing can't affect me. It's just that my son, who was in good health, was almost crippled. I feel sad. He said firmly that he was worried about his son's health and never mentioned the Black Dragon incident. Black Dragon, it's his family's nightmare. What a disgrace to the Jiang family. How could he accept the fact that the head of the Jiang family was chased out of Songjiang like a dog and then had his son come forward to show his goodwill? But I can't say it, and I dare not say it. First, even if you tell these people, they won't be able to solve the problem. We are of the same blood and should cooperate for mutual benefit, not help you with all our might. Besides, even if we do our best, the situation is still far away. Second, the Jiang family is currently the core of the group. Once the miserable situation in Songjiang is exposed, it may affect the Jiang family's position in the team. Therefore, after returning, Jiang's father issued a gag order. Old Jiang. Jiang Xia is too young after all. I suggest that one of us go to Songjiang to take charge of the situation for him. At least we should stabilize the company first. We can't let such a promising dark horse software company come to an end, others echoed. I think it's okay, Laojiu, since you're not on vacation, you can go there to calm down first. After a few months, wait for Xiao Jiangxia to recover and then go back to take charge, sure. They once again gave Jiang Xia advice, Father Jiang, no. He flatly refused, there's no need for that. I've already asked Jiangxia to apply to transfer the company to Zhejiang province. The entrepreneurial atmosphere here is good and more suitable for technology companies. He silently thought, it's not as dark as Songjiang. The noble families were slightly confused. Transfer back? Isn't this a company supported by the school? Can the school just transfer it back like that? Jiang Xia still has to go to school? If I transfer back, I won't have to run back and forth between the two places. That's too much trouble. Sangda University still doesn't have a very high social status, so being affiliated with him would be helpful. Father Jiang, he listened helplessly to his old friend's words. How could he not know these situations? It wasn't a matter of whether he wanted to leave Songjiang or not, but he had to leave. There was still a glimmer of hope if he came out, but if he continued to stay in Songjiang, there was no way to survive. Jiang's father, the school has already communicated with him. As for Jiang Xia's academic performance, it's not important. Academics are not important, friends? They finally understood what was going on. Old Jiang. He seemed a little afraid of staying in Songjiang. What is he afraid of? What in Songjiang could scare him? Swish. They looked at each other, and two words popped up in their minds: a Black Dragon. Chapter 741, The Shock of the News, Xinjiang? Billionaire, they are not stupid either. After all, the last time they knew that Jiangxia had a conflict with Heilong and Songjiang, and they wanted to take action against him. In the end, none of it worked. Later, the matter came to an end after Jiangxia had a car accident. They thought it was just an accident, and Jiang's father was worried that his son could no longer take care of Yu Software, but now it seems that something is wrong with this car accident. Car accident, man-made, but if it's man-made, why doesn't Jiang Zemin mention it at all? Shouldn't he be furious? This evasion, even a subtle retreat, could mean so much, but instead of digging deeper, they're trying to change the subject. The young people in front were also communicating. In the center of the crowd was Jiang Xia, who was sitting in a wheelchair. After nearly 2 months of rest, he looked much better. The Jiang family was the leader in this group, and Jiang Xia's own achievements were also the best among the young generation, so Jiang Xia also became the core point in the gathering. Jiang Xia, you look much better. Jiang Xia is a man of great fortune. He will surely be blessed with great fortune after surviving this great disaster, and his future prospects are limitless, of course. He founded a billion-dollar company before even graduating from college. Who among us can compare? They spoke either sincerely or in agreement. Jiang Xia's vanity was overflowing with praise. You don't have to envy me. I have only achieved a little bit, which is nothing. You can do it in the future too. After this was said, the others said, how can we compare to you, Jiang Xia? The Yu software you founded is famous nationwide. I heard that you are one of the best young entrepreneurs in the 3 northern provinces. I wish I could be half as successful as you, and my dad wouldn't beat me every day. Jiang Xia, what's your secret to success? Please teach us. Jiang Xia was even more excited, but just when he was about to say something diagonally opposite. On the national news, the host announced in clear voice, the selection of young entrepreneurs from the 3 northern provinces has recently concluded. Swish. 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 Everyone in the villa subconsciously looked towards the TV. Someone said, outstanding young entrepreneur of the 3 northern provinces, this title is quite valuable. Jiang Xia should be on the list. With this honor, his future development will be much smoother. Someone nodded, of course he can. If it weren't for Jiang Xia's car accident in the past 2 months that caused chaos in the company's management and some negative impact, I think he could have competed for the first place. What a pity, what a pity. Ahead, the young man even started to place a bet. I bet Jiang Xia can be in the top 5, 100,000. Is there anyone who wants to bet with me, small family? I think Jiang Xia will definitely be in the top 3, I bet 20. If you all come, I will definitely follow. Obviously, they all firmly believed that Jiang Xia would definitely be on the list. They all knew the status of Yu Software in the 3 northern provinces. Its valuation was 1 billion, which was absolutely awesome among startup companies. It was rare among startup companies as a whole, not to mention that there were very few young entrepreneurs. Yes, just when they firmly believed, the TV host has switched to the news. The list of 10 young entrepreneurs from the 3 northern provinces is as follows. Chief Young Entrepreneur, Xinjiang. Chairman of Heilong Group, founder of Shuai Ice City in Bawang Tea. As soon as this name came out, the villa was a little quiet. The adults' eyes flickered when they saw the name. They had just suspected that this person was the culprit of the Jiangxia car accident, and now they heard that the other party had taken first place. Someone said, if I remember correctly, Xinjiang was first last time too. He's been first for 2 consecutive sessions. He's got something, someone said, he's a local. Plus, he's really strong. His 2 milk tea brands are now being promoted nationwide and are really impressive. The young people all curled their lips. This Xinjiang is definitely a lucky guy. If Jiang Xia hadn't gotten into a car accident and the negative impact on Yu Software, he wouldn't have had the chance to reach the top. That's right, Jiang Xia will definitely surpass him next year. On TV, the host continued. Second place, Yang Wei, founder of Mobile Phone. Third place, fourth place. The atmosphere in the villa continued to deteriorate as each name appeared. Until the 10th name appeared, the atmosphere in the entire villa dropped to freezing point, because Jiang Xia's name did not appear from beginning to end, and he was not on the list. Jiang Xia didn't make the list. Failed, it was completely beyond everyone's expectations in the villa. Is there something wrong with this list? None of Jiang Xia's software is on the list. The 10th place result is obviously not as high as Jiang Xia's, even though Yu Software is facing a lot of negative news right now. But where is the asset valuation? There is a problem. There is definitely a problem. Bang, Jiang Xia clenched his fists tightly while watching TV. Damn, how could this be? I'm not qualified to be on the list? Why am I not on the list? Could it be, swish? He looked at the big screen again, at the man listed as the top young entrepreneur in the 3 northern provinces, Qin Zhang. Yes, it must be Qin Zhang's doing. Damn it, what the hell is he going to do to me? Kill me completely? Leave me no chance of survival. At the same time, Jiang Xia couldn't help but feel fear, as if he was recalling the life or death escape not long ago. A long time, Jiang Xia only had one question in his mind: how powerful was Qin Zhang in the 3 northern provinces? He could even influence such a selection and ban him just like that. The next moment, the host continued. Next, a piece of news. Blue Mountain Capital's latest valuation report has revealed a list of China's milk tea brands, with Black Dragon Group's Shui Bingchang and Bawang Tea occupying the top 2 spots. In Blue Mountain Capital's valuation report, the valuations of both milk tea brands have skyrocketed to 5 billion and 3 billion respectively. What? All the bosses and youngsters were shocked. Financial families like them were sensitive to money business and knew the value of Blue Mountain Capital's evaluation report. Blue Mountain Capital's evaluation was very rigorous and the valuation was basically underestimated. In other words, the valuations of the 2 brands, Shui Bingchang and Bawang Tea, would exceed this evaluation report. 0.5 billion, 3 billion, going up further, hundreds of billions. Even the valuation alone is terrifying, a figure that would dwarf even the largest players in the traditional manufacturing industry, not to mention the local market. If Heilong were to truly sell these 2 milk tea brands, they'd surely have the capital to acquire them, even if it meant billions. This is what makes Blue Mountain Capital so scary. Until then, Qin Zhang is truly a billionaire. Chapter 742 Wang Wei's anxiety in the 100-day plan. Silence, a long silence, no one spoke first. Jiang Xia and his son were extremely angry, but their anger was suppressed. It's simple, Qin Zhang is too strong. He was so strong that he didn't dare to think about anything else. He only had one thought: stay away from Qin Zhang. Well, a young man said, it's nothing. Even if he's awesome, he's just hanging around in the 3 northern provinces. As for milk tea, who knows what the future holds? It has nothing to do with us. I remember Jiang Xia's birthday is coming up soon, so we have to celebrate it well this year. He quickly changed the subject, and others echoed, yes. Make a big fuss, Jiang Xia is the most successful person of our generation. Jiang Xia also took the opportunity to change the subject. The older generation also changed the subject and stopped talking about the Black Dragon, but everyone's mind couldn't help but think of the news and the meaning behind it. Black Dragon, these 2 words are completely engraved in their minds. No. Office, bang. 3 with 1. Take care of it. Crushed to death. 4 people were playing cards, and many inmates nearby were watching. Sitting in the middle was Wang Wei. A moment later, Wang Wei played a plane with wings, but no one wanted it. Then he played a pair of 6. Oh my. Brother Tiger won again. Brother Tiger is awesome. His luck is amazing. Brother Tiger's card playing skills are too good. Even if I give my all, I won't be in a hurry to win. Brother Tiger is awesome. If you lose, hurry up and do push-ups. It's our turn now. They continued to praise Wang Wei, and the few people who had just accompanied him to play cards were also smiling. Even though Wang Wei was a little defeated, the Huwei group was still suppressed by the Black Dragon group, but that was for the top figures. To these low-level thugs, Wang Wei was still a big shot. They couldn't afford to offend him and had to curry favor with him. Therefore, it was natural for Wang Wei to become the object of everyone's pursuit. This, Wang Wei knew clearly that these people were praising him, cheating and deliberately losing, but he still did not expose them and instead enjoyed it. Who doesn't like to be praised? Just when a few people were planning to replace each other and play cards, a whistle was heard outside. Assemble. It's time to watch the news, line up and come out. Wow, everyone dispersed. Hey, no more fun, what a bummer, it's finally my turn. I haven't touched a card in almost 3 months. I watch the news every day, but I can't really understand anything. What's the point? Watching TV is considered entertainment, but it doesn't necessarily mean watching the news. Wang Wei stood up with a relaxed expression. He didn't care. Playing cards is something he can do every day. Instead, he cares more about all kinds of news from the outside world. News is very important to him. Soon, a large number of people sat on small benches in front of a large screen that was broadcasting national news, all about major domestic and international events. Most people's eyes were scattered and unfocused, feeling a little numb from watching it every day. Wang Wei concentrated intently. If an enterprise wants to grow big, it must know the country's policies. Only by following the general trend can it go long term. These are what Mr. Lin said to him. Before, he doesn't really care, but after experiencing Black Dragon's crazy attack and being thrown into prison, he realized what it meant that heroes are made by the times. He began to pay more attention to these news that he used to dislike. In addition, he didn't have many entertainment activities here, so it was nice to listen to the news occasionally. The news report ends. The host said, "It is reported that the selection of young entrepreneurs from the 3 northern provinces has recently come to an end." The list of candidates is as follows. A list of 10 people and their ID photos appeared on the TV screen, with a brief introduction below. Wow, someone in the crowd suddenly said, "Look, the first place winner is Qin Jiang, brother Jiang from the Black Dragon Group in Northern Province." Wow! This is even on the Chinese news? That's awesome. Isn't this Chun Chun about to take off? Others were also surprised, although I knew brother Jiang was awesome. Now seeing this scene I can only say, 666. We're both in this together, but he's been on the Chinese news for 2 years, and I've only been on the local news for a few years, and it was a wanted report. B content. At least your wanted amount is 10,000, and mine is only 300. And someone reported me. What can I say? I'm helpless too. For a moment, the crowd was talking about it. Wang Wei in front of him suddenly looked serious. Qin Jiang, once again the chief young entrepreneur of the 3 northern provinces, did you win the title again? It seems his business is going smoothly. Why hasn't he contacted me recently? What's going on with Hu Wei? With Mr. Lin around, nothing should be wrong. Why does it feel like something's not right? He didn't realize it wasn't that the outside world wouldn't let him get any information, but rather that there simply wasn't any news. Black Dragon hadn't taken any further action against Hu Wei, and there was no need to tell Wang Wei about Black Dragon's 2 milk tea prowess. It would be pointless and would only make Wang Wei uncomfortable. Therefore, Wang Wei hadn't known anything during this period. The China News ends. Jump to Northern Province Local News, Article 1. The host came up and said, "Good news. Mr. Qin Jiang, a renowned young entrepreneur in our province, has recently been awarded the title of Chief Young Entrepreneur of the 3 northern provinces. Mr. Qin Jiang is currently a student at a secondary vocational college. While studying, he founded the Black Dragon Group, which currently owns Baoan Tea, Shui Bingchang, the Black Dragon Night Market, and other nationally renowned businesses. On the same day, Blue Mountain Capital released its China milk tea brand value rankings, with Shui Bingchang and Baoan Tea ranking first and second respectively, with a combined valuation of 8 billion. The host's words kept coming out on TV. All personnel were stunned. Valuation of 8 billion. This is just the brand value of the 2 milk teas. Adding other businesses of the Black Dragon Group, it must be worth tens of billions. A company worth tens of billions is unimaginable to these gangsters in this era. This level should be ranked among the best in the whole country, but now a young man in his early 20s, a young man who has just started his business for more than 2 years, has achieved it. 0.8 billion, billionaire boss. Wang Wei was shocked. After all these years of hard work, Hu Wei Group only had 10 billion or 800 million. Even though the Lin family, who is a powerful force in the neighboring province, is only said to have tens of billions of dollars, it took the Lin family many years of accumulation, spanning many profit nodes, and monopolizing many local industries to achieve this. Qin Jiang, why does he do that? Wang Wei, is it possible that I can't even compare to Qin Jiang? No. That's not the case. No, I have to get out as soon as possible, otherwise, if Black Dragon continues to develop, Tiger Power will be finished. Thinking of this, he stood up and shouted, "Report, I want to call a lawyer." Just when Wang Wei was trying to find a way to leave the cell, outside, the Black Dragon Group has launched its massive, big work, 100 days plan. Chapter 743, Construction Site Comparison, A World of Difference. Black Dragon Northern Border Construction Site, work hard for 100 days, banners are hung everywhere, countless workers were working furiously, and soon it was time for lunch. Dinner is ready, it's time to eat. Come on, with a few shouts, countless workers stopped working and gathered in an orderly manner towards the several canteen spaces. 10,000 workers. Naturally, they couldn't eat together, but were divided into nearly 10 areas, each with its own canteen area. District 3, there are more than 10 large pots on the ground, and hot steam and fragrance are coming out of each pot. Behind the pots are not old men and women like those in other construction sites, but several middle-aged men in white chef uniforms. Each of them has a very imposing aura. At first glance, they are serious old chefs with skills, and they are very neat and clean. That's right, although the chef that Heilung hired for the construction site is not a 5-star chef, he is also a serious chef. A monthly salary of 5,000. The price of a decent chef in 2012 was completely different from the price of the aunties hired at other construction sites who only paid 1,000 or 2,000 yuan to cook. The people in line smelled the delicious food and couldn't help asking Chef Wan, "What delicious food did you make today? It smells so good." "Yeah. My stomach is rumbling. Do you think I could eat a whole cow?" I guess there's braised pork, Chef Wang laughed. You have such a sharp nose. Main dishes, braised pork, spare ribs, and stir-fried beef. Side dishes, pork belly, cucumber, and scrambled eggs. Staple dishes, rice and steamed buns. Fruit, apples or bananas. Everything is fresh, go ahead and enjoy, said. He picked up a spoon and gave the worker a piece of meat from the basin. No shaking, no shaking, he even asked, is it enough? If not, I'll give you another spoonful, worker, that's enough. My throat has been uncomfortable these past 2 days, so I've been eating some vegetarian food. Give me some more cucumbers. The chef gave him another spoonful of cucumber. The worker carried a bowl of 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes to the staple food area, picked up 4 steamed buns and a banana, left, found a corner, sat on the steps and started eating. It tastes so delicious, the chef said to the worker at the back. Come on, next one. I still say that I'm not afraid of you eating it all. As long as you don't waste it, you can make as much as you want. If it's not enough, I'll give you more. After finishing their work, the workers gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and sat together to eat, and they couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this braised pork is much better than what you get at restaurants out there. This head of meat is pretty good too. 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetables, plus a few steamed buns and a piece of fruit, perfect. Don't you see where these chefs come from? They're said to be chefs from big hotels. I'm not showing off, I just eat a lot of meat and fish every day and I don't want to eat anything too meaty. Ha ha ha, bursts of laughter and joy appeared on the construction site. After finishing their meal, they carried the dishes to the sink and couldn't help but say to the chef, Chef Wang. We are finally enjoying a good meal. It's so delicious to eat every day. Yeah, I don't even eat this well in restaurants. Your cooking skills are amazing, Chef Wang laughed. Huh? Please don't brag about me. If I have anyone to thank, I should thank Brother Jiang. You can eat so well because Brother Jiang specifically ordered the food to be high quality. You and Brother Jiang are paying for it. Look around the country and ask around. Who feeds their workers braised pork or spare ribs? They all eat cabbage, tofu, and potatoes. So you should be grateful to Brother Jiang. As soon as these words were spoken, the workers couldn't help but nod in agreement. It's not the first time to work, so everyone knows what the food on the construction site is like. It can't be described as bad. Basically cabbage and tofu, cabbage and potatoes, cabbage vermicelli, cabbage, tofu, potato vermicelli. Anyway, just eat it. Eat it without saying a word. They didn't need to recall it themselves. The canteen at the Huey construction site across the way was clearly visible. The 2 construction sites were close to each other, and the canteens were both on the edge of the construction sites, so they could see some of each other's food. It was the menu mentioned above. How can we not be satisfied with such a strong contrast? They shouted, Brother Jiang is awesome. Brother Jiang is awesome. Work for Brother Jiang for the rest of my life. Waves of cheers echoed throughout the construction site. Unlike the bustling bustle of laughter and joy at the Heilong construction site, the Huey site was remarkably quiet. They also had several large pots, but unlike the various aromas emanating from the Heilong cauldrons, theirs contained only steam. The first person in the team looked at the dark liquid inside and was startled. Oh. Has the food changed? It's not cabbage today, but potatoes, tofu, and vermicelli noodles? Are they going to improve the food? But when he looked closely, he was stunned. I saw that there was boiled eggplant in plain water. The auntie across from him poured a few pitiful eggplant peels into his bowl with shaking hands and waved next. The worker didn't leave, but stared at the eggplant peels in the basin in a daze, confused. He was completely confused. Isn't this stuff even worse than cabbage, tofu, vermicelli, or boiled eggplant? Is this for human consumption? What? Feed the pigs? Worker, are you sure this is food for us? Auntie, what? Are you dissatisfied? Eggplant is out of season. It's so expensive. This is part of the food improvement, you know? Worker, this is fucking improving the food. What the hell is this? Who improves their food by eating eggplant strips boiled in water? It's okay if there's no oil, but look at these eggplant strips, they're so wilted. Where did you pick them up? Auntie, what do you mean? Are you going to cause trouble? Worker, most people couldn't help but look at the eggplants boiled in water in the pot and express dissatisfaction. This is too bad. How can we not even have cabbage and tofu? Who would eat this? We pay 8 yuan a day for food, and this is all we get. We haven't had meat in almost half a month. When can we have meat again? The old lady raised her eyebrows and said, what do you want to eat with 8 yuan for food? This, meat. I fed the meat to the dog 4 days ago. Worker, you call that meat? Chicken rack stewed with potatoes? The meat on the chicken rack isn't even hard to eat. I remember that stuff was awfully cheap. We only have $8 a day for food, can't we eat better? Yeah. Don't think we don't know how good the food in your kitchen is, so we have to eat so badly. Besides, the food at the Black Dragon construction site next door is so good, and they don't even need food expenses. We can't say that we can eat meat every meal, but we should have a proper meal every now and then. We have enough money. Auntie, do you think I'm greedy for your money? I'm telling you, the money you paid is enough to eat this stuff. Eat it if you want or not. Get out of here. Hello, Black Dragon construction site. Are you going to the Black Dragon construction site? What are you looking at? Are you going to rebel? Go back and line up. She held a ladle in her hand and pointed at the hundreds of workers, like a general who could hold his own against 10,000 enemies. Chapter 744, Chaos at the Huawei construction site. This is called a dish. This time, IT actually stunned hundreds of workers. It's not that I'm afraid of this woman, but I'm afraid of the person behind her. There are people who can cook on the construction site, but even if they are stripped of their skin by the layers above, cooking is still very profitable. The other party is the mother of the project manager, so if he really talks to this cook, he will probably be fired. Being fired is not scary because it is easy to find work on construction sites these days, but he is afraid of being fired and not getting paid. That's it. 2012, the best way for construction sites to control workers is to suppress their wages. By using this method, the construction sites do not care about the workers at all and will not pay them if they dare to get angry. Who dares to resist? Who dares to say anything more? Today, they couldn't help themselves because the food in the cafeteria was so bad that it was a bit unacceptable. Hoof. The cook snorted coldly. A bunch of peasants, lucky enough to have something to eat, but you're so picky. Let's get in line. She also banged the big pot with a big spoon, just like a rural woman feeding pigs. This food is almost like pig food. The cook didn't care about any of this. She just wanted to finish cooking for these people quickly so she could go back and eat. That's right. She definitely didn't want to eat these. In the house, she had a small kitchen for herself, her family, and a few liters, with all kinds of fish and meat. Just when the workers were about to endure, bursts of shouting came from the Black Dragon construction site in the distance. Brother Jiang is awesome. Following Brother Jiang, I have to eat 9 meals a day. Great. It's so delicious. Just do it and it's over. The workers couldn't help but feel embarrassed. The two construction sites were originally connected and they had heard about the food at Heilung's construction site. They knew that Heilung treated the workers very well. Sure enough, a worker behind him shouted, "Ah, fuck. I just went to the Black Dragon construction site and saw their meals today: braised pork, spare ribs, beef. All lean spare ribs. Pure beef, and the vegetarian options are just head meat and cucumber, with plenty of fruit. Damn, it's so different from theirs. And they don't even need to pay for meals and can eat so well, but we pay but eat pig food. Is this fair? We're all at the construction site, how can there be such a big difference?" As soon as these words were spoken, the peaceful workers could not help but become agitated again. Enough food, plenty of fruit, the money is paid monthly, it's a world of difference from where I am. I'm not afraid of living a bad life. I'm just afraid of comparison. Why, at the people at the Heilongjiang construction site have high wages and good benefits, good food and drink, but they don't have to pay for food. Here I have nothing, I pay, and I'm still fed like pigs. It's fucking unfair. For a moment the workers could not help but gather again. Why? We are workers too. We do the same work as them every day, but our pay is so much lower. You must give us an explanation, otherwise we will leave. Give us our wages, and we'll go work at the Heilongjiang construction site. They have tens of thousands of people there, so they can't keep people like us. When the cook heard these people shouting, she got furious. It's a rebellion. It's really a rebellion. Go back and line up, go back. Unfortunately, the workers were furious and refused to give in. Their eyes were red, they gathered one by one, striding forward. Trample. Trample. Trample, you guys. The cooking lady was so frightened that she couldn't stop herself and took 2 steps back. What are you going to do, worker? What? We are workers, not pigs. Screw your pig food. Bang, he kicked the pot over. At the same time, the others also got excited and went up to vent their anger on the big pots. Bang. Bang. Bang, several large pots were kicked over to the ground. The cook wanted to stop them but was pushed to the ground by the angry workers. The cooking lady, there's a rebellion, hurry, someone come quickly, someone is killing people, oh my god, what on earth are you going to do? The noise caused a leader from the construction site to rush over and shout, what? Are you going to rebel? Everyone, stand aside. If you're just watching the commotion, I'll probably fine you if you don't believe it. Where's the foreman? Come out. However, before the foreman came out, the workers were already enraged by the atmosphere and pushed their leader to the ground with bloodshot eyes. We're quitting, give me money. Counted as salary. Don't be so angry. Yes, pay us our wages quickly. The entire Huawei open space was in complete chaos, and several logistics department leaders were running around screaming in panic. 1 or 2 workers might not dare to do anything to them, but these hundreds of workers were collectively furious, really adhering to the mentality of that the law does not punish the masses, just do it and it's over. The foreman also hid in the dark and dared not show up. They knew that going out in this situation would only make things worse. The workers' anger had been accumulated for such a long time and it would be difficult for them to stop. Just when things were about to get out of control, stop. A loud shout came from afar. Crash. Tianhu came running over with hundreds of people, each of them holding a baton. Seeing this, the workers who were already in chaos calmed down and stood there looking at Tianhu. They knew that the other party was the actual person in charge of the construction site and a gangster, and the hundreds of minions holding batons were proof of that. The social bosses still have a lot of power over these workers who come to the city to work. Tianhu asked angrily, "What's going on?" He was already extremely annoyed at having to look after the construction site and be in charge of the Huawei group during this period. Now seeing such a commotion at the construction site, how could he not be angry? He wanted to beat all the troublemakers half to death, but looking at the howling crowd, he understood that there were too many participants and this matter could not be suppressed by force. One worker bravely said, "The food we eat is too bad. We can't eat it anymore. The food is too bad." Tianhu looked at the logistics supervisors and asked, "Is our food bad? Didn't I tell you to come to the construction site as normal?" Logistics supervisor, Brother Tian. Everything is done according to the canteen standards of a normal construction site. I guarantee there will be no problem. Tianhu, where's the food? What did you make for lunch today? Logistics manager, this, the worker pointed to the ground. Swish. Tianhu looked at the ground and took a long time to identify those black eggplants. What is this? Garlic eggplant? Pickled vegetables? How come the water crotch is soaked? Worker, what pickled vegetables? This is our lunch today, boiled eggplant? Just one dish, how can this be 8 yuan for food? It should be 80 cents, other workers also said. People at the Black Dragon construction site next door are eating a feast of meat and fish, 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, and even fruit. We don't ask for that much. At least we can have a normal meal to fill our stomachs. We do heavy physical labor, and we can't do it without a full stomach. Leader. We really don't have the talent to do this. What? These black things are vegetables. Tianhu, benefit. Chapter 745. The riot is quelled, everything remains the same, and the resistance fails. Boiled eggplant in plain water. Tianhu looked at the black pot of food on the ground and his expression gradually turned cold, and the air around him also became colder. Tianhu, tell me, what happened? The logistics manager trembled with fear. Eggplant is an out-of-season vegetable, it's quite expensive, I don't know about the others. Tianhu, benefit, damn out-of-season vegetables, if you don't look carefully, you might think the stir-fried food on the ground is dog shit. Can people eat it? Fuck, tread. Tianhu kicked the logistics manager there. Ouch. The logistics manager sat down on the ground. Tianhu, damn, bring him here for me. Wow. Several younger brothers lifted up the logistics manager and carried him over. Logistics manager, Brother Tian, please listen to my explanation. Tianhu, fuck you? You're even greedy for the food money at the construction site I'm watching over? I'll let you be greedy. I'll let you be greedy, you fuck. Tianhu used his size 42 big feet to continuously trample on the logistics manager's size 40 face. Logistics manager, ouch. Brother Tian, I was wrong. Stop hitting me. Brother Tian, I was just greedy, just a little bit. Brother Wine, please tell me something. The envelope I gave you 2 days ago. A middle-aged man standing next to Tianhu's face changed slightly, and he kicked the logistics manager before he could finish speaking. Bang. Fuck. Don't talk nonsense. You know that nonsense can kill people. Damn it. This is how you betrayed my trust in you. You feed the workers with this. The logistics manager was beaten so hard that he was groaning and unable to speak. Seeing this, the workers' eyes were full of excitement and they all wanted to cheer and applaud. Grass, after another fierce kick, Tianhu didn't even look at the logistics manager huddled in the mud on the ground, nor at the trembling cook. Instead, he looked at the hundreds of workers. Everyone, I didn't manage my people well before. Don't worry, something like this will never happen again. Lao Wang, go. The workers haven't eaten yet. Order lunchboxes. I want good quality ones, delivered immediately. Lao Wang, okay. Got it. Tianhu looked at the workers and said, just give me some face today and let this go, okay? After hearing this, what else could the workers say? They were already somewhat afraid of Tianhu, and they believed that they and others who bullied the logistics manager had received the punishment they deserved. So their future lives would be much better, at least the food prices would increase a lot. This had already met their demands, and therefore, a large number of workers nodded in agreement with Tianhu's words. Even several foremen immediately popped up. Just do as Brother Tian says. We absolutely don't have any ill intentions today. We are really causing trouble for Brother Tian. What the brother said just now was all said in anger. Brother Tian, please don't take it seriously. At the same time, the foreman quickly winked at the workers behind him and whispered something, and soon these workers became completely quiet, knowing that they could not continue to make trouble. Tianhu, okay. In that case, all the foremen should lead their people to do their jobs. Let's take a short break today and we can discuss everything after dinner. The foreman nodded quickly. Moment, Tianhu left with hundreds of people. The logistics manager was being held up like a dead dog by several people. Brother Wang said indifferently, throw it out. The cooking lady said, you can't throw it away. This is my son. My son. How can you bully my son like this? He sent you. Brother Wang, throw them out together. Wow, bang. Bang, the logistics manager and the cook were all thrown out. Good, the workers applauded. Brother Wang nodded casually and quickly went to catch up with Tianhu. Lao Wang, Brother Tian, today's incident, Tianhu, solve it as soon as possible. Find the ringleaders and drive them all away. Lao Wang, I understand. Tianhu, those foremen didn't know how to suppress the situation today. They deducted 5,000 yuan from each person to increase the workers' food expenses. Lao Wang, Brother Tian, I'm not being too talkative. The reason these people are making a fuss isn't just because the food they cook is terrible. It's mainly because the food on the other side, Black Dragon, is so good. I guess Black Dragon is doing this on purpose to throw us off our feet. Tianhu, Lao Wang, our current food expenses are not even close to their level. Tianhu looked at it for a long time and said, no matter what you do, the result I want is that no one causes trouble and the construction site is completed smoothly, and the project is implemented. Lao Wang, that's no problem. Tianhu, go. He waved goodbye and left alone. Lao Wang breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Tianhu leave. Luckily, there have been too many internal issues at Huawei Group recently, otherwise I would have been in trouble today. Damn. How dare these workers go toe-to-toe with me? Fine. Aren't we supposed to improve the food? I'll change, brush. He picked up the phone and dialed, hello. I remember you have a way to get frozen meat? Bring it to me. It doesn't matter if it tastes good or not. As long as it doesn't kill me, the cheaper the better. Old rules. First give me 10,000 yuan worth of meat, and then I'll give you a 50,000 yuan bill. One side. A younger follower said, Brother Wang. If we improve the food like this, won't the workers continue to cause trouble? Lao Wang, what are you making such a fuss about? Separate these workers and have them eat in 3 canteens. And each cafeteria should be farther away from the Black Dragon cafeteria so they can't see these. Every time we eat, I'll send a few of my brothers over and see who dares to cause trouble. I'll just do it and fire them on the spot without paying them any wages. I'll let them file a complaint wherever they want. I don't think anyone will dare to cause trouble again. Younger brother, Gao, Brother Wang is Gao, Lao Wang, a bunch of lowlifes are worthy of fighting me. If I can't kill them, roar, roar, the workers all shouted loudly. In their view, their struggle was victorious. What awaited them in the future was improved food and a good life. They felt a sense of satisfaction that they had fought for themselves. However, they had no idea that all this was just their own imagination. Hu Wei did not care about their feelings at all. He only cared about when the construction site would be completed and nothing serious would happen. Although boiled eggplants were not necessary, cabbage, tofu and vermicelli were still the norm. This is the current situation of the construction site. It wasn't something that could be changed with just one small struggle, but it was also because of this that the high welfare benefits at the Heilongjiang construction site became known. Chapter 746 Lin Mansion Meeting, Kill the Black Dragon, Distance. Tianhu's face was slightly bitter. How could he not know what Lao Wang was thinking and what he would do? But he really didn't have the energy to care, nor could he care. The other party also had the support of the Huawei boss behind him. Current, there is a lot of chaos on the hilltops within Huawei. Even with the old man of the Lin family keeping things under control, he could barely keep them together. It was already a lot of effort for him to maintain the construction site by himself. He could only turn a blind eye to many people and things, otherwise the whole body would collapse easily. Tianhu, Godfather, Godfather. If you don't come out, I really can't hold on any longer. It's so hard to be the head of the family. Akiyu, Wang Wei sneezed violently. Damn it. Who's grumbling at me? Cursing me? Xinjiang. Xinjiang, don't take yourself too seriously. Who cares about you? Who would curse you? Opposite, the lawyer asked, Mr. Wang. Are you sick? Is it serious? Can you tell me more about it? Wang Wei, it was just a sneeze. Lawyer, are you really not feeling unwell? If your condition is serious, you can be released on medical parole. Wang Wei was stunned. He wasn't stupid, so how could he hear the hidden meaning in the lawyer's words? He immediately reacted, I've been feeling chest tightness and shortness of breath these past 2 days. It's the aftereffects of the previous surgery. Lawyer, hold on here, I'll go back and make the application for you right away. He did not say much. Although Chinese law is quite strict regarding medical parole, Wang Wei is currently special. He has no particular crime against him and only has some minor problems. Even if it goes on normally, he will be released in a few months at most. So as long as the matter is handled properly, he can be released on medical parole. Wang Wei, okay. I'll wait for your news. The lawyer nodded. He didn't care what the other party wanted to do or what his purpose was in going out early. He only knew that he could get a generous fee if he could get the other party to go out early. This is his professional ethics. Inside, Wang Wei had a serious face as he thought about what to do when he got out. Although he was in a hurry to get out, he had no plan on how to deal with the Black Dragon after getting out. Let's talk about everything later. Wang Wei, besides, Tianhu can only suppress those old guys temporarily. If it continues for a long time, there will definitely be chaos. Without me outside to guard the place, let alone confront the Black Dragon, I'm afraid the tiger's might will dissipate on its own. I don't even know if old Master Lin took any action, and why he allowed the Black Dragon to run rampant. Is Mr. Lin old or has he given up his power? It seems I need to make more preparations. I can't be treated as a discarded pawn. I can't let the Wang family be destroyed in my hands. Bang, supervisor, what are you thinking? Go in. Wang Wei walked in dejectedly, his eyes flashing with helplessness. He was at the mercy of others, and he felt like a top social boss, but he had no face here at all. Does he have any solution? No. Does he dare to resist? I dare not. He couldn't even think of seeking revenge. This was the way society operated. For a moment, he understood why Mr. Lin kept thinking about getting out of the society and leaving his status as a big shot. This status might be impressive in the outside world, but it was also a ticking time bomb that could kill people at any time. Go ashore. Go ashore. Lin family villa's old Master Lin was sitting and eating. His food was very vegetarian and light, without any meat or fish. On either side of him sat his two sons, silently accompanying him, only occasionally taking a bite. After all, they are the kind of people who love meat. I just accompany the old man for dinner, otherwise the two of us wouldn't even be able to eat such light dishes. Mr. Lin, what is Xiaoya busy with? Lin Lao what else can I be busy with? I have to take care of the baby. That little tiger is really strong. At this age, I can still produce one. Great. Really amazing, Boss Lin. You need to practice the trumpet. At present, the news that Lin Yu is pregnant is no secret, and her belly is a little visible. Old Master Lin frowned. Tell her to keep a low profile and visit the Huwei group more often. Wang Wei is not here. Tianhu alone can't control the situation. Even the mistress of the family needs to be out and about. Lin Lao okay. I'll tell her. But whether she does it or not is not my business. Old Master Lin just nodded calmly. Unlike his two brothers, he had some suspicions about the baby in Lin Yu's belly. Although Lin Yu was very secretive, she kicked Lu Bo out after she suspected that she was pregnant during that period, and created the situation to outsiders that she had ignored Lu Bo a long time ago, and then took the initiative to come back to Wang Wei to reminisce the old days. Therefore, even if Wang Wei learned that Lin Yu was pregnant and calculated the pregnancy period, he would think it was his child. This is what makes Lin Yu so awesome. Ocean's 11, the cat substitutes for the prince. Mr. Lin, I hope I'm wrong, otherwise I'm afraid that tiger will be untethered. It seems I have to prepare for both scenarios. If there are any signs of a tiger emerging from a dragon, I have to kill it directly. Just right, sacrifice the rook to save the king, Mr. Lin said again. When will Wang Wei be able to come out? Boss Lin, according to normal regulations, it will take at least half a year. It depends on whether the Public Security Department will temporarily add him to the order. Didn't they give him the connection last time? But I heard that he has been contacting a lawyer recently, and it seems that he plans to be released early. Lin Lao I'm definitely anxious to get out early. Black Dragon is currently expanding rapidly. According to my financial estimates, the Black Dragon Group's net profit last year alone was probably several hundred million. The entire group's valuation is over tens of billions, not much worse than ours. As soon as these words were spoken, even Mr. Lin was a little silent. It's nothing. Black Dragon's rise has been too fierce and too rapid. This year, the entire group is valued at tens of billions, which is more than the Lin Group has accumulated over decades. Who can remain calm? Moreover, Black Dragon Group has only been developed from scratch for more than 2 years, and its potential is obviously huge. Next year, its valuation may double or even more. Can the Lin Group do that? I can't do it. I can't do it at all. It can be said that if we really wait for half a year or a year for Wang Wei to come out, it will be too late. Maybe. The tiger's might is gone. Lin Lao Dad. We are just watching the Black Dragon Group develop. If it continues like this, no one will be able to suppress it. The morale of Huwei is low and it is about to collapse. Our subordinates are a little bit talkative. We must take measures, Boss Lin. Yeah. That Jiang Xia is also a loser. It's a waste of our secret support for him. That's right. The Lin family was behind the scenes orchestrating Jiang Xia's confrontation with Black Dragon. They spread rumors that Jiang Xia had surpassed Black Dragon and provided him with a lot of financial support, hoping he would fight Black Dragon. Pity, knocked out in less than 1 round. Mr. Lin, what measures? Boss Lin, listen to Dad. I'll do whatever he says and I'll make sure it's carried out to the end. Lin Lao me too. Mr. Lin. Chapter 747, Mr. Lin makes a plan. Sao Discord. Mr. Lin was helpless. He knew his two sons very well. How should I put it? Not stupid. But not smart either. At least it is a bit difficult to protect the huge foundation of the Lin family, which is why he is anxious to go ashore. The two sons often do some small things, which seem smart on the surface but are actually stupid. At this moment, old Master Lin somewhat understood Wang Wei's mentality of working hard to practice the trumpet, and he even had some ideas of his own. Certainly. It's just some ideas. Even if he wanted to, his health wouldn't allow it now, so he could only place his hopes on his grandchildren. I couldn't help but ask, why are there no movements in the stomachs of the daughters-in-law in front? I want grandchildren. Lots of grandchildren, Boss Lin. Won't I give you a grandson? Mr. Lin, so much like you, Boss Lin, no? Old man, why do I hear you say something else? You sound like you're insulting me. Mr. Lin, remember, your most important task right now is to return and give birth to a child for the Lin family. The more sons you have, the better. Whoever has an extra son will get an extra 5% of the shares. This policy is effective from now on, 5% shares, swish. The eyes of the eldest and second eldest Lin brothers lit up. They only had 10% of the shares each. If they had 6 or 7 sons, they would have half of the shares, and then they would become the largest shareholder of the Lin Group. A fight for power, fight for status, fight for the position of head of the family. It doesn't rely on their intelligence or their schemes, but on their ability to throw the pieces. This is a bit outrageous. Pity. They didn't know that Grandpa Lin had completely given up on them and could only place their hopes on the next generation of grandchildren. Looking at the expressions of the two men, Mr. Lin was too lazy to say anything more and said directly, "Okay. Now let's talk about Qin Jiang." Boss Lin, what happened to Qin Jiang? Mr. Lin, alright, now that you two have nothing to do, go away. Lin Lauda and Lin Lauer left without hesitation, their minds full of finding someone to dump the seeds for them. Why, Mr. Lin sighed. The housekeeper said, "Master, don't worry. You are still very strong and can continue to hold on for decades. There will always be a great-grandson among your grandchildren. If not, it's not too late to choose a great-grandson. Even if it's based on probability, you can always choose one. There are many big men in Hong Kong who are over 100 or 80 years old and still in charge of their families. How old are you?" Hearing this, Mr. Lin's face was indeed much more relaxed. Yes. How old is he? Just over 60, it's the right age to make breakthroughs. Mr. Lin, how's the Huawei construction site doing lately? Is there any progress? Butler, there was a bit of a disturbance, but it died down quickly. Nothing serious happened. Mr. Lin, what about Black Dragon? The housekeeper said, they're so enthusiastic. The construction is progressing very quickly, like a small city. I think billions of dollars will be invested in building Beijing City. What is Qin Jiang thinking? What exactly is he trying to do to make money? Can he earn it back? Mr. Lin said, Qin Jiang is a very cunning man. He has never failed since he started his business. He can build a market value of tens of billions with just 2 small milk tea shops. This is not to be underestimated. The housekeeper said, he's very capable, and the team around him is also very good, especially Zhu Zhang. He's very smart, cunning, and resourceful. He alone is not easy to deal with. The rest of his subordinates are also not simple. They are simply a perfect entrepreneurial team. Old Master Lin nodded and then shook his head. Having such a team is perfect, having a cooperative brother like Zhu Zhang is perfect, and the Iron Triangle is perfect, but all of this was built in the early stages of entrepreneurship. Now that they have entered the middle stage of entrepreneurship, things are not so perfect. Zhu Zhang is a man of means, ability, and courage, and he can also control those under him. He also played a significant role in Black Dragon's founding. It can be said. Why is it that only Qin Jiang is rumored outside? Black Dragon belongs to Qin Jiang, not Zhu Zhang. Why? The butler seemed to have guessed something. Master, you mean we can sow discord? How to sow discord between us? Use money to corrupt him. Old Master Lin waved his hand. No. These methods are too crude and too easy to give people a reason to criticize. I remember you found out that Qin Jiang's brother and Zhu Zhang's brother were both at the Black Dragon construction site. Butler, yes. Mr. Lin, then let's start with these two people and let them naturally catalyze the situation. All we need to do is fan the flames from behind and make the right video at the right time. I don't believe that truly capable people would be willing to be inferior to others. You go and do this. Butler, I understand. Soon the butler left to implement the plan. Old Master Lin also sat there and muttered, even powerful forces often collapse from within. Rising too quickly is both your advantage and your disadvantage. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, I just don't believe your brotherhood can really hold up under such a huge shock. Royal Villa, Lin Yu has moved back home, and her belly is already showing, so she naturally can't continue wandering around outside. Buzz, her phone rang and the caller ID showed, Lubo. Lin Yu frowned and answered the phone. Lin Yu said in a cold tone, I told you not to call me again. Lubo's voice came over the phone, I just want to tell you that I'm leaving Songjiang. I know you don't want to see me again, and I don't want to cause you any more trouble. Protect yourself, protect the life in your belly. Hearing these words, the coldness on Lin Yu's face disappeared. She still had feelings for Lubo because of the long time they were together. However, reason told her that she couldn't continue the contact, otherwise Wang Wei would never let her go if the situation was exposed. But now she was very touched by what Lubo said. Lin Yu, yes. I will transfer another 2 million to your card. Have a safe trip. Lubo, all right. Bang, Lubo hung up the phone, then he called San Yang again and said the same thing, saying that he left Songjiang for her. San Yang was very touched, also promised to transfer him 1 million. Bang, after hanging up the phone again, Lubo took out a small notebook and opened it, crossing out the names and phone numbers of Lin Yu and San Yang. It's completely cleaned out, but that's enough, another 3 million in easy money. This is much better than working. As expected. Starting a business is not as good as making a fortune. TSK, he took out his phone again and dialed, "Hello? It's me. Yeah. I'm already on the train. Don't worry if the new rich woman you found for me is reliable. I guarantee she'll be satisfied." Chapter 748, Is Lubo a good person? Setting a trap for Qin He and Zhu Yubang, hang up the phone. Lin Yu murmured, "Lubo is truly a good man, and he has abilities." Unfortunately, now that Lubo's threat has disappeared, the others don't know about this situation. But it's not enough. Tiger is suspicious by nature. He will definitely do a checkup after I give birth. I need to prepare in advance. Think of this. She took out her phone and dialed, "Hello? It's me. I'm looking for a reliable doctor. I want one from a big hospital. Small hospitals won't do. I need a top-notch doctor. It's hard to find people like this. Doctors in big hospitals earn a lot of money and don't care about small things. They won't ruin their reputation for a small amount of money. Lin Yu, I can add money. How many? Lin Yu, 100,000. I'll give you 100,000. I want the doctor to give me a paternity test report. 100,000? No problem, enough for some doctors to take risks. I promise to find it for you. Lin Yu, okay. After hanging up the phone, she fell into deep thought again. This is still not safe enough. Tiger might go to see a doctor outside. I need to win over someone Tiger trusts in advance. Who will he ask to do this? Tian Hu. Yes. It should be him. If Tiger really wants to find a doctor outside, he will definitely leave it to him. I have to make some trouble with him. This kid is so stubborn and doesn't even take me, his godmother, seriously. What should we do? They should find someone to follow him, or starting with a doctor would be the safest option. For a while, Lin Yu kept thinking about how to make the plan more complete, just to pave the way for the son in her belly, although the son had nothing to do with Wang Wei. Yes, she already knew that she was pregnant with a son, which was why she was very satisfied with Lubo. The other side, San Yang hung up the phone with a sense of regret. It's a shame such a capable person is leaving. It's better for him to leave. Otherwise, one mistake could lead to a complete loss. This way, the baby in my belly will be safe. A mother's status depends on her child. As long as I give birth to this baby, even if I can't ascend to the throne, I'll have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of my life. San Yang's worry-free life is definitely not the same as that of ordinary people. She needs to eat well, dress well, play well, and have social status every day. Wang Wei can satisfy all of these. Compared with this, Lubo's satisfaction is not so good. San Yang, but that tiger is very suspicious. I need to be more prepared and not be discovered by him. I need a reliable doctor, and I need to send someone to monitor the people around him. Immediately, then he took out his phone and started making contact. It's not easy to find a doctor in this big hospital? What? You want more money? I don't care how much you ask. For 100,000 yuan, I guarantee I can give you a satisfactory paternity test. Number 1 office. Wang Wei was lying there with a very ugly look on his face. He hadn't eaten properly for several days because he was pretending to be sick. A man looked at Wang Wei playing cards and said, "Brother Hu, why is your face a little green? Didn't the food taste good? I still have some money in my card, I can buy you a chicken drumstick or something." Wang Wei glared at him. "What are you talking about? Why are you eating chicken legs? Shut up and get out, man." Black Dragon construction site, just got off work. A group of people left the crowd in 2s and 3s, and did not go to the cafeteria to get food. Instead, they headed towards the side door where several Black Dragon personnel were guarding it. Keelung construction site regulations: any construction worker who wants to leave the construction site needs to ask for leave, and is not allowed to leave the construction site under normal circumstances. First, to prevent the leakage of construction conditions inside the construction site. Second, in order to prevent the large-scale departure of workers from causing chaos, the management of the vacant land for tens of thousands of people is naturally strict. However, the Black Dragon guards saw these people coming and did not stop them. They did not even look at the leave request and simply opened the door to let them leave. Wait until these people leave. One of the new Black Dragon personnel was a little confused. Why are they letting them go without even checking? An old Black Dragon employee, investigate? What are you investigating? Do you know their identities? Newcomer, what's your identity? The old man said, "Did you see the 2 young men leading the group? One is called Qin He and the other is called Zhu Yu. Do you understand?" Newcomer, Qin He? Zhu Yu? I don't know him? Never heard of him? Is he the head of the engineering department? The old man, are you really stupid, or are you pretending to be stupid? What do these two surnames mean that you don't understand? The newcomer was incredulous. You mean, the old man nodded. It's just as you think. And it's all Ben's fault. People like him have connections everywhere, so why should we care? Besides, they're just going out to eat after work. With his status, asking for a leave note is just a greeting. Why bother? You still want to ask them for a leave note? Why are you just waiting to be punished by holding a feather as a token of authority? Newcomer, yes, outside. In a small pub, Jeannie, Juyu, and 3 or 4 colleagues were enjoying a meal and drinking. Although the food in the Halong Keti cafeteria was very good, the workers found it difficult to eat there for long periods of time. Naturally, they wanted to come out for a meal more often. During the meal, the 3 or 4 of them were completely praising Chin He and Juyu and saying Manager Chin was very impressive at the construction site today. His effective management ensured the smooth coordination of several projects. Today, a few workers had a conflict and I was at a loss. Manager Zhu solved it with just a few words. Amazing. That's right. Manager Chin and Manager Zhu will probably go to headquarters to become big bosses as soon as our project stops. 2 leaders, please don't forget us. If you become rich and powerful, don't forget us. To this, Chin He and Juyu felt satisfied but also a little uncomfortable. It turned out that since the 2 of them were assigned to the construction site, Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang had not paid special attention to them. Therefore, although the 2 of them were sought after by everyone on the construction site, until now they were just small leaders in charge of a second-level department under the engineering department. The speed of promotion was indeed slow compared to their status, even a little ridiculously slow. Naturally, they were not without any waves in their hearts. Only, faced with these people's pursuit, I could only hum and agree. Juyu, boss, 6 more bottles of wine. Chini, okay, it's almost time. It's almost 9 o'clock, let's go back. We have to go to work tomorrow. We can't let down our team after working hard for 100 days. As soon as these words were spoken, several people nearby smiled and echoed in agreement. Juyu, okay, let's go. Laha, the group left in a mighty procession. Intersection. A young-looking girl looked at the photo in her hand. It was a photo of Chin He and Juyu. Then she looked at the people who had walked out of the tavern. Just these 2? Seduction? My forte, brush. She put the pictures away and put on her helmet. Boom, carrying the motorcycle and rushing forward. Chapter 749, The Troublemaker. Wang Yuan and Juyu's little thoughts. Boom, the motorcycle rushed towards the few people with a roar. At that time, these people in the tavern were still a little drunk and didn't react. Call out, someone, get out of the way, get out of the way. Chini, Juyu and others finally reacted. Some panicked and tried to dodge, some were afraid and wanted to retreat, and some subconsciously stood in front of the 2 men. See this, Chin He and Juyu hurriedly hid to the sides. Boom, card pull. The motorcycle left heavy brake marks on the ground and eventually hit Chin He and Juyu. Bang. Bang, both of them were knocked down. Manager Chin, Manager Zhu, seeing Chin He and Juyu fall to the ground, everyone rushed forward to help them. Fortunately, the motorcycle braked in time and Chin He and Juyu were only slightly scratched. Several people helped Chin He and Juyu up, and then shouted at the woman on the motorcycle, fuck, you're looking for death, you're just running across the main road, tell me, who sent you here? Look, if you provoke our black dragon, you're fucking ruined. Have you achieved your goal? Tell me, they questioned angrily with cold faces, clenching their fists and preparing to surround them. See this, Chin He and Juyu did not stop him either. After all, it was hard not to suspect that they were intentionally hit by a motorcycle right after they came out. Besides, Black Dragon had enemies, Tiger Power. They were at the other party's construction site, and the 2 of them had special identities. The next moment, the woman on the motorcycle took off her helmet and shook her extremely flowing hair from side to side, revealing her delicate face. At this moment, her face was filled with a trace of panic. I didn't mean to do that. You just came off the road and I didn't notice. I really didn't mean to do that. Are you all okay? How about I call an ambulance for you? Don't worry, I won't shirk my responsibility. I will compensate you for any medical expenses when the time comes. Her slightly panicked and sincere tone, coupled with her beautiful face, stunned everyone. Although they were members of the Black Dragon, they were basically newly recruited personnel from the engineering department and had not received much training. In addition, it was difficult for them to tell what was happening in front of such a beautiful woman, so they subconsciously believed that what she said was true. They themselves were not aggressive people, so naturally they would not really hit such a woman. Chin, he waved his hands repeatedly. Okay, it's okay. It's just a little scrape, that's all. Xu Yuza looked at the woman in a daze, and just kept waving his hands to show that he was not in the way. The woman waved her hands hurriedly. How can that be? I bumped into you. You may feel better now, but you might have other problems later. So, I'll leave you a WeChat message. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to contact me. I won't shirk my responsibilities. I promise to take responsibility to the end. She took out a piece of paper from her pocket, wrote her number on it, and handed it directly to Qin He. My name is Wang Yuan Yuan, you can call me anytime. Then, she made a gesture indicating she was in touch at any time. Swish. Put on the helmet, lean forward and show off your curvy figure, then stomp your foot down hard to boom, just ride away on a motorcycle. This scene stunned several people there. There were no women on the construction site originally, and who could remain calm when they saw such a beautiful and youthful woman today? TSK, this is the real deal, that figure, wow. She looks only around 20 years old. And the motorcycle she rides isn't cheap. Her family's obviously not poor either, so cool. So stylish, don't even think about it. A woman like that is not you at all. I can't get close to her, they couldn't help but feel dejected. Although they had joined the Black Dragon and had a promising future, they were currently just ordinary Black Dragon members. Just because the Black Dragon was awesome didn't mean they were awesome. There is an essential difference. With their current annual income of tens of thousands, that motorcycle alone would be enough for them to work hard for several years. The two sides are completely not on the same level. The girls on the other side have a good family background, good looks, and are very young and have a good personality. They are simply not accessible to them. They are reserved for big shots, they won't be delusional. Qin He, what a unique woman. Zhuyu, what a beautiful woman. One side, several people looked at the expressions of the two and couldn't help but praise them again. Although we are not worthy of Wang Yuan Yuan, Manager Qin and Manager Zhu are different. You are definitely more than enough for her. You two can give it a try. I think so too. It's fate that woman met us today. Do you two want to? He. I think it's feasible. While they were praising them, they said sincerely that although Qin He and Zhu Zhang were both plain-looking, they had impressive family backgrounds and no woman could escape their dreams with their status. As soon as these words were spoken, the two of them had already planned to leave, but their eyes flickered. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves a beautiful woman. Seeing such a young and beautiful girl and having such a fate with her, and now having her contact information, and with the flattery of the people around them, the two of them became a little excited. It's hard not to be tempted. Bang! Qin He looked at the note in his hand and began to imagine how he would meet the other party. At this moment, Zhu said, I'm determined to pursue this woman, no one can stop me. Finished. He looked at Qin He as if he suddenly remembered something. Brother Qin, what about you? Do you want to pursue this woman? If you do, then I'll give her to you. We're brothers, so who's the one to follow? I definitely can't snatch the woman my brother likes. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin He's eyes dimmed slightly, and his grip on the note loosened slightly. He looked at Zhuyu and said, no. My career is my priority right now, so why would I want a woman? Since you like her, go after her. He handed the note to Zhuyu. Zhuyu, you really don't want to chase her, how about you try chasing her first, and if she doesn't agree, I'll chase her later. Anyway, we can't let him escape from our brother's grasp. Qin He, no need, go after me. I don't have the heart to focus on women right now. Zhuyu, then I won't be polite. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. He had just said that to deliberately set a trap for Qin He. He knew that the other party would value brotherhood and would not compete with him for the woman. Really, everything was just as he expected. Zhuyu, I just don't have the opportunity, otherwise I might not be inferior to my brother. Little Zhuge, who isn't? The Zhuge family is full of smart people. Chapter 750, The Wisdom of the Zhu Family. Zhuyu takes the hook brush. Zhuyu looked down at the note in his hand. Wang Yuan Yuan? If you and I are destined to be together, I will definitely get you. Without hesitation, he took out his cell phone and started chatting. I in the dormitory, 12 o'clock, Zhuyu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The other party still hadn't accepted his request to add him. I clearly added the correct number. Why didn't they add me? Are they busy, or do they simply not want to add me? That's not right. If they didn't want to add me, they wouldn't have left a note. They could have just left. Is she afraid that we would cause trouble for him, or is she leaving the wrong number? His mind was racing with confusion. Qin He turned over and found Zhuyu staring at her phone, also puzzled. Why aren't you asleep yet? Zhuyu, I have something else to do, you go to sleep first. Qin He, well, okay. Just when Zhuyu's doubts turned into anger and he cursed Wang Yuan Yuan in his heart buzz, his phone vibrated, indicating that Wang Yuan Yuan had passed his friend verification, and at the same time sent a message, sorry, I was busy and didn't check my phone. I just saw, Zhuyu, it's okay, Wang Yuan Yuan, are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to go to the hospital with you tomorrow? Zhuyu, overall, I'm fine, but I can't bend my leg. I want to go to the hospital tomorrow. My colleagues are all busy and can't accompany me, so I'm sorry to bother you. But it's free, and we have insurance on the construction site, so we can use it. Wang Yuan Yuan, that's not good. Zhuyu, nothing wrong. Why are you so busy so late? It's already 12 o'clock. Wang Yuan Yuan, I just took on a new role and was memorizing the script, that's why I'm late. Zhuyu, you've worked so hard. Wang Yuan Yuan, it's not hard work, it's a hard life. But I don't believe in fate. I firmly believe that as long as I work hard, I can live the life I want. Zhuyu, you really have a lot of energy and vitality. Wang Yuan Yuan, you too. I can tell from chatting with you that you're a nice person. There are very few people like you worth making friends with these days. Zhu Yu, really? You want to be friends with me, Wang Yuan, aren't we already friends? The two of them chatted very happily, and Zhu Yu felt that the girl understood him very well and he had the urge to win her over. The two of them finished chatting at 2 in the morning. Wang Yuan, I still have to memorize the script tomorrow, so I'm going to sleep now. Let's talk tomorrow. Zhu Yu, see you tomorrow. Good night. Wang Yuan, good night. Wow, Zhu Yu clenched his fists tightly, and the corners of his mouth could hardly suppress the smile. I said she and I were destined to be together. Look how much we got along. We will definitely make further progress tomorrow. As long as I can catch the topic of leg care, we can meet at least a few times. By then, I don't believe I can't win her over. I, Zhu Yu, have wisdom and skills. Who am I afraid of? Who can't defeat me? I want to bloom, I want to bear fruit. Ha, he couldn't help singing. He opened his eyes sleepily. You, Zhu Yu, ha, I suddenly remembered something very happy. Go to sleep. He, hotel spang, Wang Yuan threw the phone on the table beside her. A little jerk actually talked about love topics that students talk about. It's childish and stupid. I wasted so much time talking. He kept nagging me. I'm so tired. I'm sure he's Zhu Zhang's younger brother, the shirtless man with tattoos next to him said, of course. A grandfather's. Wang Yuan, it seems that all their wisdom is concentrated on Zhu Zhang, the big man. Didn't he add you? Wang Yuan, no. The big man said, he is also the key. See if you can hook up with him later. Of course, don't be too deliberate. If you really can't hook up with him, then take Zhu Yu down. Wang Yuan, how difficult is it to capture such a little brat? The big man said, don't let your guard down. The higher-ups are taking this very seriously and we can't make any mistakes. Wang Yuan, just leave it to me, don't worry. The big man said, remember. You have to play hard to get. Don't let him eat directly. Men, the easier it is to get, the less they value it. You have to know, Wang Yuan, if you want me to tell you, but I can pay you. The big man, the reward is definitely enough, but tonight I want to test your ability. Wang Yuan, I'm afraid you can't handle it. Big man, who are you looking down on? Wang Yuan, what do you think? A few minutes later, Wang Yuan looked at the sleeping big man with a disdainful smile. Just this. Silver spear hothead. The next day. Early morning. Wow. He stretched himself hard. A new day, a new start. Shit. What's going on with you? Zhu Yu was already dressed in a neat black suit, looking in the mirror, fiddling with himself with 2 pounds of wax to fix his hair shape, and muttering to himself in a very showy way, she's so handsome, big brother. This damn charm of yours is not easy to control. Wang Yuan is my type. Then he seemed to hear He getting up and asking, I have to go out for something. He, what's the matter? Zhu Yu, go to the hospital to see my leg. He, your leg is injured? Zhu Yu, no. But do I have an excuse to ask Wang Yuan out? Zhu Yu, please ask for sick leave for me. Zhu Yu, forget it, I'll treat myself. He hummed a little tune and left, not forgetting to say to before leaving, wait for my good news. A few minutes later Zhu Yu came to the boss's office. Boss Yi Gang got up and saw Zhu Yu with a smile on his face. Manager Zhu, come. Sit down. Zhu Yu, leader, can I ask for sick leave? Leader, sick leave? Are you sick? Zhu Yu, I accidentally sprained my ankle yesterday. Let me go see, leader, is it serious? I don't have anything to do today. I'll take you to the hospital later. Zhu Yu, no need. It's just a small matter. I asked a friend to accompany me. I can't trouble you. It's a critical moment at the construction site. It's okay for me to leave, but I can't leave you. It will delay the progress of the project. It should be said that he is very good at flattery, and his identity makes the effect more prominent. The leader nodded and said, okay. Tell me if anything happens right away. I'll reimburse you as a work injury when I get the order back. Go ahead. Zhu Yu, okay, immediately. He turned around and headed towards the abyss with great excitement. Chapter 751, Zhu Yu's love, falling step by step. The leader nodded casually. He didn't care whether Zhu Yu was injured or not, whether Zhu Yu really sprained her ankle or just wanted to use it as an excuse to ask for leave. None of it matters. Could he refuse? No. If he really didn't, the other party could continue to report it to the higher-ups, and no one would stop him. But after all, it wasn't a big deal in the first place. Wouldn't it be stupid for him to take it as a token of authority? Besides, He and Zhu Yu were mainly used as mascots at the construction site. He was able to endure hardships and study hard, but Zhu Yu was always self-righteous. Therefore, he didn't dare to entrust many important things to them. Otherwise, it's okay, he will be in trouble if he does the job. It makes no difference whether they are at the construction site or not. Shook his head. He didn't take it seriously at all and started to wash up. Zhuyu was free, but he was not work hard for 100 days, busy, he has a lot to deal with. Outside, Zhuyu left the construction site unhindered with an excited look on his face and went to the place where he was hit yesterday to wait. Soon. Boom, boom, the roar of motorcycles came from afar, and Wang Yuan was seen crawling on the motorcycle. She was wearing a tight-fitting outfit that showed off her perfect figure. She was even sexier than yesterday in a pure black outfit. Many passers-by on the road couldn't help but look at her. Some people subconsciously swallowed their saliva when they saw her curvy figure. Boom, Wang Yuan turned the corner on her motorcycle and drifted slightly before stopping in front of Zhuyu. Bang, she opened her helmet and looked at Zhuyu without any nonsense, pointing to the back seat. Get in. Zhuyu was startled. Shall we go on motorcycles? Wang Yuan, nonsense, are you still walking? Come on up, there aren't many people at the hospital at this time. Zhuyu, okay. His eyes lit up as he got on the motorcycle and subconsciously and cautiously tried to hug Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan said directly, hold on tight. Go, let's go, brush. Zhuyu hugged Wang Yuan, feeling the warmth and comfort from his hands and body, and he was completely infatuated. At the same time, he found that he was really in love. He had such close contact with such a beautiful woman for the first time. Isn't it, as long as you work hard, you can eat. That day Zhuyu and Wang Yuan made a quick appointment at the hospital. No matter where the doctor pressed on Zhuyu, she cried out in pain, but an X-ray showed no signs of injury. The doctor concluded, it's nothing serious. It's just a tendon in your foot that's been rubbed. I'll give you some painkillers and some tonics, and you can go home and rest. Wang Yuan, I hope he won't have any sequelae. Doctor, no. Given his condition, if you had come a few days later, he would have been fine. Zhuyu, I am a good person. A few minutes later, Wang Yuan helped Zhuyu leave the hospital. Wang Yuan, are you sure you can get it reimbursed? If not, I'll pay for it for you. Zhuyu, of course. Wang Yuan, okay then. Zhuyu, I'm really sorry for bothering you today. You've been running around with me. So I'll treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude for accompanying me today. Wang Yuan smiled and nodded, sure. Zhuyu couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Then the two of them came to a restaurant. Originally, Zhuyu wanted to go to a big hotel, but Wang Yuan insisted that a small restaurant was more authentic. After hearing this, Zhuyu was more satisfied with Wang Yuan. She was outstanding in appearance, came from a good family, and had very positive values. Who could not like a girl like this? Anyway, he likes it. Wang Yuan, I saw you coming out of the construction site this morning. What's going on? Are you a worker? What kind of job? A cement worker? A scaffolder? None of those things. More like an office worker? A leader? Zhuyu, I'm not really a leader, just a small manager in the project department, usually responsible for managing the construction. Wang Yuan, construction? I passed by that construction site a few days ago and it was packed with people. What are you building? Zhuyu, a city. Wang Yuan, a city? What are you going to do? Which company are you from? Why are you so powerful? Zhuyu, Black Dragon Group. As he spoke, his face showed pride but also a little caution. The construction of the city that never sleeps had been classified as a core secret by the higher-ups and was kept secret from the outside world. He was a little afraid that Wang Yuan was here to get information from him. Wang Yuan, Black Dragon, I think I've heard of him. By the way, where are you from? Local? Zhuyu was stunned by the other party's sudden change of subject. So now he's not paying attention to the construction site anymore and is paying attention to me? That proves he's not interested in the site. What's he thinking? How could he be trying to get information? If he were, he would have definitely added me on WeChat yesterday instead of waiting for him. If he were, he wouldn't have just asked a few simple questions and left it at that. It seems, I'm totally overthinking it. Zhuyu, well, I was born in Northern Province, but my ancestral home is in Mountain Province, and the older generation came here. Wang Yuan, then can you tell me about the older generation's experience? I'm really curious. I was born and raised in a neighboring province, city, and I've only seen these things in TV dramas. Zhuyu, okay. After Zhuyu told Wang Yuan about his father's generation, and then talked about his own childhood. Wang Yuan was listening from beginning to end. When she heard Zhuyu talk about the highlights, she showed a hint of admiration, and her eyes were full of longing for Zhuyu to be great. This gave Zhuyu great satisfaction. He spoke more eloquently and couldn't help exaggerating and bragging. It's a pity, something happened at home that I didn't go to college. Otherwise, I could have gotten into one of those universities, not just Tsinghua or Peking University, but at least 911 or 285. Wang Yuan, goddamn 911. He can't even tell the difference and yet he's pretending to be cool. But she didn't expose him and instead said, you're already very capable. You're only 20 years old and you're already the manager of such a big construction site. You have a bright future. I envy you, Zhuyu, not to that extent. What about me? To have achieved what I have today is not only due to my own hard work but also because my family gave me some thanks. It's nothing compared to you. How can it be better than you? I have lived in the city since I was a child and didn't suffer that much. He seemed to be belittling himself, but he took this opportunity to talk about his background. After all, Zhu Zheng's identity as his younger brother is his biggest trump card, and it also gives him the courage to pursue the other party. Wang Yuan, if you don't suffer when you're young, you'll suffer when you grow up. Memorizing scripts every day is tiring. Zhu, by the way. Are you an actor? Wang Yuan, not really. I'm just an acting enthusiast, so I can only be considered a supporting role, a minor supporting role. Chapter 752, Completely Fallen, Traditional Girl. Zhu, have you ever filmed a movie? Wang Yuan, of course. And it's a big drama, have you seen it? I played the heroine's maid in it? And I played the otaku in it. I stunned everyone in the first episode, but was killed in the second. Ha ha. She couldn't help laughing, but after years of hard work, I've moved beyond the scope of extras. I'm a serious special guest, earning several thousand a month. Today's meal is on me. Zhu, are you considered a star? No wonder I felt you looked familiar when I first saw you. You must have seen your drama. He didn't lie. He felt that Wang Yuan looked familiar when he first saw her. In his opinion, Wang Yuan has been in the industry for 3 or 4 years and has played many supporting roles such as maids, concubines, and courtesans. It is normal to see a familiar face on his face. Wang Yuan, don't praise me, Zhu, I'm really not flattering you. With your looks and personality, you'll be able to make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry in the future. Wang Yuan, really? Really? A few rays of light appeared in her eyes. Being a star in the entertainment industry was her lifelong dream. For this, she had put in too much effort that ordinary people could hardly imagine, and endured too much hardship that ordinary people could not understand. However, she always missed the opportunity again and again, otherwise she would not have accepted the task of the Lin family. Even though she did not know what Tiger Power and Black Dragon were, she also understood that the existence of this level would be as easy to kill her as an ant. However, for the promise made to her by the Lin family, and to become a big star admired and followed by everyone, she did not hesitate. Zhu, I said, you can do it. Wang Yuan, I really get along well with you today. I wouldn't be satisfied without a drink. Boss. Bring me 2 bottles of beer. I can only drink 1. Keep talking about the countryside. I love to hear. Zhu, no problem, drink wine. He was worried about how to proceed. The two of them had a very pleasant meal, chatting about everything and discussing the past. They also changed their way of addressing each other from their first names to Yuan and Au, Buzz. When Wang Yuan's phone rang, she looked down at the text message with a slightly unnatural expression. Zhu had already drunk several bottles of wine and didn't see Wang Yuan's expression clearly, so he asked directly, who is it? Wang Yuan, home. Are you worried something might happen to me? I guess I have to go home early today. Zhu, no? Why don't you go back earlier? What should I do? I'm just getting started. But then I thought it was great. This proves that Wang Yuan in front of him is a good girl, a girl with curfew and good family education. Only such a girl can be Zhu's girlfriend. If a girl can talk to him when they meet for the first time, then he can agree as Zhu. It's okay. Can I take you home? Wang Yuan looked at Zhu's feet and said, are you sure you want to send me off? Or should I send you back? Afterwards, Wang Yuan rode her motorcycle to take Zhu back to the construction site. Bye, see you next time. Zhu, see you next time, I'll treat you to a good meal. Wang Yuan gave Zhu a look that said, I'm waiting for you, put on her helmet, and rode away on her motorcycle. I hold the gong in my left hand and the drum in my right hand, and I sing with the gong and drum. I can't sing other songs. Zhu walked back to the construction site with the 8 master step, feeling very happy. Yo, the manager saw him and said, it's okay. Zhu subconsciously limped a little. Well, it's okay, nothing serious, just needs a few checkups. He was obviously looking for an excuse to go out later. The leader didn't care, okay? Back to the dormitory. On the construction site, they are currently living in a container house. At that time, 6 workers normally lived in one room. However, Zhu and Qin He were middle-level leaders, and because of their relationship, they were assigned to a double room. The accommodation conditions were very good. Of course, even the workers and other leaders were not dissatisfied with this matter. Some even thought it was a bit outrageous for 2 people to stay at the construction site for such a long time. Shouldn't they have been promoted long ago? See you come back, Qin He said, you're gone for a whole day? Do you take so long to see a doctor in the hospital these days? How is it, Zhu? It's going very smoothly. I tell you, we can guarantee it will be completed in a month at most. Qin He's eyes fell slightly. He also had a crush on Wang Yuan, but since Zhu had beaten him to the punch, he couldn't say anything. He could only say, then, congratulations in advance. Zhu, thanks for your good wishes. I'll ask her to see if there are any good girlfriends to introduce to you. Of course, we should be together to get rid of singleness. Good brothers. Chin He, good brother. The two men patted each other on the shoulders. Chin He, by the way. What kind of girl do you think she is? Juyu, she? She's a very unique person with a simple heart. She comes from a well-off family, loves to laugh, and doesn't care about wealth. She likes stories about the countryside. Anyway, she's a very traditional type of girl, in a hotel. Boom. 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 As soon as Wang Yuan knocked on the door, it opened and a middle-aged man pulled her in. That moment, there were bursts of scolding from inside. Who told you to be late? Look at the time, it's already? Do you still want the role? I'm sorry, producer. No need to explain. I'm just asking you if you still want this fifth female role? Yes. Definitely. Okay. Now for the audition. The female fifth role is someone who knows how to act like a third party or someone who enjoys doing it. It's up to you to act. This, what? Can't act? Actually, I'm a traditional girl. Tradition? If you don't mind, I'd be happy to be your little. Oh, you really surprised me. Okay. I want to see how you act. If you can satisfy me, it's not impossible to promote you from the fifth female to the fourth or third female. Producer, you are bad. Time passes. For a month, the entire Songjiang River was calm and peaceful without any disturbance. Black Dragon is developing at a high speed. Yi Zhe is also working hard to improve. Jiang Xia didn't dare to go back to Songjiang in person, but instead sent someone back to relocate the entire Yu software company. Huawei is still working intensively at the construction site. Ever since the last disturbance at the construction site, Tianhu had the canteen moved away from Heilong. This way, although the workers know that the food at Heilong's construction site is good, they won't feel so bad if they can't see it. In addition, Huawei Group has withheld 2 months' salary from them, and these workers have no choice but to accept their fate. Especially since those who caused the most serious trouble last time were directly fired without receiving any salary, and several foremen were also fined and reprimanded. Who would dare to resist in such a situation? I can only bear it. Only Ojuyu fell completely into the trap and couldn't extricate himself. Chapter 753. Juyu is short of money. Genie, it's okay to be lazy occasionally. Juyu has been taking leave every day during this period to go on dates with Wang Yuan. Their relationship has already progressed to become a couple, but of course it has only progressed to lip friendship at the moment. Boom. Boom, Juyu knocked on the door. The leader said without even opening the door, let's go. Juyu, okay. One side, He said, Ayu, it's not right for you to go out every day. Which is more important, career or women? Juyu, career? Where's the career? We're both still just mid-level leaders. I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. We're just hanging around here anyway, so why not go out on a date? I'm not kidding. We have to eat tonight. He boom, Juyu left the construction site and rode Wang Yuan's motorcycle. The two went to the amusement park first and then to the movies. During the time, Juyu was naturally not honest and was touching people all the time. Wang Yuan didn't refuse either. 8 o'clock, Juyu grabbed Wang Yuan's hand and said pitifully, Yuan, are you leaving tonight? I can't sleep without you. I heard that the night view there is very beautiful. Let's. He pointed to a high-end hotel on the river not far away. Wang Yuan, you just know how to lie to me. But she didn't refuse. Instead, she mumbled, when I left today, I told my parents I'd be staying at my best friend's house. As soon as these words were spoken, Juyu was overjoyed and excited. Holy crap. I really need to eat it. He took Wang Yuan to the hotel, but just as Juyu had finished taking a shower in the hotel room, he heard Wang Yuan answering the phone outside. Well. Director. Don't worry. Give me 2 days, I promise to raise the money for you. Bang. Juyu pushed the door open and came out. What's wrong? What happened? Wang Yuan's face looked a little ugly. Nothing. Juyu saw that Wang Yuan was in a low mood. Although he wanted to do that, he knew that now was not the time to do that. Otherwise, it would be too inhuman. So he hurried forward and asked, Yuan, what is our relationship? Is there anything you want to hide from me, Wang Yuan? Well, it's nothing. I accidentally broke a machine while filming last time, and now the damage assessment is 150,000 yuan. I haven't saved much money in the past 2 years, so I only have 100,000 yuan left. Besides, my family doesn't support my acting career. They always want me to go home. Forget it. I'll try to sell my motorcycle tomorrow to raise money. Juyu was slightly startled. 50,000 yuan. That. I have it. So. I can help you, Wang Yuan, you give it to me? How can I take your money? You should sell the motorcycle instead. Juyu, why can't you take my money? You are my girlfriend? Wang Yuan, then I'll write you an IOU. Juyu, no need. Isn't this slapping me in the face? Just pay me back when you have money. Wang Yuan, brother you. You were so nice, said she rushed towards Juyu. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Juyu slowly woke up from his sleep, saw that there was no one beside him, and subconsciously lifted the quilt. Just see it, there was a pool of red blood on the bedding. This, Juyu was overjoyed. I told you I'm not an ordinary person. People like me are destined to reach the pinnacle of life. Look. I'm so happy to see you right away. TSK, bang, the door opened and Wang Yuan walked in carrying breakfast. You're awake, come and have breakfast. Juyu stood up and hugged Wang Yuan, from today on you are mine. Inner thoughts, the first woman. Wang Yuan, yeah. After dinner, Juyu, wait for me before dinner, I will collect the money and send it to you at the usual place. Wang Yuan, you don't have to do this. If you want to troublesome me, I can just sell the car. Juyu, no trouble. Who am I? To tell you the truth, I'm not an ordinary small manager. He pointed upwards. Is there someone up there? Wang Yuan looked up. People? Who? Zhu Zhang, have you heard of it? Wang Yuan pretended to think for a long time and said, you mean the second in command of the Black Dragon Group, Zhu Zhang? Zhu Zhang. Zhu, yes. He's my brother. My real brother. He silently said, a grandfather. Wang Yuan, no wonder you're so smart. I didn't expect I'd found someone with potential. She hugged Juyu again. I don't care who your family is or whether you have any connections. I only care whether you love me. It's you as a person that I'm attracted to. Nothing else matters. Juyu was deeply moved. What? Borrow money. He looked at Juyu and said, we come here to provide food and shelter, and the salary is not low. You are short of money. Juyu, my expenses have been quite high recently, and I'm in urgent need of some money. I'd like to borrow at least 20,000 yuan. Okay. I'll get it for you later. Juyu, good brother, if you have any problems, please let me know. Juyu gave 50,000 yuan to Wang Yuan that day. 3 days later, Wang Yuan actually took out the money and returned it to Juyu. In her words, she had sold 2 bags and didn't want to use Juyu's money. Juyu was extremely touched by this, but afterwards the two of them went out to play every day, and although Wang Yuan didn't ask for it, Juyu also bought her some jewelry. Juyu's assets dropped at a visible rate. Until Wang Yuan mentioned borrowing money again. This time the reason was that the director wanted to give her an important role and needed an arrangement fee of 100,000 yuan, but the film remuneration was 200,000 yuan. Wang Yuan, brother, do you have any ideas? Juyu, this, Wang Yuan, if it's difficult, then don't do it. Juyu, it's okay, it's a small matter, I'll find a way. He had no intention of losing face in front of Wang Yuan, so he naturally took the responsibility and said that he had a way. Wang Yuan. Brother, you is really awesome. I'll give you all my salary when the time comes. Let's have a big fat boy together. Juyu, what do you mean later? Give birth now. Wang Yuan, you are bad. Night. Dormitory. Juyu fell into deep thought. 100,000 yuan. Where can he get it? Ask the housekeeper? No way. How can he ask the housekeeper for money when he has already started working? Ask Guan Zhuzheng for money? No way. How can he ask his brother for money? He can't afford to lose face. Bang. He came back from get off work and looked at Juyu. You've been running around too often lately. You're often not seen for days at a time. Although it's okay for us to slack off occasionally, it's not a big deal if we do it for a long time. I suggest you work hard for a while. Chapter 754, Juyu steals the cable. No one cares. What? Juyu's eyes suddenly lit up. What did you just say? I said you go out too often. Juyu, not this one, the next one. Just got to work. Juyu, isn't that the sentence? I said it's okay to be lazy, but, Juyu, be a little lazy. Be a little lazy. Steal the cables. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? What did you say? Juyu, nothing? Go to sleep. I'm going to go out and see what the construction site is like now. I'll accompany you. Juyu, no need. He left the dormitory and inspected the construction site. The Heilong construction site was very large and covered an even larger area. Although the various construction materials on the site were stacked neatly, there were no guards. After all, no one thought that anyone would dare to steal anything at the Heilong construction site. The workers were rarely allowed to leave the site. They were only allowed to go out together to spend money and send money home during holidays and when their wages were paid. This would speed up the construction process and keep some secrets within the site, preventing outsiders from knowing the construction situation in advance. For the workers, this was no problem at all. They were there to earn money, so they wouldn't have thought about the entertainment facilities. They actually thought this was great. What's more, food and drinks were all free on the construction site. The warehouse also provided cigarettes, water, soft drinks, and beer, and they were all cheaper than what you could buy outside. It was heaven. Who among the workers would have any objections? Soon as you saw a lot of cables piled up in a small warehouse. Cables. They were not a scarce item on the construction site, but they were very valuable outside and nothing else. Copper is valuable. Many construction sites have people stealing copper, or outsiders stealing it. 1 pound is worth dozens of yuan. 100 or 80 pounds can easily fetch thousands of yuan. The cables in this warehouse look like they weigh at least several thousand pounds. If we take them all out, we'll have enough money. No. Not to mention that it would be too conspicuous to throw so many things away. I also can't get them out myself. He continued to stroll while trying to figure out a solution. He also found several warehouses for storing cables and several warehouses specifically for storing copper blocks on the construction site. Money, it's all money. He roughly estimated that it would be no problem to sell all the copper for 1 to 800,000, and this was only a part of the construction site, which showed how big the Black Dragon construction site was. Finally, he located the small gate on the east side. That was the gate he usually left through. The workers guarding the Black Dragon knew him, so he wouldn't be stopped from making his normal journey. But how would he carry so much copper? How many trips would he have to make to collect enough money just by carrying it with him? No. We have to think of a reliable way. Zhu didn't sleep that night and came up with a solution before dawn. The next morning, he went to his boss and said, "Boss, I have 2 young men who have been working at the construction site for half a year. I'd like to see if I can transfer them to other positions." "Leader, where are you being transferred to, Zhu? They are too inexperienced to be promoted. Why don't we let them guard the gate first?" "Leader, guarding the door?" "Zhu, right. You also know that I need to have some confidants under my command when I go up in the future, right? If you don't train me now, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up." The leader looked at Zhu meaningfully, thought for a moment, and nodded. "You write the report, and I'll approve it." Zhu, okay. "Thank you, boss. I promise to tell my brother about your kindness next time I see him." "Leader, thank you for your kind words." Zhu left with a happy face. The leader looked at his back with a thoughtful expression. There must be a reason for this suddenness. Zhu has been acting strangely lately, and he did something like this today. I guess I need to be more cautious. Otherwise, if something does happen, he might not be able to do anything, and I will be the one to suffer. You can say he had the most difficult time at the construction site. When Qin He and Zhu were transferred to the construction site, all major departments did not want to take over. It seemed that contact with these 2 people could reach the top, but it was also easy to get into trouble. Leaders like them had already made their mark in the Black Dragon and had clear room for advancement, so there was no need to get involved in this relationship. They also did not allow themselves to have any connection with the Zhu faction or the Qin He faction. They have only one faction, which is Zhenga faction. In the end, Shen Tianxi appointed someone to be his subordinate, and he had to deal with it carefully. Fortunately, both Qin He and Zhu were normal and obedient when they first came in, and they didn't act pretentiously and kept a low profile. He was very happy. But this happiness ended last month. Zhu suddenly changed drastically, taking more than 20 days off a month and running around every day. What can he do about it? I can only let it go. Now Zhu is even more eager to promote his own people. Fortunately, the other party is just a gatekeeper, otherwise I really don't know how to deal with it. Guard, please don't let anything happen. The construction work will be finished in 2 months, and then I'll be free. Night, small door on the east side. Cuckoo, cuckoo, a bird's cry came from the darkness. A gatekeeper position. The 2 newly appointed direct descendants of Zhu, Liuzi and Lalu, looked at each other and responded in a low voice imitating the sound of birds. Cuckoo, cuckoo, crash. Zhu came out from the darkness on a 3-wheeled motorcycle, looked at the 2 of them and said, "Liuzi, Lalu, open the door quickly." "Ah, okay." The 2 men quickly opened the small door, and Zhu rode away on his electric 3-wheeled motorcycle without stopping. The 3-wheeled motorcycle made a creaking sound as it pressed against the ground, and it was obvious that there was something very heavy inside. Zhu turned to a small road next to him very purposefully. He had been to the small alley before and there was no surveillance. Even so, he still wore his hat very low, covering his entire face very tightly, but he didn't notice that there was a man in black standing at the foot of the wall across the alley, blending into the night and staring at him. Brush, the man in black put down his night vision binoculars and pulled out his phone. "Hello? He's hauling something out of the construction site. Preliminary estimates suggest it's a few hundred kilograms of copper. Should I follow him? Wait for my news. Good." Bang, hang up the phone. Leader Han Jia looked confused. "I told you guys to slack off a bit, but I didn't tell you to steal the cables. What's going on? Why does it have to be me? I'm in charge. Will it upset Brother Zhang? I'm not. This is completely against Black Dragon's management system. What should I do?" Finally, he picked up the phone and called Shen Tianxi, but Shen Tianxi's tone was surprisingly calm after listening to his report. Just said lightly, "Don't worry about it." Han Jia was stunned. "Don't care? Ah, okay." He hung up the phone with a puzzled look on his face but also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had reported to his superiors, and even if something really happened, he wouldn't have to bear the consequences alone. But are they really going to ignore it? Office. Shen Tianxi hung up the phone and murmured, "Brother Zhang, what you predicted finally happened. Chapter 755, The First Pot of Gold? The way to get rich, what, don't follow. Go back, it's nothing to worry about. Just come back when I tell you to. Remember. This matter today cannot be leaked, yes. The man in black nodded and hung up the phone. He watched Zhu leave and murmured, sure enough, people with connections are different. They can be caught in the act without any problems, people really can't be compared. Bang, after closing the door again, Liuzi said, old donkey. You said we can't get into trouble, right? In brother Yu's car, Lao donkey, in the car? What car? We didn't see anything, you know? Liuzi, but, Lao donkey, what do you mean by yes? I just want to ask you if Black Dragon is good or not. Liuzi, okay. Of course. I've never worked on such a good construction site, and the food was so good. Lao Lu, just think about how well the workers eat. How well do the Heilongjiang employees eat and how high their benefits must be. You won't want to stay. Liuzi, I want to. Lao Lu, that's right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. If it weren't for Brother Yu's invitation, we would still be ordinary workers. What can we do? As soon as the construction site is finished, we have to leave immediately. But Brother Yu is on our list. Who is Brother Yu? A big boss with a powerful background? Whether we can stay or not depends on his words. Liuzi, then when the time comes, Lao Lu, what are you afraid of? It's just some stuff from the construction site. Now that we've unplugged the surveillance cameras, no one saw it. Besides, what can we do if someone saw it? Brother Yu will hold it up even if the sky falls. Who would dare to bother Brother Yu for such a small matter? All we have to do now is to watch over the door and help Brother Yu with his work. When the construction site is finished, it will be time for you and me to rise to prominence. Liuzi, Brother Yu can't just ignore us. Old donkey, you are afraid of chicken feathers. How can he forget us after we did this kind of thing together? Liuzi, old donkey. You are still smart, Lao Lu. The only thing I can't understand is, how can someone of Brother Yu's status be short of money? If he needs money, why not ask Brother Zhang for it? Why is he doing this? Liuzi, why do you care? Maybe he has a rich person's hobby. Besides, if he didn't do this, you and I wouldn't have this opportunity. Lao donkey, fuck, you are quite smart, Liuzi. Alright, plug in the surveillance. Otherwise, the back-end monitoring staff will easily find it later. Old donkey, you kid, Liuzi, this is called learning from one example and applying it to other situations. I can't help it. Who made me want to improve so badly? Lao donkey. The other side is you rode his three-wheeled motorcycle, turning left and right, and finally arrived at a scrap collection point and knocked on the door. A snap. Snap. Snap, crash, crash. Who the hell is this? In the middle of the night, bang, the door opened a crack, and the old man looked out, looking at Juyu with anger on his face. What are you doing in the middle of the night? Bang, Juyu clasped his hands together. A hero's origins are not judged. The old man was startled. How many do you have? Shuyu, about 300 to 400 kilograms. Old man, so many? Shuyu, I came here to test the waters. I dare not accept. Crash. The old man looked around and saw that no one was around, so he opened the door and said, come in first. Shuyu drove in. The old man opened the tricycle and looked at the large number of intact cables and copper blocks inside. He nodded. They were all good copper, not waste. He couldn't help but become more curious and asked Juyu, little brother, you, bang, Juyu clasped his fists again, the rules of the martial arts world. Old man, okay. I don't want to lower the price. 25 per pound is definitely a high price. Look, Juyu, okay. He didn't bargain. The current price of copper was hovering around 30 to 32 yuan, but that was the recycling price for genuine copper. His copper was clearly smuggled from a construction site, so who would pay the real price? 10 yuan less per pound was normal. Besides, with such a large quantity, some smaller dealers might not dare to accept it. Old man, okay. He unloaded the goods from the truck very skillfully, quickly put them on the scale, and started using special tools to strip the cables. His movements were smooth and it was obvious that this was not the first time he had done this. Bang, the old man took out a stack of red banknotes and handed it to Juyu, a total of 415 kilograms, totaling 10,350. This is 10,500, brother. Come see me next time. Juyu looked at the stack of red banknotes and his lips trembled twice. 10,000 yuan. 2012 is still very impressive. Although he was respected by everyone in the Black Dragon group, his family was not wealthy and his actual monthly salary was only 4 or 5,000. He could easily get 10,000 tonight. So he really wanted to go all out? 30 to 50,000 a night shouldn't be a problem. That meant he could have the money Wang Yuan needed in 2 or 3 days, and she wouldn't be short of money anymore. No. Shuyu murmured, I can't be too reckless. I have to do it gently, slowly, step by step, every few days. I'll continue tomorrow, snap. Snap, he patted the old man's shoulder and said, I'll come again tomorrow, old man, how can there be such a large amount? Shoo you, that's nothing. Tomorrow's going to be at least 3 times more, 3 times, the old man was surprised, okay. I'll wait for you tomorrow, wait for you. How could he not be happy? He could earn several thousand just from these things today. If he could earn 3 times as much tomorrow, wouldn't he be able to earn nearly 10,000? This is definitely a great way to make money. As you gone, he waved and rode away on his tricycle, making a detour in the alley before returning to the construction site. Liuzi and Lalu hurried to open the door as Yu came in and took out 6 red banknotes from his pocket, 3 for each of them, and said, Is this your hard work fee? Lao Lu, brother Yu. What are you doing? We still need this, Liuzi, yeah. Brother Yu, how can we take your money? This is what we should do today. They had already made up their minds to cling to Juyu's thighs, so how could they accept the other party's money? They all said that this was what they should do and they were willing to serve Juyu wholeheartedly in the future. Juyu, that's fine. Since you two said so, I won't be polite. From now on, you two will follow me. If you have any problems, just report my name. The 2 men watched Juyujin take the money back with serious expressions, but they became very excited when they heard the following words, Okay, brother Yu, I will follow you from now on, from today on, brother Yu's affairs are our brother's affairs. We will go through fire and water in one word. Bang! Bang, Juyu patted the 2 on the shoulders and said, Keep going. Build bigger and stronger, and create more glories. Liuzi, grow bigger and stronger, and create greater glory. Lalu, grow bigger and stronger, and create greater glory. Let's go, Juyu waved his hand and left on his tricycle. Chapter 756 Juyu's ambition and audacity. Liuzi and Lalu watched Juyu leave, their smiles vanishing from their lips, leaving them speechless. I can't believe he actually got back just 300 yuan. Looking at what he pulled out today, they can probably sell for at least a few thousand yuan. I really didn't expect him to be so stingy. But who can blame him for having connections? Money isn't important. As long as he can get promoted, there's always room for profit. No problem. I'll have to watch the door here for over a month. TSK, it's so hard, strive for your future. The next day Yu set out in the middle of the night as usual, still with the same small cart, but this time it was more full, a smooth journey. Boom. Boom. Boom, wow, the old man had been waiting for a long time and opened the door when he heard the knock. He was surprised to see Juyu still riding the tricycle. That's it, can it hold 3 or 4 times as much? But when Juyu lifted the black cloth covering it, the old man was stunned. Inside was full of neatly arranged copper blocks, which were obviously top quality materials. These copper blocks could be sold as accessories instead of the normal copper price. The old man looked at Juyu. Juyu, a hero is not judged by his origins. Old man, okay. He didn't waste any time unloading the copper blocks, and half an hour later he took out 30,000 yuan and gave it to Juyu. Keep it. I'll charge you 27 yuan today, and you can take as much as you want in the future. His tone was a little respectful and it was obvious that he regarded Juyu as the god of wealth. How could he not respect the god of wealth like this? If he made the other party unhappy, wouldn't it be a big loss if he didn't sell the goods to him next time? Juyu looked at the 30,000 yuan with even more eager eyes. 30,000 was already in his hands just like that. It turns out making money is so easy. Old man, brother, what's your name? Juyu, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Old man, hey. Don't think too much. Brother is obviously a person with great magical powers. The old man plans to make some friends with him. From now on, you can call me Lao Yudo, and I will call you Hei Yi, so that I can have a name. He gave full emotional value. Juyu waved his hand nonchalantly. Wait, I'll deliver the goods to you in a few days. Old man, okay. He didn't care if the other party didn't deliver it tomorrow. Nonsense. How could such a heavyweight thing be taken out casually? Being able to do it for 2 consecutive days was already very impressive. Every day, isn't that nonsense? He had no idea that it wasn't that Juyu couldn't get it tomorrow, but that the tricycle was no longer available to grass. Juyu glared at the electric tricycle and cursed, what a piece of crap. It can't even pull 1,000 kilograms of stuff because the motor is broken. It's rubbish. Do I have to carry it in batches, a few hundred kilograms at a time? No. That would be too obvious. Although both deliveries went very smoothly, he was not so crazy as to do it several times a day. It seems, find a new means of transportation. Day 3. Juyu went to the logistics department to inquire about what cars were available. Finally, he asked for a van, giving the excuse that he wanted to use it to patrol the construction site and occasionally help transport some important documents. The logistics manager naturally didn't make things difficult for him. Then Juyu applied to the management director to be responsible for an area, and the management director did not refuse. After several processes, everything went smoothly. This highlights a lot of problems. How could Juyu, a low-level manager, be so consistently successful across all departments? It was because he had a good brother. Who would dare challenge him on a non-principled, major issue? Who would dare deny him this little favor? But often, such small favors can ruin everything at the crucial moment. It would be great if you could meet someone with connections who can get things done. If you meet someone who does bad things, you will get into big trouble. Is there any way to avoid it? No, even if Xu Zhang came out personally to explain to his subordinates that Zhu Yu must be strictly managed, it would not be effective. This is not a problem with the middle-level leaders but a normal human reaction. The only way to truly stop this problem is to start from the root and completely block the way for people with connections to enter the group. Day 4. Zhu Yu drove away from the construction site with more than 1,000 kilograms of copper blocks and cables and sold them. Profit, 35,000. Day 5. Stop. The Black Dragon personnel who were on patrol saw the van driving out of the construction site and shouted at it. Card. Zhu Yu braked and stopped, feeling panicked. That's not right. Normally, there wouldn't be patrols like this in this area. Why is it today? Boom. Boom, the patrolling Black Dragon personnel stepped forward and knocked on the glass, and Zhu Yu forced himself to remain calm and open the glass. Manager Zhu? Zhu Yu, it's me. You, it seems a thief was found at the construction site and something was stolen. The higher-ups asked us to investigate thoroughly? What are you doing, Zhu Yu? My superiors asked me to go out and deliver some documents. What's going on? It's okay, let's go. The Black Dragon staff waved their hands to signal him that he could leave. Zhu Yu was slightly startled. Okay, boom. He stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Several Black Dragon personnel just let him go like that? Without checking? Look at the wheel prints, it looks like there's something in the car. Inspection? Who do you think you are? Don't bring trouble upon yourself. I can't afford to offend this person. Let's go. In the office, leader Han Jie looked towards the small door and said, I hope today will make you more alert and not let yourself get into a dead end. Outside the small door. Call. Zhu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared, I almost thought I was going to be caught. How could it be? Did someone notice that something was missing? No way. I packed them separately, it seems. I need to be more careful next time. Instead of waking him up today, what happened made him even bolder. 5 days later, he handed Wang Yuan 150,000 yuan. Take it. If it's not enough, there's more. Wang Yuan, you were so nice. Afterwards, Zhu Yu did not restrain himself and became more and more rampant, even to the point where he stopped doing it himself and asked Xiao Lu to do it. At the same time, he actively recruited people at the construction site, using the excuse that he was about to be promoted to build a team, and quickly gathered a lot of people around him who obeyed his orders. We need people, I have money if I want it, and Wang Yuan, Zhu Yu felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life and that he was very capable. Humph. I just didn't do it well before. Now, with just a little effort, I can amass $1 million fortune and gather 100 or 80 people to follow me. One side, he patted his shoulder and said, Ayu, when you forgot to come, you asked us to keep a low profile, but now, and you've been spreading rumors on the construction site, so be careful of the impact, tisk. Zhu Yu curled her lips and looked at He with eyes that were no longer the same as before, filled with ambition. He, this is my path. My future is limitless, let's do. He raised his glass and drank. Below, about 180 people raised their glasses. Brother Jingyu. Brother Jingyu. Chapter 757, Lin family calculations and dissension. In the loud shouts, Zhu Yu floated away out. He seemed to see his future, standing at the top, with countless people below shouting, Brother Yu, that's it, Zhu Zhang he can do it too. It's just that he didn't take action before, now it's his turn. He looked at Zhu Yu's conflicted expression. As someone who spent every day with her, he had some understanding of Zhu Yu's situation. He had tried to persuade her but Zhu Yu didn't care. He wanted to stop her but couldn't. Given their relationship, he didn't want to report her to his superiors. So he was very conflicted. You can't go on like this. Sooner or later, Zhu Yu, are we brothers? If so, leave me alone. Zhu Yu, come on, let's do it. I will share glory with my brothers. Brother Yu is brilliant. Brother Yu is mighty. Zhu Yu, bang, he patted his head, it's over. There's no hope. Lin family villa. Old Master Lin was drinking millet porridge and eating chili peppers, which had been his habit for decades. Boss Lin and Boss Lin were still there was no other way. The old man was the Lin family's heir. Only if they won his favor could they have a chance of succession. Butler, the servants just sent me the news that Zhu Yu has taken the bait. Lin Lao heir, he has been selling a lot of goods during this period, at least 1 million or 800,000. Boss Lin, I didn't expect Xu Zhang, who is so smart, to have such a stupid brother. Lin Lao heir, but can he really stir up a conflict between Zhu Zhang and Qin Jiang? Boss Lin was also a little confused. Old Master Lin had only asked the housekeeper to carry out the plan before, and the two of them had just learned about the situation. So far, they could only see that this incident would bring bad luck to Zhu Yu and at most make Xu Zhang lose face, but it would not cause the two of them to fall out. Old Master Lin, boss, find an opportunity to have that woman give Zhu Yu to someone else and then let her go. Remember. Before you leave, have someone record a statement and establish some connection between this woman and Qin Jiang. Got it? But remember, everything must be done carefully and not be obvious. Boss Lin, Mr. Lin, if you don't understand, just execute it. Boss Lin, yes. Old Master Lin, second brother, when the time comes, you should have someone spread the news of Zhu Yu's theft. It would be best if you could implicate Zhu Zhang in this matter. Say that he used Zhu Zhang's name and turned a blind eye to his family, tolerating and indulging his family in everything. Lin Lao Air, okay. But. Dad. What's the use of this? Just one red jade has no effect at all, call. Old Master Lin sighed helplessly, you two still haven't figured it out. Zhu Yu isn't the point. He's just the fuse that caused the rift between Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang. As long as Zhu Yu gets into trouble, Zhu Zhang won't stand idly by. If we stir up public opinion, it will appear that he's using his power for personal gain. According to the intelligence we've received, only 2 relatives of Zhu Yu have joined the Black Dragon group, Qin He and Zhu Yu. If Zhu Yu goes too far and isn't severely punished, the other senior executives will surely be dissatisfied, which will have a negative impact on Zhu Zhang's reputation and prestige. Lin Lao Air, and then, Old Master Lin, he's a smart man. Smart people always overthink things. Naturally, they'll pay attention to the clues we laid in advance. Then, they'll link the matter to Qin Jiang, thinking that Qin Jiang is afraid that his achievements will overshadow his master and that's why he's doing this. This will inevitably create a rift between the two of them. Of course, this alone won't completely separate them. This is just the first step. There will be a second and a third step, and then the two of them will completely part ways. Zhu Zhang is very capable. If he breaks away, the Black Dragon will be severely damaged. At the same time, he himself can become the Black Dragon's enemy. Then he will be the vanguard general of the Lin family, helping the Lin family fight against the Black Dragon until both are defeated. Boss Lin, will he really take the bait? From what I know, Zhu Zhang and Qin Jiang have a good relationship. Old Master Lin looked at his 2 sons meaningfully. In this world, if there's no real difference between them, few people would be willing to be inferior to others, even brothers. Since ancient times, the temptation of wearing the dragon robe and becoming a lord has been irresistible to ordinary people. As long as the right method is used, everything is possible. As soon as these words were spoken, only then did Boss Lin and Boss Lin finally react. A plan to sow discord. It turns out that this is the complete strategy of sowing discord. The first step alone is so mysterious that neither of them can quite understand it. Hi, it's so high, as expected of their old shady old man. When Old Master Lin saw his 2 sons digesting the information, he couldn't help but feel speechless. It seemed that the IQ of the Lin family had not been passed down in his son's generation. Although his 2 sons were not stupid, they were not very smart either. Even though he personally trained them, there were still many aspects that made people unsatisfied, and they did not see many things for the long term. Never mind. While Mr. Lin was thinking, buzz, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Mr. Lin looked at the number and slowly answered it. His expression became increasingly ugly and sinister. Okay. I got it. Bang, after hanging up the phone, Boss Lin, Dad. What happened, Lin Lao Air, Dad? Is it broken? Old Master Lin, something happened back home. A few wild tigers came from the south and caused quite a stir. South, the eldest and second eldest Lins also understood that there were forces from the south trying to seize the territory of the neighboring province of their base. Even though Old Man Lin had planned to clear his name, it did not mean that someone had set their sights on his territory before he even came ashore. Moreover, chaos in the base would definitely not be a good thing for the current Lin family. Boss Lin, what the hell? How dare those people from the south cause trouble at our base camp? Lin Lao Air, I heard that there's been a lot of turmoil in the south recently. Many important people have been beaten up by their subordinates. I guess some of the people who came over from there are trying to gain a foothold in our area. Old Master Lin, there should be more than that. I'm afraid those who are just wandering around don't have the courage to do that. To be able to stir up trouble in the base camp, it seems that they have local support. It seems that I haven't been back for too long and some people have already made some plans. Boss Lin, Dad, you mean, Mr. Lin, butler. Book me a flight for 3 days from now, and spread the word that I'll be back in 10 days. During my absence, boss and second brother, follow my instructions regarding Songjiang. Once the first step is completed, tell me and I'll tell you what to do next. Feel free to call me if you need anything else, do you understand? Lin Laoda and Lin Lao Air nodded quickly. Chapter 758, Old Man Lin leaves, 2 trash stay, Xinjiang, prepare to counterattack 3 days later. Mr. Lin left by plane, and before leaving, he specifically told his 2 sons to report to him whatever they did. Watching the plane leave, Boss Lin and Boss Lin both curled their lips. Boss Lin, this old man, I'm almost 50, and he still doesn't trust me. Lin Lao Air, even at this time, you still refuse to give up your power. I don't know what you are thinking, shake your head. The 2 looked at each other and snorted coldly. After all, of the 2 are currently in a purely competitive relationship. Now there is an opportunity. As long as they can complete the tasks assigned by the old man and win over Zhu Zhang to their side, they will be able to win the struggle and inherit the Lin family business. Vocational College. Canteen, Xinjiang, Sijio, and Wang Tao were sitting there eating. 10 people from the Black Dragon security department were sitting on both sides to guard them. Although they were in their own territory, they did not dare to relax. Xu Zhang once said that although the Black Dragon was in its heyday in Songjiang, it also had enemies: Lin family, Tiger Power. Who knows, one day they might become desperate and resort to informal channels. Besides, there might be some ruffians who are just starting out and are trying to establish their authority and gain power, which would be even more dangerous. 21st century, there are still many ways, therefore, those who have followed Qin Jiang for many years are carefully selected. They have all received great favors from Qin Jiang and will not be bribed by outsiders. They can also risk their lives at critical moments. AS4, are there really such people? Yes, of course, and there are especially many black dragons. Eating. A girl dressed very coolly walked towards Qin Jiang. Her smile was very contagious. It's Wang Yuan. Before he even got close to Qin Jiang, he whispered, "Is this Mr. Qin? I'm also a graduate of Vocational University. I came back to visit my alma mater today and I didn't expect to see you. What an honor. Even though I'm not in Songjiang, I've heard of Mr. Qin's glorious deeds, especially Boangti and Shui Bingchang, which are well-known large enterprises throughout the country. Mr. Qin, I'm a fan of yours, so could you please sign an autograph for me?" She kept praising and complimenting Qin Jiang with a sincere attitude. In addition, Qin Jiang did not express his opinion, so the security personnel did not drive her away but just watched quietly just in case. Qin Jiang looked at Wang Yuan with a playful and inexplicable expression, which made her feel creepy at this moment. Wang Yuan felt as if she had been seen naked, as if she had no secrets from the other person. Fortunately, she saw a figure coming towards her from the corner of her eye and quickly waved her hand. "It seems that Mr. Qin is busy, so I won't disturb you for now, goodbye." She nodded to Qin Jiang and turned to leave. She pretended to meet Zhu Zhang by chance as he just entered the cafeteria, and crushed the perfume in her pocket. Bang! The strong scent of perfume emanating from her body made Zhu Zhang subconsciously glance at her as he passed by her. Wang Yuan left quickly without stopping, muttering to herself, "I wonder if he noticed me just now." Regardless, both Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang are too terrifying. They are in no way comparable to Qin He and Zhu Yu. No wonder they have such a reputation at such a young age. This moment, Wang Yuan was a little flustered, but now that things have come to this, she has accepted the Lin family's offer and agreed to cooperate, so there is no turning back. Everything, we can only hope that the Lin family's plan will be perfectly realized. Wang Yuan, it seems I can't stay in the northern province anymore. No. I won't stay in the 3 northern provinces anymore. After this is over, I will go to the south to develop my career there. Zhu Zhang snorted disdainfully and sat down opposite Qin Jiang. He picked up the chopsticks handed to him by Wang Tao and started eating. "Qin Jiang, did you see that? That person is your brother's girlfriend. Xu Zhang, the Lin family has already made their move, waiting for you and me to fall into the trap, taking every step carefully." Qin Jiang, old man Lin has been through so many ups and downs over the years, it seems he really has some tricks up his sleeve. Old Master Lin was also a powerful figure in his previous life. If he hadn't died too early in his previous life and his 2 sons were too useless, the Lin family would probably have been able to make it. Pity, Qin Jiang, we need to start fighting back. We can't just wait for the Lin family to keep playing their cards. Xu Zhang, it's hard to deal with old man Lin. Qin Jiang, it doesn't matter. Even if he uses more tricks, you and I are still young and have plenty of time to waste time with him. Sooner or later, we will wear him down. Right at this moment, Zhao Shanhe's phone suddenly vibrated. He looked down at it, startled. He said to Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang, "I just got reliable information that old man Lin left Songjiang on a private plane." Qin Jiang and Xu Zhang were both stunned. "Qin Jiang, check. Zhao Shanhe, yes." The functions of the security department include not only protection and guarding, but also gathering information, collecting data, managing archives, etc., and planting spies in Mr. Lin's territory. Early on, Zhao Shanhe went out to make a phone call. More than 10 minutes later, he returned and said to Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang, "It is said that some troublemakers came from the south and caused a big disturbance in the neighboring province. Even the Lin family's territory was affected." Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang laughed. "Zhu Zhang, this is a fire in the backyard. Coming from the south. You are quite brave and capable, Qin Jiang. It's definitely not enough to just come from the south. There's a high probability that something has gone wrong with old man Lin's old team." Zhu Zhang, brother Jiang is right, and that's normal. He's been trying to get the Lin family ashore for years, and some of the people below him disagree. Plus, he's been in Songjiang all year round, and the fact that his hometown has been able to hold out until now without anyone causing trouble is a testament to old man Lin's ability. Brother Jiang. Do you think he can turn the tables? Qin Jiang, no. But those people are all from old man Lin's team. They know what old man Lin is capable of. If they dare to make trouble, they must have some hidden tricks up their sleeves. Xu Zhang, this will buy us some time. The Lin family will only have those 2 rotten garlics left, which can't cause any big waves. Instead, it will be easier for us to fight back. Qin Jiang, if you don't come out, forget it. Kill him with 1 strike. Xu Zhang, wait for old man Lin to come back and give him a surprise. The two of them saw through each other's inner thoughts after a simple exchange, and they knew how to deal with boss Lin and Lin Lauer without any planning. The two of them had deduced this matter before, but many things could not be performed because old man Lin was not there. But now with only the two of them left, it would be much easier, but the nearby Black Dragon personnel were completely bewildered. They found themselves unable to understand much of what they were saying, as if they were watching two clairvoyant men. This feeling grew stronger and stronger. They were right. Both Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang's clairvoyant abilities were growing stronger with the expansion of the Black Dragon. The information they were now able to access was at a completely different level. One was naturally adept at deduction and planning, while the other had accumulated decades of experience. It would be surprising if they weren't formidable. On the plane, old Master Lin subconsciously felt an inexplicable palpitation in his heart. One side, Butler, Master, what's wrong? Mr. Lin, I always feel like something is going to happen. Chapter 759, Deep Love Between Father and Son in the Canteen. A man's knees are gold canteen. While Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang were discussing, diagonally opposite. A young man in a vocational college student's uniform appeared with a middle-aged man. The man was wearing an old camouflage uniform. Although it was washed very clean, it could be seen from various marks that his clothes were old. Dad, sit, is this your school cafeteria? It's so big, even bigger than our village banquet hall. Dad. This place has to accommodate thousands of teachers and students. What are you going to eat? The food in our school cafeteria is very good. We have stir-fried dishes, noodles with gravy. Dad is not hungry. You can eat by yourself. Son, I am not embarrassing you by being here, am I? Otherwise, Dad will wait for you outside, and you can come out to find Dad after you finish eating. What are you doing? You're my dad. I'm so happy you came to see me. Wait here. I'll go get some food. Despite his father's objections, the young man went to get food. He soon returned with 2 plates of food, one of which was very full. The young man placed it in front of his father and said, Dad, come and try the food at our school. It's said that the chef is from a 5-star hotel. Dad is really not hungry. I can't refuse this meal even if I try. Besides, the food in our school cafeteria is very cheap. This one costs less than 10 yuan. Ah, that's pretty cheap. The middle-aged man heard this and without hesitation picked up his chopsticks and started to eat heartily. His eyes lit up at the first bite. Delicious. Really delicious. As a worker on the construction site, he had enough radishes, cabbages, and potatoes to eat year-round, but to save money he never went out to eat at restaurants and only ate at the construction site. 1 year, only occasionally when the foreman treats us to a meal can we eat something better. But even though the foreman's son was admitted to a good university and invited them to a nice restaurant, the food they ate was not as delicious as what they cooked on their own plates. Dad. Eat slowly, it's not enough, there's more. Well, Dad. You look a little thinner, and your eyes are a little red. Did you not sleep well? Dad is fine, very good, Dad. You don't have to worry about my tuition anymore. I've been working part-time and earning some money. I can save enough for tuition myself. The middle-aged man paused in his eating, looked at his son with great satisfaction, and waved his hands hurriedly. No. You are at the age where you should study hard. How can you work part-time to pay for your studies? You don't have to worry about the money, young man, Dad. I'm not working to earn money for my studies, I'm just getting used to the job. Every time after school or on vacation, he would go to Boan Tea or Shuai Ice City to work part-time. One reason was to earn some money to pay for tuition and living expenses, and the other was to adapt to his future job in advance. Joining Heilong has become his goal, not to mention Qin Jiang's prestige in the vocational university. Just the welfare benefits of Heilong are enough to make him excited. It is the best choice for students like him who come from poor families and urgently need to make money in a short period of time. It was only because he graduated from a vocational college, otherwise it would be very difficult for him to join Heilong with his college entrance examination score. The middle-aged man said, What do you mean by acclimating to the position in advance? Dad doesn't understand. Anyway, don't worry about the money. Is the teacher asking you for tuition? Here's what I'm going to do. Dad will give you 1,000 yuan first, and I'll figure out the rest for you. Just tell the teacher not to worry, we'll raise the money quickly. As he spoke, he unbuttoned his camouflage uniform and pulled out a handful of money from his inner pocket. The money was scattered. 5, 10, 20, and 50 yuan notes were rare. Then start checking the money. The young man across the street was stunned by the father checking the money. He said that the shoulders exposed by his father's camouflage vest were red, swollen, and even a little torn. Dad, what's wrong? The middle-aged man reacted and covered his shoulders. It's okay. Is it a construction site? It's the sun. Young people don't believe it. His father was a skilled worker, a bricklayer. While this kind of work was tiring and difficult, it wasn't considered hard labor. He shouldn't have the injuries that only a laborer would have. No. His injuries were more serious than those of a laborer. Moreover, according to previous years, his father should have given him tuition and living expenses by now, but this year he had been putting it off. and now there were some serious problems at the construction site. Young man, Dad. What's going on? I'm not a child anymore. I'm a college student now. College students, those 3 words startled the middle-aged man. Yes. His son was already a university student. After a moment's reflection, he finally made up his mind. It turned out they were all working for a contractor at a construction site in Songjiang. They'd finished almost all the work, but the contractor hadn't paid them. Last year, they'd already been in arrears for several months, and for the better part of half a year. They'd organized a group of people to protest, but the contractor initially refused to see them. Later, he had thugs beat them out. Many workers were injured, and several had been hospitalized. Later, it's a month-long life of asking for money, use connections, find a lawyer, block the door and kneel down, ask for less money. They tried every possible method but to no avail, and instead made themselves look bad. The middle-aged man had no choice but to beg for money from his co-workers while starting to do odd jobs and hard labor. What? They don't give money and beat people? Is there any law? And the young man cursed angrily. The middle-aged man said, "Don't worry, son. We've hired a lawyer and we're sure we can get the money back. Even if we can't get it back, I'll sell everything I have and work odd jobs to get enough for your tuition before the end of this semester." Although I said I was very confident, I was not confident in my heart. How could I ask for the money? The young man looked at his father with a distressed face. He couldn't imagine how much suffering his father had endured during this period, but he couldn't tell anyone. Everything was done for him. And oh, what should I do for my father? But what could he do for his father? He was just an ordinary student. Would anyone pay him any attention if he went to ask for money on his father's behalf? No. Absolutely not. Suddenly, he stumbled across the street, seeing those figures that were both familiar and unfamiliar. An impulse welled up in him, and the sight of his father's aging appearance intensified this impulse, making it impossible to suppress it. Suppress? Why suppress? My father has given so much for me, so why wouldn't I even try something as simple as this? Is he still worthy of being a son? Is he worthy of his father? Is he worthy of his mother's expectations while she is bedridden at home? Bang! He looked at his father and said, "Dad, I'll figure out a way to deal with this." Middle-aged man, you want to? What can you think? Then he saw the young man stand up and walk diagonally across the street, stopping in front of a group of people dressed in black. Bang! Kneel down directly. Chapter 760, Please, Brother Jiang, take charge. The money is coming back soon. Middle-aged man, Sigma, surprised face. He was so scared that he immediately stood up and ran behind his son, pulling his arm. "Son, what are you kneeling here for? Is the ground slippery? Get up quickly." The son ignored his father's words and turned his gaze to the 3 people sitting in front of him. He had known them since he first arrived on campus. They were well-known figures in Songjiang and even in Northern Province. Not long after entering the school, he had already made a life plan for himself and joined the Black Dragon. To this end, he studied very hard and often participated in Black Dragon activities. However, he never disturbed the 3 people. He felt that his current status did not allow him to disturb them, and he would not curry favor with them by relying on the fact that they were from the same school. This was completely against his choice. However, his father's incident today made him change. He could not bear to see his father being bullied, and his father asking for money, being beaten, and doing hard labor for him again and again. As a son, he had to do something. The young man set his sights on Xinjiang. "Brother Jiang, my name is Yu, a freshman from 2011. I'm here today to ask you for help. I hope you'll do me a favor for the sake of our friendship. As long as you can help me, I'll go through fire and water and never frown if I need your help." He was about to kowtow. Bang! A folding fan blocked his face, and it was Zhu Zhang who raised his hand to stop him and shook his head. Zhu Zhang knew that his brother Jiang did not like this kind of kneeling and kowtowing behavior. See this, he was very desperate. He thought Zhu Zhang told him that we can't do it, and that was right. Who was he? What right did he have? Alumni? Brother Jiang has thousands of alumni like him. If he asks each of them to go to Brother Chang for help, Brother Jiang can handle it. He thinks it is too simple. Besides, isn't it forcing Brother Jiang to beg the other party in public? It's all my fault, too reckless. Too impulsive. The next moment, several Black Dragon personnel came forward to help him up. He lowered his head and apologized dejectedly. "I'm sorry, Brother Jiang, I disturbed your meal." I'm sorry." He was about to leave after he finished speaking. Qin Jiang waved his hand. "Wait, Brush." Several Black Dragon members were standing there. He subconsciously looked at Qin Jiang with hope in his eyes. Hiyo, Qin Jiang didn't recognize him, nor had he heard his name in his previous life, but he saw determination, decisiveness, and stubbornness in his eyes. He didn't have the muddle-headedness and innocence of ordinary students. This kind of person was very stubborn. It was hard to change one's mind once it was made up. Qin Jiang also noticed the middle-aged man behind him. He was dressed very simply, his face was tanned, and his appearance was older than his age. Such a person would be very out of place in the school, but Yu didn't dislike him at all. He was willing to bring him to the cafeteria, and even willing to kneel down and beg him in public for him. He was not stupid at all to combine a few points. Hiyo, he's someone worth taking a closer look at. Qin Jiang, sit down. Let's talk. A seat was immediately vacated by a Black Dragon employee, but Hiyu didn't sit down. He looked at Qin Jiang with surprise, then said without hesitation, Brother Jiang, this is it. My father was working on a construction site, but when the project was finished, the contractor not only refused to pay him but also beat him. My father had to beg for money while doing hard labor to get my tuition. Zhu Jiang, how do you plan to ask Brother Jiang to help you? Hiyu, my father and his family have hired a lawyer and are planning to sue the contractor, but I'm afraid he'll deliberately drag his feet or have someone settle the case, or even beat my father again. I just want Brother Jiang to help my father get justice and recover the public funds. Hiyu's father in the back was stunned. What's going on? I complained to my son a few words, and my son came to the person in front of him and knelt down to beg him to help him get justice. Who is this person opposite? He looks quite imposing, but he is only in his early 20s. Plus, there are more than a dozen Black Dragon members standing next to him and behind him, making Qin Jiang look, well, what can I say, this moment for the young people involved in society, it becomes concrete. Hiyu's father said, this guy, could he be a gangster? Why would his son ask him for help? What kind of ability can a guy like him who shows off in school have in society? That contractor is a real gangster. He only interacts with the well-known people in society. Why would he care about a school gangster? After all, my son is too young to understand the dangers of the outside world. Although I felt that what my son did was wrong, I was still touched in my heart. My son did it all for me. Opposite, after hearing this, Zhu Zheng exchanged a glance with Qin Jiang. He obviously thought that Hiyu was a sensible person. He did not ask for revenge for him but only wanted the money he deserved. In his words, he almost said that if he helped him this time, he would repay him with his life in the future. Under Hiyu's expectant gaze, Qin Jiang, Shanha, make a phone call. Zhao Shanha, understood. He looked at Hiyu and asked, which construction site does your father work at? What's the contractor's name? What's his position? Hiyu, the construction site, the foreman is called, and the address is next to the train station. It is obvious that Hiyu is very familiar with his father's work situation. IT made Qin Jiang look at him more, as there were not many students like him these days. Zhao Shanha picked up the phone and went to the side to make a call. Hello? Is there a foreman named near your train station, working at the construction site? A few minutes later, he returned to Qin Jiang again. Brother Jiang, it's solved. As soon as these words were spoken, Hiyu was about to kneel down again in front of Qin Jiang with a face full of gratitude, but was stopped by several Black Dragon members. He still couldn't help but bow. Thank you, Brother Jiang, thank you, Brother Jiang, Hiyu's father, Sigma degree, what was solved? What was solved? Did he really think these were just kids playing house? A phone call could solve the problem? That was ridiculous. And why did his son look so certain? Had he become stupid from studying? Just as he was daydreaming, buzz, the phone in his pocket rang, and the caller ID showed the contractor. He just answered when he heard an excited voice on the other end. Brother He. Mr. He. No? Who did you call? Some god? The construction site just called me and said they'll give us the money immediately, and they'll cover all the medical expenses and lost wages. They just asked you to forgive him, to spare his life. He also said he wanted to meet you and apologize to you in person. He said as long as you didn't ask for a salary or beatings, he would do anything, and you could just name the amount. Brother He. Where are you? Come back soon, Brother He. What is your background? Beep. After hanging up the phone, Hiyu's father still stood there in a daze. Hiyu's father. Money, this is coming back. Chapter 761 The personal charm of Hiyu and Jiang Gu, the dead warriors. This moment, Hiyu's father even suspected that he was dreaming and couldn't help pinching himself secretly. It hurt so much, proof that it wasn't a dream at all. He wondered if the person who had just called him was actually the foreman. Was he a fake? No way. The caller ID couldn't be faked, and the accent proved it was the foreman, but a large group of people went to collect the money that they had not collected for 2 months, and it was settled with just one phone call. The construction site boss who claimed that he was not afraid of anyone in Songjiang was scared by the phone call and had to apologize and ask for forgiveness from the worker. It's fucking outrageous. Not only the salary but also the medical expenses have to be paid. He looked at Zhao Shanha. Even if he didn't understand, he knew that all this was due to the phone call he had just made. Finally, he looked at Qin Jiang. There was only one thought left in his mind. Who on earth is this schoolmate of his son's? Tong couldn't help but worry again. This person is so powerful, and he doesn't look like a righteous person. Will my son pay a price for asking him to do something for him? Will he let my son get involved in the underworld? No. Absolutely not. Even if Ligua couldn't get the money or was beaten to death, he couldn't joke about his son's future. Just when he was worried about what Qin Jiang would ask for, bang, Qin Jiang put down his chopsticks. Brush, Wang Tao handed over the handkerchief. Qin Jiang wiped his hands slowly with a calm expression, as if nothing had happened. After wiping his hands, he slowly stood up. Seijiu and Zhu Zhang also stood up, and 10 Black Dragon Security Department personnel followed on both sides. Before leaving, Qin Jiang glanced at Hiyu. What's your name? Hiyu, Brother Jiang. My name is Hiyu. He means we'll meet each other everywhere, and he means friendship above all else. Qin Jiang, He. I remember, he patted Hiyu's shoulder, bang. Bang, then he took his men away without making any requests from beginning to end. Originally, this kind of thing was a trivial matter to Qin Jiang. Seeing that Hiyu had some knowledge, he just wanted to help on a whim, want a reward. At least, Hiyu currently had nothing worth Qin Jiang's plans for. He was just following his heart. He had always been that way in both his past and present lives. This was also the reason why Qin Jiang had so many brothers who had shared life and death with him in both his past and present lives. It was all for righteousness. Bang, Hiyu watched Qin Jiang and others leave, and felt his blood boiling when he felt the pat on his shoulder. Brother Jiang, remember yourself. Brother Jiang not only helped his father personally, but also did not make any demands on himself. He also seemed to be optimistic about himself and did not discriminate against his father. This was a new life for his entire family to eye in various situations. Hiyu felt that he was infinitely valued, had been reborn, was affirmed, and was completely impressed. This moment, his eyes changed as he looked at Qin Jiang's back. There was a determination, a reverence, and a willingness to die. Hiyu, Brother Jiang. I, Hiyu, owe you this. I swear to repay you with my life. Ahead, Zhu Zhang casually glanced back at Hiyu's expression. Brother Jiang is very resourceful, and he easily recruited a loyal warrior. No, that's not right. This is Brother Jiang's style of doing things. It's not that Brother Jiang is training loyal warriors, but that all the brothers who have come into contact with Brother Jiang are willing to serve as loyal warriors for him. This is the charm of personality. I can't even. Zhu Zhang knows his own limitations. He believes that he is no less capable than others in planning and wisdom, but he is slightly inferior to Brother Jiang in vision and ability to predict and control future situations. He is even less so in personal charm. Brother Jiang's big brother-like charm comes from within and cannot be concealed or imitated. What can I say? As long as you spend some time with Brother Jiang, you will naturally regard him as your backbone, want to fight with him, and want to work hard for him. This kind of heroic temperament is unmatched by ordinary people. Zhu Zhang had no envy or jealousy for this, only admiration. He didn't like being the big brother, the little Zhuge. This was not only the position given to him by others, but also the position he placed on himself. The Zhuge, not only do they have extraordinary wisdom, but they also have extraordinary loyalty. They will serve one person for their entire life and will never touch the so-called opportunity to get promoted even if they encounter it. He, Zhu Zhang, knows his limits. Until Qin Jiang and others left the cafeteria, wow, many talented people are discussing wow. That guy was so bold that he actually knelt down in front of Brother Jiang and begged him to do something for him, and most importantly, he actually got it done. Yeah. I don't even dare to get close to Brother Jiang because of his aura. He's still asking for help, so he's no pushover. Brother Jiang patted him on the shoulder when he left. He obviously admired him very much. This kid is going to be very successful. For a while, these people looked at Hiyu with envy. Who wouldn't want to be valued by Brother Jiang? Who wouldn't want to talk to Brother Jiang? But who could really do that? There were also some self-important people who took the initiative to approach Qin Jiang to show off their presence, but they were directly stopped by the security department and thrown out before they could even start whining. Not to mention showing off their presence, they even lost their chance to join the Black Dragon. That's why they were shocked by Hiyu's success today. Now Hiyu's father was even more confused when he saw Qin Jiang and the others leaving. They just left like that? Without asking for anything, he came to Hiyu and asked in confusion, "Son, what's going on?" Dad is a little confused. Who is this senior of yours? Why is he so powerful? He can settle things remotely with just one phone call. How old is he? Why would he help you? Hiyu was a little unsure how to answer the series of questions, so he could only say, Dad. Walking and talking, as the two of them left the cafeteria, a large number of students gave Hiyu friendly smiles outside the school gate. Hiyu's father was stunned after hearing his son's explanation. Qin Jiang, big boss from northern province, worth tens of billions, the chief young entrepreneur of the three northern provinces. The other party turned out to be the legendary figure, the legend of northern province, Qin Shenzhen. He had naturally heard of the legend of Qin Jiang, but he had no idea that the other party went to the same school as his son. Now that he knew that the other party was Qin Jiang, what had just happened made sense. The power of a phone call from such a person was indeed unimaginable. Hiyu's father, son, why would he help you? Could it be, Hiyu, Dad? What are you thinking? Who am I? I'm just an ordinary vocational college student. What's there for Brother Jiang to look at? Brother Jiang just sees me as pitiful and loyal. And Dad, don't believe the rumors outside. Brother Jiang is a very good person. After I graduate, I will join the Black Dragon and work for Brother Jiang, Hiyu's father, but he didn't refuse. He just patted Hiyu on the shoulder and said, "You are grown up now and can make your own decisions. Remember, the people of the Yi family must never betray their trust or go back on their word." Chapter 762, Major Actions in Honey Trap. Zhu Yu ahead. Qin Jiang didn't care about Hiyu's situation, and said to Zhu Zhang, "I guess those two idiots won't be able to endure it for much longer, so we can start preparing." Zhu Zhang, understood. Lin family villa. Boss Lin and second brother Lin slumped on the sofa, looking listless. Ahead, the girl standing here is Wang Yuan. Boss Lin, I have finished what I asked you to do. Wang Yuan, yeah. I just came back from the vocational university cafeteria. I met Qin Jiang and was seen by Zhu Zhang. Lin Lao you didn't reveal anything. Wang Yuan, I didn't dare to say much. Boss Lin, it doesn't matter. Anyway, as Dad would say, this is an open conspiracy. Even if we know everything later, it doesn't matter. Once the gap is there, it can't be healed. He glanced at Lin Lao. Once upon a time, the two brothers had a very good relationship, but ever since the old man delegated power to Lin Lao became jealous and angry and broke up with Lin Lao. At first, Lin Lao thought about explaining and reconciling, but later he lost himself under the power and began to compete with Lin Lao to struggle for interests. It is often so cruel. Boss Lin, then let's move on to the next step. Go find that Zhu. Zhu, what's his name? Lin Lao Zhu Yu. What's wrong? You've been working me so hard these past 2 days that even my brain isn't working properly anymore. Boss Lin, you're not that good, right? Find Zhu Yu, set up a trap for him and get him in, and then you don't have to worry about the rest. Wang Yuan, scam, Lin Lao what? Is there a problem? Wang Yuan, no problem, it's just my thing. Lin Lao don't worry about your affairs. We have already contacted entertainment. They will sign you to an A-level contract and guarantee you the leading role in 2 dramas, as well as some other film and television resources. You will never suffer any loss. Wang Yuan, I'm a bit timid. You know Black Dragon's status. I need at least some written guarantees. Otherwise, I'm afraid. Boss Lin, are you sick? It's written on paper. What's the big deal? We wrote it down for you, so what bad things did you do? What benefits did we guarantee you? Isn't that just handing you a knife? Lin Lao are you not confident about the reputation of our Lin family? You can't give such a guarantee. Wang Yuan, at this moment, she felt deeply that the 2 brothers in front of her could not be compared with the Black Dragon Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang. Even though she had no conversation with Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang, she could feel the pressure coming from the 2 of them just by meeting them, as well as a feeling that her psychology was completely seen through by the other party. However, the 2 brothers in front of her were obviously also top-notch but did not put too much pressure on him. It seemed as if the other party could not understand what she was saying when communicating with them. Wang Yuan, that's not what I meant. I want the entertainment company to guarantee me that the contract will be signed immediately. I definitely believe in the reputation of the Lin family, but the waters in the entertainment company are too deep and too complicated. I'm just a small figure. Boss Lin and Boss Lin were stunned. Boss Lin, that's it, okay, I'll call the entertainment company and ask them to sign your contract. For the 2 of them, this was no big deal and could be solved with just 1 sentence. They only said that they would give the heroines 2 roles, but they didn't say what level the roles were. It's a show that requires an investment of 1 or 200 million. The same goes for investments of 1 or 2 million. What a difference. Lin Lao I told you I'd do it. Why are you still standing here? Wang Yuan, then which room should I go to wait for you for the next 2 days? Lin Lao get lost. Just do your job, don't think about those things all day long. Wang Yuan, no, the last few times you 2 were like sex-hungry ghosts. You didn't talk about business first when you saw me, but did things first. And now you are here pretending to be innocent in front of us. It's really pure and simple. Wang Yuan had no idea that the 2 brothers were taking a 2-pronged approach and were frantically selling seeds recently. Work hard every day, strive to be the best. Then he completely withered, completely listless, and even staggered when walking all day. How could he care about Wang Yuan anymore? Even though Wang Yuan was indeed attractive, the 2 of them were completely powerless. Wang Yuan is gone. In the house, Boss Lin and second Boss Lin looked at each other. Boss Lin, what's the matter? It's withered. Lin Lao humph. Wang Yuan just doesn't meet my aesthetic standards. How can I take a girl like that who can be ridden by thousands of people seriously? Boss Lin, I heard there's an old Chinese doctor outside the city you could go see. Lin Lao he's in great shape, never idle for a day. Why would he see a Chinese doctor? Boss Lin, that old Chinese doctor is not ordinary, he specializes in bragging. Lin Lao he snorted coldly and left. Before leaving, he said to Lin Laodao, don't think about those crooked ways all day long. We can fight each other, but we have to do the old man's work. We must bring down Black Dragon once and for all. Boss Lin, you don't need to tell me. I'll have people build momentum after she finishes dancing. Outside, Wang Yuan glanced back at the Lin family villa and muttered, why isn't Mr. Lin here? Can you 2 brothers really outsmart Qin Jiang? Forget it. Whether they can win or not is none of my business. I just need to do my job well and then report to the entertainment company. That night the entertainment company called her to sign the contract. The next day, Wang Yuan called Zhu Yu. Ayu, what are you doing? Come on, I'm waiting for you. Zhu Yu, where are you? Wang Yuan, hotel. Zhu Yu, wait for me, in the hotel. Zhu Yu, baby, you must be getting impatient waiting for me. here comes the flying stick. Wang Yuan, wait, Juyu, what are you waiting for? Wang Yuan, do you want to do something exciting today? Juyu, how to stimulate? Wang Yuan, you meant all like, yes, Juyu, really, you agree to play this? You, Wang Yuan, you are my boyfriend, so I am willing to satisfy you. Juyu, okay. A few minutes later, Wang Yuan's voice came from inside the room. No. Let me go, no. How can you do this to me? No. Don't touch me, scream, even if your throat hurts, it's no use. Right at this moment, bang, the hotel room door was kicked open on the spot, public security. Stop it. Chapter 763. Juyu was arrested and rumors spread. What? Juyu suddenly looked up at the door, several policemen rushed in and shouted at him with indifference, some even raised their weapons. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan, who was playing with her on the bed, was tied up, her face miserable and tearful. When she saw the policeman coming in, she was not frightened but instead shouted with surprise, "Policeman, save me, Juyu, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, no, save you? Are you addicted to acting? This is real public security, this is a real incident? How can you still say this? Oh Juyu, Yuan, what are you doing? This is real Jian." At the same time, she said to Jian, "Comrade Jian, you have misunderstood. We are a normal couple playing security, don't talk. Squat down, put your hands on your head, and get off the bed." Several police officers rushed over shouting and pinned Juyu to the ground. A female officer quickly stepped forward to untie Wang Yuan. "Ma'am, are you okay? Wang Yuan, whoa. Fortunately you came in time, otherwise I would." Female security guard, "Don't be afraid, we are here." Wang Yuan hugged the female security guard and cried so sadly, as if she had suffered extreme injustice and saw her loved ones, her body twitching. "Juyu? No, Wang Yuan, what are you doing? Yuan, why are you crying? Explain to them. Aren't we a couple? Is this what you wanted? Why are you crying?" Juyu struggled to move towards Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan shrank her neck in fear, looking extremely terrified. You don't pass me by, I don't understand what you were saying. I just came here to break up with you, but you treat me. Whoa, female security guard, don't be afraid, we will take care of it for you. Wang Yuan, I'm the person reporting the case. Not long ago, I almost hit him on my motorcycle, and he blackmailed me. I offered to accompany him to the hospital, and then he came to me every day and threatened me if I didn't agree. His brother is a black dragon boss, and he said he would drown me if I didn't agree. I was scared. I didn't dare, so I could only take care of him every day. But this time he asked me to come here for dinner, but I didn't expect that as soon as I came in, I started to touch me and even tied me up with ropes, trying to do me. Fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, I would. Woo, Juyu, Yuan, you are harming me. What is the grudge between us, you? He struggled desperately and said, "Comrade public security, listen to me, he is harming me. This is a honey trap." He was very cooperative just now, really, he is really a honey trap. Wang Yuan, I didn't, Juyu, security, okay, take them all back. Let's go back and investigate. Being escorted to the car, Juyu took advantage of the moment and suddenly rushed over to Wang Yuan, gritting his teeth and saying, Who sent you? How dare you do this to me? Do you know who my brother is? My brother won't let you go. Have you thought about the consequences? Who sent you here? Tell me, Wang Yuan, no one asked me to. I don't understand what you are saying. You don't have to threaten me. I'm not afraid. Even if your brother is Zhu Zhang, so what? He is only the second in command of the Black Dragon Group. There are people above him. Aren't you taking yourself too seriously? Those who know he is the second in command think your brother is the boss. What? Juyu was stunned again. Boss, second in command, is there another one above? Could it be? Behind Wang Yuan is security. Shut up, get in the car. Soon Wang Yuan completed the statement and provided the security department with a recording as evidence, which contained her voice and words of resistance. Female security guard, don't worry. We will give you justice and will never let any bad guy go. Wang Yuan, I believe you. A few minutes later, Wang Yuan left and sent a message to Lin Lauer. It's done, Juyu has gone in. Buzz. Lin Lauer replied, you can go now. You don't have to worry about the rest. At the same time, Lin Lauer sent a message to his subordinates, open the power, Halong construction site. Soon there were bursts of gossip. Have you heard? Manager Zhu is going to be promoted. Who? Which manager Zhu? Which other manager Zhu? Of course it's manager Zhu, the one who's been so crazy lately. His price is still rising. He's been causing such a big fuss with his speculation, but the higher-ups still don't care and give him a price rise. What are you thinking? Who is he? He's that guy's brother, buying and selling some construction site stuff. Who dares to say anything? He's recruited so many people to work for him, making the construction site a mess, but which leader dares to intervene? Who dares to say anything? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone nodded in agreement. Everyone knows that Juyu has been very active at the construction site recently. He has been recruiting people from all over the place to form his own small interest group. These people help each other and don't take the construction site leaders seriously, and the leaders dare not interfere. Although Zhu Yu is just a small manager, he is very powerful at the construction site. He can make decisions on many things without authorization. Therefore, ordinary people at the construction site know that Zhu Yu should not be provoked. After all, he has a very powerful brother. If it weren't for him being like this, his brother wouldn't care. Why would my family care? Maybe they did it on purpose. What do you mean? What does it mean? It's about building connections and supporting power. I won't say much about the rest, you can figure it out yourself. You mean, I didn't say anything. For a moment, they began to discuss Zhu Yu's promotion, but were soon overshadowed by a bombshell piece of news. Have you heard? Zhu Yu was arrested. No. Didn't you just say he was arrested? He's so awesome, who would dare to arrest him? Yes. Who dares to offend him? Isn't he afraid of provoking his brother? From what I know, he was caught bullying men and women by relying on his brother. He's really crazy. He's in trouble this time. I don't think so. Don't you even consider his background? Even if the incident gets bigger, it will probably be out in 2 days. Just wait and see. When the time comes, I'll get the promotion I deserve. I can't. Remove the word bar. This manager Zhu is really incomparable to manager Qin. Look at manager Qin, he's brother Zhang's younger brother and he's not as arrogant as him. TSK, and so on. Don't talk nonsense. Chapter 764, Conflict? Prepare to attack. Ahem, a patrol manager whispered. Just work hard and stop talking nonsense. The workers all shut up and went back to work, but after the inspector left, they started talking again. After all, such earth-shattering gossip was rare. No one noticed that while they were chatting about gossip, someone silently glanced at the person who brought up the topic and took the initiative to talk about the status of Jiang Gu and Zhu Zhang, and silently wrote down the other person's name. At the same time, similar topics were circulating everywhere in the construction site, and with the deliberate instigation of someone, it was brought out that the reason why Zhu Yu was so rampant was that Zhu Zhang did it on purpose. The purpose is to win over and cultivate his own power, thereby consolidating his own position and supporting his followers. This kind of news not only spread in the Heilong construction site, but also spread in many nearby construction sites and residential areas. Some speculate, do you think Zhu Yu's arrest was a coincidence? Was he really set up by a honey trap? Could it be a game between the upper echelons of the Black Dragon? That's impossible. Zhu Xingdu is already second only to the emperor, and he has other thoughts. TSK, since ancient times, who doesn't want to be the big brother, who doesn't want to be the boss? We have no right to discuss the affairs of the upper echelons. I heard Qin Jiang is very good to his brothers, and Xu Zhang still has such thoughts. TSK, this Xu Zhang has no vision. Various topics were circulating, including the topic about Xu Zhang's lack of vision, saying that he was nepotism and had made the overall environment of Heilongjiang a mess, and so on. Even this rumor gradually caused a stir among the middle-level Black Dragons, but no one dared to speak out. Wang Tao, fuck? What the hell are those people out there spreading? Are they crazy? Is brother Zhang that kind of person? Sun Yuan, there must be someone behind the scenes fanning the flames, otherwise this effect wouldn't be possible. Jashanha, don't even think about it, it was Huwei's bastards who did it. I'll bring my men to crush them. Fenglin, Adni, Shintianzi, Zhu Yu's actions are too unreasonable. I don't know why brother Zhang didn't stop him and let him ruin his reputation. Is he going to use his own reputation to cut off the future paths of his relatives joining the Black Dragon? It really shouldn't be that serious. Bai Lu, brother Jiang knows how to handle this matter. We just need to follow his orders. Soon Xu Zhang gave instructions on this matter. Just one word, wait, let the bullets fly for a while. Night, Black Dragon Council Chamber. Several management trainees brought in fruits and tea, and as soon as they entered, they noticed that the atmosphere was very wrong. Qin Jiang and Xu Zhang exuded a vague sense of coldness and locked eyes with each other. Gulp, gulp. The management trainee swallowed subconsciously just as I left, before the door was completely closed. I heard the conversation between Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang from inside. Have you heard all the rumors outside? How can you indulge your brother like this? He's my own brother. What's wrong with condoning him? I just want to know why he was arrested. It's not normal for him to be arrested for something he did wrong. Do you really think I don't know why that woman called the police? Just because I don't say it doesn't mean I don't understand. Then why you allowed your brother to do these things doesn't mean I don't understand. Brother Jiang, my brother is in there, let's get him out first. Your brother, what does it have to do with me? Bang. Okay. That's what you said, right? Then I'll get it myself, I don't need you. The Black Dragon belongs to everyone, not just you. Say it again. At the door, several management trainees were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Wow, boom, what did they just hear? Brother Jiang and brother Zhang were arguing? And they were arguing with each other. They can listen to such words. They won't be silenced if they hear too much. Think of this. They pretended to know nothing and left quickly. After walking a long way, then he murmured softly, why is brother Zhang clashing with brother Jiang? Isn't it said that the two bosses have a good relationship? Who knows? I think something big is going to happen. Shut up. What big deal can happen? Just keep today's events to yourself. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Silence. The management trainees shut up and straightened up, acting as if they had heard nothing at all. Only a management trainee's eyes flickered. He had just been bribed by the Lin family not long ago. Originally, he didn't want to be bribed, but his father was in debt from gambling, and if he didn't pay it back, his sister would have to pay it off. For the money, he had no choice but to agree to the Lin family's recruitment as an insider. His order was to collect and observe any abnormal behavior of the Black Dragon senior management. It was obvious that Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang's behavior today was very abnormal. He was in a state of entanglement. Tell the Lin family. He felt sorry for Heilong who supported him. If he didn't tell his family, they would be forced to pay the debt. A long time that he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Brother Jiang, I'm sorry. I was forced into this situation and had no other choice. If I didn't notify others, they would have informed them. By then, not only would I not be able to pay off my family's gambling debts, but I would also be blamed. I'm really at my wits' end." Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang stood in front of the French window and smiled at each other, while Sijou curled his lips. He knew that someone was going to be in trouble again, but he didn't believe that Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang would quarrel. Although Zhu Zhang's friendship was not as deep as his with brother Jiang, their relationship was not something that ordinary people could understand. Zhu Zhang, I guess the news will soon reach the ears of the Lin brothers. Their actions just now were deliberately heard by the management trainees outside. The identity of the traitor was not a secret. The reason why it was not exposed was because of today's situation. It can be said that as long as the Lin family is not destroyed, these traitors of the Black Dragon Group will never be completely eradicated and cannot be completely eradicated. Of course, not only the Lin family has traitors in Black Dragon, but Black Dragon has also planted corresponding people in the Lin family and Hui, Qin Jiang. It depends on whether the two brothers of the Lin family will be so overwhelmed by their impending goal that they will act on their own without reporting to Mr. Lin. Zhu Zhang, do you want to raise the bet again? Qin Jiang, no need. If you add more, the two brothers won't understand easily. Just keep it simple and easy to understand. Zhu Zhang, I hope they can take the bait. Qin Jiang, even if they don't take the bait, proceed according to the plan. The two brothers have already fallen into the trap, so we should turn the tables and send them to jail for a while, to avoid disrupting the planning of the northern border city that never sleeps. Zhu Zhang, understood. Swish. Swish, the two of them couldn't help but look towards the Lin family villa. They were going to teach the Lin family a lesson and let the outside world know who was the winner in Songjiang now. Chapter 765, The Lin Brothers' Calculations and Foolish Actions. Zhu Zhang, then I will go and execute it. Qin Jiang, wait. Qin Jiang looked at Zhu Zhang and said, some things don't need to be done. There's no need for those things between you and me, brothers. Zhu Zhang, I know, snap. Snap. Qin Jiang patted Zhu Zhang on the shoulder without saying anything. Everything was self-explanatory and there was no point in saying more. Soon Zhu Zhang left to carry out the plan to trap the Lin family. Brother Jiang has Brother Zhang's trust, and he also has his own persistence. If you can't rely on Brother Zhang's trust, just don't take some things seriously. Since ancient times, the more meritorious, the more powerful. Even if he and Qin Jiang cannot use these things, even if his contributions cannot overshadow the masters, the fact that some things can show signs of being used by outsiders already means something. It is not Zhu Zhang's style to play deaf and dumb. Sijou watched Zhu Zhang leave and looked at Qin Jiang. Brother Jiang, do I need to get involved in this? Qin Jiang, no, this matter only requires brains, not fists. Seijo, Brother Jiang, I seem to be quite useless lately. Snap. Snap. Qin Jiang patted his shoulder and said, who said you are useless? How can I feel safe without you by my side, Seijo? I am Brother Zhang's eternal shield. Qin Jiang, huh? Let's go. Let's go eat. Lin family villa, good, okay. The Lin brothers were extremely excited. They had never expected the plan to go so smoothly. Boss Lin, I didn't expect Wang Yuan to act so quickly and send you directly to jail. I also didn't expect that the brothers Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang didn't have a life and death quarrel in the office as rumored. It's interesting, Lin Lao Air, yeah. Everyone said Zhu Zhang was completely devoted to Qin Jiang, but is he really that devoted? I heard he even slammed the table and cursed. The effect was better than expected. This moment, the two couldn't hide the smile on their faces. They originally did not think highly of Mr. Lin's plan, thinking that sowing discord might not be useful. But now it seems that it is not only useful but also miraculous. They didn't even need to use the second and third steps. The first step created a huge rift between Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang. Lin Lao Air, I'll tell Dad right now. If Dad knew I did things so smoothly, he would definitely praise me. Just about to take out the phone and make a call. Boss Lin, wait, Lin Lao Air, what are you waiting for? You're not going to call the old man before me, are you? Boss Lin, why would I? This is something we did between the two of us. What difference does it make if we fight earlier or later? Lin Lao Air, then you, Boss Lin, I don't think we need to tell the old man about this. Lin Lao Air, not telling the old man? What do you mean? Boss Lin, second brother, you should have seen what the old man has been thinking for so many years. We are fighting each other to the death. In fact, the old man is very disappointed in us. If we don't do something worth showing off, there may be no possibility of inheriting the throne. Lin Lao Air, Grandpa only has 2 sons, so who else can he pass it on to if not us? Lin Yu. What qualifications does a married daughter like her have? Besides, to be honest, she is even dumber than both of us, Boss Lin. The old man only has 2 sons, but he has grandchildren. He will have no problem living for another 10 years. By then, he may choose his successor from among his grandchildren, bypassing you and me. You don't want that to happen, do you? As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Lauer looked unhappy. Old Master Lin knew very well that he disliked his 2 brothers. What the eldest brother said was right. Father had recently been saying that he expected more sons from them, and his desire to pass the throne to his grandsons was obvious. Although old Master Lin's grandsons were only his 2 sons, the meat was still rotten in the pot, but the 2 of them couldn't accept, in their opinion, only one of them can inherit the Lin group, and anyone else, even their son, will have to wait until they retire to take over. It can be said that, as long as I live, you will all be my subjects. Who doesn't want to be the master of the house? Who wants to be a retired emperor with only a nominal title? Besides, if the old man really passes the throne to his grandson, how will the 2 of them save their dignity? What would outsiders say about them? What will the business community think of the 2? Will I become a laughingstock in society? No. Absolutely not. Lin Lauer. Boss, tell me, what do you want to do? Boss Lin, what can we do? We have to prove it to the old man. Let him see that you and I are not incapable. It's him who underestimated you and me. We didn't stand a chance before, but now we have the chance. Lin Lauer, you mean? Black Dragon, Boss Lin, that's right. The old man originally thought it would take 2 or 3 steps to break up Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang. He never expected that the first step would be enough. Why don't you and I take this opportunity to win over Zhu Zhang and complete this task before the old man returns? Then give him a surprise when he comes back and let him see how decisive you and I are. Lin Lauer, I really won't tell Grandpa. Boss Lin, as the saying goes, a general on the battlefield is not subject to military orders. Everything depends on the results. As long as we can win over Zhu Zhang and cause a split within the Black Dragon, then the old man can only praise you and my ability. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. If you don't, I will do it myself. Lin Lauer, I do, Boss Lin, alright? Let's work together as brothers and shake up Songjiang North Province in one fell swoop, and let those who look down on you and me know how powerful we are. Lin Lauer, no problem. For a while, the 2 men discussed enthusiastically and neither of them hit anything. Even though both brothers wanted to take all the credit, they also knew that it couldn't be accomplished without either of them, and they now had a common enemy, the grandchildren of the Lin family. To this end, the 2 can work together sincerely. An hour later, Boss Lin, it's settled. I'll continue to have people fan the flames and spread the news of Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang's struggle for position. You start trying to contact Zhu Zhang. As long as he agrees to become independent, we can give him some support. Lin Lauer, he's asking for a lot. Boss Lin, I'm not afraid of him asking for too much, I'm afraid he won't even respond. This is our best chance. As long as we can succeed, what's the big deal? Besides, when Zhu Zhang and Qin Jiang fight to the death, our Lin family will reap the benefits and swallow the whole Black Dragon. What's the point of paying a little profit? No. We're not paying a profit, we're just temporarily giving it to Zhu Zhang. Lin Lauer, I understand, Boss Lin, then let's get started. Chapter 766 Undercurrent, Lin Air vs Zhu Zhang Akio. Mr. Lin couldn't stop sneezing in his villa in the neighboring province. The housekeeper hurried forward. Is the old man catching a cold? Keep warm in spring and cool in autumn. You should wear more clothes, Mr. Lin. No problem. I just suddenly thought of my 2 disappointing sons. The housekeeper said, the 2 young masters are very ambitious and are both wholeheartedly committed to expanding the Lin group. Mr. Lin, any information to report recently? The housekeeper said, I called this morning specifically to inquire about everything. Everything is going smoothly. I've already sent that woman through the honey trap process. We're just waiting for a response from the Black Dragon group, Mr. Lin, okay? Tell them to report to me the details after the Black Dragon group reacts. Butler, yes. But they didn't know that they had received the news delayed. Boss Lin and Second Lin didn't dare and didn't have the guts to lie to the old man, knowing that lying would be exposed, so they deliberately delayed telling the matter and only reported the information from 2 days ago to the old man today. It's a montage statement, everything is correct. It's just that the time was changed. Sure enough, Mr. Lin did not doubt anything. Although he did not have much confidence in his 2 sons, he knew that they just did not have the ability to take over the Lin group, but they could still execute orders. He has supported and trained them for so many years, and has seen so many things. Even a pig can be trained to understand human nature, let alone 2 people who are not stupid. But old Master Lin still felt uneasy, but he didn't think about the Black Dragon. Instead, he wondered if there was something wrong with those who came to his base to cause trouble. Could it be that these troublemakers from other provinces are not simple? Not only are they supported by internal forces, but there are also other forces involved. Looks like I need to strike with lightning speed to stabilize the base camp as soon as possible. If it takes too long, the morale of my subordinates will become even more chaotic. A quick solution will allow me to return to Songjiang as soon as possible. There are important matters waiting for me there. Elder Lin decided to launch a swift attack, but the situation at his base proved more complex than he anticipated. Not only were internal and external forces vying for power, but the security forces were also watching closely, making it impossible for him to stabilize the situation quickly. Even more unexpectedly, before he could even pacify Songjiang, he received another wave of bad news. The other side. Songjiang's various legends about the Black Dragon are becoming more and more intense. Inside the construction site, many people cursed Juyu. Juyu is such a piece of shit. I think he's just using Zhang Ji's skin as a cover. Zheng Guo is such a man, he can't have any second thoughts. That's right. It's all Juyu's fault. If you ask me, people with connections can't enter the company. Otherwise, they will definitely make the company a mess. I think so too. People with connections should be eliminated. I heard that the leaders of the Black Dragon Group had previously refused to allow such an appointment, but those two had such strong connections that they couldn't. You see, this is where the problem is. During their discussion, they were very against those with connections. If it weren't for them, there wouldn't be any rumors like today. The ones who had it the hardest were definitely those who had joined Juyu. They'd been having a really rough couple of days. Now gathering together, what should we do? Brother Yu has been arrested? What are you afraid of? Who is Brother Yu? He's Brother Zheng's younger brother. He'll be out in a few days, but the rumors are out there that this matter involves a game of high-level politics, and it's not just a simple play with a woman. The legend can't be true, right? If it were true, not only would something happen to Brother Zhang, but Brother Yu would definitely be crippled. By then, Brother Yu's remaining followers, I'm going to die, they were completely paralyzed. Some were scared to death, some were filled with remorse. Anyway, they all had complicated expressions on their faces. After discussing for a long time, they still couldn't find any useful solutions. Finally, I can only choose to wait. After all, they had no other options but to pray that Brother Yu would turn the danger into safety and overcome the difficulties. He felt the undercurrents surging in the construction site, and his expression became very complicated. Why did it turn out like this? How could Yu be so stupid? This shouldn't be the case. He was obviously very smart when he first met me. He must have been instigated by someone. Yu. One wrong step, every step is wrong. I don't know what's going on the Black Dragon, and where I'm going in the future. Originally, he and Juyu were quite conspicuous in the Black Dragon Group because of their connections. No other senior executives in the Black Dragon Group had relatives who could work in the Black Dragon Group. However, due to the prestige of Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang, no one dared to say anything. But who could have thought that something like this would happen today? Now there is a lot of opposition to the connections in the entire group, and it will inevitably affect him. Even he himself had some thoughts. Brother Jiang treated his family well, and even mobilized the entire group to cause such a big commotion in order to save his sister. I had originally planned to join the Black Dragon Group and help my boss, but when I came to work here, I found that my abilities were limited and I couldn't help at all. Now I'm even more of a target of gossip. No. I can't go on like this. I can't let Brother Jiang down. I have to repay his kindness. I can't be ungrateful. I can't pretend to be blind to the outside world's influence and rumors. For a while, Qinhe's eyes flashed with determination. Tiger power. Lin Yu was very excited when he heard the news from outside. Okay, Black Dragon wants to cause trouble on his own. God bless Hu Wei. It shouldn't be Black Dragon's turn. I can't always be the one to suffer the consequences. It should be their turn. Internal fighting is good. There are two tigers in one mountain. Who doesn't want to be the boss? Xu Zhang naturally has his own thoughts. No. Can I take this opportunity to win over Zhu Zhang and form an offensive and defensive alliance with Hu Wei? I can try. But this kind of thing will definitely come at a price. I should ask Wang Wei what he decides. I should also talk to him more to prevent him from having any grudges against the child in my belly. After all, Hu Wei is his. She touched her belly with a very loving look, and whether out of guilt or other factors, she did not intend to decide on anything on her own, but wanted to wait for news from Wang Wei. Swish. She pulled out her phone and made a call. Hello. It's me. Sending a message to Wang Wei inside. Internal strife among the Black Dragons. Yunlu Club. A well-known club in Songjiang. It only welcomes the top bosses in Songjiang. 10 o'clock in the middle of the night, Lin Lao Air arrived in a car with several bodyguards and, led by the manager, entered one of the most central rooms in the Yunlu Club. Yunlu, Songjiang can only meet with less than 10 people in this room. Lin Lao Air was stunned when he saw the room. Boom. Boom. The manager knocked twice and waited for 3 seconds before slowly opening the door. He said to Lin Lao Air, Mr. Zhu is waiting for you. Chapter 767 Lin Lao Air's wooing and stupidity. Lin Lao Air, he looked up at Yun Lujin, feeling a little confused. To be clear, even though he was not qualified to enter this room, and only Grandpa Lin and the entire Lin family had it, Zhu Zhan could actually book a room here and wait for him. No. Waiting for him in the room. That's not right either. Anyway, it's incredible, the Black Dragon Group was already so prestigious that even a second-in-command could be treated like this. Perhaps it was because the Yunlu mansion had fallen in status. Of course, he didn't know that Zhu Zhang was able to get a room here because of the Hong Kong influence behind the Yunlu mansion. To put it bluntly, Mr. Gu had a stake in the mansion. The Black Dragon will naturally be treated specially. Also, the people I sent to contact Zhu Zhang were doing it in secret, not publicly. Now, after finally meeting him, shouldn't they be doing it in a private setting? And doing it openly in the Yunlu mansion? Even though the mansion isn't open to the public, it's still a bit ostentatious. Seeing Lin Lauer's days, the manager said again, "Mr. Lin, please come in." Lin Lauer, okay, he nodded, calmed down, and strode into the room. Bang, the manager closed the door. Lin Lauer came in and took a quick look at the room facilities. It was very luxurious. The whole room was very large, with the reception and dining areas harmoniously arranged. The most amazing thing was that there was a whole piece of glass opposite. Behind the glass was an ocean world with all kinds of rare marine fish. There was even a huge shark swimming back and forth, but Lin Lauer was naturally in no mood to pay attention to these things. His eyes fell on the sofa in the middle of the reception area, where a young man with a pigtail was half lying there lazily, gently waving a folding fan in his hand as he admired the ocean world opposite. Exactly, the second in command of the Black Dragon Group, Zhu Zhang, nicknamed Zhuge Zhang. Even though it was just his back, Lin Lauer inexplicably felt a surge of pressure, causing him to tremble slightly inwardly. Don't panic. He's just a kid, what are you afraid of? You're the future heir of the Lin family. As long as you can win him over and let him fight Qin Zhang to the death, you can reap the benefits. When the time comes, those damn Black Dragon, Qin Zhang, and Xu Zhang will all kneel down. He suppressed his inner trembling and strode to Zhu Zhang. Ha ha. Mr. Zhu, right? I'm Lin Yang, the deputy general manager of the Lin Group. I've long heard of Mr. Zhu's name. Seeing him today is indeed a young and heroic figure. Xu Zhang didn't even turn his head, just said him calmly, then waved his fan towards the sofa on the side, indicating that Lin Lauer should sit down and talk. Lin Lauer, Sigma, surprised face, no, what are you doing? I just praised you, and you just said What? You don't take me seriously. Who is he? The second young master of the Lin Group. Endure, Lin Lauer, you can't show your anger. You are here to win him over. You have to endure. He sat calmly on the sofa and looked at Zhu Zhang, who was still paying attention to the ocean world. He didn't know how to start, so he could only watch the ocean world as well. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes. Lin Lauer couldn't help but ask, Mr. Zhu, are we meeting here just to visit ocean world? I came here with sincerity this time. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Zhengkai retracted his gaze and looked at Lin Lauer, who was still half lying on the sofa. Sincerity? What sincerity? Lin Lauer, let's be frank, I feel very sorry for what happened to you, Mr. Zhu Zhang. Why not, Lin Lauer? Everyone in Songjiang knows that you, Zhu Zhang, have contributed the majority of the Black Dragon Group's success. You've been responsible for every major event. You've been responsible for at least half of the Black Dragon Group's current success. Qin Zhang is just a mascot at best, and what's the result? Now that Black Dragon is almost becoming Qin Zhang's one-man show, who still knows about you, the real hard worker? Zhu Zhang's expression changed slightly. Seeing this, Lin Lauer felt that something was up and added. A veteran like you would be worshipped wherever you are. To be frank, even without Qin Zhang, you would still have made a name for yourself, not much worse than Black Dragon. It's you who are so capable and willing to be second in command out of Brotherhood, but what about Qin Zhang? Not only did he not appreciate it, he even used tricks to trick you. Xu Zhang, making fun of me? I don't understand what you are saying, Lin Lauer? What? You don't understand, how can you not understand? I'm almost speaking plain language. Aren't you known as the little Zhuge Liang? Is there only a pig, etc.? Are you pretending not to understand? Lin Lauer was stunned for 3 seconds before reacting. He smiled and said, Brother Zhu is such a joker. Qin Zhang went too far with your brother. What did he want to do through your brother? To suppress your status and make you lose face in Black Dragon through your brother's affairs. Isn't that too mean? Besides, wasn't it just selling some unused scrap at the construction site? Wasn't it just bullying a worthless woman? How could this be a big deal? He's making a big deal out of it. This moment, it was Zhu Zhang's turn to be stunned. He didn't expect that he would take a slight detour and wanted to make everything clear without saying anything, so that Lin Lauer could directly state the conditions. Result, the other party didn't understand at all, and instead brought up these things that everyone knew. Didn't this just make him look stupid? At the same time, Zhu Zhang was basically certain that Lin Lauer was definitely not sent by Mr. Lin. The other party couldn't have sent such a stupid person to talk to him. They must be very clear about the effect this would have. So, he has more room to play. Zhu Zhang, he committed a crime himself and was arrested. Isn't that normal? Lin Lauer, crime? You call it a crime? Doesn't Qin Zhang know Black Dragon's origin? He himself has drowned countless people. Now you're using your brother as an accusation, it's outrageous. Zhu Zhang interrupted him. Don't talk nonsense, our Heilong is a formal company. Lin Lauer, okay. Don't talk about Black Dragon. Talk about me. I won't hide it from you, I had a fierce fight with my eldest brother over the inheritance rights, but last month I beat him up and threw him into the river, and then, when something happened to me, not to mention the old man, the eldest brother also tried to settle it. This is the attitude of a family. Zhu Zhang's eyes lit up, holy crap. Any unexpected gains, Zhu Zhang, last month? Thrown into the river? Really? You even did it yourself, Lin Laoer, why would I lie to you? You're just a security guard at a club. You dare to order me to stop the car? Fuck. You hit me with a stick and I couldn't get up. Later, someone threw me into the river. What else can I do, Zhu Zhang? You did that, Lin Laoer, ah. What happened, /__/. Chapter 768, Zhu Zhang, starting his own business? He wants money, land, and gifts. There was a gleam in Zhu Zhang's eyes, but his facial expression didn't change at all. He just nodded calmly. Lin Laoer said, just tell me, is this a big deal for us? Your brother made such a big deal out of such a small thing. Isn't this a slap in your face? If you ask me, maybe everything here was premeditated. Of course, I have no evidence, maybe I'm just a conspiracy theorist, but there are no such coincidences in the world. A beautiful woman suddenly fell in love with your brother, and then suddenly set up a honey trap, saying that your brother had cheated on her. Of course, this may all be my guess. You can investigate the details yourself. He led the matter to Qin Zhang, and was not afraid of Zhu Zhang's investigation. The only people who knew about the whole incident were a few important figures in the Lin family and Wang Yuan who had run away long ago. Check. How to check? Besides, they had set a trap for Qin Zhang a long time ago. Last time, Wang Yuan deliberately showed up in front of Zhu Zhang. Sure enough, Zhu Zhang was lost in thought, as if remembering something. Last time in the cafeteria, could it be that it was really him? Lin Laoer was very excited. What did you remember? Zhu Zhang didn't say anything, but his face grew increasingly gloomy. This expression made Lin Laoer even more convinced that the other party must have fallen for a trick. He kept adding fuel to the fire and saying bad things about Qin Zhang, saying how awesome Zhu Zhang was, that he could start his own business. Zhu Zhang didn't respond at all. Instead, he looked at Lin Laoer with a cold expression. What does it have to do with you whether I start my own business or not? Are you here to laugh at me, Zhu Zhang? Lin Laoer, Delta, no? Don't you understand what I mean, Zhu Zhang, no? I deliberately said it so bluntly, and you still didn't understand it. For a while, both of them were a little silent. Lin Laoer was a little confused. Zhu Zhang was a little speechless. In the end, it was Zhu Zhang who spoke first, no longer beating around the bush, and got straight to the point. Tell me why you came to see me, Lin Laoer. Of course I feel bad for brother Zhu. I think he can go out and work on his own. Zhu Zhang, the Black Dragon Group belongs to Chairman Qin. If I leave on my own, there's nothing I can do except take my trusted brothers with me. Why would I leave without capital? As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Laoer also realized that the other party was asking for benefits. Instead of being angry, he was excited. As long as the other party offered benefits, it proved that they were willing to cooperate, which meant that he had already succeeded for the most part. All that was left was to pay some price in benefits. Lin Laoer, brother Zhu, don't worry about any burdens. The Lin family can help you with any difficulties. Zhu Zhang, how can I help? Lin Laoer, brother Zhu, just open your mouth. My Lin family will fully support you and help you rebuild the Black Dragon Group. Zhu Zhang, rebuilding the Black Dragon Group? Who gave you the courage? Do you know how much it would cost? Lin Laoer, we only know that with brother Zhu's ability and the support of the Lin family, everything is easy. Zhu Zhang was too lazy to continue arguing with Lin Laoer. He realized that this guy was really stupid. If he continued to play dumb with him, the other party might not understand him anymore. So he got straight to the point and said, let's not beat around the bush. I want money. A lot of money. Lin Laoer, how much? Zhu Zhang held up 3 fingers. Lin Laoer, 30 million. Zhu Zhang shook his head and raised his hand. Lin Laoer, what? You want 300 million? Bang! Lin Laoer was so frightened that he stood up and looked at Zhu Zhang. Even though he knew the other party would ask for money when he came, he was also prepared to provide financial support. Without money, he couldn't move an inch. Without money, it was impossible for Zhu Zhang to escape from Black Dragon. Even if he escaped from Black Dragon, it wouldn't cause a big stir. But he didn't expect Zhu Zhang to ask for 300 million yuan. 300 million yuan was just a gift. Even if the Lin family came up with it, it would be difficult. Not everyone has the cash flow of Black Dragon. He has no say over this amount of money. Lin Laoer, impossible. Zhu Zhang, didn't I just say that nothing is impossible in this world? Everything depends on human effort. Lin Laoer, 300 million? You have such a huge appetite. The Lin family is here to support you, not give the Lin family to you. Where can I get such a huge cash flow for you? Zhu Zhang, I didn't ask you to give it to me. Lin Laoer, what do you mean? Just tell me, I don't quite understand. Zhu Zhang, I want a 300 million yuan bank loan, interest-free. Payable in 5 years. Lin Lauer breathed a sigh of relief. Bank loans interest-free. Obviously, the Lin family would need to help find a bank loan. That wouldn't be difficult. It would just be 5 years of interest-free loans, which would cost the Lin family money to secure, but the money required would be significantly reduced. Lin Lauer, no problem. Zhu Zhang, also. I want those plots of land in the western suburbs near the factory. What? Lin Lauer was stunned again. The land in the western suburbs, Kongxijia, is currently the hottest piece of land in Songjiang. Many of the last land kings were created in this area. Since the Lin group plans to transform, it naturally acquired a lot of land here. Now Zhu Zhang actually wants the land, which is simply snatching meat from the mouth of the Lin group. He cannot agree to give the land directly to Zhu Zhang. Lin Lauer, what do you want the land for? Zhu Zhang, nonsense. If I go out on my own, of course I need a piece of land. What am I going to do without a piece of land? Will I be laughed at? How can I develop without land? How can I let my brothers who are willing to follow me benefit? If I don't get benefits, how can I gain a firm foothold? You can't be so reluctant to give up a few pieces of land. Lin Lauer's face was grim. You want those plots of land? Brush. Zhu Zhang pulled out a map from the side and pointed at a few circled locations. I don't want many, just these 3. They're not particularly good locations. They're all wasteland now, not worth much. $3. Lin Lauer couldn't help cursing when looking at the map. He roughly estimated that the cost of buying these 3 plots of land on the spot was at least 300 to 400 million yuan. How could Zhu Zhang get them just by talking? Before he could say anything, Zhu Zhang, don't look so naive. It's not for nothing. The 300 million yuan loan you got should be used as the land purchase fee. The development of these plots of land is still unclear and no one knows whether they can be profitable. If you really calculate it, you won't lose money. By land. Lin Lauer was stunned again. He suppressed the curse words that were about to come out of his mouth and fell into deep thought. If he gave money, the Lin group would be selling land, and the loss would not be particularly large. Combined with the previous interest-free loan, the Lin group would have to pay tens of millions in price and favors, tens of millions to win over Zhu Zhang. This deal is still very reliable. Lin Lauer gritted his teeth. Okay, Zhu Zhang, brothers, you have to show some appreciation for coming out with me. Just give us a gift of 30 to 50 million yuan as compensation. Lin Lauer? So you go out on your own, I spend money, I provide the land, and I also have to win you over and buy you gifts? What, if you can't give us the coins, we'll have to give you some. Chapter 769, Lin Lauer compromises. Zhu Zhang, play with caution. Bang. Lin Lauer gritted his teeth and said, Brother Zhu, our Lin group is here to assist you, not to give you. Don't you think these requests are a bit excessive? Zhu Zhang, so what, you were the one who said I was being treated unfairly and asked me to leave. I hadn't planned to leave so early. Since you have no intention of cooperating, please leave. We have different ideals and cannot work together. Don't think I don't know that you plan to make me independent. When the time comes, I will naturally fight Qin Jiang, and you can hide behind Lin Lauer. He really wanted to just throw up his sleeves and leave, but he was worried that if he left this time, he would completely lose the opportunity to win over Zhu Zhang. Now was the best time to win him over. If the other party really waited a few years before coming out, he might even miss the opportunity to wait for some time to reconcile with Qin Jiang. Wouldn't they have wasted all their efforts? This, all possible. Thinking of this, he could only comfort himself. Don't be angry, he doesn't want much. Besides, these are just kept by Zhu Zhang for now. When Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang fight to the death, they will take them all back. Yeah. That's it. Lin Lauer, brother Zhu, can you allow me to go back and discuss this matter with my family? After all, I can't make a decision on such a big matter easily. Zhu Zhang, goodbye. I won't see you off. Let me be frank, if I don't receive confirmation before 12 o'clock tonight, I will deny everything that happened here today. Lin Lauer, okay, Zhu Zhang, also, as I just said, all the conditions must be met within reasonable and legal rules. I've already registered a company. When the time comes, the loan will be given to this company, and those plots of land will also be transferred to this company. Even the worker benefits you provide must be handed over to this company. It can't be a gift, it can't be a purchase. It will come from the 300 million loan. Anyway, everything I do is reasonable and legal. I won't do anything illegal. You understand? Lin Lauer, he was very angry but could only nod. He then quickly left the place that made him very uncomfortable. It can be said that from the moment he entered the room, he felt that he had no say and was being led by Zhu Zhang and everything. Bang! After closing the door, Lin Lauer murmured, this Zhu Zhang is really not an easy person to deal with. He's so difficult to deal with. It's only because I was well prepared that I could get along with him. Otherwise, TSK, it's a good thing he's capable enough to fight Qin Jiang, otherwise there's no need to support him, it's just that he's too greedy. Never mind, let's go back first. I can't mobilize such a large amount of resources by myself. Zhu Zhang was waving his folding fan and looking at the ocean world, lost in thought, his brain reviewing what had just happened. Finally, we conclude Lin Lauer is just stupid. He has even basically confirmed that the two brothers are trying to win him over without telling old man Lin is Zhu Zhang. Two idiots who could be put in a museum, trying to imitate others in their attempts to win over in Sao Discord. Mr. Lin is old after all, and he's always wanted to make use of his two sons. He wants to use his two sons' hands to accomplish something big to pave the way for their future. It's a pity. After all, mud can't support a wall. One side, bang, the small door of the gatehouse was pushed open from the inside, and Li Hao came out with a smile on his face, holding a high-definition video recorder to Zhu Zhang. Did you record it, Li Hao? Really? As he said this, he turned on the camera. Inside was the account that Lin Laoer had just given to Tan Tan about his crimes, including killing someone and throwing the person into the river. That's right, Li Hao was recording the entire process. From beginning to end today, just to see if he could get some useful evidence. Unexpectedly, what was revealed was actually useful. Lin Laoer confessed the details of his crime, and it happened recently. Li Hao, brother Zhang, can we convict him and destroy him just by having this video? Zhu Zhang, not enough. This video alone can only get him in jail. A more complete chain of evidence is needed to completely convict him. By then, I'm sure someone will take the blame for him. So, send someone to the scene of the beating to see if they can get the surveillance video from that moment, and if they can find some key witnesses or testimonies. Li Hao, understood. Zhu Zhang, go. Li Hao also left quickly. Zhu Zhengzi continued to fall into deep thought. Today, Lin Laoer's confession of criminal evidence was at most an unexpected surprise. Even if he hadn't confessed, Black Dragon had the means to send the two brothers to jail. It was because the two brothers were not very smart and had too many loopholes. As for whether we should worry about whether Lin Laoer will oppose the general's video, Zhu Zhengzi never said anything excessive from beginning to end. He just asked Lin Laoer for some support and emphasized the rationality, legality, and compliance from beginning to end. This, no evidence revealed at all. Who wants to write an article can't do it. What's more, he also arranged people to guard against this move in advance. The other side, Lin Laoer had just walked out of the Yunlu mansion and was about to get in the car when a young man hurried over, carrying a briefcase. When passing by Lin Laoer, bang, the two men's shoulders collided, and Lin Laoer was knocked over. Fuck. Are you blind? Don't you have eyes? The young man hurried forward to pull Lin Laoer up, and kept brushing the dust off him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lin Laoer, is that all I'm doing just by saying sorry? Fuck you. He raised his head and was about to hit him. Seeing this, the young man ran away. Lin Laoer, fuck. He watched the young man run away. Wow. Several younger brothers came over quickly. Second master, you don't have anything. Second master, that young man, Lin Laoer, damn it. Find that guy and give him a good beating. Beat him to death, yes. Several younger brothers nodded to Lin Laoer. Take me back to the villa first. He was about to pull out his phone to talk to Lin Lauda, but as he touched it, he froze, didn't he? Where was his phone? Where was his wallet? Damn. Lin Laoer pointed angrily into the distance. That little bastard stole my phone and wallet. Fuck. Catch him. Wow. After hearing this, several younger brothers chased after the young man in the direction he fled. Ahead, the young man had a wallet, a bracelet, and a mobile phone in his hands. He opened the phone and found that it was not locked. He immediately checked the recorded content inside, empty. Then I checked the bracelet, bead by bead, and still no cameras. I opened my wallet and saw nothing but money inside. Everything is safe and not recorded. Chapter 770, Cooperation completed, Handover completed, Prepare for counterattack. The young men were stunned. He was obviously a little surprised. After all, the order was to check whether the man had a mobile phone or other recording or video equipment on him, and whether there was any video recorded in it. But now there was nothing. Even if there was nothing, the young man still took out the memory card. Stop, fuck, you're really screwed for robbing the Lin family. Just stand there, you little bastard. I'm going to skin you alive today. Little guy, take out the things. Young man, you reacted pretty quickly. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran, throwing his wallet and bracelet into the distance, while slamming his cell phone to the ground. Bang, the phone was broken on the spot. The young man ran away without hesitation. Grass, you guys pick up the things first? Damn. This thief even dared to throw the phone. Damn. Chase, more than 10 minutes later, these younger brothers came back with gloomy faces and said to Lin Laoer in the car, Second master, we recovered the things, but the cell phone was broken by that guy during the fight. He handed the wallet, bracelet, and broken cell phone to Lin Laoer. Lin Laoer, waste. Where is that kid? Younger brother, beat him half to death. Lin Laoer, humph. Let's go. Boom. The driver stepped on the accelerator and drove away. The younger brothers at the scene breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't catch anyone and could only lie to fool Lin Laoer. Lin Laoer was not angry about this, or in his eyes, crippling the thief was not worth mentioning. The most important thing at the moment was to cooperate with and win over Zhu Zhang. Lin family villa, boss Lin, what? You said he wants a 300 million interest-free loan, and then uses the loan funds to buy some of our land and tens of millions of Dragon Boat Festival gifts. Lin Laoer, yes. Boss Lin, what a big appetite. Lin Laoer, you didn't see how arrogant that kid was today. He looked down on others with his nose in the air. He looks like he doesn't take the Lin family seriously at all. Damn. I want to kick him in the face. Boss Lin, it's normal for him to be arrogant. If I could achieve such success as him at such a young age, I would be even more arrogant than him. Lin Lauer, that's right. He's only in his early 20s, so he'd be a great name to remember in history even in Northern Province. But he wants a lot of things, so should we delay, Boss Lin, delay? How can you delay? If you don't tell him, will he give you a day to think about it? Besides, the longer you wait, the more trouble you will have. If you delay any further, it will only be disadvantageous to us. Lin Lauer, I thought so too. I wanted to come back to discuss it with you, but I kept putting it off. By the way, he requires that everything be done according to the formal procedures and not violate the law, Boss Lin, normal. After all, he's left Black Dragon and become independent. We support him in breaking the law, so he's worried that we'll cut off his support. This guy thinks more clearly than we do, and he might even guess what we're thinking. But we're playing an open game. No matter what the reason, if he becomes independent, he's bound to clash with Black Dragon Qin Jiang. By then, we won't even need to fan the flames, the two families will be fighting to the death. Lin Lauer nodded to show his understanding. Although they are not very smart, they can empathize with each other. They are also facing the same situation. They know that the internal fighting between the two brothers will cause losses to the Lin family and even allow outsiders to take advantage, but they still fight for that position, that reputation as a leader, they can't care about so much. They also thought that Zhu Zhang was the same. Even though he knew that separating from Qin Jiang would cause him great losses and that others would take advantage of him, he would do anything to get promoted and become the boss, Boss Lin, that's it, call him, Lin Lauer. Okay, brush, Lin Lauer, hello. It's me. Brother Zhu. We have already thought about what you mentioned and agree to cooperate. But you need to give us 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, I guarantee that everything you want will be given to you. To show our Lin family's sincerity, we can help you get the red jade out first, Zhu Zhang, we can cooperate. Don't worry about my brother's affairs, I will take care of it. Lin Lauer, okay, it's a deal, Zhu Zhang, it's a deal, bang, hang up the phone. Lin Lauer nodded to Lin Lauded and said excitedly, it's done, the fish is hooked. Boss Lin, okay? As long as we can do this well, the old man will be very pleased when he comes back. Lin Lauer, humph. Let the world see that the descendants of my Lin family are not cowards. Bang, hang up the phone. Zhu Zhang nodded to Qin Jiang, okay? I'll leave the rest to you. As for your brother, you can handle it. Zhu Zhang, okay. Time passes, 3 days passed before I knew it. During these 3 days, undercurrents were surging in Songjiang, and many legends about the Black Dragon were spreading outward. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, it became a topic of conversation among people after dinner, and many rumors began to emerge secretly. Some of them were deliberately spread by the Lin brothers, while others were spontaneous speculations by people. And I think Zhu Zhang is not particular about the main thing. At the same time, during this period, the Lin group also made a big move. The Lin family found bank connections to Lin Xiaophone Company, a company registered by Zhu Jingxin, a 300 million yuan interest-free loan. Then Xiaophone Company used another 300 million to purchase several pieces of land and a large number of gifts from the Lin group. Everything was done in the open, following completely formal procedures, and no one could find any problems. In order to avoid being too involved with the Lin group, Zhu Zhang chose to sign a contract with the Lin group's second-level subsidiary. This subsidiary was the benchmark for the Lin group to launder its wealth, and all the business therein was clean from top to bottom. 3 days later, the transaction is completed and the handover is complete. Yinlu Club, Lin Lauer said to Zhu Zhangdao, Brother Zhu, we are a family from now on. It all depends on you. Zhu Zhang, go back and wait for news. Songjiang is about to be hit by a major earthquake. Lin Lauer, okay. I'll wait for your good news. He turned around and left in a cool manner. As soon as he left the Yunlu mansion, he couldn't stop laughing. Ha! It's done, I, Lin Lauer, have done it. I want to be the boss. Life is beautiful. Ha! He couldn't wait to see what happened next. Zhu Zheng declared independence. Qin Jiang was furious. The Black Dragon splits, chaos in Songjiang. Then came the time when Lin Lauer became famous in the 3 northern provinces. In the room, Zhu Zhang was looking at the ocean world in front of him. The sharks in it were eating the manta rays swimming in front of them. The fish is in the stomach. Bang! A corner door was pushed open, but this time the person who came out was not Li Hao, but a young man who looked very similar to Zhu Zhang. It was Zhu Yu. Chapter 771. Zhu Yu, being set up by a swindler? Impossible. There are no fools in the Zhu family. Let's talk about 2 things, reverse chronological order. Before Lin Lauer went to Yunlu Mansion, when the Lin group completed all the procedures of prison, Zhu Yu kept banging on the iron frame and yelling, someone come, someone come. I want to see the leader. I have important clues to provide. I've been set up, someone come. I have new evidence. This scene left everyone else stunned. This person had been so quiet since he came in, yet suddenly he was clamoring to claim he had evidence and was being scammed when he offered clues. Boom. Boom, the police officer came over and shouted, what are you doing? Shuyu, I have important clues to report. Public security, clues, waiting. The security department started to contact their superiors using the walkie-talkie. Soon Shuyu was brought out. Security, what are you going to say? We already know that you had sex with that girl, and we have a recording as evidence. What evidence do you have? Remember, there will be a price to pay for your nonsense. Don't think you can just make up some excuse. Shuyu, let me reiterate, Wang Yuan and I are in a relationship. On that day, she was planning to play a cosplay game with me. Police, where's the evidence? Shuyu, I have a video recording. Jian was stunned. What video? Shuyu, I usually like to put a recording device on my clothes. It's a little hobby. Everything that happened that day is recorded in the recording device. My device can automatically upload it to my computer. You can go to my house and find the computer and you will find the video in it. Jian, then why did you say, Shuyu, recording a video is not a good thing, and I don't intend to show my privacy to others, but if I don't speak out now, I will be treated as a criminal. Security captain, okay? Remember what you just said. If even one of your words is false, you will be guilty of an even greater crime. You will bear the consequences at your own risk. Finished. He immediately asked the police to check the other party's computer. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Zhuyu's lips. There was no panic, fear, or confusion on his face anymore, only calmness and composure, as if everything was within his expectations. This demeanor, what can I say, there are many similarities with Xu Zhang. That's right, he was set up, but he was set up on his own initiative and fell into Wang Yuan's trap. When he first came into contact with Wang Yuan, he could not find anything wrong. He may not have seen anything, but he sensed a hint of deliberateness from Wang Yuan, so he took the initiative to cut off the possibility of he contacting Wang Yuan, and went to test it himself. Sure enough, problems soon arose. Wang Yuan had a very good conversation with him during their first formal meeting, and she even seemed to be deliberately creating opportunities for him. He is very self-aware that he is not handsome and not very tall, and is not the type of guy that girls like at first sight. If he wants to fall in love with her over time, it is possible to pursue her with his wisdom, but being so proactive must be a problem. A beauty like Wang Yuan should not lack suitors. How could a goddess who has no shortage of suitors suddenly fall in love with a guy working on a construction site? There is a problem, there is something absolutely wrong. Unless, the other party already knows my identity, if she really came for Zhu Zhang's younger brother, she must be a gold digger. A gold digger would definitely want her to buy all kinds of things for her, and would often mention his brother, etc. But Wang Yuan did not do any of these. Instead, she often took the initiative to pay the bill when they were together. It's totally illogical, so, there was only one possibility left. The other party's real plan had nothing to do with his identity, but had a deeper meaning. The subsequent interaction made him more certain of this idea. Special, after Wang Yuan asked him to borrow money for the first time, he went to find Zhu Zhang without hesitation that day, and the following conversation took place. Sad face. Shuyu, brother. There's something fishy about Wang Yuan. I suspect someone is behind this. Xu Zhang, no doubt about it. That's right. The Lin family must be behind this, brother. You know, knowing a little is not too much. What is their purpose? What could it be? Using you and Qin He to do something to me, and brother Jiang, you're such a jerk. But thinking of starting with you two is pretty impressive. It seems like it was the work of old man Lin, that damned old man. Brother. I won't be in contact with him anymore when I get back, no. You have to make contact, and you have to make contact hard. Since old man Lin wants to play, then we will accompany him to the end. Let's see who is smarter, him or our Zhu family. Brother, you mean, I believe you can understand that you are the only one in the Zhu family that I care about. Otherwise, do you really think I can control any cat or dog? This incident just happens to eliminate the hidden dangers of the group, brother. I understand. Then Zhu played along with Wang Yuan, starting to trade in copper, aggressively recruiting people at the construction site to pretend that he wanted to support his own power, and so on. Everything was done on purpose. The purpose is to let Wang Yuan take the bait and let her send the wrong signal to the Lin family behind them. As for why he has to have a relationship with Wang Yuan, Xu Yu's character is that if he doesn't take advantage of an opportunity, he's a bastard. If he doesn't take advantage of it, it's a waste. Really, everything went as expected. Wang Yuan was making trouble in the hotel. At that time, Jiu looked at Wang Yuan as if he was looking at a clown, and then cooperated with the clown to act. Afterwards, he entered this account to convey the signal to the outside world that he had fallen into a trap. Then, Wang Yuan is happy. The Lin brothers were excited. One by one, they took the initiative to get into the SET. It was only just now that Zhu Yu received the message from Zhu Zhang and then launched a counterattack. Got cheated. How is that possible? Could Zhu Yu really be that stupid? Bullshit. Soon, a security officer came back with Zhu Yu's laptop and opened it after Zhu Yu provided the password. There was an extremely clear full scene of Wang Yuan and Zhu Zhang's cosplay, with clear dialogue, clear picture quality, and clear logic. Public security, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, underscore, no, are all young people so outrageous? One demanded bondage? The other filmed it directly? Most importantly, one reported it to the police after being tied up and was forced to do so, while the other only produced the video when the conviction was almost complete. This is pure insanity. Security, this video? Yu, it's okay? You can watch it, I don't mind. Others can watch it if necessary. If you need to put it on the big screen for research, you can mosaic my key parts. If that's not possible, you can also make it bigger. Public security. Chapter 772, Conclusive Evidence, Deadly Counterattack, Offense and Defense Change. What the hell are you talking about? A bigger batch? How could you say that? Public security. Don't worry, public security will keep your personal information strictly confidential and will not disclose it. Yu, that's okay. Police, if you had this evidence, why didn't you produce it earlier and wait until now? Yu, didn't I say it? I'm afraid of being embarrassed. Can you just say it can be used as evidence? Can it be used as evidence? Of course, the video was shot with incredible clarity, capturing the entire process and consequences. Furthermore, it was shot by Yu himself, so it couldn't be considered a candid shot. In addition, audio and video evidence was generally accepted in 2012. It can be said that as long as there was the video, Yu would be completely exonerated, and Wang Yuan would be convicted of a honey trap. A security captain. Wait a minute, I'll report to my superiors. He left to report the situation. Half an hour later he said to Yu, Mr. Zhu, after comprehensive consideration by the higher-ups, you have been released. However, it is best not to leave Songjiang during this period. We will be questioning you at any time. Yu, yes, the security captain said, we will immediately issue an arrest order for Wang Yuan. Yu, if you need anything, I can help. Security captain, not necessary at the moment. Yu, by the way, you may not have noticed just now, but I have a video on my computer about the person behind Wang Yuan. Take a look. Security captain, Sigma degree, there's a video? Are you kidding me? He took the computer and opened the folder again. Sure enough, there was an encrypted file underneath. He entered the password to open it, and a video started playing from it. Content, it was the video of Wang Yuan going to the Lin family villa and discussing with the Lin brothers how to set up a honey trap. Although the video was a bit shaky, the faces and voices of the Lin brothers were extremely clear. The security captain asked, the Lin brothers? Were they the ones behind this suicide attempt? Brush, he looked at Yu, how do you have this kind of video? Yu, I love filming. Wang Yuan kicked my camera away, and I didn't expect to capture this scene. The security captain said, that means you knew you were being set up. Yu, no. I haven't watched the video since it was filmed, so I have no idea. When my lawyer came to see me some time ago, I asked him to check the video and he told me what he saw. I never imagined they were such vicious people, actually teaming up to harm me. Yu refused to admit it, although the security captain could tell that Yu was lying. Was this matter important? Not important. The important thing is, Yu was framed. Wang Yuan was just the executor, and there was someone behind the scenes directing her. The nature of the case changed from a simple honey trap to a premeditated and organized frame-up, which is a major case. The security captain said, go back and wait for news. We will contact you as soon as there is anything. Yu, okay. With a smile on his face, he straightened his clothes and left the cell under the guidance of the security captain. Swish. He looked up at the sun.um. Yu is back again, born towards the sun, original place. The security captain looked at Yuyu's back with a gloomy expression. His intuition told him that everything was wrong. After all, Yuyu's behavior before and after was very problematic. Who would have the leisure to hang a video recording device on his body, and even put one on his girlfriend? It was totally abnormal. The most important thing was that he had been detained for several days and only now told the story. There is definitely something fishy going on here. Wait. Lin Group. Black Dragon construction site. Could it be? The security captain's eyes lit up. That's right, it must be what he expected. From the beginning to the end, this matter was not a trap or a way to get away with it, but a secret fight between two groups. Damn, the security captain couldn't help but curse. He picked up the phone and called his superiors. Captain Wang, it's me. I have a very difficult case right now. Look, Wang Hu, tricky. How tricky is it? Security captain, that's right, he told the story of what had happened in the past few days and how Yu had produced the video today. Captain Wang. This must be a fight between two major groups. What do you think we should do? Wang Hu, what should we do? The security captain asked, do we really want to intervene in the fight between these two families? Will it cause a stir in the outside world? Wang Hu, pay attention to your identity. You are a public security officer. What you need to do is to enforce the law impartially and arrest anyone who has a problem, regardless of their identity. Security captain, but this matter involves, obviously, this matter involves the Lin Group. If it really goes on, the next step will be to arrest the Lin brothers, which will make things extremely complicated. The Lin brothers are the two sons of the chairman of the Lin Group, and the Lin Group is a major taxpayer in Songjiang and even the northern province. Such people are simply not something he can deal with at his level, and he must apply to higher authorities. Wang Hu also understood his thoughts instantly. It has nothing to do with faith, regardless of stance, this is all very normal, and it is not even an implicit rule but an explicit rule. For these influential figures in the local area, any arrest or questioning must be reported to the superiors, and arrests can only be made after the superiors give clear instructions. They must never act alone, and the law also stipulates this, otherwise, you will definitely have to bear the consequences. Wang Hu, you don't need to take over this case. I will report this matter to my superiors. Security Captain, thank you, Captain Wang. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If he were to handle a case of this level, something might go wrong, and he really didn't want to get involved in a fight between two groups. Bang. After hanging up the phone, the security captain said, "Go ahead and fight, it has nothing to do with me anyway." The other side, after Wang Hu hung up the phone, he called Bai Meng again. Bai Meng was stunned. You said that the Lin group framed Zhu, and then Zhu recorded the video? Wang Hu, yes. Bai Meng, is the evidence conclusive? Wang Hu, there's a video recording of the entire process, so I'm asking you what to do. Bai Meng, this Qin Zhang, he originally thought that Qin Jiang had been quiet for a while, but he didn't expect that he had been fighting with the Lin group in secret, and he went straight for the two sons of old man Lin. Not besides, he didn't even tell me such a big thing. Moment. He shook his head again. What's he thinking? What's he saying to me? He's just doing a legitimate counterattack. Besides, I'm not the kind of person who would help him break the law, so why should I care about this? Bai Meng ordered. You are in charge of this matter. Handle it impartially. Report any developments to me. Wang Hu, understood. Chapter 773. Zhu, is it worth it? Zhu Zhang, it's worth it. Time goes back to normal. Yilu Mansion. Zhu walked out of the corner door, looked at Zhu Zhang who was sitting there, and said with a smile, "Brother." Zhu Zhang waved his hand. Come. Sit down. Zhu was not polite either. The two brothers had a very good relationship when they were at home. Zhu, brother? Is it really appropriate for you to do this? Why bother? I can see that Brother Jiang is a man of great loyalty. He won't doubt you. Besides, this isn't ancient times. There's no such thing as someone who is more powerful than their master. Why tarnish your reputation? When he joined Black Dragon, he had intended to help his brother. At that time, many people in the Zhu family were planning to join the Black Dragon group, and he took the initiative to step forward. At that time, Zhu Zhang said to him, Black Dragon, can't have any small hills. Zhu understood this very well and only said one sentence, brother. What can I do for you? Zhu Zhang still let him join Heilongjiang, and then at the right time, he would do something wrong, so that Heilongjiang could openly expel him as a related customer, and cause a huge earthquake. Thus, the possibility of other related customers joining Heilongjiang was cut off, and not just him. Qin He is also the implementer of this plan. It's just that Zhu Yu knew his situation from beginning to end, but Qin He had no idea. With Zhu Yu's wisdom, he could guess many things, so Zhu Zhang naturally would not hide anything from him. Qin He. Never mind. In Qin Zhang's words, his mind is not particularly mature yet. Although this person is not bad at doing big things, he just can't figure it out. So sometimes we are afraid that people are both stupid and hardworking, and then they are prone to problems in big things. Then, Zhu Yu discovered Wang Yuan's situation and discussed with Zhu Zhang how to strike back at the Lin family. However, Zhu Yu couldn't understand why Zhu Zhang had delayed it for so long when he could have ended everything a few days ago. He also intended to let his abuse of power for personal gain spread in order to affect his own position. This is totally self-destruction. It's totally meaningless. It's not worth it. Zhu Zhang looked at Zhu Yu and said, some things can't be judged by appearances alone. You must be completely unable to guess. Yes. Brother Jiang trusts me completely, and Brother Jiang and I will always be together until death. This brotherhood won't change. He won't change. I won't change either. But one can never rely on friendship and think that everything is fine. Since ancient times, those in power have a famous saying that is forced upon them, wear the yellow robe. I can guarantee the present, but I can't guarantee the future. Will invisible forces emerge? Will ambitious individuals plot to take over my position? Even if the possibility is minimal, we must be prepared. The best strategy is to extinguish the flames in their initial stages. Zhu Yu nodded. How could he not guess all this, but he still didn't quite understand. Was it really worth it? Zhu Yu, brother, Zhu Zhang, it's worth it. Zhu Yu, brother, Zhu Zhang, it is important for people to know themselves. Some people are born to be leaders, while others are only suitable to be deputies. A determination flashed in his eyes, and he didn't know whether he was repeating it to Zhu Yu or to himself. Zhu Yu, I understand, Zhu Zhang, alright then. The Black Dragon Society will announce that you're expelled and will never be hired again. Not just you. Qin He will also be expelled because of you. Zhu Yu, this kid is a good person. If he is fired directly like this, will it be Zhu Zhang? No. He was the one who brought it up with Brother Jiang yesterday, saying he was incompetent and had no face to stay in Heilong. Brother Jiang has already agreed to let him leave Heilong, and he will also use the name of expulsion, Zhuyu. I didn't expect him to be so optimistic, Zhu Zhang. You two brothers don't have to worry, especially you. Go to the south and start a company. If you need any support, just ask. I promise you won't suffer any loss. After all, you have made a contribution to Black Dragon. Black Dragon will not treat you unfairly, Zhuyu. Then I won't be polite, Zhu Zhang. When have you ever been polite? But you can go here before you leave, said as Zhu Zhang gave Zhuyu an address. The woman who hurt you is right here. Call the police later and get revenge. This will save you from being so careless in the future. Black Dragon. Revenge is always immediate. Zhuyu, okay, Zhuyu, nothing, go ahead. Zhuyu quickly left and called the police on the spot. Yes. Yes. I found Wang Yuan's address and I guarantee she's there. You can apply for action. Bang, hang up the phone as Zhuyu showed a sneer on his face. Hee hee, that stinky woman dared to trick me. I really look forward to her expression when she sees me. Public security, Wang, who was stunned when he heard the news. What? Didn't I just order someone to find this Wang Yuan? Did you guys find her exact location? She still dares to stay in Songjiang after causing such a big incident. Subordinate, not in Songjiang. Filming somewhere. Wang Hu, how do you know? Subordinate, the victim Zhuyu just called us and we just confirmed his location. Zhuyu, Wang Hu frowned, knowing that it was another plan of Black Dragon, but he didn't care. All he had to do was to enforce the law impartially and bring back the criminal Wang Yuan. Wang Hu, you guys go down and prepare to go on a mission to capture Wang Yuan. Remember, the operation must be kept strictly confidential and no information can be leaked. Subordinate, understood. He immediately went out to carry out the order. At the same time, Wang Hu took out his phone and called Bai Meng, Captain Bai. The criminals have now fled to. We need to apply for a relocation operation. Okay. I understand. In the house, Zhu Zhang also looked across at the ocean world. Brother Jiang once said that this era is, in a sense, the best era. While we may not be able to dominate the world, we can probably guarantee the lives of our brothers who follow us a safe and peaceful life. Years later. The sun sets. I, Brother Jiang, Sijou, and many other brothers, tired of the world, gather together to eat meat and drink wine. Think about it. Isn't this the most beautiful era, the life of a hero? Since ancient times, it has been a bloody storm. When you reach the top, after more than 10 years or even decades, all the old brothers around you are either dead, gone, or rebelling. As long as Heilong follows the route set by Brother Jiang, he will be able to reach the top safely, and the brothers will still be happy after more than 10 years. This, how can it not be great wisdom? Really, the world of martial arts has never been about fighting and killing. The underworld is the ways of the world. Bang, Zhu Zhang closed his folding fan and strode away. No one can stop the path Brother Jiang has set. No one can allow a split or rebellion to occur within the Black Dragons. I will suppress any signs of rebellion, including myself. Chapter 774, even if far away, we must punish him. Is Wang Yuan's dream about embarking on a journey? On the plane, Zhuyu's eyes were cold. Wang Yuan. Today I will let you know what it means to offend the Black Dragon. Even if you are far away, you will be punished. South *****, said Wang Yuan, rubbed her red ears and muttered. Why do I feel like someone is muttering about me? Teacher Wang, are you thirsty? I have some water. A woman who played the maid came to her side with an attentive look on her face. Spang, Wang Yuan calmly took the water, feeling the envy in the maid's eyes and feeling secretly happy in her heart. Once upon a time, she could be a special guest with a few lines like the maid, and now she has become the second female lead in a play. Even though this play is not a big production, it still makes ordinary small actors and special guests envious to the point of going crazy. The maid said, Teacher Wang. I can tell at a glance that you are a capable person. You are able to be parachuted into the crew as the second female lead. Once this drama is broadcast, you will have a representative work. If you shoot 2 more, you will be a big star. She continued to praise Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan was even more proud. Star. Those 2 words still carried a lot of weight in 2012, carrying a high standard of prestige. It's a long way from the days of a decade ago when just being in a movie made you a star, or just being a veteran actor. Now, a star isn't just someone who's a household name, they have to have played a few supporting roles, and even some standout roles. Star, the level that was once difficult for her to reach is now within her reach. In the future, she will become a big star standing under bright lights and attracting the attention of thousands of people. Maid, Teacher Wang, tell me. How did you get here? That's amazing. The filming has already started and the second female lead has joined the crew, but you were able to get in. Let me tell you, everyone in this crew is saying that you came from above and have a powerful background. Wang Yuan raised her chin and did not answer. She knew what was going on in the crew, but her family knew her own business, so where did she get her background? It was nothing more than a reward from the Lin Group, but how could she say such a thing? Anyway, it would be very beneficial for him if the rumor spread it. The more awesome the story is, the better. This will be her invisible protection in the entertainment industry, at least until she finds a lower level backer. Seeing Wang Yuan didn't say anything, the maid curled her lips. She thought she could get something out of her, but in the end she said nothing. Without waiting for her to ask further questions. Wow, many crew members gathered around, flattering Wang Yuan openly and covertly. Teacher Wang's acting is really good. You can tell at first glance that he's someone who constantly hones his acting skills. Teacher Wang's acting skills will be praised by countless people once the TV series is broadcast. Without Mr. Wang joining the crew, the broadcast will definitely be more explosive. Anyway, praise it however you want. These people are not like maids who are just minor supporting roles. They are all people who have a say. Wang Yuan did not dare to neglect them as she did before, not to mention that she did not have the capital to act like a big shot. The foundation is not strong. Wang Yuan, how can I be as good as you say? Everyone's acting is very good, but there are still some shortcomings. I hope everyone can help me. No problem, we're all from the same crew, so we'll all be good sisters in the future. Let's add WeChat to chat, add me too. For a while, many people took out their phones and added Wang Yuan on WeChat, with the clear purpose of making friends with this woman who might have a background. In the entertainment industry, connections are very important. For example, the actress who was replaced by Wang Yuan obviously has very good acting skills and is excellent in all aspects, and was chosen by the screenwriter as the best female second choice. After years of being a daughter-in-law, she finally becomes a mother-in-law. Unfortunately, she joined the crew but was replaced by the airborne Wang Yuan on the day of filming. This is the price of having no connections and no background. These people tried to get Wang Yuan's background during a simple chat, but Wang Yuan avoided talking about it. I can only change the subject. Do you know of two very popular variety shows recently? How could I not know? It's more than just a hit, it's simply exploding. Let's not talk about that song variety show. After all, I can't even sing, but let's just talk about Running Man. Wow. Several actors who aren't even second-tier stars have become famous thanks to the variety show. If they can maintain this level of popularity, I guess after the show ends, these people will at least be able to maintain their second-tier status, and they may even have a shot at first-tier status. I'm so envious. Why didn't I join this variety show in the first place? Otherwise, how dare you? Joining a variety show? Their cast has already been fixed, but I'm just thinking about whether I can use my connections to be a guest on a few episodes, even just one episode. The Voice of China is also good. Several popular students are almost as popular as the supergirls of the past, especially those mentors. Wow, the outdated singers are suddenly rejuvenated and reaching new heights. They are constantly communicating about the two variety shows, Running Man and The Voice of China. If we were to say what the hottest things in the entertainment industry are right now, they would definitely be these two variety shows. Both variety shows have aired for several episodes. And the themes are pretty similar. The first issue was not well received, the second issue is super hot, the third issue is hotly discussed across the internet, the fourth issue of national discussion, the fifth entertainment earthquake. It's safe to say these two variety shows have shaken up the entertainment industry, turning it upside down. Countless celebrities, actors, and even major entertainment companies have zeroed in on these two shows. No one could have imagined that variety shows could be this successful. Group outdoor games, The Voice Mentors blind audition, this is definitely a groundbreaking move in mainland China. Countless groups are planning to get involved, and countless celebrities also want to join in. However, the two major variety shows are not open to everyone who wants to enter. I've asked the company behind me to try and see if I can join the Running Brothers. I'll see if I can make an appearance on The Voice. I also plan to find someone to run it. Listen to this. Wang Yuan also narrowed her eyes slightly. Running Brothers, The Voice of China. She had naturally heard of these two variety shows, and knew they were produced by the entertainment company under the Black Dragon Group. Unlike others, they could still try to see if she could join these two variety shows, but it was absolutely impossible for her. Don't even dare to get close to it. Do you regret it? No. She doesn't regret it, Wang Yuan murmured. Wang Yuan. What can you regret? You don't have any connections. Even if you didn't offend Black Dragon, you would never have been able to join these two variety shows. Right now, you're already honored to be the second female lead. What you need to do now is to seize the resources provided by the Lin Group, and then quickly find a new backer. Don't be so ambitious and overthink so many unnecessary things. As for Zhu Yu, who was framed and imprisoned by her, had long been forgotten by her. How did she say that? Whose son is it that dies or not? She couldn't help but look at the director. I heard the director has some connections. Maybe, do it when you think of it. Wang Yuan stood up and walked towards the director, but when he was halfway there, sudden a voice came from behind. Teacher Wang, someone is looking for. Chapter 775 Zhu Yu, Black Dragon's rules don't kill people. Wang Yuan panicked. Wang Yuan was stunned. Is anyone looking for you? Who is looking for me? She was completely unfamiliar with the place and had no friends at all. Who would come to the set specifically to look for him? Swish. She turned around and looked at the crew. Who is it? Who's looking for me? Do you know me? She meant to ask if it was a star or a director. The crew shook their heads. I don't know him. He's a man. Quite young and energetic, male, young, spirit, come find me. All of a sudden, everyone in the crew focused their attention on him, obviously wondering if the person who came was the one behind Wang Yuan. Even if not, they might be able to see a little bit of Wang Yuan's background from the person who came. Even the director turned his gaze to him. After all, he was not clear about Wang Yuan's background, he only knew that the higher-ups wanted to give her an important role. Which second generation? Or some young talent? A startup boss? A financial upstart, a celebrity's offspring. For a while, various scenarios also emerged in the director's mind. Wang Yuan was stunned. A man. A young one. She didn't know any man. Who on earth would come to see her? The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the public, just see, a short but very energetic young man in a black suit was walking slowly from a distance. His steps were steady and there was an inexplicable smile on his face. Not handsome, but it has a special temperament. At first glance, it is not a simple existence. The most important thing is that behind the young man were two men who were also wearing black formal suits. They looked like bodyguards, making the young man in front look more imposing. Everyone's attention was focused for a moment. Is he the man behind Wang Yuan? Doesn't he look ordinary? He looks like he's got something. Director, who is this? I don't know him. He thought to himself that he had been working in various entertainment circles for many years and had attended countless parties, but he did not feel any sense of familiarity from the young man. However, he was sure of one thing: the young man was not ordinary, and that kind of confidence was not something that ordinary people could possess. Director, it seems that we need to pay more attention to Wang Yuan and find out her background as soon as possible. We can't be so confused. Entertainment industry. The most important thing is to be tactful, especially when you're a director. You have to deal with investors, big stars, and artists with all sorts of connections. You have to have enough information. Otherwise, you won't be able to make decisions immediately if something goes wrong. If you're really tricked, you're doomed. Only Wang Yuan stood there in a daze, her eyes full of disbelief and suspicion. How is that possible? Shouldn't the other party be inside? Why did he come out and appear in front of me? Did the Black Dragon Group reveal it to him? No. If the Lin Group didn't reveal it, would they definitely let them prove their guilt? Shouldn't it be? Something is wrong. Wang Yuan was in a daze, her brain seemed to have stopped working, and she stood there speechless, until Zhu Yu came in front of him, looked at the stunned Wang Yuan with a mocking smile and said, "What? Don't you recognize me? My free girlfriend, Wang Yuan. Zhu Yu, why? Didn't you expect me to come out? Or didn't you expect me to come to you, Wang Yuan? No. Not you, Zhu Yu. Are you scared? Wang Yuan, listen to me, this matter has nothing to do with me, there is a misunderstanding." She couldn't help but look up and down at Zhu Yu to see if he had any weapons, and at the same time subconsciously stepped back to keep some distance. "Oh Zhu Yu, don't be afraid. Black Dragon rules. No killing. Although I won't be a Black Dragon employee soon, at least for now." Wang Yuan, the conversation between the two people was a little hard for the others to hear, but seeing Zhu Yu's mocking expression and Wang Yuan's fearful expression, they all realized that something was wrong. What's going on? Does Wang Yuan look a little scared? She looks like she's about to run away. Isn't this the man who sponsors her boyfriend? Oh my god. Could this guy be her previous sponsor or ex-boyfriend? Now Wang Yuan is looking for a new sponsor to get a filming opportunity, and this guy came to her. It's very likely. They frantically speculated about the love-hate relationship between the two people, and many people were completely caught up in the mood of watching the fun. The entertainment industry has never been harmonious. Wang Yuan. She might have a background. They were naturally willing to make friends with her, but that didn't mean they would help her. Many people even secretly wanted to see her make a fool of herself. The other party is unlucky. Instead, they are happier and more excited. Tread, Zhu Yu took a step forward. Brush. Wang Yuan subconsciously took a step back. What are you going to do? Zhu Yu, what do you think? Wang Yuan, don't mess around. I'm telling you, this is a society ruled by law. This is a harmonious era, Zhu Yu. Then why didn't you remember this when you framed me? Now you're talking to me about a society ruled by law. His eyes grew colder. Rear, the two men in black were also pressing forward. They were the younger brothers Zhu Yu had actually recruited from the Black Dragon construction site, and they were also people who were truly willing to follow Zhu Yu to the end. Zhu Yu had recruited more than a dozen of these people in just a few months, which was quite impressive. Zhu Zhang even praised him for his skills. Wang Yuan was frightened and kept backing away. What are you going to do? I'm telling you, this is not Songjiang. This is a film crew? There are people protecting us here. Bang, she stepped back, missed a step, and fell to the ground. Her face became even more panicked as she turned to the director and shouted, "Director, there are people from society causing trouble. Director, are you going to do anything about it?" Listen to this, countless crew members were even more excited. Holy crap. Are you really here for revenge? Is it going to be that intense? I'm not expecting a full-blown brawl. That's awesome. I've always disliked Wang Yuan. She just showed up out of nowhere to steal the role. She deserves the beating. Where's your phone? Take a picture of it. Many people's expressions of gloating were beyond words, and many people took out their mobile phones to record the video. Director. He really didn't want to get involved in these messes, but he couldn't. After all, he was the director of the play, and there were people behind Wang Yuan. If she was beaten under his nose, he would definitely be ashamed and have to give an explanation. He waved his hand. What are you all standing there for? Can't you see what happened? Quick! Pull them away. When the crew members heard the director's words, they immediately gathered in Wang Yuan's direction. The director shouted as he walked over, "Stop! What are you doing? This is the crew." Chapter 776, Wang Yuan is arrested in the reality of the entertainment industry. While a large number of crew members cooperated very well and rushed forward, as if they were going to get Zhu and others to apply, the actors looked unhappy. The good show is about to be ruined. The director has come out. Wang Yuan has a background. How could the director not intervene? Maybe. That young man is young and impulsive, so he won't do anything. They were talking to each other, but everyone thought that Wang Yuan was probably fine, with the director and so many staff members around. Even if something really happened, it would be in the crew, and the young man would take revenge from somewhere else. All of a sudden, all the crew members who had just rushed out stood there, stunned. The director also looked surprised and confused. Directly ahead, suddenly 2 security cars appeared. Brush. The director couldn't help but look at the actors and crew members with an unfriendly look, as if asking, who reported it to the police? The most taboo thing in the filming circle is negative news, and news related to the official is the most unacceptable. The unspoken rule of a normal film crew: all matters must be resolved within the crew and not reported to the public security, otherwise you will be blacklisted and your future development in the entertainment industry will be restricted. All the actors and staff members were confused and shook their heads. They all planned to continue to work in the entertainment industry. Who would dare to touch the unspoken rules? Besides, it would not benefit them at all. Director, not you. Who the hell reported the security incident? Wang Yuan, who was on the ground, was startled when she saw the security car coming. Public security? What are they here for? Could it be? She looked at Zhu. You, didn't you sneak out? The police are here to arrest you. Zhu was so angry that he laughed. Ha, you are really stupid. Wang Yuan, that's right. They couldn't possibly be here to arrest Zhu. How could he have dared to escape? How could he have escaped? Even if he had, he would have run away immediately if he heard the security car. He wouldn't be so calm. So what are these security guards for, etc.? Could it be? Wang Yuan's face turned pale. Bang. Bang, 7 or 8 security officers got out of 2 security cars. Among them were several people that Zhu and Wang Yuan were familiar with. They were the people they had gone to the hotel to arrest. However, the chief security captain was startled when he saw Zhu. Oh shit, why is the other party here? Wasn't he just released not long ago? Why is he running to this place? And still hanging out with Wang Yuan? What was he looking for? Wang Yuan? Revenge? He looked like he was, but he didn't seem to have taken any action. Shake your head. The security captain didn't bother to think too much. The order he received was to take Wang Yuan back. Trample. The security officers came to Wang Yuan's security captain. Wang Yuan. You are suspected of falsely accusing others and organizing and plotting to murder others. Please come with us. Bang. Wang Yuan collapsed to the ground in fear. No. It's not me. I didn't. I really didn't, the security captain said. We have sufficient evidence. If you have anything to say, come back with me. Take away. He waved his hand and several security guards came forward and handcuffed Wang Yuan while she was struggling. Wang Yuan, it's not me. I'm the victim. I'm not setting up a honey trap. Don't arrest me. I'm going to be a star soon. You can't do this. You can't be so indiscriminate. I was wronged. Too bad no one paid any attention to her. Wang Yuan looked at Zhu again. Ew. Brother, you. I was wrong. Save me. I didn't mean it. I love you, and I was forced. You can't just watch me get arrested. I'm going to be a star soon. I'm going to be in the big time soon. Can I still be nice to you then? Can I compensate you? Save me, but I am your woman. Now Zhu looked at Wang Yuan, who was frantically begging for mercy and felt happy and clear-headed. He is not a saint. He remained indifferent even when someone rode on his head and shit on him. He believed in revenge. This woman dared to hurt him like that, and now this was her retribution. As for my own woman, he doesn't care. As the saying goes, don't miss a good girl, don't waste a bad girl. All the things I did before were just not wasted. Zhu looked at Wang Yuan and said sarcastically, do you know how a goose calls? Wang Yuan, Zhu, it's what you deserve. Wang Yuan was taken into the car. Wang Yuan, no, director, save me. I'm an actor in your crew, why are they arresting me? Wow. I want to be a star. I'm going to be one soon, no. Let's go. Zhu also waved and led his people away. Now, the director and others still stood there without moving. Who dares to intervene? The public security officers came personally to arrest him. Who knows if they would get into trouble if they intervened, the staff were confused to know. What happened to her? She was airdropped here on the first day? She was taken away on the same day? I'm more curious about who's behind her. I'm also curious about who that young man was just now. Those stars are even more talkative, oh my goodness. Is the entertainment industry really that dangerous? I was arrested on my first day on set, so what exactly did Wang Yuan do wrong? I don't know. It looks like a serious matter. TSK. I really didn't realize it was a criminal. I guess she found a new sponsor and was tricked by her old sponsor. Stupid. As soon as this was said, many people nodded in agreement. Financial sponsors. They are not so easy to offend. They are not so easy to replace either. Unless the new financial sponsor can completely suppress the old one, they will be retaliated against. After all, which sponsor doesn't have some control? This is why so many people in the industry are helpless. Whether it's the agency or the sponsor, they all have various control methods over the artists under them. If they don't obey, they will be suppressed, part ways amicably. It's so hard. Thinking of this, they took out their phones and deleted each other's WeChat chats while observing a moment of silence for Wang Yuan. This is the reality in the circle. Snap. Snap, the director clapped his hands and shouted, listen carefully, I'll keep everything that happened today to myself. If any word gets out, don't blame me for being rude. Whoever dares to make my show difficult? I'll make things difficult for his people. After saying those harsh words, the director waved his hand and said, Assistant Director. Lead the crew to start. Filming. Let's shoot some interior scenes first. At the same time, he thought to himself, damn, what's going on? We have to change actors again. At the same time, Songjiang, the Lin Group is about to face a major earthquake. Chapter 777 Juyu, filming a variety show. Mr. Lin's concerns outside Juyu stretched lazily and said, next, we need to start studying how to gain a foothold in the south. Brother Yu. Do you have any goals? Yu, not yet. But the money in the entertainment industry seems to be easy to make. Entertainment industry. We also want to make a movie. Yu, no. I mean, it's easy to make money from investors. Filming variety shows, getting advertising. Aren't variety shows very popular now? Black Dragon's 2 major variety shows have major companies vying for sponsorship. We can film one to attract investment. If we don't make money, we won't lose anything. If we do make money, we can just keep developing. Slowly accumulate, there will be a hot spot in the future, better than TV dramas. Small risk, big reward, no way, Juyu, you can learn if you don't know how to do it. You don't have to worry about whether someone will invest the first round of initial capital. He didn't forget that his brother said he would give him some money, and he was not a polite person, and besides, he earned it with his own ability. To this end, he even sacrificed his body. Filming a variety show? Brother Yu. What type are we filming? Is it something like The Voice of China or Running Man? They are really popular right now. Should we imitate them? Wouldn't that be a bad idea? Now that we've left Black Dragon, will a variety show about magic and underworld be? Although they vaguely guessed that Brother Yu and Black Dragon didn't seem to have much conflict, after all, Zhu Zhang personally explained to them before they left, there are many factors behind Yu's departure. It's not as simple as you think. Work hard in the future, just like you did in Black Dragon. This is why the people Zhu recruited followed Zhu wholeheartedly to leave the Black Dragon group, but even so they did not want to go against the Black Dragon group. Zhu rolled his eyes. You know it's not good, but you still ask? Next, you should watch some famous foreign variety shows, mainly those from Southeast Asia. The regional culture there is similar to China, and the cultural industry is more advanced. Pick out some popular variety shows and tell me if there is any possibility of replicating them, and then start filming them directly. Okay, Brother Yu. How much initial capital can I have? Zhu, tens of millions, Brother Yu. Are you guys setting up a trap? Don't you have that? Snap. Snap, Zhu patted his younger brother's shoulder and said, some things don't need to be said out loud. Let's go, get to work. We will have a chance to return to Black Dragon in the future, return? Zhu, yes. But not rejoining? But cooperation? Cooperation between brothers, Lin's villa, the Lin brothers are dreaming. Boss Lin, second brother, the handover has been completed. Lin Lauer, don't worry about it, it will be done perfectly. Boss Lin, he didn't say when he would make a move, so our Lin group should build momentum for him. Lin Lauer, we've already communicated during the handover. He said it would be done right away. I estimate it's already in preparation. It will take 3 to 5 days at most, or at least these 2 days. Boss Lin, yeah. I like working with people who are decisive and efficient. I really can't procrastinate any longer, otherwise I won't be able to hide it from the old man. Just saying, buzz, the phone in his hand suddenly rang. Caller ID. Old man Boss Lin, shoo. He made a mute gesture and answered the call. Brush. Dad. It's me. Boss. Yeah. Everything is fine here. You asked what stage the plan has reached? Well. That Wang Yuan has already started the honey trap, Jiu has been arrested, and we are waiting to see how Black Dragon reacts. Yes. Okay. I understand. I will report any news to you as soon as possible. I promise there will be no problem. Dad, how are you doing over there? I'm hanging up. Boss Lin was stunned for a few seconds when he heard the busy tone on the phone. Opposite to Buzz, Lin Laoer's phone rang, and the caller ID showed it was also the old man. He answered the call. The old man asked Lin Lao the same question he had just asked him, and Lin Laoer said basically the same thing as Lin Lao. A moment, Lin Laoer was also confused when the call was hung up. Bang! After hanging up the phone, Mr. Lin's brows relaxed slightly. It seems I was worrying too much. The eldest and the second brother have always been at odds. It's impossible for them to collude and lie to me. In other words, everything is normal in Songjiang. He stroked his twitching right eyelid. A word of caution, only a few people knew about Mr. Lin's plan. Currently, only the eldest and second oldest brothers remained in Songjiang and were carrying out the plan. In his opinion, there was no problem with two people working together, especially since they could check and balance each other. He called to inquire because he had been feeling a bit uneasy these past few days, as if something big was about to happen. Master. The housekeeper hurried in from outside. Our West Suburbs factory has been closed down. They say it's suspected of many problems, and the impact is currently very negative. Western Suburbs? Mr. Lin's eyes narrowed slightly there. What could go wrong? Did he clean everything he needed to? But there was still a problem? There was only one possibility, insider, and he is a high-ranking insider. It seems. Old Master Lin's face was grim. During these years since I was away, someone really tried to challenge my authority. People are just so insatiable. I've given them money and status, allowing them to live a comfortable and carefree life here. Even when I'm not here, they still harbor evil intentions. Good. Very good. Very good. Since they want to fight me, I'll fight them to the end. Do they really think I'm old and useless? Said. A trace of loneliness could not help but appear in his eyes. He knew that the main reason for all this was that his two sons were incompetent. If he had a son as capable as Qin Jiang, no. Half as capable as Qin Jiang, he wouldn't have brought them all with him, but would have left one here to oversee. Unfortunately, the descendants of the Lin family are useless in the eyes of those people. As an old man, he is busy going ashore all day long, so it is normal for the people below him to have some concerns. If you want to blame someone, blame his poor seed-shedding ability. At this moment, Mr. Lin is more determined to get ashore, otherwise everything will be in vain with those two sons. Shake your head. Mr. Lin didn't think about these things. He took out his mobile phone and opened the address book. There were several special numbers in it. Frowny face code, 1, codename, 2, a total of 10 codenames, at last. Mr. Lin called codename 4. Chapter 778, Lin Brothers, looking forward to it in the first second, and being caught in the next second. Lin's villa. The Lin brothers looked at each other for a long time before they reacted. Boss Lin, Dad, what do you mean? Don't you trust us? Are you suspicious of us? Lin Laoer, what a suspicious old man. Luckily we are together this time. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to get something out of me. For a while, the two brothers were a little nervous. According to the two brothers' usual personalities, they would not get together when the old man was not around. Lin Laoer, you think the old man won't know anything? Boss Lin, whether the old man knows it or not, we have already made the move and have to fire it. Lin Laoer, that's right. There's no need to dwell on it since it's already been done. Just wait for good news. Outside. Bang, bang. Bang. The two brothers were stunned. No, is the good news coming so quickly? The next moment, I heard my younger brother shouting from outside, Master, second master, something happened, the security has surrounded us. What? The Lin brothers suddenly stood up in disbelief. How is that possible? What are the police doing here? What went wrong? Did the old man cause a big fuss back home? No way. The old man has always been steady in his actions. Songjiang shouldn't be a problem. The Lin group is relatively well behaved in Songjiang, and as a major taxpayer, the public security won't come easily. For a while, they are not smart to begin with and their brains are completely down. He did not dare to hesitate and quickly walked out of the villa, only to see the younger brothers outside looking panicked and ruthless. Outside the villa, 7 or 8 security vehicles gathered, and dozens of security officers got out of the vehicles and headed quickly towards this place. A younger brother said, Second master. What should we do? These security guards are here with bad intentions. Should we rush out? Yes. Uncle. The brothers will hold the security in the front, and you guys go from the back. Brothers, grab your weapons. Those who can guard the brothers in the Lin villa are all loyal fans of the Lin family. Naturally, they are not afraid. They pretend to be willing to die for the two brothers to delay time. Boss Lin saw that some people were about to grab weapons and shouted, Stop. Don't move, uncle. What are you doing? Boss Lin, you're going to die. Grab your weapons. What weapons do you want to grab? We don't have any. Nothing's wrong now, but if you take out your weapons, something bad will happen. Lin Lao, Big Brother is right. The situation is still unclear and we can't be impulsive. The old man once said that the Lin group is safe in Songjiang and can't suddenly collapse. The two of them unanimously decided to wait and see what happens. Boss Lin, when they come in, you all stop and look at my expression. The younger brothers, yes. Soon the door of the villa was pushed open, and Wang Hu personally led the team in, with weapons in his hands ready. This place was not an ordinary place, and the Lin brothers were not ordinary people. Lin Lao, hey, security officers. What are you doing? Wang Hu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the Lin family members had not drawn their weapons. He went straight to the point. Lin Kong, you are suspected of organizing the frame-up of others and forcing women. Lin Yang, you are suspected of organizing the frame-up of others in murder. Please come with us. The organization frames others, murder, forcing women. The Lin brothers looked slightly panicked. Lin Lao was shocked. This police officer? Why don't I understand what you are saying? Wang Hu, do you know Wang Yuan? She has confessed everything. Wang Yuan, the tell everything, trample. Trample, the Lin brothers were so frightened that their steps were a little unsteady. Boss Lin pretended to be calm. I don't understand what you are saying. Do you have any evidence? Evidence? Wang Hu took out his cell phone from his pocket and turned it on to Boss Lin. A video was playing inside of the scene of the Lin brothers and Wang Yuan planning how to frame Black Dragon is extremely clear. Brush. Then he opened another video for Lin Lao. It was Lin Lao who was talking nonstop about how he beat up a security guard and threw him into the river. Boss Lin, Sigma, surprised face, Lin Lao? Impossible, this is impossible. How was this video recorded? Why does it exist, Boss Lin, damn it? This Wang Yuan. How dare she record the video? She's been turned against me. She's turned against me. Wang Yuan, my lord, I am innocent. Lin Lao, Zhu Zhang actually recorded a video. How could he do that? He can't afford to play. The two of them were completely panicked. Wang Hu, what else do you have to say now? Lin Lao, I want to make a phone call. Wang Hu, call. Sorry. You don't have the authority now. Take them away. He waved his hand and several police officers came forward to arrest the Lin brothers. The Lin family's younger brothers rushed over. What are you doing? What gives you the right to arrest people? Let go of Master. Second Master, you, brothers, search the house. Shut up. Boss Lin yelled frantically, shut up. Stand still. What are you panicking about? Wow, all the younger brothers of the Lin family were standing there. Lin Lao also reacted. We are just being taken away to understand the specific situation. You stay here and look after the house. Tell the old man what happened. Do you understand? Listen to this. The younger brothers nodded to show that they understood. Wang Hu, take it away. The Lin brothers were taken away by the police. The police didn't hide their presence this time, so the news spread quickly throughout Songjiang. It can be said that a one stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. No one expected that the Black Dragon group, which had been making so much noise recently, would be fine, while the Quiet Lin group would collapse. It was hard for anyone to react. Neighboring province Old Master Lin, who had just finished a meal with the leaders, frowned even more. These are a bunch of insatiable wolves. They are really cannibals, and whoever gives you milk is your mother. No wonder these people under my command are so uneasy. It turns out they are also supporting me from behind. One side, the housekeeper said, Master. What should we do next, Old Master Lin? It doesn't matter. Even an old fox with many years of experience can be stumped by these little brats. Do you really think that you can turn the world upside down with just a few people's support? As long as no one comes from above. As long as I am still here, there will be no turning the world upside down. Brush. He took out his phone and called, codename, 3, again. This matter had to be escalated. After a long time, he hung up the phone and his brows relaxed a lot. Basically done. Next, it's just a matter of defeating and killing these little bastards one by one. Just when Mr. Lin was breathing a sigh of relief, buzz, the housekeeper's phone suddenly rang. He answered it immediately after looking at the number, and then his face changed drastically. What? You said that the eldest and second young masters were both arrested by the police? What crime? Murder? Chapter 779, Mr. Lin is shocked and loses miserably in the first round. What? When Mr. Lin heard what the housekeeper said, his eyes widened slightly and he couldn't help but stand up. Both the eldest and the second in command were arrested? They're also suspected of murder and attempted murder? How could this be? Could it be? What's going on? The housekeeper continued to listen to the report on the phone, his face becoming very ugly. Keep investigating and report to me immediately if there is anything else. Brush. He put down the phone and said to Old Master Lin, Master, I don't know where the security department got the videos of Master and Second Master committing crimes. Among them is a video of him plotting with Wang Yuan, and a video of Second Master personally describing how he killed someone and disposed of the body. It's the bar security guard he killed a while ago. Bang, Old Master Lin slammed his fist on the table in anger. Waste. 2 pieces of trash. Who let them meet Wang Yuan in person? Don't they know they should avoid such things? Don't they know they should keep a distance? And they even let someone record it. Stupid. Idiot. Now old Master Lin was so angry that he didn't know what words to use to describe his two sons, butler, master. Now is not the time to complain. We must rescue the first and second masters as soon as possible. Call. Old Master Lin took a deep breath. A criminal video? A conspiracy? How can they get away with it when they've got the video? These two idiots don't realize that words can cause disaster. Although I say so, but he still said, find someone reliable to take the blame for Lao Er's murder and corpse disposal. Remember, this person has to have nothing to do with the Lin Group. Just say that Lao Er's crime video was just a lie. Butler, understood. Old Master Lin, as for the video with Wang Yuan? Send someone to check where this woman is now. Why did she leak the video? Is it because of uneven distribution of benefits, or is there something fishy going on with Black Dragon? If it's just that those two idiots weren't paid enough, then find a way to get her to take the blame, then at most she'll just be involved in a honey trap and won't profit from it, so at most she'll just be incarcerated for a while. I'm afraid there's a Black Dragon behind me, then, for a while. Old Master Lin's bad premonition became inexplicably stronger, as if something worse was about to happen. Not really, just less than half an hour. Buzz. The butler's phone rang again. Hearing the content of the call, the butler's eyes widened. He, who had long been known for his restraint, couldn't help but say, fuck. Are you kidding? Are the master and the second master crazy about gain and loss? Mr. Lin's heart skipped a beat. Bang. Hang up the phone. The housekeeper watched the old man organize his words for a long time before saying, Old master. During this time, the eldest and second uncles worked together to get a 300 million interest-free loan for a new company. They then used this 300 million interest-free loan to purchase the plots of land in Chuanxi, as well as tens of millions worth of Dragon Boat Festival gifts. Everything has been handed over, and the procedures are legal and compliant. Old Master Lin stood there in silence for a long time. How could he not understand the meaning of these words? An interest-free loan of 300 million, a few plots of land in Chuanxi, tens of millions of Dragon Boat Festival gifts. Zhu Zhang, putting these key pieces of information together, Mr. Lin, with his wisdom, naturally guessed the general situation in an instant. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Lin smiled. I was so angry that I laughed. Old Master Lin, if I had known this would happen, I should have thrown them against the wall. Two idiots fit for a museum. Did they really think the Black Dragon Group could survive to this point? Qin Jiang and Zhu Xingjian would completely break up over this one incident. Who gave them the courage? They didn't even listen to me, and now they've been arrested, not to mention causing significant losses to the Lin Group. Good. Very good. One side, the butler's mouth also twitched twice. After all, he knew exactly how thorough his master's plan was for Black Dragon. Wang Yuan was only the first step, and there were still the second, third, and fourth steps to come. As long as the plan is implemented to the third step, it will become a fatal situation. Even if Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang know everything, it will be useless. It is a game of human nature and conspiracy. Unfortunately, the plan failed in the first step due to the arrogance of the Lin brothers and was completely destroyed. Not only did the plan fail, but the other party even took advantage of it to make a lot of money. The most important thing is that this matter is not only about financial interests but also about the face of the Lin Group. You can say the Lin Group goes to battle against the Black Dragon for the first time. It ended in complete failure, it was a crushing defeat. Both of Mr. Lin's sons were arrested, and there are countless rumors in the outside world. Mr. Lin's prestige will be greatly reduced. Housekeeper, old man, what should we do now? Do you want me to go back and take care of it? Old Master Lin, what are you dealing with? What's there to deal with? Can't they be patient? Just hold on, housekeeper. After a few seconds of reaction, he guessed that this place was more important at the moment. Once the news of Songjiang's incident spread, Mr. Lin's reputation and prestige would be compromised, and the troublemakers here would become more rampant, and those who were watching might even join in. And now is really not a good time to leave. Mr. Lin, I remember Wang Wei was about to come out. Housekeeper, yes. Calculating the date, it should be one of these days. He will be released on medical parole. Mr. Lin, then tell him to stabilize the situation in Songjiang. Butler, hey. I'll go tell. He didn't try to persuade him any further. Compared to the Lin brothers, Wang Wei was definitely a capable person, otherwise Mr. Lin would not have married Lin Yu to him. Mr. Lin, go ahead, invite a few more people to dinner. The storm is about to get even worse. Butler, yes. Songjiang, less than an hour after the Lin brothers were arrested, rumors spread throughout Songjiang. What? The Lin brothers were arrested? What crime? Murder? Murdering someone, who, oh my goodness. I was completely focused on the Black Dragon Group, but how come the Lin Group got hurt first when Black Dragon didn't? Is this really that outrageous? Why do I feel like something's wrong here? Could it be the Black Dragon's doing? Oh shit. If that's true, then this rumor that's been circulating lately couldn't be. No. The Black Dragons are in such a mess, they don't have time to resort to any tricks. At first, these people didn't connect the Lin Group's affairs to the Black Dragon Group, until the news of the Black Dragon Group acquiring several plots of land from the Lin Group spread. Now everyone had to make the connection. For a while, all the major forces in Songjiang exploded. Chapter 780, Reactions from all parties. Lin Yu's ambition. Wang Xian, keep playing the music and keep dancing. Bang. A shocked boss exclaimed, holy crap. No way. Could this really be the work of Black Dragon? Was everything before fake? No. Not to mention that planning for so long in advance is too terrifying. Just the fact that Zhu Yu was arrested and expelled from the Black Dragon Group will have a huge impact on Zhu Zhang. Who would use their own reputation as bait? I guess they are playing along. Seeing that the Lin Group is planning to take advantage of the situation and then strike back. I said it, even if Zhu Yu is not a good person, he would not cause the brothers Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang to break up over such a small matter. It's just that the two bosses are taking advantage of the situation. Amazing. Amazing, a certain admired boss, getting all the Lin brothers in at once is awesome. It's simply beyond words. From now on, who in Songjiang dares to go against Black Dragon? The Lin Group is not a doubtful boss, no? Old Master Lin has been roaming the martial arts world for so many years and has controlled the entire neighboring province, but now he has fallen into the hands of Black Dragon. That Qin Jiang is too terrifying. Countless forces respected the Black Dragon Group more, and some even believed that the Lin Group would sooner or later be squeezed out of Northern Province by the Black Dragon. Even after learning the reason why Mr. Lin did not return to the base camp in Songjiang, their hearts did not change much. In just one move, the local forces in Songjiang and even Northern Province lost all thoughts of opposing the Black Dragon, which also paved the way for the subsequent failure of Mr. Lin's siege and reinforcement. Bang, Lin Yu stood up, holding her stomach. What? What did you say? Big brother and second brother were both arrested? Tianhu, yes. Godmother. What just happened has spread throughout Songjiang. The charges involve murder, murdering others, etc., and the person is now incarcerated. Lin Yu, how is it possible? How dare the public security? The Lin Group is a major taxpayer. Why do they arrest people without any reason? Tianhu, I don't know the details, but the Lin Group just sold several plots of land in Chuanxi to Heilong. Lin Yu, Black Dragon. Black Dragon again. They must be using some insidious means behind the scenes. Outrageous. Despicable. No sense of justice. They deserve a hapless death. She cursed Black Dragon madly, and Tianhu frowned when he heard it. What does it mean to be unethical? It's obvious that the Lin Group was the first to resort to despicable tactics. You can't just curse when you can't win. This may seem cheap. Lin Yu, what's going on, Grandpa? Did you just watch my eldest and second brothers get arrested? Tianhu, the old man is no longer in Songjiang and has returned to the base camp. Lin Yu, what? How come I don't know? Tianhu, this matter was supposed to be kept secret. The old man left without telling anyone. I just got the news and spoke to him on the way here. He said that Godfather should come forward to resolve everything and stabilize the situation. Lin Yu, what happened at the base camp? My eldest and second brothers have both gone in, but Grandpa won't come back. Wait, you said Grandpa asked Tiger to stabilize the situation? Does he mean to stabilize the Lin family as well? Grandpa wants to delegate power to Tiger. Tianhu, at the moment, yes. I'm not sure about the details. I guess we have to wait for Godfather to come out and talk to the old man in person. I guess he plans to let Godfather stabilize the situation and wait for the old man to come back. Unfortunately, Lin Yu didn't really listen to what was said afterwards. All she could hear was, Mr. Lin wants to delegate power, let Tiger take charge of the Lin Group. It was extremely important to her. Previously, her ambitions were limited to the Huwei Group, and she had no desire for the Lin Group at all. After all, she was just a daughter with two older brothers, which didn't give her an advantage in this power transition. But now that her two brothers were arrested, the future was still unclear. On the contrary, her husband will be in charge of the Lin Group, so maybe she can get the inheritance rights of the Lin Group in the future as a son-in-law. By then, the baby in her belly may get the dual status of the heir of the Lin Group and the Huwei Group. At this moment, Lin Yu's eyes were full of ambition. Whether it was due to an overflow of maternal love or other hormonal factors, her ambition had grown wildly since she became pregnant. She no longer cared about her eldest son, Wang Xian, and her mind was filled with thoughts of how to pass on the Huwei Group to the child in her belly. Now, how can I not be excited when I see greater opportunities? Can't help it. She touched her belly and said, Son, you must do your best. I will be proud of you then. Tianhu's mouth twitched as he looked at Lin Yu, who was completely distracted and smiling from time to time while touching her belly. What kind of beautiful things is this person thinking about? Tianhu, Godmother. If nothing else, I'll leave first. Godfather will be out today. I'm going to pick him up. Lin Yu, okay, no. Wait, you said the Tiger will be out today. Tianhu, yes. Didn't I tell you a few days ago, Lin Yu? I was too busy with that group to take care of it. Wait for me to change my clothes and go with you. You busy? What are you busy with? Shopping for your unborn child every day? Have you ever taken care of the company's affairs during this period? Forget the company? You don't even care about your eldest son, Wang Xian, Tianhu, okay? 2 hours later, Lin Yu, dressed up, followed Tianhu, who had been urging her for a long time, and set off to meet Wang Wei. Wang Xian half lay on the sofa in the bar, his eyes blurry. Damn it, who was mumbling to me, damn it. Things have been really bad lately. That Go Tianhu doesn't let me get involved in the group's affairs at all. Great. Great. You're bullying me because I don't have a father, right? Wait. Wait until my father comes out, and I'll give him a good slap, and mom. Damn it, she forgot about me just because she had a little one. What's wrong with me? I'm not her biological son. She's looked down on me since I was a child. Just wait. Sooner or later, I'll make you all look at me with new eyes. A younger brother ran over and said, Brother Xian. Did you just open a lot of wine again? Wang Xian, what's the matter? Younger brother, we are running out of money. Wang Xian, if there's nothing left, we'll take it from the food allowance at the construction site. To prevent unrest, the Huai construction site divided the cafeteria into several sections. Unable to resist Wang Xian's constant persuasion, Tianhu gave one section to Wang Xian to manage. Younger brother, I really can't draw it out anymore. If I draw it out again, those people will have nothing but plain noodles. There will be trouble. Wang Xian, making trouble? It's fine to make trouble. Whoever makes trouble will be punished? Isn't this the money? He didn't care what his younger brother said and rushed into the stage and shouted. Then the music continued and the dancing continued. Chapter 781. Wang Wei is released from prison with mixed feelings in the institute. Wang Wei was half lying on the mat with a pale face. People in other cells on both sides did not dare to speak loudly at first. They were afraid of disturbing Wang Wei and getting implicated, and second, they were worried that if something really happened to Wang Wei, they would be doomed. After all, if something happens to the big guys like this, then the yellow mud falling off their pants will be shit. Wang Wei lay there thinking about the situation outside. Some time ago, someone had passed him some outside news that something was happening inside the Black Dragon group. Qin Zhang and Zhu Zhang were showing signs of splitting. The moment he received the news, he thought, impossible, fake. The second thing that came to my mind was, it must be Mr. Lin who was secretly plotting this. Wang Wei, as expected of Mr. Lin, he was able to think of dismantling the Black Dragon group from within. Brilliant, really brilliant. But why is there no new news these past 2 days? What's going on in the outside world? What will Mr. Lin do next? While he was thinking, bang. Bang, there were footsteps outside. A security officer and 2 medical personnel strode in and shouted, Wang Wei. Your medical parole has been approved. You can leave now. He opened the cell door and 2 medical personnel carried a stretcher in. Wang Wei's eyes flickered slightly without saying anything. He was really a little hungry from pretending to be sick. Soon 2 medical staff carried Wang Wei away. Just lifted halfway, Wang Wei heard someone cursing beside him. Do you know who I am? Arrange a better room for me? I'm hungry. I need to eat. Call the people in charge here. I want to see a lawyer. I'm not guilty. I've been wrongly accused. Although these curses were neither common nor rare, no one here would take them seriously. What really surprised Wang Wei was that these 2 curses were very familiar to him. It seems, swish. He tilted his head slightly to look at the source of the sound, and sure enough, he saw the figures of 2 very familiar brothers-in-law. Oh shit. Wang Wei's eyes couldn't help but widen. What's going on? How is that possible? Why did they come in? Something's wrong. With Mr. Lin here, nothing makes sense. Now, Wang Wei was already feeling dizzy and his brain was having trouble thinking. He felt like it was about to crash, but his intuition told him, outside, there is a high probability that something he could not have anticipated will happen. Outside. As soon as the medical staff carried Wang Wei out, Tianhu, Lin Yu and others who were waiting at the door ran over. Godfather. Are you okay? Tiger. You finally came out. Brother Hu. How are you? Why are you so pale? They looked at Wang Wei, whose face was pale, with worried expressions. The other party was the pillar that stabilized Hu Wei and was very important to Hu Wei, which was already in turmoil. If anything happened to the other party, Hu Wei would be finished. Wang Wei waved his hand. First, get in the car first. Soon everyone lifted Wang Wei onto the transfer vehicle. The private medical staff prepared by Heilong were already in the vehicle. The vehicle was heading not to a hospital but to the Wang family villa. Since Wang Wei was out, naturally the other links had been opened. Tianhu, quick. Treat Godfather, use the best medicine, quickly. Didn't wait for the doctor to come. Wang Wei waved his hand. No? First, get me something to eat, sugar, glucose. Someone immediately gave Wang Wei bread and water. The medical staff also injected glucose into Wang Wei. Time passes. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Wei's complexion improved a lot, and his voice was no longer so weak. Seeing this, Tianhu and others breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yu, you tiger scared me to death. If anything happens to you, how will my mother and I know? My mother and I survive. Tianhu, Godfather, I'm glad you're okay. Wang Wei, let's not talk about that for now. What happened to Lin Kong and Lin Yang? Why were they arrested? Lin Yu, how do you know? Wang Wei, nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Yu, Tianhu, Godfather. Didn't I let someone pass the letter to you before? It said that there were conflicts within the Black Dragon group, and Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang were fighting each other. But I never thought that these were just superficial appearances for the outside world to see. It was a trap set for the Lin group. The Lin brothers planned to take advantage of the opportunity to win over Zhu Zhang, and for this they paid 300 million interest-free loans and several plots of land in Xuanxi. Most importantly, I don't know where they got some evidence of the Lin brothers' crimes. He quickly recounted what he knew. Wang Wei? What? In just a few days, the situation outside has already developed to this point. What do you mean by evidence of murder? Black Dragon had clearly guessed this plan long ago. They were just using a trick to trick the Lin brothers. Shouldn't the Lin brothers handle such a big thing themselves? They didn't even know how to build a protective wall. And how could old Master Lin, who was in charge, allow such a foolish thing to happen? Wang Wei, where's Mr. Lin? Tianhu, Mr. Lin returned to the base camp in the neighboring province not long ago. I heard there was some trouble there too. Wang Wei, no wonder. It would be strange if nothing went wrong if those two idiots were in charge. And the chaos that made him go back in person shows that there's a lot of trouble going on at headquarters. Did the old man say what to do next? How to rescue them? Lin Yu, I was just about to tell you. The old man agreed to let you take charge of the Lin group temporarily. Speaking of which, my two brothers have done a good thing. Wang Wei, how could he not guess Lin Yu's little thoughts? Putting aside the fact that the Lin group's inheritance had nothing to do with him as long as old Master Lin was still alive, with the Black Dragon group as an external enemy, the Hui group and the Lin group were in the same boat. Their prosperity and their loss would be shared. But seeing Lin Yu's bulging belly, he swallowed back the curse words that were about to come out of his mouth. Seeing Wang Wei's gaze on her belly, Lin Yu couldn't help but whisper, "This guy is usually very honest, but after seeing you come out today, he kept kicking me. Let's go home and have dinner first. It's a great time for our family of 4 to be together." Wang Wei, what home are you going back to? Tianhu, yes. Godfather just came out. Let's go to the club to get rid of bad luck. Wang Wei, what club are you going to? You too, since Mr. Lin has asked me to take charge of the situation, it proves that the headquarters is temporarily unstable, and that the influence of the Lin group will be greatly reduced in a short period of time. After the Lin brothers' disturbance, I'm afraid that the Black Dragon of the entire northern province will be completely in power. If we don't restore our momentum and return to Sanjiang, we will have no place to stay. Let's go, take me to the Huwei construction site, and by the way, let all the Huwei executives go to the construction site. I want them to know that I'm back. Chapter 782 Xinjiang, let's go. Teach Wang Wei a lesson. Tianhu, okay, he yelled to the driver, go to the Huwei construction site, and quickly pulled out his phone to call Huwei's management. Lin Yu, Tiger. What are you doing at the construction site? Bury it. Go home first. Wang Wei, why go back home? The construction site is Huwei's chance to turn things around. As long as our Huwei project can fight against Black Dragon's bullshit northern territory, there's still a chance to continue fighting. Otherwise, Huwei will be completely finished. There's no room for two tigers in one mountain. The dragon and the tiger will eventually decide the winner. Have you forgotten the fate of Huasheng and Lonfei group? Huwei group must not follow in their footsteps. Lin Yu, okay. I understand. Don't worry, Huwei and Lin's are one. Now is different from before. Before, you can only mobilize the Huwei group and couldn't defeat Black Dragon, which was normal. Now you can also mobilize the Lin's group. With the combination of the two and your skills, how can you not defeat Qin Jiang? As soon as these words were spoken, Tianhu nodded involuntarily. Godfather. The two groups are indeed stronger when they unite. Most importantly, now that you are in charge of the Lin group, you will definitely be able to suppress those who have second thoughts. Swish. Wang Wei glanced at Tianhu. He could naturally hear the helplessness in Tianhu's words. Obviously, things hadn't been normal in Huwei recently. Hu's boss was arrested and everything was peaceful. Although some of Lin Yu's words were not clear, she was right about one thing: things are different now. In the past, Grandpa Lin always regarded Huwei group as the vanguard and never intended to take part in it himself. Even if he was plotting against Black Dragon group, it was a conspiracy behind the scenes. However, Grandpa Lin did not expect Black Dragon group to counterattack so fiercely, nor did he expect the Lin brothers to be so stupid. In addition, problems in the base camp directly caused the Lin group to fall into a state of being ownerless, and he was worried about Black Dragon's revenge. Therefore, he was given the opportunity to temporarily take charge of the Lin group. He took this opportunity to change the status and subordinate relationship between Lin group and Huwei group, so that Lin group would be completely eliminated and Huwei would no longer be the vanguard. Wang Wei, Tianhu. Keep an eye on the Lin brothers' criminal investigation. Hire the best lawyers and find a few reliable brothers with serious illnesses to take the blame at any time. Tianhu, I understand. Wang Wei, ahem, tell the Lin brothers inside to stop yelling and talk less. I'll try my best to get them out. Ahem, Lin Yu, Tiger, stop talking and take a good rest. My two brothers are not in a hurry. They won't die for a while anyway. Wang Wei, Tianhu, this woman. She's so cruel for the Lin family's assets. Black Dragon Group, Qin Jiang and Sijou were sitting there eating hot pot. Bang, Zhu Zhang pushed the door open and came in. A Sijou, finally here. Hurry. Hot pot, ready, with your favorite pig intestines, Zhu Zhang. Okay, Zhu Zhang picked up the bowl with the dipping sauce Qin Jiang had prepared for him and ate a mouthful of pig intestines with relish. Ha. Ha. This is the taste. Authentic. Ever since I went to the mountain city, I can't forget this taste. Sure enough, hot pot has to be from the mountain city, Sijou, of course it's authentic. Brother Jiang has moved that Shansheng chef you mentioned to be delicious to the Black Dragon Group's logistics canteen department. You can eat it whenever you want, Zhu Zhang, oh my god. I was thinking the smell was familiar. It's Brother Jiang who knows me. Brother Jiang is awesome. Qin Jiang, don't use such lame words. Zhu Zhang, ha, Sijou, ha, after a few jokes between the three of them and Zhu Zhang, the Lin brothers have been arrested. The evidence is probably enough to make them suffer a lot. And I've already had people spread this matter to the neighboring provinces, Qin Jiang, okay? There will definitely be a bigger disturbance in the neighboring province, and it will be difficult for Mr. Lin to take care of both sides. Zhu Zhang, however, it's difficult to implicate the Lin brothers with only video evidence. The Lin group will definitely have someone take the blame. The second brother Lin's murder will likely be explained as bragging. As for the conspiracy to frame Zhu Yu, although there is irrefutable evidence, it can only be treated as a honey trap. If the Lin group can use some connections, he won't be detained for too long. Qin Jiang, don't worry. Bai Meng will take action. Even the Lin group won't be able to handle it in a short time. This is Song Jiang. It's 2012. It's no longer the era when that old man once had absolute control over everything. Zhu Zhang also nodded. He used to have limited vision and longed to mingle in Hong Kong society, but since he and Qin Jiang continued to improve their status and broaden their horizons, he has been able to see more things clearly. Mainland, there is no way it can be like Hong Kong movies. A few years ago, there was still room for development, just like when Mr. Lin founded the Lin Group. However, with the increasingly strict public security control, except for the forces that emerged in the early days, new forces have become rare and extremely rare. Lin Group, Huaxing Group, Longfei Group, they are all products of the times. There is no room for growth today, and these forces openly appear in the name of the group. In addition, the management of the lower levels from above is becoming more and more strict. Many people who used to have good relations with the group have been brought to justice, making the group less powerful than before. Many of them rely on the title of local major taxpayers to obtain some extra care, otherwise there would be no problems in Mr. Lin's base camp. This proves that many of the previous networks are being broken. Alright, Zhu Zhengdao, I got the news that Wang Wei will be out today, so it should be soon. Qin Jiang, this family is really going to continue. His son comes out and his father goes in, and his father comes out. The two brothers-in-law go in. I don't know if they think they are wrapping the moon in there. Zhu Zhang, ha, Seijiu, hee, delicious. Qin Jiang, now that he's out, we have to show our support. Given Wang Wei's personality, he'll definitely go to the construction site after he gets out. So, let's teach him a lesson there. Celebrate his return. Zhu Zhang, I'm going to put the chess pieces I'm hiding in ambush into action this time. I'm going to give him a surprise. Bang, Qin Jiang put down his chopsticks. For a scene like this, we have to celebrate in person. Zhu Zhang also put down his chopsticks, understood. Then let's go celebrate with him in person. Seijiu, I'm not going to eat anymore. I'm almost done. As he said that, he picked up all the meat and vegetables in the pot with two chopsticks and put them into the bowl. He ate it all in two mouthfuls and patted his stomach with satisfaction. Then he handed Qin Jiang a handkerchief, wiped his mouth with a piece of paper, stood up and shouted, "Someone, prepare the car. Brother Jiang is going to teach Hu Wei a lesson." Haha, the three of them laughed again. Black Dragon's traditional approach to enemies is to use only 8 characters. If you are well, that's all that matters. Chapter 783, Wang Xian's father doesn't love him, his mother doesn't love him, and the food at the construction site boom. Soon, under the Black Dragon group of the convoy that belonged to Qin Jiang was heading towards the construction site. This immediately attracted the attention of many forces. After all, everyone associated the recent events of the Lin group with the Black Dragon group, so those forces were naturally extremely concerned about Qin Jiang's every move. For a while, many forces sent people to follow from a distance to check the situation. Tiger Power Group originally, all the elders had received the news and were waiting here, but suddenly they received news that Wang Wei had gone to the construction site. Brush, it was embarrassing in front of many veterans. They have been quite active during this period, installing many things on the construction site and opposing Tianhu, causing many problems inside the Huwei construction site. Tianhu had approached them about this more than once, but unfortunately these elders did not take Tianhu seriously. But Wang Wei came out. These elders still respected and feared Wang Wei very much. Brother Hu went straight to the construction site as soon as he came out. Could it be that Hu reported us that day? Fuck. It's really possible. That kid is not a good person, damn. Then what should we do? What should we do? We'll just adapt to the situation. Tianhu is the person in charge of the construction site anyway, so we'll just pretend we know nothing and understand nothing. We'll just be like a non-stick pan and get rid of any problems. That makes sense. Let's go, boom. These people also immediately took the car to the construction site, bar box. Come on, pretend, we have plenty of time anyway. Wang Xian was playing with a few girls. Come here, little cutie, Brother Xian will give you some touches. Brother Xian, you are bad. Wang Xian, if a man is not bad, women will not love him. Brother Xian, who of us will serve you? Wang Xian, what do you think? We're all adults, who needs to choose? Of course I want both. Brother Xian, you were so bad, we like you so much. Just as Wang Xian was preparing, boom. Boom, there was a hurried knock on the door. Wang Xian shuddered in fear. Fuck? Who is it, Brother Xian? It's me. Big news, Wang Xian, get lost. No matter what the matter, get out of here. Wait until I'm done with this. Boom. Boom, the knocking didn't stop, Brother Xian. This is a big deal. Lord Tiger has come out. What? Wang Xian was about to curse, but he swallowed it back. Bang. He opened the door and looked at his younger brother outside. My dad is out? When did it happen? Younger brother, it's been a while. Wang Xian, where are you going now? The villa? Younger brother, they went to the construction site. Are all the senior executives of Huawei Group going to the construction site now? Construction site, Wang Xian's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Then the younger brother continued, I heard that Mr. Tiger, whom President Lin personally went to greet, is currently accompanying Mr. Tiger to the construction site. Grass. Wang Xian couldn't help but curse. Why did I only hear about this huge event when I arrived? I asked you to get information outside, what were you doing? Younger brother, we really don't know. Wang Xian looked grim. As the only son, he was the last one to know that his father had come out. What does it represent? This meant that he was completely kicked out of the power core of the Huawei Group, not to mention that his mother went to greet him in person without telling him. Wang Xian, oh my god. It's okay for your husband to be fickle, but why is your child also fickle? I'm your own son, how can you treat me like this? Is the child in your belly really good? Don't we have the same genes, Lin Yu? That's not necessarily true. Think of this, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Hurry, prepare the car for me. He didn't dare to hesitate at all. If he didn't make his presence felt at this time, he would be doomed. The two girls behind said delicately, Brother Xian. Why are you leaving? What should we do? Yeah. Brother Xian. What's the big deal? Let's go after we're done having fun. Wang Xian, shut up, you two bitches. If you keep yelling, I'll throw you two into the river. He was extremely angry, and his mind was full of thoughts about his future position in the Huawei Group, then quickly left. The younger brother didn't follow. He was in charge of this area and had only joined Wang Xian. Normally, Wang Xian would take Huawei's men with him if there was anything going on. Watching Wang Xian's departing figure, he couldn't help but mutter, are the wealthy family's schemes so complex? The battle for the crown prince position is always brutal. As expected, being born into such a family has all sorts of advantages and disadvantages. Shake your head. He didn't think about these things and looked at the two girls in the box who were stunned by Wang Xian's scolding. TSK. No need to be sad, no need to be upset, and no need to put on clothes. Let's continue. Two girls, roll. A toad wants to eat swan flesh. Who gave you the courage? Do you have money? Do you have status? We are Brother Xian's women. Do you believe that if we just whisper a little, Brother Xian will throw you into the river? Little brother, seeing the two girls' disdainful eyes, the younger brother was both angry and helpless. Even though Tiger's power had ended, even though Wang Xian was just an unfavored son, even though these two women were just women that Wang Xian played with casually, if they really forced something to happen, he would not be able to handle it at all. The gap was a bit too big, so he could only leave in disgrace. Two stinky bitches, wait until Brother Xian gets tired of you two playing with me, then I will let you know what is powerful and what is painful. Huawei construction site, bang. Bang. Bang, the cafeteria lady knocked on the big iron pot with familiarity. A number of workers were queuing up in twos and threes ahead, all looking grim, some even sallow. After the last incident, I had hoped the food would be drastically improved, but instead, I only had a boxed lunch, and it wasn't enough to fill me up. Afterwards, everyone was separated and ate in groups of 3 or 5, so the number of people was no longer as uniform then. Several people who caused serious trouble were secretly fired for various reasons, and the contractor was also fined. He kept warning them that anyone who caused trouble would have their wages deducted. Deduct wages. This was incredibly devastating for the workers, who could only endure it, daring not to say anything. Day after day, the canteen food, far from improving, seemed to be getting worse. They were furious but couldn't speak out. Someone stepped forward to take a look at the food in the large pot. Cabbage and tofu, no. More accurately, it was rotten cabbage stewed with tofu that had been frozen for who knows how many years. It didn't smell right. The staple food was rice, which was obviously of poor quality. Don't talk about vulgar things, afraid of pigs, even pigs find it hard to accept. The cafeteria lady said, "What are you looking at? Go back and line up." Chapter 784, Free Hot Pot, Workers Gathering, and Preparing for a Lesson. Old Xia, he glanced at the cafeteria lady and went back helplessly. He said to his co-workers, "No. The food is even worse today? Let's go out to eat." A co-worker agreed, "I think it's fine. I haven't seen meat in days. I can't do my job without eating some meat." A co-worker agreed, "There's a cheap hot pot nearby. We can split the cost. It's only a few dollars per person, and we can have meat and vegetables." Some workers also shook their heads and said, "If you want to go, go ahead. I'd rather eat here. It's almost enough." "Yeah. I haven't been paid for several months, and my pockets are almost empty. It's not right to go out for dinner again. I'll just have to make do." "Lao Xia, Lao Lu, Lao Li, you both look sallow. I saw you staggering during the day. If you don't eat something good, you'll tire yourself out. There's a hot pot place that's cheap, with meat and vegetables. Let's go out and have a meal." Unfortunately, Lao Lu and Lao Li still refused to go. They were reluctant to spend money on something free, not to mention that they were already owed several months' wages. Okay. Old Xia left alone with a group of people. Similar things were happening in all the canteens on the construction site. Some workers went out to eat in groups of 3 or 4, while others, like Lao Lu and Lao Li, were reluctant to spend money and continued to queue. Lao Xia brought a group of people to a hot pot restaurant outside the construction site and sat in a tent outside. The proprietress came out hurriedly to greet. "Come, sit down. What do you want to eat?" "Lao Xia, I want a free hot pot, 10 plates of mutton, and the portion should be large. Don't be short of quantity." The boss lady, "Look at what you said, it is definitely not possible." "Old Xia, give me 5 plates of pickled mustard greens, 3 plates of frozen tofu, 3 plates of hot pot dishes, and 10 pounds of hand-rolled noodles to cook in the pot, and drinks, 5 pounds of shabu shabu, and some free gifts." The lady boss, "Okay, I'll be right there." Gulp. Gulp. The other workers couldn't stop drooling when they heard the dishes Lao Xia ordered. They hadn't eaten well for many days. This meal had meat, vegetables, wine, and noodles. It was such a sumptuous meal. "Old Xia, isn't that a bit too much?" "Old Xia, not much. You have to eat well when you go out, otherwise you won't have the energy to work, and accidents can easily happen on the construction site, you know? Eat. It's my treat." "Fuck. You treat me? I'm rich." "Lao Xia, eat yours." "Old Xia, why do I feel like you're doing something mysterious? Have you found another way to make money? Did you get something from the construction site?" "Old Xia, nonsense. Not to mention that the construction site is so strictly guarded, who would dare to steal? Besides, I'm not that person." His eyes flickered. Of course, he was busy doing something important during this period. He subconsciously took out his cell phone. There is a WeChat group chat. The name is It Just Do It. Buzz. A message popped up in the group. It was very simple, just 2 words: action, brush. Old Xia suddenly stood up with an excited look in his eyes, startling the people on both sides. "Old Xia, what's wrong with you? Scare me." "Lao Xia, you don't believe me? Believe it." "Of course I believe it. Old Xia, you are the most opinionated one among us." "Old Xia, that's good. I'll go back to the construction site to collect the debt, to ask for money. If you don't give it to me, I'll smash it. I'll make a scene. I'll quit." As soon as these words were spoken, is anyone else confused? Making trouble? Smashing things? Quitting? This is crazy. "Lao Xia, why haven't you drunk it yet? You drink too much. What's the point of arguing with them? Wasn't the last lesson enough?" Brother Qian was fired without even a salary, and when he went to ask for money he was beaten. "What can I do? Yes, Old Xia. If you think the food is not good, let's get together for today's meal." The construction site cafeteria is just like that. Eating out is normal. Many workers try to persuade Lao Xia. "Old Xia, what do you mean by more? I couldn't make a fuss before because it wouldn't have any results. It was useless. On the contrary, I would get hurt. It's different now. Now I have a backer. Someone is backing me up." "Someone is backing you up? Who is it? Who can support us? We have no money and no connections. Besides, the Huawei group is very famous in Songjiang. Who dares to offend them?" "Old Xia, who dares to offend him?" "Of course. Don't you always suspect that I am doing something big recently? To tell you the truth, I am indeed doing something big. Someone over there contacted me some time ago." He pointed in the direction of the Heilong construction site. Swish. Swish. Everyone looked in that direction and uttered 2 words: "A black dragon." Old Xia nodded. "Yes. Black dragon. The leader over there told me personally, as long as we act according to the plan, they will support us." "What's the plan?" "Old Xia, 3 whistles, let's begin. Let's make a scene and make the world turn upside down." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was a little excited. Was there finally someone supporting them? Could they finally vent their anger? Black Dragon Group, that is an existence more domineering than the Huawei Group, but some people still worry, is it really okay to make such a fuss? What are we going to do with our salaries? We definitely can't pay them, and if we keep making such a fuss, will no construction site dare to hire us anymore? This will cut off our livelihood. This time, the excited workers seem to be poured with a bucket of cold water. Wages, work, it is their lifeline, the one that can hold their destiny by the scruff of the neck. Old Xia, what are you panicking about? If there were no guarantees, do you think we would have agreed? The Black Dragon leader said, as long as we can complete the work according to the plan, the wages will be paid in advance, and we can sue Huawei to get it back later. As for jobs, don't worry. We can join the Black Dragon construction site in the future and live a good life. Workers, Sigma, surprised face, can I join Black Dragon? I get paid. All the workers were completely nervous, their original fear was gone and they were left with only uncontrollable excitement. A long time, someone trembled and said, really? Lao Xia, when have I ever lied to you? Fuck. Do it, if not now, when, let's fight. When people die, birds fly to the sky, and if they live forever, these workers shouted without any fear, and their suppressed panic and anger turned into excitement and agitation. Lao Xia, let's go. He led the workers to the construction site. A young man looked back at the hot pot that was served to him with a look of reluctance on his face. Bang, an old worker gave him a stern look. Why are you thinking about hot pot now? What will you eat after joining Black Dragon? Don't you know what the food will be like? Young man, yes. He quickly caught up with the team at the same time. There are many people like Lao Xia. They gather a large number of workers and go to the Huawei construction site, about to give Wang Wei, who has just been released from prison and is here to inspect, a surprise. Chapter 785, Corruption at the construction site. Wang Wei comes to inspect now. Several construction site leaders were comfortably enjoying the air conditioning in their small private rooms, eating delicacies from land and sea and drinking Mount tea. Come, let's go, this is how people live. Back in the day, I fought and killed every day, but I didn't make much extra money. It was nothing compared to the good life I have now. Tisk tsk. It's a good thing Mr. Tiger went in. Otherwise, with him holding us back, we wouldn't have such a good life. Big projects have a lot of ways to make money. I've contacted a few suppliers. The price is 30% cheaper than before, all profit. Others agreed. For them, as long as they can make money, they don't care whether using the materials from those suppliers will affect the quality. For these leaders who have suddenly switched from fighting in the underworld to working on construction sites, these are not a big deal. Also, don't the workers complain every day about being tired, underpaid, and having bad food? Why don't we give them some benefits, like subsidies or something? The subsidies he mentioned would naturally not reach the workers, but would only go into their own pockets. They talked about various ways to make money and kept exploring new ways to make money. The life and death of workers is not important, build quality doesn't matter, the most important thing is to get money, just as they are enjoying a bright future. Bang. The door was suddenly pushed open, and a young man rushed in with a panicked look on his face. Logistics manager, fuck. What are you doing rushing in here like that? Do you even know the rules? Other leaders also cursed at the young man and told him to leave. Young man, no, not good? Logistics manager, what's wrong, young man? Brother Tiger is here. Logistics manager, what can he do? He subconsciously thought that the Brother Tiger mentioned by the other party was Tianhu, and he was not afraid of this person at all. Etc. Another leader looked at the young man's expression and the words he just called Brother Tiger, which seemed wrong. Which Brother Tiger are you talking about? Tianhu or, young man, chairman? What, swish? The laughing executives all stood up in shock, their faces filled with astonishment and shock. Brother Tiger is out, they had no idea at all. The most important thing is that brother who came to the construction site suddenly, and before they received any notice. There are so many meanings in this. Where are the people? Young man, I just got the news and will be at the construction site soon. I think it will only take a few minutes to grasp. Project manager, it must be Tian who's doing. He wouldn't deliberately let brother who come to inspect the construction site. Oh my god. My suppliers sent a new batch of materials that need to be processed. If brother who saw this, he would be furious. I have to deal with it quickly. Logistics manager, it's lunchtime now. If brother who sees the food at the construction site, we're doomed, the management supervisor said. The steel bars and cement used at the construction site are all defective and have not yet been sealed. Tianhu was easy to fool, but brother who was not easy to fool. This is the end, damn. Even if brother who weren't mentioned, it would still take at least a few months for him to come out? Why is it so soon? Why didn't the higher-ups send us any communication? For a moment, several leaders were extremely panicked and were completely afraid that their affairs would be exposed. After all, they were very clear about brother who's methods, and if he really took action, they would not be able to withstand it at all. So, what should I do next? Hurry. The project director said, go and handle your respective after-sales service. I'll try my best to help you delay brother who outside. No matter what, we must get through this situation first. We must do our best to maintain our appearance, okay? I'll go right away, I'm going too. They rushed out in a swarm, shouting loudly throughout the construction site, fuck. Where have all the people gone? Tell them I've ordered the food supply to be suspended at the construction site. I've also ordered all workers to be quiet. Anyone who dares to say anything about the food being bad will be fired on the spot. They won't get a penny of their salary. Do you hear me? Where are the people? Where have they all gone? Gather the workers and move all the construction materials that have just been delivered to the construction site to the open space in the back. Quickly, go from the back, hurry, move, move. Suddenly the whole construction site was filled with noise. At the same time, the project director also ran outside quickly. As soon as he ran out of the construction site, he saw a car parked outside. Bang, the car door opened. A few of the younger brothers got out of the car and stood on both sides. Then Tianhu and Lin Yu helped the frail Wang Wei down. Seeing this, the project director quickly rushed over. Whoa, he cried out directly, Brother Hu. You finally came out. I missed you so much, Brother Hu. What happened to you? Where's the doctor? Hurry and send him to the hospital, Brother Hu. You must not get into any trouble. The future of Hu Wei rests on you. I wanted to go in for you, but Brother Tianhu wouldn't let me. As soon as he got up, he started crying, expressing his heartfelt gratitude, and asking about the doctor's well-being. He shouted, Where's the doctor? Are you a doctor? He grabbed the doctor who had just gotten off the car by the collar and said, Hurry up and take care of Brother Hu. If anything happens to Brother Hu, I will kill your whole family. Bang, let go. Tianhu grabbed the management director's arm and said, I know you're anxious, but don't worry. Godfather is fine. He's just a little weak. He just needs to rest for a while. Director, really? Tianhu, well. Let go first. Godfather is here. Don't make such a scene just after coming out today, Director. I'm sorry, Brother Tian. I was too impulsive just now, I'm sorry. Tianhu, we are all brothers, it's nothing. Wang Wei frowned slightly as he watched Tianhu and the management director, who looked like they were brothers. Tianhu couldn't tell what the management director was thinking, but he could see a thing or two. He'd been with the director for over a decade, so he knew his personality very well. Today's behavior is very abnormal. The attitude may also be enthusiastic. This highlights that something is wrong. Swish. Wang Wei couldn't help but look at the construction site ahead. His intuition told him that there might be a problem. He didn't even need intuition to tell him that. His rationality could also analyze that it was impossible for Tianhu, who didn't know much about construction projects, to be able to supervise it alone. He just wanted to think that as long as there were no major problems at the construction site, it would be fine, but at this moment, he had a very bad feeling. The problems at the construction site were probably much bigger than he expected. Chapter 786, All parties blocked the way. Xinjiang came. Tianhu pointed at the construction site and said, Godfather. The Huai construction site has been progressing very smoothly recently. The main building is more than half completed. He described the current situation of the construction site, but Wang Wei didn't listen and subconsciously glanced at the Black Dragon construction site across the street. There was already a complete model of a city there. The basic main structure was in the final stage. From their perspective, it felt very oppressive, as if it were a real ancient city. Frowny face northern city. Wang Wei's eyes couldn't help but flicker a few times. At the beginning, the Heilong and Huai construction sites started construction at the same time. Now the Huai construction site is only half completed, while the other one is almost finished and its scale is several times larger than Huai's. It gives people a sense of disparity. Tianhu looked at his godfather and his mouth twitched. He just wanted to say, don't look over there, your son hasn't taken it down yet for you. But he also guessed his godfather's thoughts. Godfather. They built it really fast. But it was also built by piling on people, tens of thousands of workers. The cost was huge. Lin Yu agreed. Black Dragon invested such a huge amount of money to build a city in this place. There is no way he can make money. I guess he will lose everything. Anyway, he will definitely lose money and suffer a huge setback. She wanted to say that Black Dragon would lose everything, but when she remembered that Black Dragon's overall valuation was tens of billions, even if the Northern City project suffered a complete loss, it would not lead to bankruptcy. It's not even a serious injury. After all, Heilong's valuation basically depends entirely on its two major milk tea brands. Wang Wei retracted his gaze and looked at the Huai construction site and said, let's go in and take a look. Go in, the management director's expression changed slightly as he stepped forward and said, Brother Hu. Why are you going into the dusty construction site? Just leave anything to us subordinates. You just got back, so you should take care of your health first. The overall situation depends on Brother Hu. Lin Yu nodded. He makes sense. It's a mess here. Let's go back to the villa first and have a good reunion dinner. Wang Wei glanced at Lin Yu, feeling helpless at her cunning and foolish look. It seemed like even if there were problems at the construction site, it had nothing to do with her. What a clueless idiot. He didn't know why Grandpa Lin, so smart his whole life, could have fathered 3 idiots in a row. What's going on? A complete genetic mutation. Wang Wei's tone became more serious. Let's go to the construction site and take a look. The managing director wanted to continue to stop him, but was glared back at by Wang Wei just when the management director was anxious. Boom, boom, 7 or 8 cars drove up quickly and stopped in front of the Huawei construction site. 7 or 8 middle-aged men in bright and elegant clothes got out. They were the veterans of the Huawei group. When they saw Wang Wei, they all ran over and shouted to Brother Tiger. "You have suffered, Brother Hu. The brothers are waiting for you at the group. Brother Hu, why do you look a little pale? I have an old ginseng from a certain age that I'll bring to you shortly." They began to greet each other, either sincerely or insincerely. The managing director was ecstatic. "Great. Good to come. Let's catch up here. Let's buy a little more time. I'm just lucky. I always turn misfortune into fortune. God has mercy on me." Wang Wei didn't reminisce with these veterans. Instead, he said, "You've come at the right time. Come with me to the construction site and tell me about the current situation." The elders looked a little panicked, but they had no reason to refuse, so they could only nod. "Okay. Listen to Brother Tiger, I haven't been to the construction site for a while. I've been busy with other business of the group. It's a good time to take a look." "Not really." "Me too." They were shirking responsibility in their words and actions, showing that they did not understand the situation at the construction site. Managing director, equal smiley face. "Damn, what are you guys using for non-stick pans? What, all the money we gave him as a filial gift was wasted, right?" But what could he say at this moment? Management director, this delay is too short. The people inside don't have enough time. Oh heaven. Oh earth. Can someone come and help me delay time? As long as someone can come and help me delay time, I am willing to exchange my brother's single life for the rest of his life. I am willing to call him Dad." At this moment, boom, 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 a fleet of pure black Mercedes-Benz cars drove towards this place, shining brightly in the sun, and the momentum was extraordinary. Especially the customized super luxurious Mercedes-Benz S in the middle, with the iconic license plate number, North 68888. The owner of the team speaks for himself. Top bosses in Northern Province, Xinjiang. He is also Huawei's biggest enemy. Wow, everyone in Huawei started to make a noise. Is this Heilongjiang Xinjiang's convoy? Damn. What is he doing here at this time? Could it be that they are here to inspect the construction site? It's possible. I heard that the Black Dragon construction site has entered the final stage and will be completed soon. Fuck. You're so pretentious putting on all this fuss every day. I don't know how to show off my abilities. Although there is sarcasm in the words, if you listen carefully you can clearly hear the envy in them. Who wouldn't be envious? Xinjiang, a social gangster in his early 20s, the pride of northern Taiwan. Representative of young entrepreneurs, a billionaire tycoon. Which of these titles does not make people envious? Even these social leaders are envious, and even more envious than ordinary people. Ordinary people find it difficult to look up to Qin Zheng and cannot imagine him. Only those who are in the same society know how outrageous and shocking Qin Zheng's achievements are today. It can be said that if you don't get involved in society, you will be like a frog in a well. If you want to make it in society, seeing me is like a mayfly seeing the sky. Now, Wang Wei couldn't help but look at Qin Zheng's team with a complicated expression. "Qin Zheng, we meet again. Wait, our struggle is far from over. I, Wang Wei, am back. Lin Yu, ba." Xinjiang is full of evil. At the same time, she thought to herself, but it was right to get my two brothers involved. Otherwise, there would be no way my children would be involved in the Lin group, even if there was only a slight possibility. She touched her belly and said, "Don't worry, baby. For your mother, I will ignore all relatives and seize any opportunity." Wang Wei looked at the complicated gazes of the crowd and said coldly, "All right. Follow me to the construction site." Yes, just when they thought that Qin Zheng's convoy would turn into the northern border city, they were shocked to find that the convoy did not stop at all but rushed towards them and stopped directly in front of the Huawei construction site. Bang. Bang. Bang, the car door is open. Wow, dozens of young men in black suits walked out and stood on both sides of the middle vehicle. Bang, Zhengqi opened the car door a tread. Qin Zheng, dressed in a black suit and with a stern face, had just walked out when the young men on both sides lowered their heads and shouted, "Brother Zhang." X dozens. Chapter 787. Sijio, are you coming out? Tianhu, I won't go out. What? The Huawei group was stunned when they saw the Black Dragon convoy parked in front of them and Qin Zheng getting off the convoy. What's going on? Why did he suddenly rush in front of them? What were he doing here? What? Are you here to provoke them? Gulp, some Huawei personnel swallowed subconsciously. Panic, very panicked. It can be said that the Huawei personnel are naturally not so confident against the Black Dragon group, and several collisions have ended in failure, leaving the Huawei personnel 3 points behind when facing the Black Dragon, not to mention the ordinary Tiger Power members. Even the Tiger Power elders had a flicker in their eyes. After several clashes, these elders also developed a fear of Black Dragon. Unlike those ordinary thugs, they knew that if both sides really fought to the death, the people below might still have a chance to survive. They will be completely screwed. Only the management director was ecstatic. Oh my God. God has opened his eyes and someone has really appeared again. This gentleman coming here in person will definitely delay Brother Tiger's time. By then, the inside will probably be almost cleaned up. As I said, I have that fate. As for my brother? You are unlucky to have met me. Besides, you are a materialist. Don't be afraid, even that he looked at Qin Jiang eagerly. As for calling me daddy, well, I really want to. Now, Wang Wei looked at the elders and felt a pang in his heart. It seems that the internal problems of Huwei Group are more serious than I expected, especially the overall momentum is not up to par. If I don't think of a solution, I'm afraid Huwei and Black Dragon will no longer have any chance of fighting. I must find a way to turn the tables. His originally weak body couldn't help but straighten up. Although his face was pale, he exuded a majestic aura without anger. Trample. Trample. Trample, he strode up to the crowd, staring straight at Qin Jiang without any sign of retreat. At the same time, Qin Jiang was also surrounded by the crowd and came to the opposite side. For a while, there seemed to be sparks colliding in the air. Gulp. Gulp, the sound of swallowing saliva continued to be heard. Distance, card. Card, many cars following the Black Dragon convoy stopped, and people dispatched by various forces took out their cameras and began recording, while exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Something big is happening. Qin Jiang looks like he's going to cause trouble for the Huwei Group." Wang Wei, Qin Jiang. What will happen if these two bosses collide head-on again? I hope they won't fight. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Wang Wei spoke first. Hey! What wind blew King Xinjiang from Songjiang here? The public security is really blind. They ignore what they should be doing and interfere with what they shouldn't be doing. It seems like I really should talk to the public security and give them some suggestions. His words were full of sarcasm. Qin Jiang's expression remained indifferent. Didn't I hear that you were seriously ill and dying, so I came here to offer my condolences? You. Tianhu was about to rush forward with an angry look on his face. Sijou, hey, little chicken, you want to practice? Little chicken, Tianhu, _ who are you calling me? I'm 3 times thicker than a normal guy, and you're calling me a little chicken? But looking at Sijou, who's 6 times bigger than me, I have to admit that he has the right to use that term. At this moment, he could feel the terrifying pressure of being stared at by Sijou, and his heart was trembling inexplicably. He couldn't help but think of Sijou's various battle records and the videos of him witnessing Sijou fighting with his own eyes. He had witnessed those videos himself. What can I say? I can't beat him. I can't beat him at all. He and Sijou were not on the same level. Facing 2 of them, he was no match for them. But he didn't flinch and instead took a step forward. For no other reason. He wasn't afraid for his godfather. Sijou's eyes lit up, and an uncontrollable excitement was about to emerge from his eyes. Bang, his fists clenched into a creaking sound. He was waiting for Tianhu's next move, or rather, he was looking forward to Tianhu's next move ever since the battle with TB Tong after the destruction of Longfei Group. His Songjiang thugs in Weiming Town couldn't raise their heads and had no chance to fight since then. This made Sijou feel very aggrieved. Now that he finally met a martial artist and was about to fight, how could he not be excited? Pity. Wang Wei reached out to stop Tianhu. Tianhu, godfather, Wang Wei, back off. He would not let Tianhu take action. He knew that Huwei had no chance of winning against Heilong in terms of force. If Tianhu went up, he would only be defeated and it would be even more embarrassing. He had already defined the plan against Heilong as a clever victory. Watching Tianhu retreat, Sijou was angry. I've already clenched my fists, and you're doing this to me? Are you kidding? Are you kidding me, Sijou? Come out, Tianhu. I'm not going out. Sijou, are you a man? If you are, then come out and fight with real weapons. Tianhu, Sijou, like an old woman. If you don't have the guts, go home and feed your child. What's the matter? Are you angry? Good. Get even angrier. Come out, come, hit me if you want, Tianhu. He was so angry that he was about to smoke, but facing Wang Wei's suppression, he could only endure it. Sijou couldn't take action against Tianhu, who didn't dare to come out, and he had to abide by the rules of Black Dragon. After all, taking the initiative and self-defense, 2 different natures. Tread, Wang Wei took a step forward and ignored the shouting Sijou, as well as the scowl on the Tiger Power Elder's face. He stared directly at Qin Jiang. Boss Qin. Are you here just to provoke me? To force my men to take action? I heard that your people at Black Dragon understand the rules. Is that how you understand them? What is he shouting about when we're talking to each other? Qin Jiang, who's talking to you 2 bosses? Talking to me about rules? My rules are the rules, you. Wang Wei couldn't help but feel furious, but he knew that he needed to stay calm at this moment. The situation inside Huwei was unclear, and he didn't know Qin Jiang's intentions. If he rashly clashed with the other party, he would definitely suffer a great loss, and might even fall for the other party's trick. Don't be impulsive. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Bang, Wang Wei clenched his fists and said, Qin Jiang. I, Huwei, have no friendship with you. You are fine. The road ahead is long, and we all have our own paths. Goodbye. As he said this, he was about to lead the Tiger Power personnel away. Qin Jiang smiled. Ha ha, tisk. Look at you. Why are you so angry over a joke? Can't a grown-up take a joke? Childish. Wang Wei, are you coming here to show off again? Are you insulting me again? Are you asking Sijou to be your younger brother again? I didn't say anything about leaving, but you said I can't take a joke? I can't take a joke. You said I was childish, damn it, you said everything. Chapter 788. Three whistles sounded, let's get started. Call. Wang Wei's weak body took 2 deep breaths to suppress his impatience. He did it on purpose, he was just mad at himself. Don't be angry. If you get angry, you'll quickly fall for his trick. Don't be angry. If you get sick from anger, no one can help you. The cold expression on his face turned into a smile, not a forced laugh, but a hearty laugh. Haha, Mr. Qin is as humorous as ever. Just like in a cartoon. His words are so interesting. He was clearly mocking Qin Zhang's childishness, saying that his actions were like those of a child. Qin Zhang, huh? I can't compare to Mr. Wang taking off his pants like in a cartoon. I can't compare. Wang Wei, he was too lazy to argue with Qin Zhang. Boss Qin. Let's be frank, the group still has a lot of things to deal with, and we can't be as idle as you. You leave everything to your subordinates, but you get to reap all the credit. My brothers and I are all about sincere cooperation and joint management. The group belongs to you, brothers. He continued to apply eye drops to Qin Zhang while asking Qin Zhang what he was doing there. Qin Zhang, Wang Wei, the two of them were sarcastically arguing with each other in public, leaving everyone stunned. It turns out that the boss can also speak so sarcastically, until Zhu Zhang and Qin Zhang exchanged glances. Qin Zhang finished his speech. I won't listen to your bragging. I'm here to celebrate your release from prison. I specially prepared a generous gift for you. A generous gift. Hearing Qin Zhang's accentuated words, Wang Wei felt something was wrong, but the smile on his face didn't disappear. I wonder what gift Mr. Qin wants to give me. Qin Zhang stretched out 3 fingers and said jokingly, 3 whistles. Wang Wei was stunned. What the hell is 3 whistles? Tianhu and others were also confused, and even thought that they had heard it wrong. Maybe it was a homonym. The next moment, see you, bang, Zhu Zhang raised his hand and waved his folding fan. Zhao Shan has stepped out and blew 3 loud whistles as the Hui crowd looked in disbelief. Call out. 3 whistles blew loudly. Hui, equals smiley face sigma degree. What are you doing? What? 3 pure whistles? Could the whistle have some other meaning? A new way to give a gift? A new way to provoke? Not only the top leaders of Hui, but even Wang Wei was stunned and puzzled. Something is wrong. From what I know about him, he's not this boring person. This situation must have some meaning, but what exactly is it? I have a bad feeling. Just when people outside were confused, Hui construction site, Old Xia, along with a dozen other people, rushed back to the construction site. Not only Old Xia, but others who had been planning to eat out also rushed over, causing the crowd to surge even before the meal was almost finished. The cafeteria lady was slightly surprised. Didn't these people just go out to eat? Why are they all back all of a sudden? Can't they finish their meal in such a short time? Do they think the food outside is too expensive? Or do they just want to eat for free? Hee, a bunch of poor bastards. You're contradicting me. You think my cooking isn't tasty? Even if I poop in the pot, you're still going to eat it? Eat out if you can. Bang. Bang, the lady in the cafeteria knocked on the pot. Hey. What are you doing? Why are you back again? Old Xia glared at him. The cafeteria lady said, oh my god. You dare to glare at me? Try glaring at me again, Lao Xia, try your mother's eggs. Canteen auntie, did he hear correctly? How dare a worker like me scold him? Who gave him the courage? The cafeteria lady rushed out, spoon in hand. This is outrageous. I remember you. Old Xia. Last time, you were the one who said my cooking looked like pig food? And you dare to scold me again today. Fine. Today, you either eat all this pig food or give yourself a slap in the face. Do you believe I'll make you get out of this construction site? Lao Xia, get the hell out of here. The cafeteria lady, still cursing, okay, today, if I don't smash your head, I will. She stopped mid-sentence. A dozen workers gathered around Lao Xia, all looking at him coldly, no longer fearful. Some even picked up wooden sticks from the construction site as weapons. The cafeteria lady was a little panicked. She couldn't help but think of the miserable plight of her predecessor, who was beaten by angry workers and then fired. She subconsciously stopped there with her spoon. What are you going to do? Are you dissatisfied with me or the construction site? Turning back to the several managers on the construction site, who were specially arranged to be at a post in the cafeteria to prevent people from causing trouble, these people were gathered at a small table nearby to eat boxed lunches, which contained both meat and vegetable dishes. They were semi-middle level employees at the construction site, and although they were not eligible for special meals, they could not eat pig food either. At this moment, he heard the cafeteria ants shouting and looked over. He saw Lao Xia with an impatient look. A man stood up with a lunchbox and walked towards Lao Xia, cursing as he walked. What's the matter? Are you going to cause trouble again? Come on. What did you just say? Say it again for me. He is so careless and thinks he is so cool. Old Xia didn't tolerate him at all. A bunch of running dogs. Lackeys. What can you do if you cause trouble? Look at what you eat. And look at what we eat. No more words, oh my god. You are so dare. He grabbed his lunchbox and was about to throw it at Lao Xia angrily, but suddenly he noticed a large dark shadow in front of him. He saw a large number of workers gathered and stood in front of Lao Xia. He was a little stunned. The other managers were also a little intimidated. They couldn't help but think of the last collective riot and rushed over and shouted, "What are you doing? Have you forgotten how you solved the last problem? Don't you want your salary anymore? Everyone, just disperse, disperse. Don't you want the money anymore? Do you want to be punished? It's okay if you disperse now, but if you delay and things get really bad, none of you will be able to escape." They shouted in a timid manner and tried to disperse the workers, but the workers just stood there staring at them. Right at this moment, the logistics manager rushed over. "Where are the people? I just called you, where are the people? Quick, put away the pots? And all of you, what are you guys doing standing here? I'm telling you guys, no matter who asks about the food in the construction site cafeteria, just tell them it's fine. There's meat and vegetables. Anyone who says anything bad will have their wages docked. Go away. Go back to work. I'm talking to you guys. Do you hear me?" Faced with the scolding from the logistics manager, the workers just responded with indifferent eyes. At this moment, whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, 3 whistles sounded from a distance. All of a sudden, the eyes of the workers who had been standing there motionless suddenly lit up, and old Xiao raised his arm and shouted, "3 whistles, fight." Chapter 789. The construction site is in chaos, with people smashing and beating each other, while, in a moment, the entire construction site was in an uproar, with countless people shouting, "3 whistles. Fight. 3 whistles. Fight. Fuck, you fuck, fuck." The loud shouting scared the cafeteria lady. Bang, the ladle in my hand fell to the ground. The management staff were all horrified, and the logistics supervisor's face changed drastically, thinking to himself, "Not good." This moment he couldn't help but think of the last riot. No. Last time, it was just the workers who had accumulated points for a long time and couldn't help but make trouble. That kind of riot was not difficult to suppress, but this time it was obviously organized and premeditated, and the whistles were used as orders. Judging from the clamor, there were probably many more workers involved than last time. He is not stupid and knows that something big is going to happen. I will also be ruined. Instinctively, he yelled, "What the hell are you yelling about? Are you guys going to cause trouble again? Don't you want your salary anymore? Do you want to be fired? Just shut up, stand still. Where's the foreman? Where the hell did he go? Take control of the situation. If anything goes wrong today, none of you will be okay." "Foreman," he shouted for help, but the foremen were too cunning to dare show up when they saw the workers in such a state. But the look in the logistics manager's eyes made it clear that if he didn't do anything, he would be in trouble. Under pressure, several foremen stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone, go back. If you keep causing trouble, forget about working for me. Believe it or not, I'll blacklist you from the foreman's circle. You'll never find a job again. Get out of here." Bang, a worker went up to him and kicked him. "Fuck you. You usually deduct money from us? And now you dare to stand up. Fuck. 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 Fuck." The other foremen were also instantly kicked to the ground by the workers, and a series of kicking incidents ensued. "Fuck. This kick is for you to eat pig's trotters, but we only have to eat cabbage stalks. Fuck. This kick is for you to forget your roots. We made you a foreman, but you colluded with these people to cheat us. I've disliked you for a long time. Fuck. I was so blind to follow you back then." These foremen were beaten and screamed, "Stop fighting, it has nothing to do with me, we're just a small foreman. Ask yourselves, have I treated you badly? Didn't I make soup for you with the leftover pig's trotter bones from my meal a few days ago? We are just executors. The leaders are the real culprits. If we want to beat you, beat them. Ah. We are already beating them, see you." Many workers angrily kicked the logistics manager to the ground. "Fuck. What the hell are you yelling about? You're the only one who can yell at me, right? Do you really think we're still afraid of you? I was bullied by you before because I didn't have any background, but now I have a background and I'm still bullied by you. Then he must have a background for nothing." Fuck, fuck. The cafeteria's cauldron was kicked over. The cafeteria lady, the administrator, and others were naturally not spared. The cafeteria lady, who was extremely unpopular, was especially unpopular. She was pinned to the ground by several people and forced to eat from the cauldron like a pig. "Don't you say your cooking is delicious? Then let me give you a taste. Eat. Give it to me. Is it delicious? Speak." The cafeteria lady's face was full of pain. I don't want to eat. I vomit, gulp, gulp, vomit." Words couldn't describe her expression. She had made these foods, so naturally she knew exactly what they were. Even the cooking conditions alone were unacceptable, and now she was being asked to eat them. Isn't it going to kill him? For a while, the mess in the cafeteria area was unimaginable, and countless workers started smashing things and fighting. Not just this area, similar things were happening in other areas of the construction site, with countless workers shouting as they worked, "Give me back my hard-earned money. We are human beings, not pigs or dogs. If you don't treat us as human beings, then we can only fight, brothers. If you don't pay us today and don't give us an explanation, it won't end. It's a mess, it's a complete mess." There was noise, clamor, and sounds of smashing and destroying things at the construction site. The logistics manager, quality manager, and other senior executives who were beaten violently by the workers on the ground no longer had the arrogant attitude they used to have. Their faces were pale and they knew that they were completely finished. Even when brother who came to inspect the construction site in person, such a big mess broke out. It was all caused by their exploitation. Now, even if they could avoid the workers' wrath, they could not withstand brother whose anger. There was only one ending waiting for them: boil the water at 100 degrees. It's completely useless. At the same time, I couldn't understand why these workers suddenly became organized. How could they be so bold as to challenge Huey, don't want any salary anymore, who was backing them up behind him, who dares to support them? Could it be Brush? They seemed to be thinking of something and their faces turned even paler. Outside, the people at Huey were completely confused, not understanding the meaning of Zhao Shanhe's whistle. But the next moment, they heard a burst of noise, smashing, and cursing coming from the construction site. "Fuck, done, must give justice, let's fight. No matter who comes today, it won't help, brothers, done, Wang Wei." Tianhu, degree, managing director. This moment there are only 3 words in their minds: is there someone causing trouble at the construction site? Wrong, wasn't it just one person causing trouble? Was it a collective disturbance? Brush. Wang Wei looked at Tianhu. Tianhu looked at the management director. The management director was left bewildered with no one watching him. "Lin Yu, what's going on? Why are there so many people arguing at the construction site? Is someone causing trouble?" Tianhu, who was so stupid as to dare to cause trouble at Huey's construction site? "I'm going to solve it." He pointed at the management director. "Come, follow me to solve it." Obviously Tianhu hasn't realized that the people causing trouble are from his own construction site and he thought they were outsiders, or that the Black Dragon Group was causing trouble. In fact, I don't know what Tianhu thinks, but other Huey veterans also think so, and even Wang Wei subconsciously thought so, until they watched helplessly as countless workers in tiger-like overalls, eyes bloodshot, rushed out of the construction site. There were so many of them, it looked like there were no fewer than 1,000 of them. Only a third of them were the man recruited by the Black Dragon Group, the rest were following suit out of herd mentality. After hearing some vague rumors, they were even more frantic than the recruited ones. Ahead, several construction site managers were frantically fleeing. Seeing Tianhu and the management director from afar, they frantically shouted for help. "Brother Tian, these workers are crazy, quickly get some people to suppress them, quickly, they are all crazy, director. We can't suppress it. We can't suppress it at all. All the workers at Huey are rioting, help me, it's so scary." Chapter 790. Wang Wei comforted. Wang Wei was confused, he didn't want to stay at this construction site. What the hell? Tianhu still hadn't reacted, but the management director's face was already pale. A thump, he slumped down on the ground. "It's over. It's all over. Why is this happening? Why are all these people causing trouble? Black Dragon is sure they are up to something." Swish. His gaze turned towards Qin Jiang. "Hate?" Surprisingly, he couldn't hate him at all. He's just a small fry. He might be able to show off his status at the Huey construction site, but facing a big shot like Qin Jiang, he didn't even have the qualifications to hate him and could only give up and look away. "I want to cry but I have no tears. Why on earth has God treated me this way? I'm willing to let my brother be single for the rest of his life in exchange for a better life. No. I'd even let my brother die as long as I can get through this. Brother, you are noble, you are amazing." The faces of the Tiger Power veterans turned grim when they realized what was happening. Judging from the situation, the workers were definitely making trouble. Looking at the reaction of the management director, it was clear that improper management was the main factor. Corruption, press, bully, and so on. Moreover, the management director and other senior executives pay them a lot of tributes every month to let them serve as a protective umbrella. Now that such a situation has occurred, the management director and others will certainly be ruined, and they may also suffer the consequences. A certain elder said, "Black Dragon is so cruel." Seeing Brother Hu being released from prison and causing such a scene, it's obvious that he wants to piss Brother Hu off to death. He shifted the conflict to Black Dragon. Other elders also echoed, "It seems like the Black Dragon has been planning this for a long time. No wonder he blew the whistle just now, the start signal, it's clearly a provocation." "Brother Hu, please don't be angry, how exactly is the construction site managed?" These workers were being instigated and didn't even know. The person they were trying to shift the blame to was Lu, who put all the responsibility on Black Dragon and the management, without mentioning any exploitation at all. Wang Wei's eyes narrowed. He could naturally see what these elders were hiding, and it was not appropriate for him to hold anyone responsible under the circumstances, and what they said makes sense. Black Dragon definitely made a great contribution to this incident. Wang Wei, Tianhu, control the situation. Tianhu, I understand, Godfather. These workers dared to cause trouble and are in cahoots with Hei Lung. Just wait and see how I deal with them. He was about to gather people, and he pulled out a machete from behind. Wang Wei, what for? Tianhu, kill people. Wang Wei, who are you going to kill? Put them away. How can we fight in this situation? Can we suppress so many angry people with just the number of us? Can we summon our brothers to come in time? Even if we do, can we really fight? No large-scale brawls. Normally this kind of thing might not be a big deal, but Qin Jiang is right next to him, maybe waiting for him to do this. This is all a conspiracy of the other party and Qin Jiang must not be allowed to succeed. Thinking of this, he strode forward and faced the furious workers who were rushing towards him. Stop. I want to speak. Although Tianhu didn't react, he also shouted, stand right there. Next to me is the chairman of Huwei Group, he wants to speak now, stand there, facing the calls from Tianhu and several of Huwei's younger brothers, Lao Xia and others reluctantly stood there. As workers at the Huwei construction site, they had a certain understanding of Huwei's background. It was a purely social group. If it weren't for the Black Dragon Group backing them up, they would never dare to make trouble. But even with the Black Dragon Group, they didn't dare to confront Huwei's chairman. See the workers calm down, Wang Wei shouted, you are workers at Huwei Group, receiving your wages from Huwei Group. How dare you cause trouble there? Is this your character? Old Xia, who's going to get your wages? We haven't been paid for 6 or 7 consecutive months. We haven't been paid for 3 months last year, and it's been half a year. Wang Wei, a degree, is he confused? What does that mean? Over 6 months without wages? They didn't even get paid for Chinese New Year. Withholding wages is pretty common these days, but the basic principle is to settle accounts at the end of the year. If accounts aren't settled by the end of the year, and wages haven't been paid since the new year, even if Wang Wei isn't a good person, it's still excessive, damn it. Is Huwei Group so short of money? They can't even pay the New Year's wages. He remembered that the money in the account was enough when he joined, and the Lin family also provided support, but now, he looked at Tianhu, I am in charge of the group's affairs, but the financial power is not in my hands. Wang Wei looked at the elder who was in charge of finances. Elder, well, the group has different plans for their money. We originally planned to make up the salary for the past 2 months. He had used a lot of the group's money for loans, and naturally the wages were not spared. In his eyes, the workers' wages would be delayed as much as possible, and he would not pay them all. How dare they cause trouble? Wang Wei's expression darkened even further. As a 1,000-year-old fox, how could he not see the elder's schemes? But the most urgent task wasn't to find fault. He looked at the workers and waved, everyone. You just heard that the group isn't planning on paying you, it's already preparing to do so. While the Huwei site's wages will be a little slower, we'll still provide you with free food and lodging. When you start getting paid, you can start working for half a year. That way you can save enough money to go home. He continued to suppress everyone's emotions. It would have been better if he hadn't said it. After he did, the workers got even angrier. Old Xia roared angrily, provide food and shelter. How dare you say that? We live in a makeshift shack that doesn't keep out the wind and leaks when it rains. There are more mosquitoes and bugs in the house than hairs on our heads. That's fine, but the food is even worse. A dog would shake his head at the food. We haven't even seen any meat for a month. Instead, you exploited us like crazy while we were working, not giving us any time off, and making us work overtime for free every day. Old Zhang was reluctant to go out for more meat and fish, and he was overworked every day. A few days ago, he fainted at the construction site. And what happened? Not only did you not provide him with quick medical treatment, but you also docked old Zhang's salary. Old Zhang drank pesticide when he got home. You really don't treat us as human beings. Do you still have any conscience? You don't even plan to pay us wages. What? Wang Wei retorted, some things can be said casually, but some things cannot. Our Huwei group is a big group. Do you think we will feed you pig food? Nonsense. Before he finished speaking, he saw a worker put the food that he had just prepared but not eaten in front of him. Wang Wei looked down at you. Grass, you vomited in the box. But looking at the angry eyes of the workers and the evasive gaze of the construction site leaders, a fact that he could not accept was revealed. What was in front of him was the food from Huwei Canteen. Well, this can't be described as pig food. After all, pigs may not be able to eat it. For a while, Wang Wei was stunned and didn't know what to say. Just 3 words, I am at a loss for words. This construction site, he doesn't even want to stay here. Chapter 791, Wang Wei holds on while Qin Jian watches the show. This moment, Wang Wei was speechless to know, was this really the situation he was facing at the Huwei construction site? How long had he been there for it to become like this? Then endless anger, who's in charge of the food? Didn't I set the standard for the construction site at $8 per person per day? $8, it's not much. But at least it can ensure that the workers can have 3 meals a day, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. But what's the situation now? The workers are running away, not to mention being well fed. Even it is possible that people will be worked to the point of fainting and their wages will be deducted. It's simply the most ridiculous thing in the world. Is it him? The management director pointed at the logistics manager on the ground and cursed in the spirit of I'd rather die than let my friend die, you have such a dark heart. You gave the workers this for 8 yuan for food. Tell me. Did you embezzle money from the workers? Do you have any accomplices in the embezzlement? Tell me. His words were full of anger, as if he was hearing about this situation for the first time. Logistics manager, equal smiley face, why take this medicine? You took 4 out of 8 without counting? Not even half of it was in your hands. But he quickly realized that the management director's words were a hidden meaning, and his eyes lit up slightly facing Wang Wei's murderous eyes. He hurriedly said, Brother Hu, listen to me. I can't do anything. It's manager Wang Xian. Now he's also in charge of the food. Back then, I couldn't do anything either. I'm just a nobody. When the old man fainted, I applied for compensation for him and told manager Wang Xian to handle it. I really don't know the rest. He put the blame on Wang Xian, even if doing so would anger Wang Wei. At least he could use Wang Xian to block the fatal blow. As expected, upon hearing the name Wang Xian, Wang Wei's body trembled twice, and he cursed angrily, this rebellious son, why didn't I throw him against the wall back then, to give birth to such a disaster? Wang Wei felt exhausted. He looked at the workers, whose fury was growing. Then he glanced at the Black Dragon personnel who looked like they had eaten the masses. Damn it! Someone got a chair from somewhere and asked Qin Zhang to sit down. Main, he was holding an orange in his hand and slowly peeling it. It's fucking outrageous. Qin Zhang saw Wang Wei's gaze and raised the orange in his hand. This is a great gift for you, digest it well. Wang Wei, however, he had no time to pay attention to Qin Zhang's ridicule, but had to solve the mess in front of him as soon as possible. Ahem, he coughed twice and said, everyone. Listen to me. I didn't know what was going on at the construction site before. Now I announce that I, the chairman, will personally take over the site. I promise to pay everyone's wages on time. I also promise that from now on, the food will be better, with a good mix of meat and vegetables. I guarantee that you will have enough to eat and live in. I guarantee this as the chairman of Huawei Group. He gave the order directly. Tianhu, take people to the nearby restaurants to order food for me immediately. Have them send it here. Send 100 tables of banquets, and serve me all the delicious dishes. I want to eat here with all the Huawei brothers today. Tianhu, yes. He immediately took out his phone to book a banquet. Wang Wei, the finance department immediately raised funds for me to pay all the employees' overdue wages. Brother Hu. The money is currently being invested in various projects, so it will take some time to prepare. Wang Wei, I don't care. I'll give you 3 days. If you can't attack within 3 days, then follow the rules, yes. The elders dared not say anything more. Gang rules, that's 3 cuts and 6 holes. He can't bear it. Wang Wei then breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the workers' fierce demeanor soften a bit. He continued, everyone. Please give me some face today. Eat and drink well. I guarantee you'll get your wages back within 3 days. And give everyone an extra 1,000 yuan as a reward for their hard work. Now, please disperse. Don't gather here and make a fool of yourself. Don't be misled by outsiders. I, Wang Wei, have just been released from prison today. It's best not to cause trouble on such a happy day. Otherwise, I'll be very unhappy today, and if I'm unhappy, then the entire Huawei Group will be unhappy. I believe that most of the brothers are good people, but there are only a few who have been misled. I, Wang Wei, am absolutely friendly to these brothers who have been deceived. If anyone dares to deceive them, don't blame me for being rude. He began to appeal to their emotions and reason, use both kindness and force, and give financial blessings. He thought that things would definitely calm down under such circumstances, but when he glanced at Qin Zhang inadvertently, he saw that the other party still had a sarcastic smile on his face. It's like watching a clown perform. This isn't right? Does he have any more powerful tricks? I've figured out all his tricks, haven't I? These bewitched workers, given their own promises, would normally be hard-pressed to stir up trouble. After all, the vast majority of workers are timid, don't dare to make trouble. I'm even more afraid of not getting the money, now that he, the chairman, has personally promised to resolve all of these people's complaints. They shouldn't have any reason to continue making trouble. Why, the next moment he knew why. Someone in the crowd raised his arms and shouted, don't believe him. Is he lying to us? Huawei never keeps his word, don't be fooled by them, yeah. Brothers. Have you forgotten the lesson from the past? Last time, we were fooled by them just like that. If I don't seize this opportunity, I'll definitely be punished later, and then everything will be over. And accompanied by a few shouts, wow, the crowd, which had been quiet, became riotous again, and countless workers roared, right. Even if you're the chairman, it won't work. We don't trust you. Your Huawei team has lost all credibility, that's what you said the last time we were making trouble. And in the end, instead of solving the problem, you solved us. And then you just kept getting worse. I don't believe you, you old man, you are so evil. Their eyes became even redder, and instead of calming down their anger, they became even more violent. This scene is Wang Wei confused. What do you mean by an old man? Am I old? I'm just weak. How old am I? I'm in my prime at 50. I'm strong and healthy. What's with that look? Swish. He glanced at Lin Yu. The baby in Lin Yu's belly was proof of that, etc. What were these workers just saying? Don't be fooled, don't be deceived. You were deceived last time, and I was punished later, brush. He looked at Tianhu and the other Hui leaders inquiringly. Tianhu lowered his head. I'm sorry, Godfather. The head of management lowered his head even faster, and the other elders all looked embarrassed and didn't dare to look at each other. Chapter 792, Unable to suppress, Wang Wei fainted. Qin Zhang, you are useless to tread. Wang Wei subconsciously staggered 2 steps, feeling that his behavior just now was like that of a clown. Even though he knew that these people were arranged by Qin Zhang to instigate and ignite the fire, he had no way to do anything. These guys have done the same thing before, and then regretted it and made the workers feel cold. Some methods can only be used once. Now, these workers in front of him would not believe his promises, and with the Black Dragon backing them up, they would not give up. He could only barely hold on and say, finance, have someone send the money over immediately. Everyone, please listen to me. I'm sitting here today waiting for your paychecks. I guarantee you'll get them. Without waiting for the worker to say anything, the elder in charge of finance said, Brother Hu. There's no way we can raise enough money today. Wang Wei, poof. He felt like he couldn't hold his breath and fainted with his eyes rolled back. Brother Tiger, Godfather, Tiger. The Hui members rushed forward to support and shouted anxiously, each with a worried look on their face. They were all sincere. They were all Wang Wei's old brothers. Maybe they had some thoughts, but the brotherhood was still there. Wang Wei also had personal charm. After pinching the Rinzhong point in the tiger's mouth, Wang Wei finally woke up. Brother Tiger. Are you okay, Brother Hu? It's all because of these people who don't know the current situation. Give me the order and I will deal with them immediately. Brother Tiger. Wang Wei, shut up. He looked at the workers. Brothers, I want to tell you. Before he could finish, the workers saw Wang Wei regain consciousness and shouted again, see? He's pretending to be pitiful. This is a self-torture tactic. Stop talking. We won't believe a single punctuation mark you say now. Pay me back. It won't work if I don't pay you today. Pay me. I'm done with this. Gah. Wang Wei couldn't bear it anymore and tilted his head back again, fainted for the second time. Brother Tiger, Godfather, Tiger. This time, the workers rushed towards Hu Wei and his men without stopping. What are you doing? Stop. Do you know who you are facing? Who gave you the courage to go against Hu Wei? Do you know, pity, faced with these big guys, he scolded everyone without any pause. Point 1 is, they are extremely angry and want to vent their anger regardless of the consequences. Second, their actions just now have offended the Hu Wei group. Now the best way out is to continue to follow the example of the Black Dragon group and thus be able to join the Black Dragon group. As long as they can join the Black Dragon group, what is there to offend today? The other things of the Tiger Power group are nothing. Some people even murmured, as long as we can join the Black Dragon group, even if the salary at the Tiger Power group is gone, it's fine. Who doesn't know about the high welfare benefits of the Black Dragon group? They provide the best food and drinks, and the salary is 1/3 higher than that of the Tiger Power group. Who wouldn't be tempted? Who wouldn't work hard? What are you doing? Ouch, an elder was shoved to the ground by angry workers, and then several workers rode on him, appealing to his emotions and reasoning to demand his wages. Other elders faced the same situation. Although they were once very capable fighters, they are no longer the same. Years of pampering have completely robbed them of their fighting ability. They are simply not good at fighting. The Tiger Power thugs initially tried to resist, but facing thousands of enraged workers, it was useless and they soon became passive and took the beating. Tianhu may be powerful, but he dared not go out alone to protect Wang Wei. He could only protect Wang Wei and fight while retreating. The entire Hu Wei construction site was in chaos. Only the area around Xinjiang was very peaceful. He was sitting right in the center of the chaos. Dozens of Black Dragon personnel were standing guard around him. Neither the furious workers nor the Tiger Power personnel dared to approach, subconsciously dodging to the sides of the scene. If you look down from a high altitude, you will be extremely shocked. The area where Qin Jiang is sitting seems to be surrounded by a barrier, and no matter how strong the wind and rain are outside, it remains calm inside. Even Qin Jiang was still sitting there leisurely eating oranges. 1 minute, 2 minutes, just when the battle was about to escalate. Didi. Wenwu, law and order is coming. Wang Hu, the leader of the team, couldn't help but change his expression slightly when he saw the chaotic scene of thousands of people in front of him. It was more frightening than he had expected. Oh shit, a security guard exclaimed. Bang, Wang Hu gave him a big slap. Why are you so startled? You scared me. The security officer pointed to the middle of the brawl. Captain? Look, inside. Wang Hu, what's going on in there? Ta-da. He stood up by stepping on the car's running board and looked inside, stunned. He wasn't the only one. Many other security officers were also standing in the car, observing what was happening inside. Wang Hu, public security, _ what do they see? A barrier appeared in the midst of a large group of people fighting, and inside it was a person sitting there motionless. He was leisurely eating oranges as if the nearby melee had nothing to do with him. No? What's going on? Who is that guy? He was beaten like this, but he's fine in there. Good guy, I've never seen this before. That man looks familiar to me. He seems to be Qin Jiang, the chairman of the Black Dragon Group. Wang Hu's mouth twitched. Qin Jiang. Why is he everywhere? Shake your head. He shouted. What am I looking at? Stop it immediately. Wow, a large number of security personnel rushed forward. Stop, he public order. Stop it. If you do it again, you'll be committing a more serious crime. Public security. The furious workers stopped their attacks when they saw the arrival of the security forces, and many even fled on the spot. The Huawei personnel recovered a little and looked very ugly. Many of them were even injured and looked extremely miserable. They gathered around Wang Wei again. At this time, Wang Wei also woke up in the turbulence and turmoil. Godfather, you're awake. Tin Hu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Wang Wei wake up and Jian came to control the situation. Everyone, stand apart and behave yourself. Wang Hu strode forward and asked, what's going on here? Before Wang Wei could speak, Qin Jiang came up to Wang Hu, Wang Wei and others surrounded by the crowd and said to Wang Hu, Chairman Qin, you, Qin Jiang, just passing by. I saw someone from the Huawei group making a scene, so I came over to check it out. I thought Chairman Wang's fame would keep it under control, but who would have thought he couldn't? The public resentment has been going on for a long time. He's such a loser. Then he mocked Wang Wei. I see you've only read the 4 books, The Great Learning, The Analects of Confucius, and Mencius. Zhu Zheng finishes the fight. You are useless, mediocre, too.